Those who have raised xenomorphs know that they are not only obedient and well-behaved, but they can also be ridden as pets when they grow up. However, I let the facehugger parasite myself to create a more powerful new species. It's because in this world where everyone has beast companions, only I know the true strength of the xenomorph. The xenomorph not only possesses extremely strong reproductive capabilities and growth speed, but it can even assimilate the genes of beast companions to give birth to stronger forms. At this moment, in the school office, the homeroom teacher looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Student, have you been brainwashed by online marketing accounts? Although insects have strength that exceeds their body weight, once their size surpasses a critical value, they will be crushed by their own weight. Are you really going to choose that facehugger? I've made up my mind. Teacher, I believe the facehugger is the most suitable beast companion for me." Seeing that I was unwilling to give up on my choice of the facehugger, the homeroom teacher had no choice but to relent. He then handed me several beast companion cards, saying, "This is your enrollment resource. Take it." A week later, the school will conduct a baseline test for you all. If you want to change your mind before then, it's still not too late. I nodded slightly, took the cards from the homeroom teacher, thanked him, and then turned to leave. 2.5 hours later, I returned to the luxurious single dormitory I was assigned to, and the next step was to cultivate my beast companion. I quickly walked to the sofa, sat cross-legged on it, and took out the domain card given to me by the homeroom teacher. Accompanied by a faint glow, a semi-transparent panel appeared in front of me. I then quickly filled in my identity information and completed the binding, followed by connecting to the beast companion space. The next moment, what came into view was an endless grassland, a primitive space yet to be developed. At this time, a system voice rang in my ear. Does the host need to change the environment of the primitive space? Different beasts require different living environments, so every newborn can get a chance to transform their domain. I decisively refused, as the true strength of the alien species lies in their ability to survive in even the harshest living conditions. Starting to extract the host's beast information, shall we begin cultivation? At this moment, I suddenly asked the system, can I create food based on myself? Although I can let the face-hugging worm parasitize animals like cattle and sheep, the greatest strength of the face-hugging worm lies in genetic assimilation, and human genes are undoubtedly the most perfect blueprint. However, no one has ever done such a thing in the history of this world. My words directly left the system in silence, and it wasn't until 2.5 minutes later that the system responded. Starting to analyze the host's body, creating beast food, I saw a flash of light, and a food that looked exactly like me fell from the sky. The thing created was, after all, food, so it did not possess my memories or intelligence. Just looking at this identical being made my mood somewhat subtle. Starting to analyze the host's memories. Are you sure you want to hatch the face-hugging worm as your beast? I nodded without hesitation. As the system completed the analysis, this creature that should not exist in this world quickly appeared before me. A prompt displayed, you have created a face-hugging worm in the beast space, and you have gained the loyalty of the face-hugging worm. I saw that the face-hugging worm, which was gradually waking up, did not immediately pounce on my copy but instead curled up on the grass, as if waiting for my command. Immediately, I opened my domain panel, which displayed, host, the god of the face-hugging bug, beast master, face-hugging bug. I glanced at the face-hugging bug and promptly issued the first life command. After receiving the direct command, the face-hugging bug acted without any hesitation and swiftly pounced on the food. By the time I reacted, the face-hugging bug had, true to its name, embraced the food's face. The reason I am so fond of the face-hugging bug is its hatching method. It hatches not only quickly but also, once it reaches adulthood, the alien will lay eggs on its own, hatching more face-hugging bugs, continuing the cycle. I looked around at the lush green grassland and thought that it wouldn't be long before an alien army could be born here. At that moment, the alien crawled out of the clone, accompanied by a bright red hue and a mournful cry. The overly realistic scene strongly impacted my brain. The beast in the beast master space had completed its evolution. Since it was a new species, the system's voice rang in my ears. Please give the host a name. A new species? Then let's call it alien. After naming the new species, I gained the loyalty of the alien. I nodded and then observed the small alien that crawled out of the clone. Unlike the face-hugging bug, which only knows how to parasitize, the chestbreaker alien's defense and combat power have received a double upgrade. As long as it is fed a sufficient amount of food, it can become an adult in just a few hours, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters, and possesses astonishing self-healing abilities. Even more terrifying is that all aliens do not need to breathe, allowing them to survive even in environments without air. Then let's start feeding. I took out the resource card and subsequently created a herd of cattle. Not only could I feed the alien with cooked food, but I could also enhance the combat power of the alien through hunting. In just a week, there will be a preliminary exam. According to the information I found online, There will be a beast fighting martial arts test to see the cultivation ability of the new students within just 1 week. Even though I used the resource card to create a massive beast, the chestbreaker alien did not launch an immediate attack. Its elongated and rounded little head wandered back and forth between the herd and me, occasionally letting out a strange cry, as if pleading for me to issue a hunting command. The alien itself embodies the consciousness of the hive. In their awareness, my status is supreme. Let's start hunting. After receiving my permission, the chestbreaker alien could no longer contain itself and rushed towards the herd. At first, the herd did not take this small chestbreaker seriously, until it jumped onto the back of one of the cows and secreted acid from its mouth, dissolving the old cow's neck. Only then did the entire herd realize that danger had arrived and they fled in panic. As this alien continued to feed, its body began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. In less than an hour, the alien, which was originally less than 1 meter tall, surged to a height of 1 meter 80. With its jet black exoskeleton, it appeared quite terrifying. Moreover, the alien's transformation was not just physical. Its head gradually lost its original smoothness. The back tube became thick, short, and sharp, and its claw-like hands opened up into human-like fingers. Since it is the only alien creature in this beast controlling space, the male genes that originally existed in its body gradually faded away, causing the chestbreaker to slowly undergo a transformation during the feeding process. Is this the alien queen? This change surprised me greatly. I thought I would need to continuously analyze and create face-hugging worms to cultivate an alien army. I didn't expect that the alien could automatically change its gender, which made me reflect deeply. However, this awakened alien queen did not lay eggs directly. Instead, it approached me. It slowly lowered its body and kept staring into my eyes. Although the queen is the true brain of the alien species, because of my identity as the creator, this alien queen revered me as a god. It knelt down at my feet, worshipping me fervently, and this display of submission made me feel somewhat subtle. I tentatively reached out my hand and gently stroked the alien queen's head, which felt smoother than I had imagined. Just as I was enjoying all of this, my stomach let out a series of gurgling sounds. I rubbed my belly, thinking that I had been here for several hours to cultivate my own aliens. What I didn't expect was that the alien queen kneeling at my feet seemed to sense something. It forcefully kicked its hind legs, and in just 2 or 3 breaths, it completed a sprint on the grassland, bringing a bloody yellow cow to my feet. It was only at this moment that I realized why the alien queen would deliberately stop after hunting prey without my command when it had just fed. According to its understanding, it was merely a hunter, and the food it hunted should be prioritized for me, the king, to enjoy. What a strict hierarchy of the hive consciousness. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu stroked the alien queen's head. You eat. Not to mention the fact that resource cards were already expensive, and after seeing the way the alien queen hunted, he couldn't eat anything here anyway. Only after pacifying this alien queen did Feng Xiu exit the imperial beast space and return to the real world. Gollum! And his guttural chorus became louder. Half an hour later, Feng Xiu came to the cafeteria of Hachengno, 1 middle school. The sky was getting dark. All the new students had also received their resources from their respective homeroom teachers, and even though it was evening, the cafeteria door was also bustling with activity. You're that Feng Xiu? As Feng Xiu was preparing to enter the cafeteria, a thick voice came from behind him with a fiery flavor in its tone, and as soon as they heard the name Feng Xiu, many of the freshmen who came out of the cafeteria, and those who were preparing to go in, stopped in their tracks and hotly debated. Feng Hua? Why does that name sound so familiar? It's that guy who chose the face-hugging bug. He thought he was some kind of academic bully, but he chose an unimpressive imperial beast. I guess his grades came from dead-end studying. Before high school, everything you learn is general studies, and only when you enter high school can you really get in touch with the imperial beasts. And that's when the real competition for strength begins. The heated voices quickly fell to one side. In their view, Feng Xiu was nothing more than a pseudo-school bully, relying on internal scrolls to get into Hachengno, 1 middle school. It's not a big deal at all. However, Feng Xiu did not take these skepticisms to heart. Who gets mad at one on the side of the road? You are? Feng Xiu's attention focused on the classmate who called to live with him. The other party was wearing a black sportswear. His height was 1 meter 9, a little higher than Feng Xiu. His arms were strong and powerful, and his thigh muscles were even more in the bound of the sports pants, which appeared to be very solid. Physical education teacher? Feng Xiu raised his sword brows. Even though he was a traveler, he had done some homework on the world. In his old world, gym teachers were frail and sickly, and classes were easily overrun by math, language arts, and other teachers. But this world is different. This world is honored by the imperial beast, the physical education teacher. As it happens, is the teacher responsible for this content? Some senior PE teachers have even more say than the classroom teachers. What math teacher? Language teacher? My gym teacher says you're sick, you're sick. Today's math class has been converted, collectively, into a physical education class. based on such common sense. Fang Xiu's first reaction was that the physical education teacher of Hachengno, one middle school, was quite critical of his cultivation of face-hugging insects, and that was why he came to his door. The visitor's expression froze when he heard Fang Xiu's question. I'm a freshman in high school, ranked 11th in the enrollment ranking, scored 674 points in the midterm exam. My surname is Chen. My first name is Fan. As I recall, you scored a 689, 7th in the city. Since we're bumping into each other here, we might as well split the difference. When these words fell, the scene was in an uproar. Chen Fan? I've heard of it. The biggest supermarket chain in our city is run by their family. There was no doubt that Fang Xiu and Chen Fan were both the movers and shakers among the freshmen in the senior class. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, the crowd of onlookers became larger and larger. And this Chen Fan has been holding his breath in his heart. He has always been confident in his own performance, thinking how he can also be examined into the top 10. As a result, I didn't realize that I was just stuck in 11th place. Though the school gives 7 days for new students to develop their imperial beasts before the mapping exam. But if it's you should have completed the initial training, right? While saying that, Chen Fan pulled out the imperial beast space card from his pocket. Fang Xiu never expected that he would be targeted on this first day of school. But this kind of challenge, Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. The greatest strength of the xenomorphs is the assimilation of other creatures' genes through parasitism. Since this Chen Fan had the confidence to use imperial beasts to fight, it meant that the imperial beasts he had cultivated were not bad in combat. And Fang Xiu also wanted to see just how strong his alien queen, in this imperial beast world, was. Chapter 4, A Challenger from the Catechism? Without hesitation, Fang Xiu pulled out the imperial beast space card. Fighting was originally one of the functions of the imperial beasts. Even if there was no Chen Fan taking the initiative to place a battle order, there would be no shortage of sparring in the future. So the imperial beast space card handed out by the school could be used to create an online realm by way of a LAN. There's one more thing I want to make clear here. Using his resource card, Chen Fan created the online domain and launched an invitation to Fang Xiu. Then his voice sank. The person I want to defeat is not just you, Fang Xiu. The entire top 10 of Crane City 1 are my whetstone. I merely happened to meet you here first. If it was Li Qingqing, Zhang Shurun and the others that I ran into here, I would have challenged them just the same. Chen Fan said in a loud voice to show that this was in no way personal. He just wants to prove to himself that this 11 is no worse than the top 10. Qingqing Li, Shurun Zhang, could it be someone else from the top 10? This Chen Fan, it looks like he's done a lot of homework. Compared to Chen Fan's fighting spirit, Fang Xiu, on the contrary, felt that he was a bit lazy, and he didn't know any of the top 10. However, Fang Xiu only secretly spat in his heart and remained breezy on the surface. If you're finished, let's get started. After speaking, Fang Xiu clicked on Chen Fan's invitation on the Imperial Beast space card. Buzz. In a flash, Fang Xiu only felt a loud bang in his head. Looking ahead again, he only saw that the space had expanded by more than 100 times. Mountains, waterfalls, and even a cabin-built campground. I remember my Imperial Beast space is only a few dozen square meters of grassland. Looking at these things that didn't belong to his royal beast space, Fang Xiu couldn't help but lament that this Chen Fan had really put in a lot of effort. Ouch! Immediately afterward, there was a roar that resounded throughout the space, quite a bit rougher than the tiger's roar that Fang Xiu remembered. In the next second, the ground began to tremble slightly. Footsteps like rain approached the area. Fang Xiu, listen carefully. Chen Fan took a deep breath before speaking in a torrent. My imperial beasts are not regular species, but rare ancient species. Since my junior year of high school, our family has hired me a tutor to teach me general knowledge of various ancient species. If you want to cultivate the imperial beasts, the first thing you need to do is to understand them. And the ancient creatures were not only more massive, but even their muscles were very solid because of the high oxygen content of the blue planet. But it is not easy for the children of ordinary families to be exposed to the general knowledge of ancient species without the guidance of experts in antiquity. Without a sufficient knowledge base, it is naturally impossible to breed ancient species of imperial beasts. This shows the influence of the family of origin on new students. No wonder this Chen Fan has the confidence to consider the top 10 as a whetstone. It's the substantial family that gives him the bottom line. Fang Xiu thought darkly in his heart, and his sight went towards the huge fellow who made a roaring sound. Only a brown-colored triceratops was seen, constantly running wildly this way. The sharp horns on its head were thicker than Fang Xiu's arms, and the bony discs growing near its neck looked very sturdy, and its size was quite a bit larger than the van. If it was in the wilds of the original world, it was expected that one look at this kind of big guy would make one's face pale with fear. Chen Fan clasped his hands on his chest. So, what is your imperial beast? My imperial beast. Fang Xiu thought for a moment. He told the class teacher that his imperial beast was a face hugger. but it was obviously inappropriate to say face hugger at this time. None of that matters, though. Important. Where's my royal beast? Feng Xiu looked around. His own imperial beast space was only a few dozen square meters, an unobstructed view of the grassland. By the time he returned to the real world himself, his alien queen had grown to a height of a meter or so. Where have you been all this time? When Chen Fan saw this, he had even more black lines on his face. Come to think of it, from the time he came in, he hadn't seen a guy who looked like a royal beast. Where's your royal beast? After a short silence, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak. Can it be that Feng Xiu, a top 10, is just a small town doing a questioner? Only general studies and nothing about the Sentinel? Could it be? Feng Xiu ignored Chen Fan and his Triceratops, and after some visual inspection, he then realized that his primordial space, at some point, had been dug out into a deep pit, and on the side of this deep pit, a dark hole was attached. I see. In an instant, Feng Xiu came to a realization. The social makeup of the aliens is a nesting consciousness, and after obtaining sufficient food, the queen then spawns by monogamy. Because of the nest consciousness, the alien queen doesn't lay her eggs in the plains, but instead seeks out caves to incubate the alien eggs in a dark and dank environment. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu looked up in all directions, because he hadn't thought of this problem in the first place. He hadn't built a cozy lair for the alien queen, which had led to the alien queen digging a hard underground cavern. But this couldn't be blamed on Feng Xiu. According to his original conception, the alien queen would need at least 48 hours before she could enter her adult body. It looks like it was too much food energy given by the resource card that catalyzed the growth of the alien queen. Catalyze. Cooked. Although Feng Xiu was the alien god and even the queen was completely subservient to him, after looking at the size of that hole, Feng Xiu suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Fan, it's not too late for you to quit. Triceratops being a rare and ancient species, Feng Xiu naturally wanted the alien to assimilate the Triceratops genes. But this Chen Fan wasn't a bad person, and it wasn't too late for him to regret it if he did. Humph. Chen Fan let out a heavy cold snort, and although he also noticed the unusual deep pit, he was not at all panicked in his heart. His own imperial beast was an ancient species of Triceratops, with its head, horns and bony discs. It was meant for battle. Yet the next moment, the entire ground began to shake like crazy. The green grass was even cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye, creating cracks that quickly spread to Chen Fan's feet. The Triceratops, which was originally still raging, with reddened eyes and full of desire to fight, as if it had sensed something terrible. Fear was written all over its eyes that were glaring like copper bells, and the bony discs near its neck shrugged down. Fizzle. Completely different from the sky-shattering roar of the Triceratops, what came out from the dark and deep cave was a low, hoarse, strange sound like gas leaking. Although the volume of this voice was not very loud, it managed to continuously echo in Chen Fan's ears. The sensation, as he experienced it, was like someone sliding their fingernails over and over the glass. That bone-deep discomfort made all the hairs on his body shrug. Cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead, and his collar became soaked without him realizing it. This guy Feng Xiu, what kind of imperial beasts have been bred? Boo! Chapter 5, The Alien Queen's Oppression. A battle ended in an instant. Just as Chen Fan's entire being felt creeped out, the deafening sound of collision pulled his thoughts back to the real world, only to see a black behemoth, leaping up from the depths of the midst, hissing bizarrely and continuously. Chen Fan subconsciously looked up, only to feel that this fellow's size was enough to cover the sky. The Triceratops he had nurtured was shivering even more, and his lower body was spewing yellow urine intermittently. Chen Fan, who was in shock, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and his two eyes stared even rounder than the eyes of the Triceratops. Dumbstruck. In fact, it wasn't just this Chen Fan who was frozen to the spot by the sight before him. Even Feng Xiu was taken aback. Before his own departure from the imperial beast space, his alien queen was only about 5 feet 8 inches, and now the guy who flew out of the underground cavern was as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. The pitch-black skeleton also morphed into an endocannabinoid skeleton, and a very large fan-shaped crown grew on the flat, long head, which looked even longer than Feng Xiu's, while additional armored shells grew on the chest, and the dorsal tubes behind it turned into sharp, spiky shapes, which looked even more pointy than the horns of Chen Fan's Triceratops. And the biggest difference between this alien queen and a normal alien was that it had an extra pair of forelimbs growing from its chest. Though it seemed a bit uncoordinated in comparison to its massive body, it made the alien queen stand like a Tyrannosaurus rex, its tail thick and long, like a bony knob without an outer skin, and ending in a blade-sharp spike. Hissing. The alien queen's hissing continued, translucent slime dripping from its exposed teeth. Without waiting for Chen Fan to have time to see its movements, this domineering alien queen had already rushed in front of the Triceratops, its sharp tail viciously stabbing into the other party's neck. Ow! In an instant, the body of the Triceratops trembled with the naked eye, Blood splattered in all directions, staining Chen Fan's cheeks and clothes, and the wailing sound was even more chilling. But no matter what, this Chen Fan was a freshman in Huqing No. 1 high school, and there was no grudge between him and Fang Xiu. Most importantly, killing someone was completely different from the impact brought about by killing a royal beast, and after Fang Xiu hesitated slightly, he still didn't let the alien queen take a shot at Chen Fan. The next second, the alien queen ran back into the underground cavern without looking back. The whole process can be described as a smooth flow. From the alien queen rushing out of the underground cavern to capturing the Triceratops and returning to her underground kingdom, the entire process didn't even take half a minute. In front of a monster like the alien that doesn't make any sense, even the giants of the ancient times are no match at all. Even scarier, alien can assimilate the host's genes, taking the other person's best abilities and evolving them into those of the alien. As long as enough imperial beasts were captured, Fang Xiu's alien form would be infinitely enhanced. Unlike Fang Xiu, who was relaxed and began to think about the future in his mind, Chen Fan was completely stunned by the scene he had just witnessed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And, what is that dark mass? Fang Xiu's imperial beast? How does it feel completely unlike any species that ever existed on the blue planet? Is it hard to believe that it's a phantom beast species that is only born out of millions of people? Right, definitely a phantom beast species. In middle school, he was always at the top of his class in general studies, plus the private tutor the family hired for themselves, whether it was modern creatures or ancient creatures. I dare not say that I understood all of them, but Chen Fan could at least be certain that the behemoth just now was by no means something that should be found on the blue star. Puff! After receiving an unprecedented shock, Chen Fan completely lost his fighting spirit, and he sat down on the ground at once, his face as pale as paper, his brain dazed and slowed down, and as Chen Fan lost his will to fight, his imperial beast space began to disintegrate. In less than 2 short breaths, Fang Xiu and Chen Fan returned to the real world. A large number of freshmen continued to gather near the cafeteria, although none of them were optimistic about Fang Xiu's face-hugging insect and were unable to watch the battle. It was so lively that they naturally wouldn't leave so easily. But what no one expected was, when Fang Xiu and Chen Fan returned to reality, their states were actually very different. Fang Xiu still had a breezy look on his face. Chen Fan, on the other hand, sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale, his bangs wet with sweat not to mention his clothes, and his face even stained with bright red blood. The Sentinel Beast space card in his hand fell out of his hand and snapped to the ground. Hey, what's the situation? Chen Fan failed miserably? Isn't Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast a face-hugging insect? How did he do it? Could it be that Chen Fan's Imperial Beast is even more trashy? Fang Xiu, as a freshman who entered Huqing No. 1 middle school with the top 10 scores in the city, he had always been the center of attention. The news about him cultivating the face-hugging bug spread even more among the upperclassmen. Before the results of the battle came out, they felt almost one-sidedly that Fang Xiu would lose. Ancient species, Triceratops? Suddenly, I don't know who in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, and the eyes of the others focused toward the Royal Beast space card that Chen Fan had dropped to the ground. Although the Imperial Beast space card could hide the information of the Imperial Beasts, Chen Fan, who had always been arrogant, did not bother to use this function. It could even be said that he hated to tell the world about the information that he had cultivated the ancient species. And this time, the freshmen on the sidelines exploded even more. No one expected that Chen Fan would cultivate a rare ancient species on his first day of school. And every freshman is well aware of the strength of the ancient species. Even if they hadn't undergone any alienation upgrades, their power alone was already a very terrifying existence. Results: Fang Xiu didn't even use 2 minutes in his fight with Chen Fan. Ancient species were killed in seconds? What kind of imperial beast has this Fang Xiu bred? What the hell is this face-hugging bug? I searched on my cell phone, and I didn't find any face-hugging bugs at all. Could it be that this facehugger is also an ancient species? Countless pairs of eyes looked towards Fang Xiu, and some of the freshmen couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. What the hell is this facehugger? Surprisingly, he was able to take out Chen Fan's ancient species. What kind of monsters are the city's top 10 heavens favorites? For a while, many people even looked at Chen Fan with eyes that turned into sympathy. Before this, they thought that it was because Chen Fan was unlucky that he was ranked 11th. Looking at it now, there might actually be a huge gulf between the top 10 and 11. However, Fang Xiu did not become dipped in confidence because of the gazes of the crowd, because he understands that this is just the beginning. Alien queens can still continue to evolve into alien queens. Even when the aliens as a group breed large enough, they will also give birth to such an ultimate creature as the Mother of Queens. Chapter 6. The first day of school is a sensation. A large number of freshmen gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, and many of them even took out their cell phones to shoot videos and uploaded them to Slowhand. Jitterbug, which soon caused a sensation in Huqing No. 1 middle school. As Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu even hurriedly put down the work in his hands and rushed towards the entrance of the cafeteria with big strides. Once he thought of Fang Xiu choosing the face-hugging insect as his imperial beast, Zhang Yu also automatically brainstormed the image of Fang Xiu being beaten up. But that's fine. Instead of waiting until the mapping exam to fall behind others, realizing the inadequacies of one's imperial beasts in time is just the thing that will allow Manhwa to give up on cultivating face-hugging worms and instead cultivate more powerful imperial beasts. Along the way, Zhang Yu kept muttering in his mind, as a top 10 honor student in the city, Fang Xiu would never do poorly in the future college entrance exams as long as he was properly cultivated. Even if it's not the top 10 in the country, you still have a chance to get into 985, 211. At that point, as Fang Hu's homeroom teacher, this will undoubtedly be a real achievement in its own right. Because of this, that was why Zhang Yu had a headache when he learned that Fang Xiu was going to choose the face-hugging insect as his imperial beast. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu rushed to the vicinity of the cafeteria, a student in the crowd quickly recognized him, and as this student exclaimed, all the other freshmen retreated backward like a tidal wave, making way for Zhang Yu. However, what Zhang Yu never expected was that the image he was expecting did not appear. At this moment, Fang Xiu was standing in the crowd with a light-hearted demeanor. On the contrary, Chen Fan, who had challenged him, looked shocked and sat paralyzed on the ground. What's the situation? Fang Xiu's face-hugging insect won the fight? That classmate is Chen Fan? Although Chen Fan's city ranking was only 11, to Crane City no. 1 middle school, he was likewise a heavenly son worthy of cultivation. Coupled with Chen Fan's family's notable financial strength, even Zhang Yu was impressed with him. Even when he learned that Chen Fan was assigned to the 6th class, Zhang Yu felt pity for a while. How is it that such a good prospect is not assigned to his class? I remember Chen Fan's imperial beast, an ancient species of triceratops. Facehugger beat triceratops? What a joke! Zhang Yu really had no way of understanding the situation in front of him. Fang Hu. However, people are read as right and wrong. The first day of school in front of the cafeteria fighting and brawling. More or less some influence is not very good. Zhang Yu quickly calmed down. He grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist. Come here, Teacher Zhang. I haven't eaten yet. Fang Xiu spat out with a black line on his face. Having nurtured his own aliens all afternoon, he'd long ago gotten hungry. First Chen Fan, and now Zhang Yu. Can we still call for a pleasant meal? But this Zhang Yu was his homeroom teacher after all, and his strength was really big. Fang Xiu had to head to the office with him first. Fang Xiu, what the hell is going on here? As soon as he sat down in his office, Zhang Yu revealed a stern look. Alas, Fang Xiu first sighed deliberately. I also want to know what's going on. I've been nurturing the imperial beasts in my dorm room all afternoon, and I'm starving. I wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat something nice and treat my hardworking self, but then a Chen Fan appeared out of nowhere. Have to challenge me. Can I be afraid of him then? If word of this gets out, it's not a big deal to damage Fang Hu's reputation, but if other classes find out about it, they'll say that Mr. Zhang's class is all cowards and afraid of trouble. Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. The reasoning is naturally so, especially in this world stepping into the era of universal imperial beasts, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Who wouldn't want to cultivate a powerful imperial beast? How does a beast master become powerful without fighting? Furthermore, before Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu back, he purposely checked Chen Fan, and although there was blood on his body, it wasn't his. It should be the blood of his imperial beast. It was just a shock and the person was not in any serious condition. You don't have to be poor here. Don't you know that taking a step back is the best way to make the world a better place? Forget it. Show me your imperial beast. Zhang Yu turned his words around. He had never intended to hold Fang Xiu accountable. The reason why he brought him here was just curious about what kind of imperial beast this guy had bred that could scare Chen Fan to that extent. Boo! However, just as Fang Xiu was about to respond, a loud sound came from behind him. Looking back, he saw a middle-aged muscular man with a country face huffing and puffing in, and he was followed by a golden-eyed man in sportswear. Li Guosheng, Pan Pan Zhang. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and instantly became alert. The visitor was no one else but Li Guosheng, the teacher of Class 6 and Chen Fan's teacher. The other is a new physical education teacher who specializes in physical education for classes 2, 6, and 8. Although his appearance is civilized and his name is a bit funny, Zhang Yu heard that he entered the 985 Sports University through guaranteed admission, and his strength should not be underestimated. Zhang Yu, your student killed Chen Fan's imperial beast. Insulting my student in public is too much, isn't it? Li Guosheng took a quick and hurried step, his broad palm slamming heavily on the table, the corner of his eye purposely glancing at Fang Xiu. You're that Fang Xiu? The words were filled with fire. It's... Fang Xiu wanted to retort, but he ended up being pulled behind Zhang Yu. Facing the bruised Li Guosheng, Zhang Yu's aura was not weak at all. Freshmen are supposed to be bloodthirsty, so there's nothing strange about letting off some steam, is there? On the contrary, Ms. Zhang Pan, is she also here for accountability? Class 2 and Class 6 are all under your charge. Fang Xiu is also your student. Why are you favoring one over the other? Could it be because of Chen Fan's family situation? Fang Xiu silently watched the scene in his eyes and thought in his heart, this teacher Zhang Yu seems to be mediocre, but I didn't expect that he would be quite good at defending his students. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he set up the gym teacher who followed him. There's something about this guy. You've misunderstood, Mr. Zhang Yu. The corners of Zhang Pan's mouth rose and a smile surfaced, then pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. I just came over to watch the fun. Chen Fan's family had asked me to be the teacher of his articulated class, and I have a good understanding of the strength of Chen Fan's students. That's why I'm curious as to what kind of imperial beast Fang Xiu-san has bred. You're Fang Xiu's classmate, aren't you? Hello, I'm Pan Zhang, your gym teacher for your senior semester. Is it convenient for me to take a look at your imperial beast? Zhang Yu instantly frowned tightly. He did not expect Zhang Pan to make such a request, and after all, he was Fang Xiu's future gym teacher, so if he refused here, it would also affect his opinion of Fang Xiu. But what if, in case, Zhang Pan wanted to stand up for Chen Fan and deliberately suppress Fang Xiu? A slight tangle arose in Zhang Yu's heart. Chapter 7, if you want to see my imperial beasts, you can, but you have to pay for it. Although he himself was only Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, the most important imperial beasts class was Zhang Pan's home turf. If he has a grudge and really wants to intervene in Fang Xiu's learning progress, or to suppress him, he as the homeroom teacher. Not to mention that it would be difficult to find out in time, and even if he did, it would not be a good idea to have a conflict with Zhang Pan. Good. Fang Xiu could see Zhang Yu's difficulty and simply agreed with alacrity. After all, in this world, a gym teacher can make a math teacher sick at any time. There's no need to inflame the conflict right off the bat. Wait a minute. Li Guoxing's face darkened. He had dragged Zhang Pan over here in order for him to help Chen Fan out. How did it suddenly turn into watching Fang Xiu's imperial beasts? However, Zhang Pan was silent and only gave Li Guoxing a look, telling him not to be anxious. If Fang Xiu's imperial beast had used some despicable, dishonorable means to win, he, the gym teacher, would have his own words. Aha! Seeing Zhang Pan take such a stance, Li Guoxing had no choice but to nod his head a bit. But who knows? Fang Xiu didn't directly take out the imperial beast space card and invite them to enter. My imperial beasts can't be seen in vain. As he spoke, Fang Xiu directly raised a finger. 1,000. How about it? Zhang Yu, Li, Zhang Pan? In a flash, all three of them had question marks on their faces. Nice guy. Of the three of them, one was Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher and one was his physical education teacher for the semester. How could it cost money to even look at his imperial beast? Alas, seeing the three teachers' eyes widen, Fang Xiu also sighed helplessly. I come from a mediocre background, not like Chen Fan's family that is so wealthy. Expanding the imperial beast space and purchasing all kinds of imperial beast food are all not small expenses. And I'm not crying poor with you guys. I'm really poor. If you want to expand the size of the imperial beast space card, you need to buy various expansion packs, and all the various food items in the resource card are limited, and consuming them will require the student to recharge again. Some students who originally have the potential to enter the 985, 211, often because the family cannot make ends meet, resulting in senior high school with other students to pull the gap, and finally can only take an ordinary undergraduate, or even specialized universities. In order not to let such a situation happen to him, Fang Xiu came up with such a hand. What you said, it seems to make sense. Zhang Yu was a little speechless, but he also knew the reasoning, so he took out his own cell phone, added Fang Xiu's Tengxin friend, and then transferred $1,000. Seeing this, Zhang Pan did not say anything more. Any teacher in this world can run out of money, only PE doesn't. Isn't your second class going too far? You injured my student and you want me to pay to see your student's imperial beast? Isn't this bullying an honest man? Then Teacher Li can wait here for a while. It's not like I have to ask you to look at it. Fang Xiu said without thinking. If you don't want to spend the money, then wait outside. You. Looking at Fang Xiu's look of getting the better of him, the veins on Li Guoxing's forehead bulged out one by one. But for one thing, he didn't want to be stupid and wait outside. Secondly, people were curious, and he was curious to know what the imperial beast that defeated Chen Fan's imperial beast was. Li Guoxing huffed and puffed and paid. Alright, Fang Xiu, who had collected the money, didn't make a fuss, and directly took out his imperial beast space card and sent out invitations to the three teachers. A faint light flashed by, and Fang Xiu once again entered the imperial beast space. Even the furious Li Guoxing, who was at least a teacher, naturally wouldn't be so underhanded as to use his own imperial beast to bully Fang Xiu. Therefore, Zhang Yu and the others just entered Feng Xiu's Imperial Beast space and did not choose to release their own Imperial Beasts. Where is your Imperial Beast? Zhang Yu looked around. Feng Xiu's Imperial Beast space was the initial grassland form, and the range was extremely small. Looking up, all the scenery was visible, not to mention any Imperial Beasts. He hadn't even seen anything that looked like an Imperial Beast. Follow me. Feng Xiu waved his hand, signaling the three teachers to follow. In a short while, they arrived in front of an underground cave. It was not only dark inside, but also revealed a bit of coldness. It was worth mentioning that it was also Feng Xiu's first time cultivating aliens, and even the matter of the alien queen digging underground caves was not something he had expected at first. Now that he saw the dark underground cavern, Feng Xiu reacted. The aliens like to lay their eggs in this environment, but it's simply eyes wide open for humans. Snap! Just as Feng Xiu was preparing to make torches in this underground cave, Zhang Panpan's crisp ringing finger sound attracted his attention. Light electric eels. With a whisper from Zhang Panpan, 3 silver-white electric eels appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. In the next second, dazzling white light flashed out from these electric eels, illuminating the dark cave as if it were day. What made Feng Xiu even more unexpected was that the electric eel that originally lived in the water could ignore the rules of gravity and levitate next to Zhang Panpan. And the glow, it's literally brighter than a livelihood lamp. This was no Imperial Beast. It could almost be considered magic. Is this the real Imperial Beast? Feng Xiu's gaze condensed slightly. Although he was able to search for some videos of Imperial Beasts on the internet, this immersive sense of impact was not at all comparable to a video. Even in Feng Xiu's opinion, compared to a true beast master like Zhang Panpan, Chen Fan's kind of Triceratops beast guarding was simply a child's game. If only I could get my facehugger to parasitize this lightning eel, an alien that glows and generates electricity. It's fun to think about. Teacher Zhang, can you send me one of these Imperial Beasts? Feng Xiu said very politely. As far as Feng Xiu knew, powerful Imperial Beast masters could have several Imperial Beast spaces and possess countless Imperial Beasts. This lightning eel might as well be one of the most insignificant Imperial Beasts in Zhang Panpan's hands. Even if I wanted to give it to you, a royal beast of this class is not something you can control right now. If the Imperial Beast Master is not strong enough on his own, not only will he not be able to control his Imperial Beast, but he will be revolted instead. Zhang Panpan educated Feng Xiu in a serious manner. Although he had defeated Chen Fan this time, the path of the Imperial Beasts had always been a path of success, and he still had a long way to go. Trying to get your hands on a royal beast of the lightning eel's level right now would only backfire. However, what Zhang Panpan didn't realize was that Feng Xiu didn't even want to cultivate any lightning eels. He just wanted to use his lightning eels to feed his own aliens. It's just that if this kind of words were really said, I'm afraid it wouldn't make Zhang Panpan doubt her life. Out of control. Feng Xiu got up and thought. The aliens are a hierarchical nest society, with the alien king having supreme power, but after transforming into a royal beast, this hierarchical rule, would it still apply? No. Feng Xiu shook his head. There's nothing to worry about at all. If you are not strong enough, then just become strong. If the alien queen is destined to be a demoness, then all I have to do is become a demon king. Chapter 8, Shocked Teachers. This alien is a phantom beast species. Along the way, Feng Xiu kept asking Zhang Panpan about the Imperial Beasts. Although he knew that this Pan wanted to stand up for Chen Fan, any knowledge about the Imperial Beasts would be a useful experience for him. Moreover, Zhang Yu, the class teacher, was also present, so Feng Xiu was not worried that Zhang Panpan would fool himself. And as the group continued to go deeper and deeper into the cave, Zhang Panpan gradually sensed that something was wrong. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, don't you guys think that this cave is a bit too much? Zhang Panpan frowned. From the ground to the top of the rock, the height was as high as a 3-story building. What kind of Imperial Beast had this Feng Xiu cultivated that required so much space? Also, since a while ago, a strange hissing sound has been coming from the depths of the cave. This kind of sound not only made one's hearing somewhat uncomfortable, but also revealed a bone-chilling chill. Zhang Panpan was also considered a leader among people in her university days, and had seen many Imperial Beasts, among which there was no lack of some appalling existences. But you have to realize that Feng Xiu was only in his first year of high school, a freshman who just joined the school. Today was the first time he had come into contact with a royal beast. Zhang Yu's face also became odd. Listening to Zhang Panpan, it is indeed a bit strange. I remember Feng Xiu's Imperial Beast is a face-hugging bug, right? Isn't it a bug? How could it need such a large space? I don't know how long it took before a few people entered the main cave nest after a few twisting turns. Zhang Panpan's lightning eel quickly flew into the air, expanding its light as much as possible to increase visibility. However, with just one glance, Zhang Yu's 2 eyes widened like the eyes of an ox. Li Guosheng, who was on the side, couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Not only these two homeroom teachers, even Zhang Pan subconsciously rubbed her eyelids and couldn't help but wonder if she had misread the situation. Feng Xiu, you call this thing a facehugger? Zhang Yu turned his head violently, his voice as loud as a wild beast. Seeing Feng Hua's alien queen curled up her legs, her huge body was as tall as a two-story building. If not for the hissing moans that kept coming out from the alien queen's mouthpiece, Zhang Yu would not have even realized that this behemoth was the imperial beast. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that this alien queen did not cover her bones with muscles to protect them, unlike unusual creatures. The bones of this alien queen were directly exposed, in turn protecting its own muscles, and attached to the underside of this alien queen's pelvis was a giant spawning apparatus that looked remarkably similar to the lower body of an ant queen. It's just been giganticized thousands of times. Li Guosheng incredulously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and measured the length of this spawner with his eyes. It was 8 meters long. Wait, Mr. Zhang, what did you just say about hugging? Li Guosheng felt like he vaguely heard the words face-hugging bug, but he didn't understand why such behemoths were called facehuggers. Whose face are you hugging? Just by standing in front of this alien queen, Li Guosheng felt uncomfortable. If he had encountered this thing in the wild, he would definitely have released the imperial beasts to fight at the first opportunity. Zhang Yu frowned as he took a quick deep breath to keep himself calm. You ask me, who am I going to ask? But, although he could feel a sense of oppression as he was being stared at closely by the alien queen, Zhang Yu could sense that this alien queen did not have any hostile intent towards the three of them. It was obviously Feng Xiu who had taken this terrifying alien queen and disciplined her well. Zhang Yu's line of sight, following the spawner to the other side, only to see a slimy egg, densely arranged. No, rather than an egg, the shape looks more like a white egg. As for Chen Fan's Triceratops imperial beast, it was currently discarded in a corner of the lair, and a beige face-hugging insect was parasitizing his face. Although that facehugger had a meter-long body, it didn't look like the same species compared to the alien queen. Zhang Yu looked at the face-hugging insect and then at the alien queen, and his mouth fell back with a large mouthful of cold air. Feng Xiu, don't tell me that this thing evolved from a face-hugging worm? Looking at Zhang Yu with a look of having never seen the world, a sense of satisfaction also rose in Feng Xiu's heart. Can't say it's evolution either. It's actually what a facehugger looks like as an adult. Zhang Yu, Li, Zhang Pan, in a blink of an eye, the three of them were coincidentally shocked, and then looked at the densely packed insect eggs on the ground, roughly estimating that there were more than 20 of them. According to Feng Xiu's words, wouldn't it be a realization that all of these bug eggs could turn into behemoths like the alien queen? Not exactly. Only female facehuggers can grow this big, and I named her the alien queen, and the male facehugger, if you will, is much smaller. Listening to Feng Hua's explanation, Zhang Yu then came to a realization. These facehuggers are incredibly large, but the social construct is a nesting consciousness. Like ants, the queen is usually 3 to 4 times larger than the average ant. Even if it grows to adulthood, it's still just over 3 meters tall, Feng Xiu said lightly. What? Zhang Yu once again froze on the spot. Based on the calculation of the gap between the queen and an ordinary ant, an adult male alien is just a little over a meter. As a result, Feng Xiu said that even an ordinary alien could grow to over 3 meters tall? And looking at the nest, it looks like the alien queen's reproduction is still monogamous. Wouldn't that be? As long as this alien queen is given enough space, resources, it can keep expanding its colony? That's a bit unreasonable. Feng Xiu, how on earth did you create this imperial beast? It's hard to believe that it's the imperial beasts from the ancient times. Zhang Yu once again looked at the alien queen. In ancient times, Blue Star was born with many strange creatures because of its high oxygen content. Even if it was just a mosquito, it would be surprisingly large when put into modern times. Based on such a relationship, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate that Feng Xiu might have bred this thing after discovering this alien form in some ancient book on imperial beasts. Had I known that the face-hugging insect Feng Xiu had mentioned was this kind of imperial beast, I should have supported him with full support. Even just thinking about it made Zhang Yu want to slap himself. It's a good thing that Feng Xiu has strong opinions and is not one of the more controlling teachers himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be killing a talented beast master? It was not even until this moment that Zhang Yu truly understood why the school had stipulated that the classroom teacher could only guide and could not make decisions for the students in the first place. No, it's not right. Zhang Pan countered Zhang Yu's words after carefully observing the situation. This isn't an ancient species. Feng Xiu's imperial beast, it's a phantom beast species. Ha! Li Guosheng, who was on the side, instantly froze on the spot when he heard this. Phantom beast seed? Chapter 9, Silicon-based life? Phantom beast species. Phantom beast seed? Even Zhang Yudu was startled by Zhang Panpan's remarks. Both the regular species of imperial beasts and the ancient species of imperial beasts are based on the Blue Star life system, and are born as imperial beasts. The phantom species is completely beyond this limitation. As far as Zhang Yu knew, only one royal beast master who innately possessed the illusory beast species was often born out of millions of royal beast masters. Zhang Panpan's words were tantamount to saying that Fang Xiu was one of the millions of genius imperial beast masters. Holy! The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. From the time he entered Crane City No. 1 high school, and then today, there were 7 springs and autumns, while as the strongest high school in Crane City, the pride of the entire city would be sent here. But even so, there were only a handful of phantom beast species imperial beast masters that came out of Crane City's first high school. Even in Zhang Yu's teaching career, not once had he encountered a student of the phantom beast species, and Fang Xiu was the first. How could he not be excited? Wait a minute, Zhang Panpan. On what basis do you decide that Fang Xiu's imperial beast is a phantom beast species? Li Guosheng had trouble accepting it for a while. If Fang Xiu's imperial beast was a regular species, or even an ancient species, he had the means to stand up for Chen Fanxiang. However, once Fang Xiu's imperial beast was labeled as a phantom beast species, the nature would be completely different. Because of this, Fang Xiu was definitely the top student of the session, and could even enrich the resume of the principal, and even the education hand of Crane City. Where are you, Mr. Zhang? However, Li Guosheng turned around and realized that Zhang Panpan, who was originally standing beside him, had run away somewhere. I'm here. Fang Xiu and the others looked along, only to realize that Zhang Panpan was examining the alien queen's egg, and holding a unique card in her hand, from which a faint light flickered out, enveloping the entire insect egg. Right, what makes you say that this alien is a phantom beast species? Zhang Yu's mouth rose up like a warped mouth, and although he was following Li Guosheng's words, his heart was clearly already happy, because this alien is not a carbon-based creature. While explaining back, Zhang Panpan had already stood up. From a moment ago, he had felt that the alien queen's construction was very peculiar, and scanned the egg internally. The results surprised him. This alien's life composition is not carbon. Ha! Li Guosheng froze again. Zhang Yu was also a bit dumbfounded and hurriedly took out his own card to scan the insect eggs on the ground. All known organisms on the blue planet, whether they have survived antiquity or are modern, are composed of carbon as the basis of organic matter. Only the phantom beast species, the imperial beasts, can step outside of this constraint and use other elements as the basis for organic matter. That's right, this alien is a silicon-based creature, Zhang Panpan said in a loud voice. Being able to parse, construct, hatch, and cultivate the creatures of one's fantasies is undoubtedly something that can only be done by a phantasmal beast species imperial beast master. Now, Li Guosheng was completely dumbfounded. Although Zhang Panpan had just said that Fang Xiu's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, he more or less held a trace of fantasy in his heart. What if Panpan Zhang is wrong? The results were unexpected. The alien turned out to be a silicon-based creature. In fact, not only Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng was so shocked, Fang Xiu also just reacted in his heart. If it wasn't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, he almost forgot that the alien was a silicon-based life setting. Compared to carbon, silicon has silicon atoms with a larger radius, so the compounds formed are more stable. And some scientists have even speculated that silicon-based life could even withstand high-intensity cosmic radiation and viral bacteria. No, it's all silicon-based. There's that bacteria that dares to find death. Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit in his heart. Teacher Li, although my alien queen killed Chen Fan's imperial beast, he provoked it first, so I hope you can tell him not to mess around in the future. Fang Xiu said in a low and icy voice. I was under the impression that this was how webcomic protagonists warned villains. Then the villain will start taunting the protagonist, even to the point of a major fight. Simply summarized, it's a case of hitting the little one to get the old one. If Li Guosheng continued to want to stand up for Chen Fan, he himself could have the alien parasitize his imperial beasts in a fair and square manner. Fang Xiu. In a flash, Li Guosheng's volume also increased several times. That's good. Snap. However, just when Fang Xiu thought that Li Guosheng would be unable to restrain himself and release the imperial beast, he took 3 steps and held Fang Xiu's hand. Do you want to come to class 6? I can make you class president and the class fees can be yours to manage. And I'm paying for your meals for all 3 years of high school. Fang Xiu? No dude. What happened to the promise of beating up the little one to get the old one? That's not the right script. Where's that arrogant attitude you just had? Boo! In a flash, Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and pushed Li Guosheng away. Old Li, what do you mean? Stealing students from me, are you? Fang Xiu is our class 2's man. Who are you? Class 6. To get your hands on him? And the district squad leader is trying to buy people's hearts? No kidding. Fang Xiu, for the 3 years of high school, you can rest assured that you'll stay in the 2nd class, and if you need anything, just ask me. I'll get you 3 more female classmates to accompany you. Fang Xiu? A female classmate reading with you? There's such a thing? Old Zhang. What makes you say that Fang Xiu is from your second class? It's only the first day of school. We haven't even had a formal class yet. And you're still using the trick of female classmates accompanying you in your reading. Is this what a teacher should say? You wait. However, Li Guosheng didn't continue to pull the wool over Zhang Yu's eyes here or come up with better benefits to tempt Fang Xiu. He directly took out his Imperial Beast Space card, detached himself from Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast Space, and disappeared. Asterisk 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 this only. He must have run off to find old Wang. Fang Xiu, just feel free to cultivate your face-hugging insects. In this school, I'll cover you. While saying that, Zhang Yu also took out his card. Okay, Teacher Zhang. The suddenness of the situation caused Fang Xiu to be stunned, but he still nodded his head, indicating that he knew. What, Mr. Zhang? Do I look that old? Okay, Brother Zhang. Fang Xiu mentally changed his words. What did you call me? You, up the path. Zhang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately disappeared in front of Fang Xiu. Say, who is old Wang? Looking at his royal beast space, only Zhang Pan remained. Fang Xiu then remembered to ask. It should be Wang Kai. He's the grade director of your first year. Any student who wants to apply for a class transfer must have his approval before they can do so. They went offline in a hurry, so they must have run off to find the old king to fight over you. Zhang Pan explained with a smile. Although Chen Fan was a good seedling, no one would offend an illusory beast species imperial beast for the sake of an ancient species imperial beast. Are you not going to go? Seeing that he was so sought after, Fang Xiu also joked. I'm in charge of gym class for class 2 and class 6, so I don't care if you go over there, but it's too rude to call you directly. Call me Brother Pan. I'm not much older than you. Chapter 10, Successful Hatching of a Brand New Alien. This plot is not right. Fang Xiu recalled his previous life. Read the net article. Often this time, the villain will be with the protagonist. Fish death net break right. Who knows? This Li Guosheng and Zhang Pan. A to run to the age director, to help themselves to change classes. The other one is straight up going to treat himself like his own brother. Alright, your imperial beast is about to hatch again, so I won't continue to disturb here. As the words fell, Zhang Pan also exited Fang Xiu's imperial beast space, and as Fang Xiu's imperial beast space was left with him alone, the face-hugging insect that was clinging to the Triceratops' head also fell off from it. Still want to go for a meal? Fang Xiu looked at the state of the Triceratops. Facehuggers do not kill their hosts outright, but instead borrow their bodies to feed on and energize the aliens until the aliens are detached from the host's body. And although Fang Xiu had the authority of the Imperial Beast Space, he couldn't do anything to stop time. If we left from here now, went to the cafeteria to eat, and then came back, the alien would probably have broken out of the body by now. Forget it. If it was an ordinary alien, Fang Xiu wouldn't be so expectant. But in the Alien movies series he watched, most of those horrible aliens were parasitizing humans. Puppies. There have never been aliens that could parasitize extinct dinosaurs. I wonder what the aliens will be like after assimilating the Triceratops gene. Fang Xiu rubbed his stomach and decided to wait for the little alien to hatch before eating, and used his resource card to provide food for the Triceratops. The good thing is that this process didn't last long. After about 20 minutes or so, the Triceratops began to slow down in its feeding, and it didn't take long for it to crumble to the ground, sending a small shock through the air. Immediately after that, the belly of the Triceratops began to bulge continuously, and a reddish hue revealed itself from it. Go. Somehow, Fang Xiu had the feeling of waiting for labor. He and the alien queen looked at the Triceratops in unison. Fang Xiu could even sense the alien queen's worry about the alien in the belly of the Triceratops. After all, an ancient creature like a Triceratops had thick skin and flesh, and its defense was dozens of times that of a normal human. Not to mention that Chen Fan had purposely strengthened the physical quality of the Triceratops during the cultivation process. Pust. But just when Fang Xiu was a bit worried, blood splashed out in all directions from the belly of the Triceratops. 2 blackened horn bones stabbed out from it, and then a third. Triceratops horns? Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, but he saw the belly of the Triceratops begin to melt. It felt as if it had been corroded by a strong acid. Alien-specific acidic blood? Though the Triceratops' skin and flesh were tough, large portions of it quickly fell off under the unique acidic blood corrosion of the aliens. Even if your flesh and blood are strong, can you still be stronger than steel? It's all melted down for you. Immediately afterward, the entire alien broke free from the Triceratops' body, stumbling a bit, obviously not quite used to its new body. It feels even more massive than when the alien queen busted her chest out. Fang Xiu muttered. He vaguely remembered that when the alien queen was still a chest breaker, her body height was less than a meter, while the new alien in front of him had an even bigger overall exoskeleton, and the tail as well. And at the end of this new alien's tail, there was also a hammer-shaped bone attached, which looked like a meteor hammer without spikes. The alien's head, however, still retained the long skull unique to aliens, with triceratops horn bones growing on the sides and front of the head, and near the neck of this alien. There were also retracted bony discs that looked like unflowering buds. Why does it feel like a dyed Frisia's second form? Feng Xiu couldn't help but spit out the appearance of this alien. Since the alien queen's body already contained human genes, even the aliens hatched from the triceratops body didn't maintain the triceratops way of moving. Although this alien's body was much heavier, it learned to walk upright. It's just that the way this alien walks, it doesn't look human by any stretch of the imagination. More like a Tyrannosaurus Rex from ancient times. It's very oppressive. Then, Feng Xiu consumed the resource card to create some food and threw it in front of this new alien for it to feast on. Despite being an alien born to an alien queen and assimilating triceratops genes, this alien still retains the nest consciousness. After seeing the food, it didn't enjoy it all to itself, but instead looked blankly at Feng Xiu as if it was waiting for him to distribute the food. Very good. Feng Xiu nodded with satisfaction, but felt that the alien queen had a sense of doting tenderness when she saw this alien. Is it just me, or can I feel the more delicate emotions of the alien queen because I am the master of this space? Ask your teacher later. After all, in the entire Alien movie, no one has ever been able to nurture the aliens and sense their emotions like he or she has. And Feng Xiu clearly remembers the setting of the alien queen, with an IQ of 175. And in Alien 1, the alien queen tries to negotiate with the heroine as she prepares to incinerate the eggs. And when the heroine does burn the eggs, the furious alien queen also shows a sense of vengeance. As for the words of this new alien, "You're the alien queen," then it's an alien triceratops, right? Feng Xiu tried to take a domineering name, but on second thought, the name alien itself had a strong sense of oppression. The touch test, it's all yours. Feng Xiu took 3 steps to the front of the alien triceratops, raised his head and gently stroked its head, and this alien triceratops also quickly reacted, and in turn, used the smoother part of its own head to rub against Feng Xiu's hand. It looked like a pampered kitten, and a hissing gurgling sound came from the throat of the alien triceratops from time to time. It wasn't hard to see how obedient this alien triceratops was to Manhwa. As for why the touch test was given to the alien triceratops, although the alien queen possessed an even more terrifying power, and would undoubtedly shock the entire Crane City 1 high school once it was released, the alien queen, in order to procreate, had grown spawners. As I recall, alien queens can separate from their spawners and fight for the pack in particularly critical situations, but the process also produces immense pain. The district is just a feeler test. It's not a crime to make your alien queen suffer for the sake of better performance. I, Feng Xiu, am truly a gentleman. The other side. Inside the office of senior year director Wang Kai, Li Guosheng and Zhang Yu scrambled to push open the door and then stormed in, resulting in the two of them directly squeezing together and getting stuck in the door because of their size. Chapter 11. The teachers who fought over Feng Xiu. Wang Kai looked at the duo huddled in the doorway with a black line on his face. You guys came at the right time. Saves me from having to come to you guys. What's going on in your class? It was only the first day of school, and there was a freshman brawl at the entrance to the cafeteria, and it was even posted online. The impact is more or less bad. The unfortunate thing was that it was good that no one was hurt, or else he, as the head of the grade, might have been implicated along with him. Seeing Wang Kai's displeased face, the two of them, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng, then collected themselves. Freshmen in senior high school, who have just come into contact with imperial beasts, will inevitably be a little exuberant, and cannot help but use the imperial beasts to compete, which is normal. Haven't there been similar incidents in previous years? Zhang Yu said lightly as he walked in. Wang Kai's teaching career is no less than Zhang Yu's, and student fights are indeed commonplace. Technology is advancing and school rules are gradually being relaxed. Schools used to be able to disallow students from bringing cell phones, and the influence of short-form video platforms wasn't nearly as exaggerated. But now, you are a little harsh on the students, or you will eat a complaint. Once something happens in the school, take a short video and post it online. The number of clicks in minutes to break 10,000, especially this school in the first grade. Crane is the strongest in the city. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at them dead on. Those of you who are classroom teachers should all the more strengthen your management to avoid conflicts, especially the third grade. You Tsai and those schools, they're always eyeing our position. Director Wang is right. Li Guosheng took a step forward and said at the drop of a hat, 7 of the city's top 10 top students chose us this year, and those schools in the third middle school are simply not enough to worry about. But Director Wang, I hope that we can transfer the students from this incident to our class. I'll definitely be stepping up my stewardship efforts. Wang Kai sniffed and raised his eyebrows. He had already investigated clearly, and the parties involved were Chen Fan from class 6, and Feng Xiu from class 2, As the class teacher of class 6, he thought that Li Guosheng had come to stand up for his student Chen Fan. Director Wang, there's no need for that. Fang Xiu is fine in our class. He doesn't need anyone else to worry about it. What's more, it was Chen Fan who provoked him first. Fang Xiu, he's just acting in self-defense. Zhang Yu hurriedly explained the situation. Director Wang, I don't want the outstanding teacher selection this year. I can give it up to Mr. Zhang. I just want Fang Xiu. What do you mean you don't want the outstanding teacher selection? Make it sound like this qualification is internalized. And Fang Xiu is my student. Why do you want him? The two of them spoke one word against the other, causing Wang Kai to be a bit confused. The initial one thought that Li Guosheng had transferred Fang Xiu to class 6 because he wanted to use his status as a class teacher to suppress the other party. After all, Chen Fan's father was very influential in Crane City and had strong connections in the education department. Pleasing Chen Fan could also help Li Guosheng in his future career development. However, looking at Li Guosheng, that kind of appreciation for Fang Hua was completely genuine. What's the situation? What is this student called Fang Xiu? This Fang Xiu, is there anything different? Wang Kai recalled a little. He had some recollection of the name Fang Hu, ranked 7th in the city on the midterm exams. However, his family of origin is average, and once he enters high school, he will likely fall behind schedule due to resource issues. If it was because of excellent grades that Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng could attract a mad rush, wouldn't Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren be more worthy of them than Fang Hua? Eliminating other impossibilities, an answer called out in Wang Kai's mind. It's the Imperial Beast. Although the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology in the general education classes are the foundation of the scientific research that constructs the civilization of this world, and no scientific research can be done without the support of mathematics, including the mutation of the imperial beasts, the possibility of evolution, and so on. History, languages, and other liberal arts can help humans better discover the ancient imperial beasts and understand their past. If the general studies course is the foundation of scientific research, then the imperial beast is the application of scientific research. The efforts of countless researchers were to breed stronger imperial beasts, but no matter how hard the researchers tried, it was difficult to create a fantasy beast species. It was an existence that transcended the laws of nature and embodied the mind of a gifted beast master. In other words, effort can determine the lower limit, but to determine the upper limit, you can't do it without talent. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Xiu's imperial beast, it's an illusory beast species, right? When these words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng almost spoke in unison. Director Wang, how do you know? Their reaction just verified Wang Kai's guess. You are all veteran teachers who have been in the profession for many years. How have you ever had such an argument? Over a particular student? And with Chen Fan's family background, his imperial beasts are destined to be powerful. Fang Xiu comes from a mediocre background, yet the imperial beast he bred was able to easily defeat Chen Fan. It's not hard to guess what species his imperial beast is, Wang Kai said in a pretentious manner, as if the phantom beast seed was no big deal. But in reality, Wang Kai was already happy in his heart. He is the grade-level director. No matter which class Fang Xiu grows up in, the Kpai can be counted on his head. Besides, that's a phantom beast species. That meant that Fang Xiu was a seedling with a chance to impact the top 10. No, I'm only 39 this year, and when Fang Xiu gets into the top 10, I'll only be 41. If Fang Xiu's grades can really suppress the students of Qingcheng No. 1 middle school, Qiqing No. 4 middle school, and Hacheng No. 3 middle school, then my promotion to vice principal is in the bag. That's right, Fang Xiu is a phantom beast species. Director Wang, shouldn't such a good seedling be taught to the more experienced me? I have 2 whole years more in my teaching career than Zhang Yu. That's 2 years, Li Guosheng threw his voice, looking as if he was afraid that Wang Kai wouldn't hear him. It's only 2 years. What can it mean? What's more, Fang Xiu has a sense of belonging to the 2nd class and calls me brother Yu in private. If you forcefully transfer him to the 6th class, it will instead affect Fang Xiu's mentality. A movement is better than silence. Don't you know this kind of reasoning? Zhang Yu showed no weakness. Anyone who knew a phantom beast breed imperial beast master knew what it meant. Not only do you have the opportunity to take yourself further in the world of education, more importantly, genius imperial beastmasters are monsters with a great future. Take advantage of his seniority is still shallow. There is still the time to make friends. Good friendship. In the future, maybe, really a person to get the chicken and donghao. Yes, for Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu was willing to be that dog. Well, Wang Kai waved his hand. This matter only depends on what you guys think, and it's more or less unfair to each other. Hugh. The touch test is coming up, so you guys should leave him alone for now. As for letting Fang Xiu go to that class, let's wait until the results of the mapping exams come out. Chapter 12, the groping exam begins. Watching the alien Triceratops burrow in from the body of the Triceratops, Fang Xiu thoughtfully prepared a large pile of food for it before exiting the Imperial Beast space and heading to the cafeteria to fill his hungry stomach. And for the next few days, Li Guosheng didn't show up again, as if he had forgotten that he was going to be transferred to the 6th class. Other than the time when he went to the general knowledge class, the rest of Fang Xiu's time was used to soak in the Imperial Beast space. His alien Triceratops also grew quickly to adult size. However, although the alien Triceratops had assimilated Chun Fan's Triceratops genes, as a male alien, it naturally could not be compared to the alien queen, and even in its adult stage, it was only about 3 meters in size. It's a downsizing from the alien queen. In contrast to the head and horns of the alien Triceratops, the tail is more aggressive. It was in existence second only to the alien queen in terms of strength in the army of aliens cultivated by Fang Xiu. That's right, after a few days of cultivation, Fang Xiu used the resource card to create a large amount of replicant food for the face-hugging insects spawned by the alien queen to parasitize. Come to think of it, alien fertility rates are quite exaggerated. As far as Fang Xiu knew, during childbirth in the wild, animals not only had to face hunting by predators, but also encountered various dangers during labor, such as malposition, difficult labor, and so on. However, the alien queen can lay an egg every few hours, and the facehugger parasite rate is even higher. In a short span of 6 or 7 days, Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space had given birth to more than 30 aliens. It made the entire underground cavern seem a bit small. However, right after opening up the size of the Imperial Beast space, Fang Xiu realized that although the resources allocated by the school could expand the size of the Imperial Beast space, they were very limited. Fang Xiu had consumed all the resource points on the Imperial Beast space card, and had only expanded the cave by 5 times its size. Despite solving the immediate problem, according to the alien queen's production rate, in at most a month's time, the entire underground cavern would become crowded again, but the school provides resources to help only once. Also, alien queens only appear when the alien community is large enough. An ultimate alien like the Mother of Queens would need to be born on a planetary scale. Looking at the alien queen in front of him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Can't, really, invite the whole school, students and faculty, to visit my alien." There seemed to be 15 classes in one grade in Crane City First Middle School, with about 50 students in each class. Even if we could invite everyone over, the visit would only cost a couple $100,000. Yet this kind of thinking is no different than if everyone in the world gave me $1 and I was a 10 billionaire. The theory works, the practicalities are all problems. Seems like a way to make money is the way to go. Warning, 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 there's not enough food for the Imperial Beasts. There's not enough food for the beasts. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu pulled out the resource card from his pocket with a black line on his face. These days, besides cultivating the aliens, one of the things Fang Xiu repeated the most was to keep charging money into his resource card. First, the visiting fees earned from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Pan Pan. Then there's his own living expenses. In the end, it was more of a necessity to call home and ask for help. But the parents of the predecessor are just ordinary white-collar workers. I now kind of understand what it means to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Previously, when checking online, Fang Xiu found that many people on the Little Blue Book spat about how their family of origin was bad and didn't provide any help on the path of the Imperial Beasts, so that they who originally had the opportunity to enter 985 could only end up attending a very ordinary undergraduate university. Fang Xiu, now, had direct and personal feelings. There's no telling how many aliens are going to be eaten by the aliens in 3 years of high school. You're the real gold-swallowing beasts. Fang Xiu viciously spat at the aliens in front of him. If there is not enough food to support them, the xenomorph eggs will go into hibernation. While not exactly an extinction crisis for the community as a whole, relatively speaking, without solving the problems of space and food, the alien ceiling is up to the alien queen. Forget it. Just sitting here thinking won't solve the problem. It's better to ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fang Xiu was preparing to return to the real world and go find class teacher Zhang Yu to have a good talk, a voice suddenly came from his Imperial Beast space card. Please ask all new students of Crane 1 to gather at the schoolyard to take the new student mapping test. Please ask all new students of Crane 1 to gather at the schoolyard to take the new student mapping test. As if he was afraid that Fang Xiu didn't hear it, the Imperial Beast space card rang 3 times in a row. Mapping exams. Almost forgot about it. Fang Xiu exited the royal beast space, and after tidying up a little bit, he hurriedly rushed to the playground of Hucheng No 1 Middle School. The playground here was the size of 4 soccer fields, and by the time Fang Xiu arrived, it had already been crowded. Not only were there freshmen there, but many sophomores and juniors came over to watch. Even in the center of this playground loomed the curtains used for projection. As Fang Xiu walked along, most of the new students were eager to try out, and only a very small portion of them were somewhat grimy and mingled in the line. their eyes showing their fear of the mapping exam. After all, it's only a week, and not everyone can breed imperial beasts. And the gold content of the Universal Imperial Beasts is not something that the Universal College entrance exam can touch. Going to a good college after high school is just better for getting a job when you get out. And some people can have a good future by going to a specialty early or learning a trade. But in this world, even though it's possible to survive just as well without breeding powerful imperial beasts, that kind of difference in status is hard to accept. Fang Xiu thought in his heart while looking around, searching for his class's range of activities, and in the meantime, looking at any noteworthy new students. Especially Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, these warlords. They stood in the pile of freshmen, and that confidence alone was enough to stand out from the rest. It didn't take long for Fang Xiu to arrive at the range of activities of the second class. Fang Xiu is here. Zhang Yu quickly noticed Fang Xiu and greeted him with 3 steps. Those who didn't know, thought that Zhang Yu was seeing a leader. Even Zhang Chao, the teacher of the third class next door, and Fan Longhe, the teacher of the first class, cast their eyes. Perhaps the new students rarely knew about it, but Zhang Yu's story of snatching students with Li Guosheng had already spread in their circle of teachers. Everyone was curious as to what this Manhwa actually looked like. Your imperial beast, how is it developing? When Zhang Yu greeted Fang Xiu, he deliberately raised his volume and his tone was filled with bragging. Chapter 13, Pass it on. Fang Xiu has 39 imperial beasts. Is that Fang Xiu? He does look different. The 2 class teachers, Zhang Chao and Fan Longhe, looked at Fang Xiu in unison. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a straight and slender body, no matter how you look at it. It is a table of dragon and phoenix, which is good to envy. Damn it, how come Fang Xiu was assigned to the second class? Fan Longhe felt even more displeased in his heart, especially with Zhang Yu's intentionally raised voice volume. It was clearly showing off. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Zhang Chao's heart also could not help but spit up Zhang Yu's performance, and he even had the urge to rush over and hit someone. Not only were they the teachers, but the freshmen of classes 1, 2, and 3 also couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu. Some of the girls looked directly mesmerized. On the contrary, some of the boys clasped their hands on their chests, looking as if they felt that Fang Xiu loved the limelight. In fact, many of the students in Fang Xiu's class wanted to get closer to him. Some of his female classmates often surrounded him in the classroom, wanting to friend him or something. However, Fang Xiu wasn't interested in anything other than imperial beasts, and even more so, he didn't want to spend his time on early love. Whenever a girl took the initiative to come up to him, his pair of starry eyes always looked over with an icy coldness. After 3 times, the students in the class all turned away from Fang Xiu, as if they were isolated by Fang Xiu. But it can't be helped. Fang Xiu wasn't a high school freshman in the first place. His mind was much more mature than these classmates. The development is not going very well. As soon as he saw Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu deliberately sighed, acting like he had encountered problems. Isn't that Fang Xiu a genius? Would he also encounter problems? Who said he's a genius? It's just the first day of school, defeating Chen Fan, so maybe it's just luck. That's right, the midterm exams are all about general studies. Grades don't mean anything. Fang Xiu being good at general studies doesn't mean that the imperial beasts are good either. For a while, the students who heard Fang Xiu speak couldn't help but murmur. Zhang Yu sniffed, while glancing hard at those broken-mouthed classmates before pulling Fang Xiu and returning to his class's area of activity. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression also became serious. If there's anything, just tell brother Yu. In Zhang Yu's opinion, this is certainly an opportunity. After all, the grade director Wang Kai had not yet decided on Fang Xiu's retention, and if he himself could draw close to Fang Xiu. However, just as Zhang Yu was thinking so, the class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, came rushing over at a trot. It's been a long time, Fang Xiu, Fang Yu, Zhang Yu, old Li, what are you doing here if you're not in your own class's sphere of activity? Solving problems for your own class? Aren't you afraid those freshmen are going to play out of their minds? Although he knew that Li Guosheng favored Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu never expected that he would be able to leave his own students behind and run to pull Fang Xiu's strings. It's too much. It's just a feeler test. Just testing the potential of the new student imperial beasts. What's there to worry about? On the contrary, Mr. Fang Xiu, how about it? Do you want to transfer to our 6th class? As Li Guosheng spoke, he didn't forget to observe Fang Xiu's reaction. Imperial beast, there are difficulties. Yeah, Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Yu's reaction before spitting up at Li Guosheng. My imperial beasts are so good at eating. It feels like I can barely afford to feed them. Although he didn't know if it was appropriate to use a large-scale cultivation field in this kind of place. In Fang Xiu's opinion, if Zhang Yu could break his head with Li Guosheng for a little bit, his own alien rations might be in order. Ha ha ha, indeed. Li Guosheng laughed and nodded, thinking about the exaggerated size of the alien queen. However, It's only been a week and I've topped up my resource card 3 times, and today I was prompted to top up my balance again. Li, in a flash, the smile on Li Guoxing's face came to an abrupt end. You recharged? The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Well, recharged 3 times, 2,000 each time. Fang Xiu nodded. By myself, in the cafeteria, each time I order $10 of pig's feet rice. It's only $30 a day. Hiss. Li Guoxing directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As the brand name of Crane City, the first high school is the richest in terms of resource funding. The resource cards given to new students are almost enough to feed the imperial beasts for one last semester. Results. And yet Fang Xiu tells them that it's only been a week since the start of the school year, and his imperial beasts have eaten all the food from the resource card, and recharged 3 times in a row? Nice guy. What the hell kind of stomach is this alien? I'm afraid it's not Tao Tai. Wait, how many aliens do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the point of the question. He had seen Fang Xiu's alien queen in the imperial beast space. The size alone was as exaggerated as a 2-story building. It was the most exaggerated he had ever seen in the freshman imperial beasts in all his years in the 1st grade. But even so, with that size of the alien queen, there was no way she could eat all the food in the resource card. It's impossible to eat it all in at least a week. Unless, Zhang Yu's mind floated back to those insect eggs that he had seen in Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. Right. Worm eggs. Unless all those eggs have hatched out of facehuggers and grown into aliens. An alien queen, an alien triceratops. 36. 7 male aliens. Fang Xiu did some calculations in his mind. As the words fell, Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing's pupils were very seismic up. Much? How much? Spare the two of them the trembling of their voices as they spoke. Nice guy. 39 imperial beasts? Just kidding. It's only been a week since school started. Besides, gym class hasn't even started yet. This meant that Fang Xiu had yet to receive formal instruction from Zhang Pan. He was the one who bred 39 imperial beasts out of the situation while groping alone. What's even more mind-boggling and unbelievable is, Fang Xiu's imperial beasts were neither conventional nor ancient species. Instead, it's a phantom species. 1 week, breeding 39 fantasy beast seed imperial beasts. With such a demonic talent, even if one were to talk about it, I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? Jiang Chao, the teacher of the 3rd class, and Fan Longhe, the teacher of the 1st class, were also taken aback when they heard these words. 39? Although he didn't know what kind of imperial beasts the aliens were, such a number was indeed a bit appalling. You know, other freshmen, they only bred 1 imperial beast a week. There were freshmen who hadn't even bred a single imperial beast to understand. The mapping exams were over before they even started. As a result, when it came to Fang Xiu, 39 imperial beasts? No, where are you keeping the kid? Fang Yu, you're exaggerating. It's a royal beast. It's not pigging out. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. Instead of focusing on quantity, it's better to focus on quality, because it was too shocking. So much so that Zhang Yu had difficulty accepting such a setting in his heart for a while. Chapter 14, Mapping Examinations. Official start. Zhang Yu had been practicing for at least 6 or 7 years, plus several years as a student, and he thought that he had a comprehensive understanding of the matter of imperial beasts. Until bumping into Fang Yu. First it was the phantom beast seed, then it was raising the phantom beast seed as a pig, frantically laying its young in its own imperial beast space. This would be a devastating blow to the opponent, both in terms of the phantom beast's unique battle power and in terms of mobilizing an army to suppress it as a whole. Simply horrible. What's more, Fang Xiu had only just enrolled in school this year, but was only a freshman in high school. Himself, on the other hand, is the classroom teacher of the gifted Fang Yu. Zhang Yu suppressed his inner elation and patted Fang Xiu's shoulder. Fang Xiu, just play normally this time. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource card, with your brother Yu, there's nothing to worry about. Fang Xiu smiled and nodded, following Zhang Yu at the forefront. Suddenly, Fang Xiu felt a touch of cold air coming from his right side. He jerked his head around to look, only to see a teenager about his own height, sizing him up with cold eyes. The two sides were looking at each other in this moment. Class teacher Zhang Yu also realized that something was wrong, shook Fang Xiu's hand and said softly, "That's Zhang Shuren from class 3. 2nd place in the midterm this time. Also a genius level character. Is your main competitor this time?" "But well," Zhang Yu laughed softly, "a few moments of complacency. His imperial beasts are far inferior to yours." Fang Xiu withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. "So he is Zhang Shuren." As soon as class teacher Zhang Yu's words fell, 60 instruments used to connect to the imperial beast space cards were carried to the playground. For large screens, also split into dozens of smaller ones. The mapping test for new students has officially begun. The mapping exam, as the name implied, was to find out how much potential the new students contained in the matter of imperial beasts. the ability to take the various theories from the general studies class and apply them to the imperial beast. As well, what resources are available to individual students' families of origin. The rules are simple. Starting with the senior class, every class connected to the machine via the imperial beast space card. Then maneuver the imperial beasts and launch an attack on the machine at the end of the runway. Will this be too simple? After understanding the rules of the mapping exam, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. I thought it would be sending all the new students inside a large map to kill each other. Then it's evaluated by the teachers out there. And that's it? Thinking about what? Zhang Yu was first stunned. He knew that Fang Xiu was a very talented imperial beast master, but such thoughts were really too dark. Every freshman who enters Crane City First High School is a student of this school. So how can you put everyone in danger for no reason? Even imperial beasts that have little combat power are the result of the imperial beast master's devotion. They are companions, and to have them kill each other just in response to a mapping exam. You think it's a killer movie? Fang Xiu, how could you have such dark thoughts? I've read some imperial beast novels written this way, Fang Xiu said lightly. Zhang Yu froze for half a day. Are all imperial beast novels so dark now? Don't look at those things. Moreover, don't you see that the rules of the mapping test are simple, but it tests the endurance of the imperial beasts, their explosive power, and the control of the imperial beasts by the imperial beast master. As Zhang Yu's words fell, the principal's voice once again spread across the playground. The mapping exam, now open. Will the first class please come forward? After all the students of class 1 entered the examination room, the large screen in the center of the playground, 2, quickly displayed the screen. Fang Xiu didn't mind being a viewer, but wouldn't this live streaming of the mapping exam put too much pressure on the new students? When all the students of class 1 were connected to the imperial beast space, class 1 class teacher Fan Longhua also returned to the activity area. Noteworthy, because there are 3 types of imperial beasts: land, sea and air. The venues will be meticulously different. In addition to the runway, there are flight paths and swim routes. This means that the top students in the first class are not without a chance to outplay Fang Yu. No. Fan Longhua shook his head slightly. In his opinion, just a few days after the start of the school year, Fang Xiu was focusing on the quantity of imperial beasts, which just showed that he had neglected the issue of quality. His imperial beasts, perhaps, were worse than he thought. Thinking of this, Fan Longhua instantly felt that Fang Xiu was no big deal. The class 3 teacher glanced at Zhang Yu, who was about to raise his head to the sky. It's just luck that he was assigned a good student. What's there to be proud of? And this guy didn't even see the problem. The third class teacher looked at Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu from afar. 39 imperial beasts. That sounds like a lot. But this also meant that Fang Xiu's energies were also divided equally into 39 parts. This kind of thing is the same as having a pet. If the owner only has one pet, he can pour all his heart and soul into the pet. But what if it's 39? Even if you like one of them more than the other, you have to take care of the other pet's moods, feed them and play with them, thus sharing your energy, your time. This is true for pets, let alone imperial beasts with even higher intelligence, even resources. Every new student gets a resource card when they enroll, which is considered a new student benefit. But the resources in this resource card are not unlimited. 39 imperial beasts means that Fang Xiu's consumption has increased by 39 times. Such a simple truth, but Fang Xiu didn't even realize it. Instead, he was dabbling in confidence there. This is enough to show that this fellow, Fang Xiu, isn't as powerful as the rumors say. I don't know whether it was out of the resistance to Zhang Yu's complacency or something else. The third class teacher, Jiang Chao, muttered in his heart, as if he had found an anchor point, and Fang Hua's evaluation became lower and lower. Fang Hua, Zhang Shuren in the third class team also slightly squinted his eyes. He accidentally broke his eyes when he was imperializing the beasts, and he hadn't had time to get a new one fitted yet, so much so that he was a little hard to see people now. But these days, the name he heard the most was Fang Xiu. If I remember correctly, Fang Xiu's midterm ranking seems to be 7th. All along, Zhang Shuren's eyes were only on the first person, Li Qingqing, and did not take the students behind him seriously. However, due to the fact that the name Fang Xiu had appeared in his ears too many times, it made him a little curious as well. In the spare time of the Imperial Beast, he even found Chen Fan to ask about it. Although Chen Fan didn't even make it into the top 10 of the secondary school exams, his family has abundant resources and the ancient species of Imperial Beasts that they have bred are also very powerful. The fact that Fang Xiu was able to defeat him is enough to show that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beasts are strong. However, why didn't he focus on quality and instead go into breeding? Zhang Shuren was puzzled in his mind. In his opinion, more and more is better than less and more. Such simple reasoning should be easy to understand. Could it be that Fang Xiu doesn't know how to control beasts at all, so he has empty talent, but he's still on the wrong path? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren could not help but feel a little sorry for Fang Xiu. On the other side, Fang Xiu didn't care about Zhang Shuren, but concentrated on observing the imperial beasts of his classmates. Although this mapping exam was not the killing pandemonium he had envisioned, it was a live broadcast that revealed each student's imperial beast. So, Fang Xiu directly took out a small notebook, intending to write down the names of those students who were great at imperial beasts. Well, your imperial beast is great, but it's about to be parasitized by my facehugger. Chapter 15, The Alien Who Shocked the Whole World. Fang Xiu was originally still looking forward to this touch test, thinking that his face-hugging worm could insanely parasitize other people's imperial beasts. After watching for a while, Fang Xiu felt a bit bored. There was not a single imperial beast from the entire class that caught his eye. The imperial beasts that are released are almost all regular species. What's worse, these freshmen, it's as if they don't give orders at all. Those imperial beasts that were released either ran on the wrong track or stayed put. What's more, directly irritated by the environment of the examination room, they simply curled up and didn't move at all. Not to mention launching an attack on the machines in the center of the examination hall. The 1,000-meter runway alone was like a gully, blocking the advance of these imperial beasts. Some of the freshmen were so anxious they were on the verge of crying. The level of these freshmen, would they be too bad? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out. In his opinion, if this keeps up, he's afraid he'll get a 0, right? After all, it's only 7 days. What can you do with that amount of time? Zhang Yu explained in a serious tone. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Unlike Fang Xiu's thoughts, Zhang Yu felt that this was the level that freshmen should be at. As for Fang Xiu and his alien queen, they were living monsters. It wasn't until then that Fang Xiu realized, Zhang Yu is right. The aliens are a bug nest society and have a high IQ. It is possible to comprehend my thoughts directly. On the contrary, these newborn imperial beasts, that's really no different from cats and dogs. It needs to be domesticated from scratch. Fortunately, the vast majority of freshmen in Class 1 were not knocked down by the difficulties before them. They pushed and coaxed, finally allowing the imperial beasts to come in front of the humanoid machine and to attack. A few of the students were more than a match for the others. Around the playground, murmurs rang out from the sophomores and juniors. It looks like the quality of this year's freshman class isn't great. Yes, this level is also too bad. I think that when I took the mapping exam, I didn't use 10 minutes. Of these new students, the fastest also used 15 minutes. Completely insufficient to see. I don't know how these people got into the first grade. And don't say that early. After all, it's only the first class. Maybe there will be monsters in the back. In the eyes of these older students, the performance of the first class of freshmen could simply be described as poor. About 20 minutes later, all the freshmen of the first class exited the examination room. After seeing the performance of these new students, the class teacher of the first class, Fan Longha, couldn't help but blacken his face. How come all the freshmen assigned to your class are so bad? Will the second class of freshmen please come forward? The principal's voice came over the loudspeaker. Play well. Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu's back, the smile on his face unabated. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded and idly walked towards the playground before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and taking the exam. The next moment, a faint light engulfed Fang Xiu. When he opened his starry eyes again, Mr. Zhang Yu, his classmates, the playground, the school building, all disappeared. In its place was clean white space. Mr. Fang Hu, please select the Imperial Beast for the exam. A gentle female voice, coming from above. Then, the selectable Imperial Beasts appeared before Fang Xiu's eyes. Alien Queen, Alien Triangle, Male Alien respectively. There is no doubt that the Alien Queen is the strongest combatant, but separating it from the spawner can cause immense pain. Not to mention, after seeing the performance of the first class of freshmen, Fang Xiu had no pressure at all. Better use the Alien Triceratops. Fang Xiu thought for a moment and felt that it was better not to bully this class of freshmen too much. As he urged with his intention, the Alien Triceratops appeared in the white space. The huge body of more than 3 meters tall was as exaggerated as a floor. Almost the instant he released the Imperial Beast, Fang Xiu became the presence of all eyes. The playground at this time. What's that black thing? I remember that freshman's name seems to be Fang Xiu. Isn't his Imperial Beast a face-hugging insect? What the hell? That monster doesn't look like a bug in any way, right? This Fang Xiu, he must have replaced the Imperial Beast. The upperclassmen couldn't help but gasp. After all, these days, Fang Xiu had become the center of attention in the upperclassmen. Quite a few people have heard of him and his face-hugging bug imperator. I thought the so-called facehuggers would be insects, but it turned out to be. Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast was actually so terrifying. No, it's not the one that we fought last time. Chen Fan of Class 6, who naturally came to participate in the mapping exam, stood in the range of activities of Class 6, staring dead center at the screen displaying Fang Xiu. Both of his eyes were glaring like bull's eyes. On the first day of school, he challenged Fang Xiu in front of the cafeteria. It was also that battle that had left an indelible impression on Chen Fan, so much so that he would often be awakened by nightmares late at night in the last few days. The blackened exoskeleton, the huge fan-shaped crown of his head, and the sharp fingers, hissing and grunting, became his worst nightmare. However, the alien Triceratops Fang Xiu had released, although it also screamed incredibly, unbelievably, was just too small in size compared to the nightmare in his mind. Does it mean that, Fang Hua more than one alien? It was only afterward that Chen Fan learned from Li Guosheng that the so-called face-hugging bugs were nothing more than the juvenile form of the aliens. Doesn't count as a true imperial beast. And this blackened alien was Fang Xiu's trump card. Gollum. In 7 days, just being able to breed a powerful imperial beast was enough to prove genius. As a result, Fang Xiu actually cultivated 2 of them. Damn. Chen Fan subconsciously clenched his fists, and an unprecedented unwillingness grew in his heart. Zhang Shurun of Class 3. Although he was so nearsighted that he couldn't see what was going on without his glasses, could feel the enthusiasm of his classmates around him. In the 2nd class, a great guy was born. Is it Li Qingqing? Zhang Shurun couldn't help but mumble. In his opinion, the only person who could cause such a stir in the playground was the city's #1 ranked Li Qingqing. In the exam room, alien Triceratops, take out that machine. Fang Xiu's gaze slightly condensed as he raised his hand and pointed at the robot in the center of the examination hall. Hisses. After the alien Triceratops received Fang Xiu's order, it whirled around and let out a low and icy growl at the robot before running violently. With its huge size advantage, and unparalleled flexibility and maneuverability, the alien Triceratops was able to take a step of more than a dozen meters with a casual step. 1,000 meters of runway length was behind him in an instant. Next, the alien Triceratops twisted its huge body, raised its tail high, and swept it viciously toward the humanoid machine. Rumble. With a loud bang, the machine that had been placed here was directly cut across by the alien. Chapter 16, 3-minute speed test. From the time Fang Xiu chose the Imperial Beasts to the time his alien Triceratops completed the command to attack, the entire process didn't even take 3 minutes. Fang Xiu whirled back to the playground and followed the staff's instructions to pull out his Imperial Beast space card from the machine. Only when he turned to walk back did he realize that the area where the upperclassmen were was almost silent. Everyone who looked at him had their eyes wide with astonishment. This includes the classroom teachers in each classroom. Zhang Yu pinched his thighs hard. I'm not dreaming, am I? Because it was so outrageous that it made him wonder if he was dreaming. Although I've seen Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast before this mapping exam, this is too much. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu glanced down at his watch. He remembered that Fang Xiu had entered the examination room at 7:26, while the current time was 7:31 minutes and 56 seconds, 5 minutes before and after, and the best a class of freshmen can do is 15 minutes, a full 3 times worse. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. To top it off, the alien Triceratops was not only much smaller than the alien queen, it had 3 horned bones growing from its head, easily distinguishable from the alien queen's scalloped tiara. This alien is not a trump card in Fang Xiu's hand. Zhang Yu rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In other words, Fang Xiu's real killer weapon hadn't been brought out yet. No. Zhang Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising as a bitter smile surfaced. Just now I was spitting on Fang Xiu, saying that he shouldn't just focus on the quantity of imperial beasts, but also improve the quality. Now look, it's a slap in the face. Zhang Yu felt that the last time he was hit in the face was when he questioned Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug. This time it was for questioning his nurturing ways. The clown was actually myself. However, although this feeling of being punched in the face was hot and painful, his heart was cool and satisfied. I can't wait to be hit in the face like this by Fang Xiu every day. Old M. The person who also felt unimaginable was the Class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, who had his mouth wide open, drew a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but hear the advertisement ringing in his ears. Has it started? It's over. Although Fang Xiu was the second group to take the touch test, in Li Guosheng's opinion, he was afraid that there would not be any more freshmen behind him to break Fang Xiu's score. Snap! Li Guosheng fiercely slapped his thighs, and the envy and jealousy towards Zhang Yu in his heart inevitably deepened a few more points. How come you let Fang Hua go to the second class? No, my go find old Wang. No matter what means I use, I'm going to dig Fang Xiu into Class 6. As soon as Li Guosheng clenched his fists, he swore in his heart. Fang Xiu, the new student. He wanted it. Playground perimeter. Many sophomores and juniors came out to watch the freshmen take their final exams. Upon seeing the performance of the first class, they invariably felt that this freshman class should be the worst. It's nothing compared to when they took their touch exams, until Feng Hua's appearance. Hey, did I read that right? A touch test in 3 minutes? What the hell is that big black thing? It doesn't look like a regular species of imperial beast, does it? Is it an ancient species? No, even if it's an ancient species, This is horrible, isn't it? Do you guys think that senior's imperial beast could be a phantom species? The sophomore and junior seniors couldn't help but talk about it passionately. After entering the sophomore year of high school, the general studies class will allow students to choose a subject, in which those who choose to go to history will need to learn about the ancient species of imperial beasts. Some historical science bullies, at a glance, could tell that although Fong Xiu's alien Triceratops had some of the characteristics of a dinosaur, there had by no means been such a creature in the Blue Star's past. Not ancient species, but phantom beast species. Kai, are you kidding? A freshman in high school can breed a phantom beast species? Illusory beast species are originally fantastical creatures that can only be constructed by extremely talented imperial beast masters. It has nothing to do with a high few, right? Demon. In that case, our Crane City no. One middle school has given birth to another genius imperial beast master? It's not like this has anything to do with you, so why are you so excited? That's true, but it's only been a few days since school started. Ha, to have bred such a powerful phantom beast seed imperial beast, I'm sure there will be some action on the student council's side. Ahem, be careful what you say. As one of the sophomores, offhandedly, mentioned the student council, the other older students cast strange glances. It was as if the student body of this first high school was some kind of forbidden existence. But no matter what, Fong Xiu's performance had given them a great shock, coupled with Fong Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance. Some senior high school sisters couldn't help but start inquiring about Fong Xiu's contact information. The other side, the school authorities were on a makeshift podium for this mapping test. The principal of Huqing No. 1 middle school, half a day later, came back to his senses. What's that freshman's name? From the release of the imperial beasts to the end of the touch test, it only took 3 minutes before and after. It's been a long time since such an achievement has been seen. Even in this principal's memory, such a score was enough to set a new record for the top 10 in all the years of the mapping exam. His name is Fong Hu. It's a first-year sophomore. Only Zhang Pan slowly came over to the principal's side and whispered in his ear. And as he said the name Fong Xiu, a smile spread across his face. No matter what, Zhang Pan was Fong Xiu's gym teacher. A glory. Even the other physical education teachers reacted instantly as soon as they heard the second class. Class 2, Class 6, and Class 8, all of which Zhang Pan is in charge of. This means that all of Fong Xiu's future physical education classes will be taught by Zhang Pan. Damn it. For a while, many gym teachers became red-eyed. After all, a 3-minute score is just too much. Not to mention this term of freshman is to bring over the previous freshman's touchdown results, is also a minute by Fong Xiu seconds of goods. MS. Pan, you're not secretly giving Fong Xiu a little treat, are you? The mapping test is to check the potential of the new student imperial beasts, and to be fair, there won't even be a gym class for a week before school starts. A physical education teacher couldn't help but bash up Zhang Pan, feeling that he was the one who had privately helped Fong Xiu raise the imperial beast. Zhang Pan was not amused by this. Teacher Zhao, weren't you here during Fong Xiu's exam just now? The implication is, where have your eyes gone? That level of imperial beasts, and Fong Xiu's control over them, is simply not something that can be achieved by opening a small stove. He's a natural-born beast sentinel. It's the genius that surpasses us all sooner or later. As she spoke, Zhang Pan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses as if she was looking at an idiot, sizing up the gym teacher surnamed Zhao. Chapter 17, The Strongest Junior High School Student, Qing Li. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder rubbing out between Zhang Pan and Zhao Gang, the principal hurriedly waved his hand to separate them. Fong Hu? A fine man indeed. The principal looked at Fong Xiu, who was walking back from the playground, and deeply memorized him in his heart. On the other side, Fong Xiu was naturally unaware of the episode that occurred on the podium. He walked idly along, but realized he was surrounded by no one. Not only that, the freshmen or the sophomores and seniors, all of their eyes were focused on themselves at this time. Truly $1 million, and it can't be helped. While Fong Xiu was walking out from the examination room, the other students in Class 2 were still thinking about how to make their imperial beasts finish this examination. Luckily, this section of the road wasn't very far, and within a short while, Zhang Yu took the initiative to come up to greet him. Good job, Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu's head rose high. According to his original conception, Fong Xiu's bottoming out test this time was enough to make the people in the playground light up, but the reality is, it's more than a call to arms, isn't it? It simply turns everyone's worldview upside down. Looking at the entire senior class, I'm afraid no one will be able to refresh. No, it's the time when no one can come close to Fong Hu. Yes, Zhang Yu had already foreseen in his heart that the results of this class of freshmen's mapping exams would be left far behind by Fong Xiu alone. Zhang Chao and Fan Longhe, who were closer to the second class range of activities, were even more red-eyed for a while, especially Fan Longhe. The mapping results of their class had all come out. The most outstanding students were also crushed by Manhwa on the ground, completely becoming Manhwa's companions. Even though Zhang Chao's class had Zhang Shuren as a leading expert, in his heart, he did not feel that Zhang Shuren could break Fang Xiu's record in the slightest. Good lord! Others are taking exams, Fang Xiu is simply speed passing. Zhang Chao's heart broke up. However, just as Zhang Chao was about to console Zhang Shuren and tell him not to feel so much psychological pressure, he realized with a jolt that Zhang Shuren and the team had disappeared. Frightened, Zhang Chao looked around. Luckily, the people from the second class hadn't returned yet, and Zhang Chao's eyes quickly spotted where Zhang Shuren had gone, only to see that he had unknowingly walked to Fang Xiu's side. His two eyes half narrowed, staring dead at Fang Xiu's face. Looking at Fang Xiu was a bit baffling. I'll remember you. Zhang Shuren looked hard for half a day before recognizing Fang Xiu's appearance, then turned away without looking back. Fang Xiu? No, this dude is out of his mind. What a situation. Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Shuren's back. It is hard not to read stupidly. It might have taken you as a rival. Zhang Yu was also confused, but as the second best student in the city, Zhang Yu was also relatively impressed with him. After all, he was a school teacher, and it was understandable that he had some quirks. As a rival, Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. After seeing the performance of his alien Triceratops, he still had the courage to consider himself as a competitor. So it seemed that this guy was very confident in his imperial beasts. Speaking of which, the number one person in Crane City is named Li Qingqing, right? What class is she in? For a while, Fang Xiu couldn't help but wonder which class Li Qingqing was in. After all, she was the number one person in Crane City Junior High School, so I'm sure her imperial beasts were also very powerful. You can have the facehugger assimilate the genes later if you get the chance. Are you serious? But who knew that Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, was looking at Fang Xiu with a black line on his face? What's wrong? Li Qingqing is in our class, Zhang Yu said while pointing to the screen in the center of the playground. It had been a week since school started, and Fang Xiu hadn't missed out on general education classes. Didn't you realize it all along? As the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, Li Qingqing had more than just proud grades. Her appearance was also like a face with eyes like dots of paint, and her body was concave and convex. If there was some kind of school flower competition, Li Qingqing would definitely be able to win. Even not long after the start of the school year, there are a lot of sophomores and juniors, and other classes of freshmen came over to the second class to inquire about Li Qingqing's Tingxin, wanting to add him as a friend. Did Fang Xiu not realize it all along? Is there still this thing? In fact, Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a straight and slender body, coupled with defeating Qin Fan, had already become the object of admiration for many girls. That's why every time he finished his general studies class, Fang Xiu just jumped out the window and ran away. The time spent on weekdays was also spent breeding aliens, and there was no desire to gossip about others. That is to say, even after the mapping exam was over, he couldn't go back and still needed to wait here. Otherwise, Fang Xiu would have gone back a long time ago. As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Fang Xiu also looked at the screen in the center of the playground. Only Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a strange gray bird that looked strangely ugly, and the feathers of its tail were even a bit blown up, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. However, although this little gray bird was unimpressive, it was quite swift compared to the other newborn imperial beasts. 1,000-meter runway. It was quickly left behind before crashing headlong into the humanoid machine. Boo! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the humanoid machine in the examination room was directly lifted 3 meters high by the little gray bird, like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards. The whole thing was clean and flowing. When Li Qingqing walked out of the examination room, the time had only taken 8 minutes. Poof! Li Qingqing returned to the playground and dashingly pulled out the Imperial Beast space card. This principal of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. There is definitely something wrong with his brain. A good mapping exam has to be broadcast out live. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to expose her Imperial Beast in public, Li Qingqing felt that she could have improved her score. Maybe it'll make it into the 6s. It's not impossible to set a new record for Huqing No. 1 Middle School's mapping test scores over the years. But forget it. Even with that kind of achievement, I'm sure it's not something that this class can catch up with. Mortals, you'll just have to cheer for me. While murmuring secretly in her heart, Li Qingqing inserted her hands into her pockets. The corners of her mouth rose and a smile emerged as she walked back with big strides. Just when Li Qingqing thought that the freshmen of this class, as well as the older students of the second and third years of high school would be incredibly shocked by her results, the murmuring voices also literally came from behind her. Hey, am I reading this right? Passed the touch test in 8 minutes? That Imperial Beast is obviously so ugly, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Even though the Imperial Beast is ugly, that girl is so pretty. She's Li Qingqing, right? Rumored to be the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, the first high school she was admitted to with the top score in the city. What monsters this freshman class is. Li Qingqing didn't care about the voices of these sophomore and senior veterans on the surface, but in her heart, she was complacent. Yeah, that's it. Praise me, marvel at me, mortal. However, when Li Qingqing looked up towards the scope of her class's activities, the corners of her mouth, which had been raised, froze for a moment. Chapter 18, Life-Doubting Li Qingqing. Am I second? She had thought that the class teacher, Zhang Yu, would greet her in the second class activity area, but when Li Qingqing looked up, she suddenly realized that there was another person standing beside Zhang Yu. What a situation. Li Qingqing's striding footsteps instantly slowed down and blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, seriously doubting whether she had misread the situation. Was there someone else, who had completed the mapping exam and returned to the activity area faster than he or she had? No way. As soon as such a thought popped up, Li Qingqing frantically shook her head in denial in her mind. Just now when the first class of students had their mapping test, she deliberately paid attention to it, the fastest record of passing the test. It took 15 minutes, and some students even failed to complete this mapping test. How could anyone be faster than yourself? It must be. This student's level of imperial beasts was so poor that he was kicked out of the examination room. Well, it must be. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing covered her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. He himself was the strongest in the city in junior high school. Not only was he first in general studies for all 3 years, but he also received the knowledge of the imperial beasts early on. Now that he had risen to this Crane City first high school, his position as the number one person was still unshakable. But who knew? As Li Qingqing got closer and closer to the second class activity area, she also gradually saw Fang Xiu. His sword eyebrows and starry eyes were fresh and handsome, and his body was straight and slender. But the other man's face was not gray. On the contrary, his face beamed with powerful confidence. It's not at all like being kicked out of an exam. Is it possible that the guy finished the touch test? But how is that possible? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, and her hands, which were stuck in her pockets, could not help but clench her fists. Good job, Kiyoshi-san. Seeing this, Zhang Yu directly gave a thumbs up to Li Qingqing. This time the first and second in the groping exam will be able to stay in our class. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu's bright laughter was extremely penetrating, and his voice was even louder, as if he was afraid that a teacher would not hear him. Li Guosheng, the teacher of the 6th class, had an ironic look on his face the entire time. It was even if it was just one Fang Xiu, but I didn't expect Li Qingqing to be assigned to the second class as well. This Zhang Yu, it couldn't be that he sent a red packet to old Wang. Li Guosheng looked at Zhang Yu with a sly look in his eyes. The homeroom teachers of the other classes, although they had not snatched any students from Zhang Yu, they were all very red-eyed at this moment of effort. A 3-minute quick-fix mapping test, an 8-minute takedown of the touch test. If there was nothing unexpected, the two of them would be the first and second in this imperial beast mapping. The rest of the class would just be green leaves to set them off. So reluctant, so angry. However, at this time, Li Qingqing did not dip her confidence. Even after hearing Zhang Yu's words, Li Qingqing's entire body directly froze in place. What did you just say? First, second, who is number one on? Although Li Qingqing's heart vaguely realized what had happened, the shock was simply too great for her to accept for a while. Of course it's me. Could it be you? Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. This Li Qingqing's does have a few poise, especially when placed on the playground. The other class girls all look a little dark, but it's not like one has never seen a woman before. Especially the sense of superiority that flowed out of Li Qingqing's words, as if this first place result should be hers and no one else could get their hands on it. What did you say? Li Qingqing felt a bolt from the blue. 3 years of middle school, both regular exams and various competitions. No, even if you count elementary school, kindergarten grades, you've always come in first place yourself, even in origami competitions, which are of little use in the eyes of others. I have never lost to anyone as long as I am serious about it. Even this kind of first was as normal to her as breathing and drinking water. It was the same when I got to Crane City 1. The same will be true for future college careers, as it should be. Also for your information, my score is 3 minutes. Seeing that Li Qingqing was in a bit of a trance, Fang Xiu simply continued to speak and lit up his score. Impossible. The result was as Fang had expected. After hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took half a step back, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring like ox eyes. Her vermilion lips were open, her jade teeth and tongue in full view. Zhang Yu also did not expect Li Qingqing to have such a big reaction. That, Qingqing ah, Fang Xiu he, you're Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing did not care about Zhang Yu's words, but only captured the key information from his words. Fang Hu, the name rings a bell with her. After all, this is the guy who caused a stir on the first day of school. No, You're lying. Li Qingqing was still unable to accept reality, her head shaking like a rattle. Brother you, tell her what my grades are. Fang Xiu still didn't comfort Li Qingqing. Instead, he had a sense of smoothness in his heart. Is this what a punch in the face feels like? That's very nice indeed. Fang Xiu, you also say less. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The homeroom teachers of the other classes, they didn't expect this to happen. All of a sudden, gazes were cast. A look of a lazy man. Mr. Zhang, what exactly is Fang Xiu's grade? Li Qingqing snapped. Don't lie to me. I can find out for myself. Worried that Zhang Yu would lie, she didn't forget to warn the other party specifically. Indeed, 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face became ironic. He was so focused on being happy that he completely failed to realize that Li Qingqing would place such a high value on this touch test. But come to think of it, this Li Qingqing's grades have always been consistently number 1. You came in second because that's all you had. I took first place because there is no place higher than first. This famous quote is the golden words that Qingqing Li exposed in the interview program. Although her arrogant attitude made many people feel uncomfortable, she did have such qualifications. Until, that is, she met Manhwa, turned himself into a second. 3 minutes, 8 minutes, that's 5 minutes faster than me, 1.5 times faster. I am the second. Li Qingqing only felt a buzzing in her brain, and her vision in front of her eyes became even more blurred. I am second. These words kept echoing in Li Qingqing's mind, as if they were thunderbolts from a clear sky. Even, Li Qingqing's breathing quickly became rapid, and fragrant sweat continued to emerge from her forehead. Kiyoshi? Where had Zhang Yu seen such a picture? He was instantly startled and reached out to help. Results next. Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, her eyes blackened, and she instantly pounced on Fang Xiu. Fang Hu? Fang Xiu never expected that Li Qingqing would pass out in front of him. No sis, are you touching the porcelain? Chapter 19, Li Qingqing's cunning. I'm not serious. Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu subconsciously reached out to help, but he was still a beat too slow. His hand hung in mid-air, and Li Qingqing fell directly into Fang Xiu's arms. Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu looked at each other in all directions and couldn't help but spit out on their mouths. This guy's mental capacity, it's too poor. In his own previous life, his grades had not dropped several places like Li Qingqing's. You don't know, this Li Qingqing has gotten excellent grades since she was a child. She has always been number 1 and hasn't taken second once. For this reason, at the end of the midterm, the TV station even interviewed Qingqing Li. The Li Qingqing of the time said that you took the second place because you only had the strength to take the second place, and I took the first place because there was no place higher than the first. Now not only are you being passed, but the grades are twice as different. It's hard to avoid taking some hits, Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing was ranked second this time, her results were enough to crush all the freshmen except Fang Xiu. There was nothing strange about Zhang Yu speaking up for her. Then what now? Fang Xiu still couldn't quite understand this kind of mood, but he couldn't keep letting Li Qingqing fall into his arms. Send her to the infirmary. Zhang Yu thought about it for a little while. As the class teacher herself, she also had to look after the other new students and couldn't get away for a while. As for the homeroom teachers and students of the other classes, he was more or less unsure. Hell if they'd robbed their own students. What's more, Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were both students in their own class. It wasn't like they were enemies. It wouldn't hurt to expose them to more. I can send Qingqing-san to the infirmary, but the cost of this? Fang Xiu said inquiringly while carrying Li Qingqing on his shoulder. What are you thinking? The infirmary side is of course free, Zhang Yu said without thinking. First middle school is at least a key high school in Crane City. How could the school nurse possibly charge students? I didn't say medical bills. I'm talking about me. I can't have a wasted trip, can I? I would have liked to see the other students' imperial beasts. Fang Xiu wasn't looking for excuses. In fact, he was really curious if this freshman class would have any imperial beasts that caught his eye. When you have the chance, you can let the facehugger parasitize it yourself. Zhang Yu whirled around and froze. That's excessive. Fang Xiu, Qingqing Li she is. Zhang Yu was going to say that this Li Qingqing can be counted as a colonel's flower. Whether it is grades, or family circumstances are very outstanding, is how many male students heart of the white moonlight. As a result, Fang Xiu can be good. Such a good opportunity to be alone. He is still reluctant. Even during the moment when Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu were bargaining, the envious eyes of male students were all around. My imperial beasts are running out of money to eat. I'm really poor. Brother you, Fang Xiu said without hesitation. 500? Looking at the way Fang Xiu was getting the better of him, Zhang Yu felt a sense of tears and laughter in his heart. Good lord, this is a big rip-off. Never mind. Alright, wait for you to come back. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and could only agree to Fang Xiu's conditions, but who knew that Fang Xiu would directly take out his resource card? It looked as if he was afraid that Zhang Yu would back out. It's not that I can't trust you, But the place where you recharge your resource card isn't far from the infirmary. It just happened to fill up on the way. Otherwise, I'll have to make another trip then, just in case it delays my imperial beast. Hiss. Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was also Fang Xiu. If this were a second person, Zhang Yu could not even be spoiled like this. With that, Zhang Yu transferred 500 to Fang Xiu's resource card. It was Fang Xiu who carried Li Qingqing and headed towards the infirmary. However, looking at Fang Xiu's distant back, Zhang Yu only reacted. He had directly transferred the account to Fang Hua's resource card. So what kind of value did he charge? Along the way, both male and female classmates cast envious and jealous gazes. The male students hated themselves for not being Fang Hu. The female classmate hated that she wasn't Li Qingqing. Of course, there are lesbians who hate themselves for not being fangirls. For a while, Fang Xiu had almost become a public enemy, and after the principal noticed the interlude over here, he quickly sent someone over to confirm the situation. Only after learning that Li Qingqing was not in any serious condition did the mapping test continue to begin. However, Li Qingqing's coma didn't last long. She had originally fainted because she couldn't accept it for a while and her qi and blood attacked her heart. But after all, she was a high school student and an imperial beast master. Her physical fitness wasn't that bad, and she woke up in no time, just what she never dreamed of. He himself just opened his eyes and saw Fang Xiu's backside. As soon as his body tried to power up, he realized that he was being carried on his shoulders. So embarrassing. The other students threw their eyes this way, causing Li Qingqing's face to turn red. Damn it. I thought I could shock the whole world with my touch test. Let all the students cheer and applaud themselves. The results were unexpected. This touch test had completely turned into Fang Xiu's home field. One is simply humiliated. It's over. It's over. For a moment, Li Qingqing only felt that her life was over. She closed her eyes fiercely and prayed in her heart to leave the playground quickly. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, didn't notice this matter of Li Qing coming awake, and he didn't care what the others looked at. It's a good deal to make 500 just for carrying a man. Put me down. It wasn't until Fang Xiu led Li Qingqing into the school building that Li Qingqing struggled violently. Fang Xiu obediently spread his hands, and Li Qingqing staggered a few steps before regaining her footing. Fang Xiu, she clenched her small pink fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. You're alright? Fang Xiu sized up Li Qingqing and whirled around to extend his hand. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. What do you mean by that? Pay up. I'll carry you all the way from the playground to here. I don't have to go to the infirmary, but the fruits of my labor can't go to waste, right? Fang Xiu said with a serious face. Maybe other boys, just by speaking a few words with Qingqing, would be excited to show off in their friend circles, but he won't. Even if this Li Qingqing does have a little bit of beauty, then we should talk about money. You're a miser, aren't you? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only feeling incomprehensible. How can there be such people in this world? Don't think you're better than me just because you took first place on this mapping test. I'll tell you what, my imperial beast. Ahem. I'm just not serious. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and emphasized up towards Fang Xiu. However, these words sounded like nothing more than a loser looking for a reason to Fang Xiu. Really say seriously, his own alien queen, who didn't even take this mapping test. In the past, when you came in first, didn't you think those second place finishers were acting funny when they said they weren't serious? Fang Xiu spoke coldly. If you have the ability, take the first place back openly and honestly. $1,000, please. Chapter 20, The Student Council. Li Qingqing instantly turned red. It was the first time she had encountered such an incomprehensible fellow as Fang Xiu. Whether it was elementary school or middle school, he had always been the center of attention, and it had always been the other boys who had been courting him. Fang Xiu is good, just carrying himself to the infirmary. He dares to ask for 1,000, though the money was but a drop in the bucket for her well-off family. She was still angry inside. Fang Xiu, wait for me. Only after saying that, Li Qingqing angrily transferred $1,000 to Fang Xiu's resource card, and then left the place without looking back. That little girl. Looking at Li Qingqing's distant back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit up in his heart. Even if she just walks away, it's not like I can do anything to her. I didn't expect a transfer. Is this the strength of the strongest junior high school student? Looking at the hand of $1,500, Fang Xiu's heart is still happy, so that the alien a week's ration problem is considered to be solved. And what comes next is relatively simple. When Fang Xiu returned to the playground, the students of Class 2 and Class 3 had all finished their mapping exams. Fang Xiu obediently observed the situation of the imperial beasts of the other classes, and took note of the imperial beasts that were performing well, one by one, thinking that if there was an opportunity in the future, he would let the face-hugging insects parasitize them. It took a full day for all of the upperclassmen to complete their mapping exams. Although the results of the entire student body have not yet been fully tabulated, There is already a consensus in everyone's mind as to who the first place winner will be. Before the dismissal, the principal of the first high school did not forget to praise Fang Xiu, making him a role model in the woods, so that the freshmen would be good students to him. At the same time, the principal did not forget to encourage everyone. There is still a long time to go before the college entrance exams, so don't be discouraged even if you are temporarily behind, and work hard to improve the strength of the imperial beasts. You also go back early and have a good rest. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be gym class. Before parting, Zhang Yu purposely pulled Fang Xiu, although he took very impressive results this time. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and it is only by keeping one's feet on the ground that one can reach the highest peak. I know, if it was an average high school student, they might have drifted off because of their excellent grades, or they might have been like Qingqingli, who couldn't take the blow once she encountered failure. But Fang Xiu had long been an adult, and his mind was quite a bit more stable than even Zhang Yu. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu returned to his chambers. He first entered the Imperial Beast Space and exchanged the 15,000 he had snubbed, all of it, into food before he slept beautifully. By the time Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched, briefly washed up, and headed straight for campus. The first week of classes, mainly general education classes. Fang Xiu's previous life was an undergraduate. As long as he flipped through the books, he was able to get good grades, and naturally, he had little interest in these subjects. And after the mapping exam, that's when it really starts. Not only are there extra PE classes on the schedule, but PE even takes up most of the class time. Conservative estimates also suggest a minimum of 3 gym classes a day. Why don't we just rename it the Imperial Beasts class? Fang Xiu took out his cell phone, glanced at the class schedule that class teacher Zhang Yu had sent to the class group, and couldn't help but vomit. 2 periods of PE in the morning and 2 periods of PE in the afternoon. True to form, this is the era of the national Imperial Beast. However, just as Fang Xiu was on his way to the classroom, Zhang Yu hurriedly trotted over. Finally found you. Seeing Fang Xiu alone, Zhang Yu was relieved. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shot a glance at Zhang Yu and felt that his face was even uglier than the first time he heard about the face-hugging insects. It's hard not to. Li Guosheng, the headmaster of Class 6, really used his connections to get me there? Brother Yu, don't worry, Class 2 is quite good. I have no thoughts of going to Class 6. Fang Xiu spoke eloquently. For one thing, he was on good terms with Zhang Yu. Secondly, this Zhang Yu's character was also the kind of classroom teacher who would protect his children. There's really no need to switch classes. Once he heard Fang Xiu's words, Zhang Yu was naturally happy in his heart. It's not about switching classes. District Oldley is not qualified to snatch someone from my hands. It's student government. While saying that, Zhang Yu pulled Fang Xiu to the corner of the stairs, with a look of fear that he would be discovered. Student council? Fang Xiu cocked his head. The so-called student union, as the name suggests, is a self-governing organization of students. The school initially established the student union to enrich the campus life of the students. Some students, however, pride themselves on being superior by entering student government. All day long, he's been acting like an asshole. In Fang Xiu's 4 years of college, the people he hated the most were the people in the student union. Looking at Zhang Yu's expression again, Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. It seems that no matter which world it is, student councils are not popular. Aha, Zhang Yu nodded. Didn't you pay attention when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data is easier to handle. It took only one night for the first school to compile the results of the freshman mapping exam. Fang Xiu, who had passed the exam with a 3-minute speed test, was undoubtedly the first person in this touch test. Qingqingli was second and Shiren Zhang was third. Chen Fan of Class 6. Although Fang Xiu had finished off his Imperial Beast on the first day, his solid family background allowed him to quickly cultivate a new Imperial Beast and took a proud 6th place in this mapping exam. The names of the top 100 freshmen, on the other hand, were made into banners by the university and displayed in various areas of the campus. This, I didn't really notice, Fang Xiu said without thinking. On his way here, he did notice the banner, but was not interested in what was on it, and passed by without even glancing at it. However, Fang Xiu sort of understood Zhang Yu's worries. The trees are big. His own alien Triceratops not only took first place in this one, it's likely to set the all-time record as well. Faced with a freshman as good as himself, it was no surprise that the student body had recruiting intentions. Nothing to worry about. I have little interest in chairing the student council, Fang Xiu said as such, thinking that Zhang Yu was worried that he would be indulging in the power of the student council to the detriment of the Imperial Beasts. In this matter, Fang Xiu was still clear. Student body president, also useful on campus. Sounds awesome. In the real world, who cares if you've been in the student union or not? Things are not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu with a black face. If the student council was just trying to recruit Fang Xiu, he, the homeroom teacher, had nothing to worry about. If they want to sign any contract with you, just say that you'll reconsider. You're only in your first year of high school. You still have to discuss anything with your family before you can do anything, Zhang Yu said with a serious face. Chapter 21, Water to stop the troops and water to cover the earth. Contracts? Can the student council still sign contracts with students? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Although organizations like student councils also existed in the world before crossing over, the work they were mainly responsible for was related to clubs. Haven't heard of that student government signing contracts with high achievers or anything. It looked like the student council in this world was very different from the one he had perceived. What's the approximate contract? Fang Xiu was interested for a moment. But who knows? Zhang Yu shook his head. The specifics, I'm not at liberty to tell you right now. And this is just my guess. The student council may have other plans as well. Anyway, it's fine if they promise you something verbally, but if it's a written agreement or something like that, don't sign it yet. After saying that, Zhang Yu let Fang Xiu go to the classroom first, and he left the place with him. It seems like this student council has a lot of energy. Fang Xiu wasn't really a high school student after all, and such things as detecting words and colors were something he knew a bit about before he came to this world. He could tell that this Zhang Yu was scornful of the student council. I'm sure Zhang Yu is worried that I'll say the wrong thing and give him up. Otherwise, why be the Riddler? And this means that the student council is so powerful that it can even affect the direct interests of the classroom teacher. But from another perspective, Zhang Yu could also say nothing, and it wouldn't be too late for him to give his opinion when he went to him after he got in touch with the student council. And the fact that he didn't do that shows that he really did look out for himself. Forget it. Can't think of anything anyway? Just soldier on. I don't know what kind of contract the student council wants to sign with myself, but I have nothing to fear. Let's not talk about the fact that this world is also a society governed by the rule of law. His own alien was not a soft touch that anyone could come and pinch twice. If the student council really dares to mess up, the big deal is that the pipsqueak's blood will be spilled. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu calmed down and then walked towards his class. It was worth mentioning that Fang Xiu had already become a popular figure when he defeated Qin Fan on the first day of school. Yesterday's touch test was a sensation throughout Crane City No. 1 Middle School. When Fang Xiu pushed open the door of the classroom and walked into the class, he caused a furor on the spot. Many girls rushed up and wanted to add Fang Xiu's friends. Even as soon as Fang Xiu joined the class group, there were countless students submitting friend requests, or were bombarded with reapplications every few seconds. Eventually it got so bad that Fang Xiu had to set a ban on adding himself as a friend from within the group. Hiss. Looking at the students who had come together, Fang Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No wonder those celebrities wear sunglasses and masks when they travel. Fans can be pretty fanatical. But not everyone had gathered around. Fang Xiu looked around and realized that Li Qingqing was sitting in the first row of the classroom by the window, then glared at herself fiercely, then turned her head to the side as if she was gambling. That's enough of you. Fang Xiu chastised his classmates for their behavior and then came to his seat. However, as soon as Fang Xiu sat down, the classmate on the side excitedly opened his mouth. Fang Xiu, how in the world did you do it? You are? Although Fang Xiu had already attended the general studies class for a week, his mind was spent on the imperial beasts, and during class, he was also basically thinking about the alien queen, and he didn't have any interactions with his classmates at all. My name is Shi Zhanhong. Shi Zhanhong froze for a moment, but on second thought, he really hadn't interacted much with Fang Xiu. The ranking of this mapping exam is 28, which is a relatively impressive result, right? If another person comes, Shi Zhanhong can be very proud to say, I am the top 30 geniuses in Huqing No. 1 Middle School. It is the innate 985 holy body. But in front of Fang Xiu, the number one person, Shi Zhanhong couldn't even catch his breath. Even as soon as the words were out of his mouth, a twinge of remorse came over him. How he himself licked his face and exposed his rankings in front of Fang Xiu. Ahem. Let's not talk about the touch test. By the way, my brother is also from this first school, so if you have any questions, you can ask me. Shi Zhanhong's words turned as if he had found some kind of breakthrough, and his eyes flickered. Older brother. I'll borrow the flowers this time. Oh, Fang Xiu heard this and immediately became interested. He really wanted to find someone to ask about the student council. So you know about the student council? Student council? Shi Zhanhong didn't expect Fang Xiu to actually ask himself about first middle school. He was only in his first year of high school as well, and if it wasn't for Fang Xiu mentioning it, he hadn't even paid attention to the student council. I don't know, but that's okay, I can help ask my brother. He should know. While saying that, Shi Zhanhong was about to take out his cell phone and help Fang Xiu inquire. Just then, however, a loud voice came from the doorway of the second class. Is Mr. Fang Xiu here? The voice was not only loud, but it also carried an air of arrogance. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong looked toward the doorway in unison, only to see that the other party was almost close to 2 meters tall and had an exaggerated amount of muscle mass. It looks just like the NBA stars. The sense of oppression that emanated from him even made the classroom instantly quiet. Could it be the gym teacher? Many students secretly speculated in their hearts. After all, gym class had only started today and none of them had met the gym teacher yet. Anything? Fang Xiu whirled around and stood up from his seat. Hello, Mr. Fang Xiu. I'm Wang Bin from the 3rd class of sophomore year. I'm from the student council. Our minister asked me to come and ask you to come over. Wang Bin's volume did not decrease. This statement, moreover, immediately triggered a clamor in the classroom. Asterisk. Not a gym teacher? Sophomore? Did he just say he was a sophomore? That's almost 2 meters tall, right? What does he want with Fang Xiu? No one expected that the visitor was also a student, and was only just 1 year older than them. Minister? What minister? What is it that you're looking for me for? Fang Xiu looked Wang Bin up and down. I'm in the student council organization department, so I can't say exactly what's going on. As he spoke, Wang Bin purposely glanced at the class schedule written on the blackboard. It doesn't matter if you take a few less classes in general studies. On the teacher's side, we'll go ahead and let you know. It won't count against you for leaving early. Notice, Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. In his opinion, this Wang Bin's wording was very elaborate, not to help him explain to his teacher, but to inform him. Normally, only superiors use the term notification to their subordinates, right? No wonder even class president Zhang Yu was afraid of the student council. Well, lead the way. But no matter what, Fang Xiu was not intimidated by Wang Bin's aura as he walked towards the door and asked Wang Bin to lead the way for him. Chapter 22, The Student Council's Contract. Shi Zhanhong had wanted to come up to see the fun, but once he saw Wang Bin's somewhat menacing eyes, he was so scared that he instantly tightened his neck. The entire second class fell silent. It felt like some school bully, running over and blocking people, and the other students were too afraid to speak up. Only Li Qingqing, who gave Wang Bin a hard white glance, didn't take him seriously. Follow me. Wang Bin whirled around and led Fang Xiu through the corridor before bringing him to the school playground. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be a bit confused watching this maneuver. He'd thought the place where the student council would ask him to meet would be some conference room, a classroom. Results, the playground? However, there weren't many students on the playground since it was close to class time. Minister Qian. Wang Bin directly brought Fang Xiu to a shady place. The person known as Minister Qian was sitting on a chair with a few student council members gathered behind him. You are Fang Xiu? It's quite handsome to look at. To introduce myself, my name is Qian Feng, and I'm the head of the student union's organization department. Passing the mapping test in only 3 minutes is a rare achievement. How about it? Interested in joining us? Qian Feng directly threw an olive branch to Fang Xiu, but he didn't have the intention to stand up. Instead, it was the classmates around him that had gathered up towards Fang Xiu, and all of these students were around 2 meters tall, on par with Wang Bin, and coupled with their burly muscles, they constantly exuded a sense of oppression, especially their attitude, as if Fang Xiu would not let him go if he dared to disagree. What if I say I'm not interested? But how could Fang Xiu be intimidated by these people's aura? He sized up Qian Feng and didn't take Wang Bin and the others seriously. Qian Feng was first stunned. He didn't expect Fang Xiu to reject himself directly. Generally speaking, a lot of sophomore and junior veterans want to join student government. There are still quite a few applications piled up in the activity room that he usually doesn't even bother to look at. But think about it. Most of those who volunteered for student government are mediocre. And this Fang Hu took first place in the touch test. The imperial beasts that are cultivated are even very rare species of phantom beasts. If it's not exuberant, is it still called a young man? Student Fang shouldn't have any misunderstanding about us, right? Our organization department upholds the idea of helping each other. Well, never mind. I'll get right to it. This matter of imperial beasts depends not only on one's talent, but also on what kind of resources the family can provide for them. If we can't provide enough help for the imperial beast masters in terms of resources, the first semester of high school might not be a problem. But once we enter the second year of high school, we will be easily surpassed by those students from well-off families. We, the student council, have seen too many examples of geniuses falling. That's why, in order not to let such a tragedy happen again, we, the student council, will help these geniuses with resources. Qian Feng paused slightly, his tone carrying a few hints of playfulness. Student Fang's parents, they are just ordinary workers, right? It seems like there's a mortgage, a car payment, and other financial pressures. Hearing this, Fang Xiu unnaturally raised his sword brows. Although from Zhang Yu's attitude, as well as Wang Bin's performance, Fang Xiu had no difficulty in seeing that this student union had a great deal of energy. but it was only a short day's time, and even his own family's situation was investigated clearly in this matter. It was still out of his expectation. Is this the student council or a private detective? Especially Qianfeng's tone was more or less threatening. This made Fang Xiu feel very uncomfortable. Then, what is the price? Fang Xiu remained serious. I don't believe that there is a free lunch in this world. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this Qianfeng is the high and mighty minister of organization, and he should be happy to be able to get his favor. But in Fang Xiu's eyes, this Qianfeng was nothing more than a kid in high school, especially with that superiority complex he had written all over him. So what if you're the genius beast master of the upperclassmen, and now you're the one standing and talking to me? It's not a big deal at all. Such a claim as cost would be an exaggeration. Qianfeng smiled. We are all the top students of Heqing No. 1 middle school, seedlings who can go to major universities in the future. Of course. While saying that, Qianfeng snapped his fingers. The boy standing next to Wang Bin whirled around and took out a bunch of documents from his school bag. Verbal promises don't mean much. Naturally, if Mr. Fang is willing to accept our funding, he can sign this contract. In case there are any problems, we can also go through the legal process. Qianfeng made a wink, and a document was then handed to Fang Xiu. It doesn't matter if Mr. Fang looks at the contents of the contract first, does it? Just look. Fang Xiu grabbed the document. Anyway, one's mind is an adult and one is not legally illiterate. And to be fooled by a sophomore brat? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu flipped through the documents Qianfeng had brought with him. Just what Fang Xiu did not expect is, he thought the contract that Qianfeng brought in would have potholes everywhere. For example, some online platforms will use a long contract to set up the author, in some inconspicuous place, secretly add a sentence. The copyright of this book is used by Party B, valid for 50 years. Some authors who don't read contracts too carefully fall for this. But who knows? Fang Xiu didn't see any bullying. On the contrary, the offer above looks quite tempting. For example, they will provide financial assistance to themselves to solve the problem of food for the Imperial Beasts and the expansion of the Imperial Beasts space cards. You will also plan your development for your 3 years of high school, such as some Imperial Beast competitions, which will be handled one-on-one by a specialized senior. It doesn't feel like is much of a problem. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. The contents of the contract were all more in his favor. It's hard to believe that this student council is really good people. However, just as Fang Xiu was pondering so, one of the clauses written on the penultimate page caught his attention. The student's first choice of volunteering for high school will be the responsibility of the student council. High school preferred volunteer. Other than this one, which seems to be problematic, there is nothing wrong with any of the other clauses. I remember volunteering for high school, and I think you can do it 3 times. Even if something goes wrong with your first choice, you can still go to a good college as long as you didn't make a mistake with your second or third choice. If what the student council was asking for was that all the work of filling out volunteers be taken care of by the student council, Fang Xiu would never agree to that. But if it's just the preferred option, it looks like there's nothing wrong with it. Or is it? What do you know about volunteering in this world that you don't? Chapter 23, Repression from the Student Council. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu reminding me right beforehand not to sign a contract with the student union, I might have actually done so. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Zhang Yu hadn't warned beforehand, and Qianfeng's attitude had been a bit better, he might have really been fooled by this high school brat. But, although Fang Xiu was somewhat moved, he still threw the contract back. The contract is really good. I'm afraid there's not much reason to say no if it's a normal freshman. But unfortunately, for Hugh of our side, the price you are asking is too low. Instead of questioning the voluntary application, Fang Xiu threw the contract back hard on the grounds that the price was too low. Then, Fang Xiu directly turned around and prepared to go back to class. I thought I would ask Zhang Yu, or Zhang Pan what was going on when I had the chance. Even if the student council was more powerful, it shouldn't be enough to clash with the gym teacher, right? After all, the gym teacher has the highest status of any teacher in this high school. But who knows? Before Fang Xiu could take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student stopped him. What? Seeing this, Fang Xiu whirled around and glanced back at Qianfeng. Want to use force to force me into submission? For a moment, Fang Xiu seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin brought himself to the playground. All areas of the school building are monitored, especially conference rooms, activity rooms, classrooms. There is basically no surveillance dead space. But the playground is a different story. If he really made a move, and with the energy of the student council, he might really be at a disadvantage. Of course, that's just in theory. Even if one's physique was no match for Wang Bin and these guys, one still had the alien. Don't get me wrong, Fang. Seeing this, Qianfeng hastily raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Fang Xiu. Our student council is not that lowly. Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I'll just go back and reflect it upwards. Nothing but. Ma Ming's classmates watched the live stream of your touch test and have been clamoring to challenge you, a genius imperial beast master. As Qian Feng's words fell, Wang Bin and the others retreated. A large enough space was made for Fang Xiu, Ma Ming and the two of them. Fang Xiu couldn't help but be a bit speechless. It only felt like Qian Feng's dismount was really only at the level of a high school student. But Fang Xiu felt that he didn't have any reason to refuse either. For one thing, these student councils were not only sophomores, the imperial beasts had been around much longer, and were far from being comparable to the imperial beasts of the first year of high school. Secondly, since he was able to enter the student council and was called by Qian Feng to be a fighter, he must have a strong imperial beast, just in time to assimilate their alien genes. Ma Min-san, right? I'm your senior, Ma Ming said coldly, correcting up Fang Xiu's wording. Didn't your family teach you the proper manners? Ha. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sneer. What's so great about learning a year earlier than me? Between imperial beasts, there is also a gap. If you don't want to lose the imperial beasts that you have nurtured for a year, I advise you to put that idea to rest. Fang Xiu retreated and advised Ma Ming not to be so childish. Ha. Ma Ming similarly sneered and took out the imperial beast space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Fang Xiu didn't say anything more and similarly took out the imperial beast space card. The corners of Qian Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his heart grew more and more complacent. Although Fang Xiu is the one with the most exaggerated talent in this class of freshmen, and also possesses the rarest phantom beast species, the imperial beast, Ma Ming, however, is a hard-working genius who has continued to polish his imperial beast since his freshman year of high school. The accumulated practical combat experience is simply not something that a freshman like Fang Xiu can compare to. Most importantly, Student Council. With the financial support from our Student Council, Ma Ming's imperial beast not only completed its mutation, but also paired it with powerful equipment. Although it's only a regular species, the combat power, it's simply not comparable to Fang Xiu's alien. Qian Feng thought in his heart. He recognized that Fang Xiu was a genius. If Fang Xiu was given enough time to grow, not only Ma Ming, but even himself, sooner or later, he would be caught up with Fang Xiu's progress. But that's the way the world works. When you come out, you have to talk about power and background. Genius is no more than a tool in the face of capital. In this battle, Fang Xiu will lose. Not only that, once Fang Xiu was made to feel the huge difference between himself, a genius, and Ma Ming, he would then realize that talent alone was far from enough in this matter of imperial beasts. At that time, it would be the time for Fang Xiu to come and actively beg himself to sign the contract. Poof. Thinking of this, Qian Feng couldn't help but sneer. There has never been a shortage of geniuses in Crane City's first high school, and they, the Student Council, have always liked to suppress such geniuses. No one can say no to student government. If so, then suppress it until he can take it. At this moment, Fang Xiu knew nothing about Qian Feng's thoughts as he took out his Imperial Beast space card and prepared to add Ma Ming's friend and then link up. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that Ma Ming actually shook his head without thinking. Let's go straight here. The playground wasn't crowded anyway. Fang Hu? Whether it was the battle with Chen Fan or the mapping exam, Fang Xiu had entered another space to conduct it. I didn't realize that Imperial Beasts could duel in reality? Looking at your reaction, you seem surprised? Ma Ming glanced at Fang Xiu's expression and mocked. If you're afraid, it's still not too late. This line, it should be my line. Although Fang Xiu was surprised, his aura still didn't lose. However, Fang Xiu didn't directly release the alien queen. Better use the alien Triceratops. It was only after Fang Xiu had fumbled around for a while that he released the Imperial Beast. In a flash, the alien Triceratops that should have existed in the space of the Imperial Beasts appeared in the playground. His huge body crushed Wang Bin and the others. Translucent mucus dripped from the corner of the alien Triceratops' mouth, accompanied by a hissing sound from its mouth. The several sophomores standing beside Wang Bin took half a step back in unison after witnessing the alien Triceratops' body. Although they had seen Fang Xiu's alien in the live broadcast of the mapping exam, the feeling of being there still made them feel nervous. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that this kind of Imperial Beast would be released by a senior freshman. Is this genius? Ma Ming's gaze slightly condensed as he looked the alien Triceratops up and down. However, Qian Feng had called him over to act as a fighter, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Not to mention, his own Imperial Beasts, too, were very powerful. Watch this, Fang Xiu. This is my Ma Ming's Imperial Beast. As Ma Ming's words fell, a faint light flickered. Ow! A deafening roar followed, echoing throughout the playground. Chapter 24 One Sword Chop. Chop! Chop! With a faint flash of light, Ma Ming directly released his Imperial Beast. The corners of Qian Feng and the others' mouths rose slightly. Although Ma Ming's Imperial Beast was only a regular species, it had already completed its mutation with the help of the Student Council, and with the addition of powerful equipment, its combat power could be considered to be at its peak. As for Fang Xiu's imperial beast, it had only been born a short while ago, and it didn't even have much experience in actual combat. In their opinion, the scales of victory and defeat in this battle had begun to tilt toward Ma Ming. Fang Xiu didn't care about what Qian Feng and the others were thinking as he whirled around to look towards Ma Ming's imperial beast. This look doesn't matter. According to Fang Xiu's conjecture, he thought that this Ma Ming's imperial beast would be a fierce tiger, an elephant, or some other creature. But who knew that Ma Ming's imperial beast was clearly a giant wolf standing up? Not only does it have thick, stocky legs, but it also wears a pair of ripped jeans, and its hands are opposable thumbs similar to those of humans, allowing it to perform fine movements such as grasping, and it had bright red, sharp nails and carried a long knife behind it. The size looks comparable to his own alien Triceratops. With such a look, Fang Xiu could not help but think of an anime he had watched before crossing over called Digimon. This girl has to be Garuro the orc, right? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Orcs? What? Maman frowned. Naturally he had never heard of the orc Garuru. Finish him off, wolf god. Ma Ming directly named his imperial beast as the wolf god, and with his command, this werewolf quickly approached Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops. Without waiting for the alien Triceratops to react, the werewolf's right hand had already grasped the hilt behind him. A flash of cold light flashed, and the brightly shining greatsword was raised above the head by the werewolf with one hand, then slammed viciously towards the alien Triceratops. Mr. Fang Hu, although this is a sparring match, swords have no eyes. I hope you won't mind if I hurt your imperial beast, fellow Fang Xiu. Seeing this, Chen Feng spun around and opened his mouth behind Fang Xiu as a way to attract Fang Xiu's attention. Especially the imperial beasts that had just been bred didn't have a fighting mindset in their thinking yet. This, coupled with inexperience, often requires the imperial beastmaster to continually give commands in order to complete the battle. Qian Feng, who was a sophomore, knew this well, which was why he deliberately used words to disturb Fang Xiu's attention. Understood. Fang Xiu sniffed and nodded. I hope that student Ma Ming, too, can understand this kind of reasoning. However, just when everyone thought that Ma Ming's imperial beast wolf would easily cut off the head of the alien Triceratops, its erected pelvis suddenly opened up. Bam! The werewolf's long blade landed on the alien Triceratops' pelvis, erupting with a clanging sound while bright sparks rubbed off. Blocked it? A hint of surprise flashed through Ma Ming's eyes. The long knife used by this imperial beast werewolf was made of black steel alloy, capable of cutting iron like mud. Moreover, the arm strength of this werewolf was very exaggerated, and a slash had a few tons of explosive power. If it were to cut on a human, it would instantly cut him or her at the waist. I didn't expect that it would be resisted by Fang Xiu's imperial beast. However, Maman quickly put away his amazement. His imperial beast werewolf had more than just strength. No, strength, to be exact, was never the wolf god's strength. Its true trump card is its speed. Maman reared the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops possessed a high level of defense and was able to block the werewolf's slash, but the problem is, how many times can you block it? As long as you keep chopping at the same spot, sooner or later you can manage to break the defense. A chop chop chop. At the same time, the werewolf also glanced back at Ma Ming, but after realizing Ma Ming's thoughts, this werewolf stepped on his feet with butterfly steps, constantly flashing around the alien Triceratops, and the long knife in his hand, also constantly slashed at the other party. Hisses. The alien Triceratops that was constantly being attacked didn't get angry either, but kept making strange noises from its mouth. Student Fang Xiu, your imperial beast, it seems to be scared. Qian Feng crossed his crosses together and propped up his chin, but it can't be helped. After all, your imperial beasts have only just begun to be cultivated. Not having combat experience is going to be a problem. Do you have no bottom in your heart? Student Qian Feng, is that why you have to keep talking trash here? Fang Xiu glanced at Qian Feng. If you have the ability, then my imperial beast. In reality, only Fang Xiu knew clearly that the strange sound spat out by the alien Triceratops was not fear at all. Not even the aliens, except for the alien queen, have fear as an emotion. The hissing sound was closer to a sonar system. The location of prey is determined by acoustic feedback. In this case, this tactic was used, presumably in an attempt to familiarize himself with the werewolf's attack pattern. Good. Qian Feng's face turned ironic after being dissed by Fang Xiu. Maman, stop inking him. Finish him. Qian Feng's voice was low and cold, as if he was here today to waste Fang Xiu's imperial beast. However, at this time, Ma Ming's heart gradually produced a trace of panic. From just now, he hadn't had any thoughts of retaining his strength, and had been urging the werewolf to settle Fang Xiu's imperial beast. But who knows? This alien Triceratops has skin that's hard as a stupid X. With his swift speed, the werewolf slashed at the same spot 7 or 8 times in a row. hard and fast. Student Ma Ming, you should actually be happy that your Imperial Beast didn't break through the defense. Fang Xiu sized up Ma Ming and said gently, you like to talk trash, don't you? You like to play mind games, don't you? Come on. Your next sentence is that it was clearly your Imperial Beast that was immobilized by my wolf god. As Fang Xiu's words fell, Ma Ming immediately spat out. It's clearly your Imperial Beast that is being suppressed by my wolf god and is unable to move. However, as soon as these words came out of his mouth, Ma Ming's expression froze right away. What? How did you know what I was going to say? He never dreamed that this fellow, Fang Xiu, would be able to guess what was in his heart. Is it possible that this guy can read minds? It's an alien Triceratops ability. No way. Ma Ming shook his head vigorously while urging the werewolf to attack harder. Pust. Finally, after Ma Ming's werewolf had slashed at the alien Triceratops's bony disc for I don't know how many times, the blade of the knife in its hand was set into the alien Triceratops's bony disc, and green blood splashed out from it. However, in the next second, Ma Ming's werewolf covered his eyes and retreated back and forth. The blade that was set into the alien triangular keel disc was even snapped off at once. Not only that, on this alloy blade, there were even large and small holes. The front and back are brightly lit. Chapter 25, Don't Say I Bullied You. What? Both of Ma Ming's eyes stared like the eyes of an ox, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound and went blank. It's not just him. Wang Bin, as well as the other students, were also startled by the scene in front of them. Qian Feng, who had been sitting on the chair, admiring Fang Xiu's lousy appearance of the Imperial Beast, also stood up from the chair with a loud bang. This can't be right. Obviously, it was Ma Ming's werewolf sentinel beast that knifed Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops, so how was it that the guy who let out the screams was, instead, Ma Ming's werewolf? What the hell is going on here? You guys, look at the wolf god's sword. Wang Bin rolled his throat and swallowed incredulously. The other students followed Wang Bin's reminder and looked towards Ma Ming's werewolf Imperial Beast, only to see the black steel alloy blade in its hand. Not only was it broken in one section, but large and small holes were produced on it. Is that alien blood? Another gasp from one of the students. If you looked closely, you could see that the liquid that stained the black steel alloy blade was exactly the same as the liquid that spewed out of the alien bone disc. And this liquid is highly corrosive. Even metals like black steel alloy knives can be dissolved. Only the hole in the top lengthened and finally dripped down to the ground, and the werewolf's weapon was disintegrated into several pieces. More deadly, acidic blood splattered out as the werewolf's reckless knife slashed at the alien, flying directly into its eyes. When the werewolf lowered its palm, its eyeballs had been dissolved and disappeared, leaving only black holes that looked exceptionally horrifying. Although I knew that the alien's acid blood is highly corrosive, the technology of this era, which is undoubtedly ahead of the world before I traveled through, I didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to withstand the alien's acid blood either. Fang Xiu secretly spat in his heart. Next, the alien Triceratops lashed out its tail and delivered a heavy hammer blow to the werewolf's neck. Boo! With a deafening muffled sound, Ma Ming's werewolf planted itself directly on the ground. I'll take your Imperial Beast gene. In Fang Xiu's opinion, at this point, Ma Ming's Imperial Beast, basically, had lost its combat power. But although this werewolf was a regular species Imperial Beast, in Fang Xiu's eyes, it was undoubtedly a much more powerful Imperial Beast than Chen Fan's Triceratops. If one could take the genes of a werewolf and fuse them into the alien as a group, and breed a creature, just how powerful it would be. Fang Xiu felt excited just thinking about it. I had thought that the so-called regular species were ordinary animals. It's good enough to have a tiger, a beast like an elephant. I didn't realize that the Imperial Beast technology of this era was capable of mutating regular species of Imperial Beasts, thus advancing wolves into fantastical creatures like werewolves. If he hadn't heard Ma Ming, Qian Feng, and the others refer to this werewolf as a regular species Imperial Beast, Fang Xiu would have even suspected that this werewolf might also be some kind of phantom beast species. At the same time, it makes Fang Xiu curious. If even a normal regular species can mutate into a fantasy creature like a werewolf, what would become of the ancient species, the phantom species, if they were to undergo mutation as well? Feelings, what a lot of anticipation. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu whirled around and released the freshly hatched face-hugger insect from the Imperial Beast space. Parasite. Fang Xiu lowered his voice and ordered the face-hugging insects to fly at Ma Ming's wolves, but it's too late to say. Just as the facehugger was about to hug the werewolf's face, a flying knife suddenly flew in. A flash of cold light, the flying dagger pierced straight into the body of the facehugger, and the powerful inertia propelled the facehugger out of the werewolf's side. This all happened too quickly, so much so that by the time Fang Xiu reacted, the flying dagger had already penetrated the face-hugging insect and nailed it ruthlessly to the tree planted at the edge of the playground. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Classmate Ma Ming, are your means. However, just when Fang Xiu thought that it was Ma Ming, the Imperial Beast Master, who had thrown out the flying dagger, he suddenly realized that beside Ma Ming, there was another werewolf standing, just different. This werewolf didn't carry any greatswords, but instead had bright flying daggers hanging from its own belt. Another Imperial Beast. Ma Ming forced down the anger in his heart and tried hard to squeeze out a smile towards Feng Xiu. I didn't say that I would use only one Imperial Beast to fight Feng Xiu-san, did I? After all, the more powerful the Imperial Beast Master is, the more Imperial Beasts he can manipulate. Or is it? Student Feng Xiu, only this one Imperial Beast has been bred so far? That's a shame. While saying that, Ma Ming kept releasing his Imperial Beasts. The third one, fourth only, the fifth one, in less than 2 short breaths, 4 werewolves had gathered directly around Ma Ming. In reality, he originally just wanted to teach Feng Xiu a lesson so that he could perform well in front of Qianfeng. In this way, when he returned, he would be able to obtain more resources for himself. After all, a royal beast master like him who wasn't a genius would have to consume a large amount of resources to force his royal beast to mutate if he wanted to keep going on the path of royal beasts. Only this, it was only when they encountered those powerful Imperial Beasts that they could have the capital to fight. But comparatively, after investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, once his own Imperial Beast was nullified, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the efforts he had been making. This also completely sparked the anger in Ma Ming's heart. Chen Feng's originally tense heart relaxed a bit after seeing Ma Ming completely serious. If it really ended this way, not only would it not suppress Feng Xiu, but it would instead have a bad effect on the student union once it was spread. Although he himself is the head of the organization department, he can't afford to carry such a blunder. It's better now. Although this would appear to be a bit of a victory, face could at least be saved. Even if this Feng Xiu fellow is no matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to cultivate a second alien in such a short period of time. As he muttered to himself, Qianfeng also purposely glanced at the face-hugging insect that had been sent flying out by Ma Ming. That one should be the second Imperial Beast that Feng Xiu cultivated, and it's still not fully developed. While it's true that the alien's acidic blood is somewhat difficult to deal with, it's not an invincible being. As long as they used long-range attacks, they could round up and kill Feng Xiu's alien Triceratops. The victory in this battle would still be Mamon's, but who knows? I had expected Feng Hu to be shocked, to accuse Mamon of being a bully, to be furious. However, Feng Xiu's face didn't even have a trace of such emotions. On the contrary, only the corners of Feng Xiu's mouth slightly lifted upwards as a smile like that of a devil surfaced. Mamon-san, that's what you said yourself. The more powerful the Imperial Beast Master is, the greater the number of Imperial Beasts he can manipulate. I can't be considered a bully. Chapter 26, Letting You Go? Why should I? Seeing that Ma Ming was furious and released more Imperial Beasts, Feng Xiu's heart was all happy. A mutated Imperial Beast like him would take at least a year and a half to cultivate. Even with the resources tilted in favor of the student body, it would take at least a few months. Wouldn't you be able to just pick the fruit yourself by parasitizing it directly with a face-hugging worm? Thinking of this, Feng Xiu, who was trying to remain serious, was so happy that he could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Then don't blame me for bullying you. As Feng Xiu's words fell, dazzling light directly swept in all directions, stabbing Qianfeng and the other's eyes a little open. Mamon's heart became even more apprehensive. It wasn't the first time he had done this thing of acting as a student council fighter. Even as early as the first semester of his senior year of high school, after he was absorbed into the student council, he had played such a role. It was used by the student council to suppress the talented Imperial Beastmasters who didn't listen. In the meantime, it was naturally impossible for his werewolf Imperial Beasts to win 100 battles. There were also net times when they were defeated by other Imperial Beasts. Whenever he encountered such a situation, Ma Ming would release more Imperial Beasts, utilizing his numerical advantage to strike the opponent. Almost every classmate that he or she had suppressed wore a look of impotent rage, called him out on being a bully. Some irrational students, even more so, will just rush up for a real-life PK. The results are predictable. At 2 meters tall, Mamon's fighting level is also very impressive. This also caused a great sense of satisfaction to arise in his heart every time he succeeded in suppressing Imperial Beasts whose talents were better than his own. However, he didn't feel that emotion from Feng Xiu's face. Why? Didn't this guy Feng Xiu just move up to senior year this year? Didn't he just start Imperial Beasts? And his family? Qianfeng has already investigated. Both parents are ordinary workers and have no savings at all. Manhwa doesn't have any borrowing records either. It's not scientific. There are no more than 3 ways to get to the top of the beast. Number 1. There's enough talent. Number 2. There are enough resources. Number 3. Both talent and resources. Importance, from small to large, is pretty much common knowledge. Feng Xiu this guy, in the end where did he get the confidence? Well, the glow didn't last long. After a few short breaths, Ma Ming felt that his vision was no longer so tingly, and he whirled around and opened his eyes, but the scene that came into view made his brain suddenly buzz. At a glance, a dense mass of aliens surrounded his werewolf imperial beast. Although the size of these aliens, not as tall as the alien Triceratops, and a head shorter than his werewolves, they were several times, a dozen times more numerous than the werewolves. This can't be. Ma Ming rubbed his eyes hard and stepped backward in quick succession. I must be dreaming. Yes, I'm dreaming. Because the visual impact was so great that Ma Ming couldn't believe how he saw the image. He squeezed his thigh hard to wake up from this nightmare, but the intense pain was reminding him that this was not a dream. It was reality. This guy, Feng Xiu, didn't know where he got a whole bunch of aliens from. Even in a trance, Ma Ming realized that the imperial beasts that had been released by Feng Xiu were not only adult aliens, but also a large number of face-hugging insects. These facehuggers gawked and stared at the wolves' every move. The other aliens pounced on the wolves. The big battle is imminent. But who knows? These aliens, not only was the blood in each of their bodies highly corrosive, their intelligence was also very exaggerated, and they would also get acidic blood by mutilating themselves against the weapons in the werewolves' hands. In less than a few short breaths, all of these wolves were pounced on by Feng Xiu's alien. If it weren't for the facehugger parasites, these alien troops alone would have torn Ma Ming's werewolves apart. Qian Feng, who stood up from his chair, was even more wide-eyed. How is this possible? I clearly investigated Feng Xiu. His origin is very ordinary. Not even the mortgage. Not even the car payment. Where the hell did he get the resources? In Qian Feng's opinion, Feng Xiu's alien was simply an unimaginable, unbelievable existence. Even if he racked his brain, he didn't know how Feng Xiu had cultivated these aliens. A bad feeling came over him. Because Ma Ming's imperial beasts, there were only a few of them. It still took a semester to cultivate. The student government hasn't been pouring resources into it either. If Feng Xiu is killed just like that, not only would it be a big loss for the student body, Ma Ming's imperial beast career would also completely hit rock bottom. No, it's a straight break. After all, high school is only 3 years long, and one less year is not enough to catch up except with a lot of resources. But this Ma Ming is also an average family. Being so out of sorts means that the student body is unlikely to fund him anymore. His career as a royal beast came to an end. No, stop. Seeing that Feng Xiu's face-hugging insect had already crawled up the werewolf's face, Ma Ming could no longer restrain his emotions, and his tone completely turned into a plea as warmth continuously slipped from the corners of his eyes. Feng Xiu, please, don't hurt my imperial beast. I know it's wrong. Don't, please, or else my career as a royal beast will fall. Looking at Ma Ming, who was so anxious that he was about to cry out, Feng Xiu just snorted coldly. Beg me? Would you have spared my xenomorph if it had been your imperial beasts that had the advantage? And I'm afraid this isn't the first time someone like you has done something like this, is it? You gave those students a chance when they begged you before? Did you ever think you'd have a day like this? Trying to get yourself to let Ma Ming off the hook here? What a joke. Let's not talk about the fact that these werewolves are genetically very good. Why should he, the victim, be asked to forgive Ma Ming, the victimizer? If their own aliens failed miserably, there was no telling what they might do to them. First of all, it's possible to never hold your head up again for all 3 years of high school. What's the point of repaying kindness with kindness? Returning good for evil. Feng Xiu's voice was low and cold as he directly parasitized all 5 of these werewolf imperial beasts. No! Ma Ming suddenly felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. He held his head with both hands and his eyes were red from crying. The imperial beasts that he had worked so hard to cultivate had all been destroyed by Feng Xiu. Under the rush of fire, Ma Ming even spat out a smear of blood and his body fell straight down. Feng Xiu looked on with cold eyes, seemingly without the idea of going over to appease, or letting go of the Ma Ming imperial beast. He turned towards Qian Feng, his eyes sweeping around Wang Bin and the others. Anyone else who looks at me funny, get it together. Feng Xiu threw his voice, unable to wait to fight these sophomore veterans. Chapter 27, come up and fight if you can. Hiss. The seniors who were swept by Feng Xiu's eyes had sucked in a mouthful of cool air and took a step back on their heels involuntarily. If there was only one alien, they would still dare to compete with Feng Xiu. No, if Feng Xiu only had one alien, then Ma Ming would be able to finish him off. However, right now, there were 50 to 60 aliens that ran out from Feng Xiu's royal beast space, huge bodies in a blackened square formation. Looking at Ma Ming's imperial beasts again, they had been parasitized by the face-hugging bugs and collapsed on the ground, their bodies unable to stop twitching but showing no signs of resistance. Ma Ming couldn't stand such a huge blow, and in a rush of fire, he first sprayed a breath of air, and then he fell straight down. Seeing such a situation, who still dared to call out to Feng Xiu? No one wanted their imperial beast to end up like Ma Ming. What? Don't you guys want to challenge my imperial beasts? When Fang Xiu saw that Wang Bin and the others all did not react to meet the battle, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. These guys, they're too much of a bully, aren't they? And you're too scared to make a sound? Where's Senior Qianfeng? Since you're the head of the student council's organization department, you must have plenty of resources, right? A cultivated imperial beast should be very powerful, right? Not going to show me? One-on-one is fine. Worried that Qianfeng would feel that he was using human tactics, Fang Xiu purposely requested a one-on-one. But even so, Qianfeng was unmoved. Just kidding. Who knows if this guy Fang Xiu would keep his promise? What if he waited for his imperial beasts to be released and directly greeted a group of aliens and swarmed them? There was also the way the face-hugging bugs were parasitized, which made him feel very sick. Ho ho ho. However, Qianfeng still pretended to be calm as the corners of his mouth rose in a sneer. Fellow student Fang Xiu is joking. The original purpose of our student council is to help each other, not to fight with imperial beasts. On the contrary, fellow student Fang Xiu, shouldn't you let your imperial beasts spare Ma Ming's imperial beasts? He bred those imperial beasts out. Not only did he spend energy, resources, most importantly, in 2 years, he'll be a senior. I'm afraid that if we re-imperialize the beasts, we'll be too late. Just because of a personal vendetta, a sophomore misses out on the chance to go to 985 or 211. Don't you think that's going too far? Let it be forgiven. Qianfeng questioned up Manhwa. No matter what, he was the minister of organization, and Ma Ming and Wang Bin and the others were his own people. If they just gave up on Ma Ming, it might send a chill down the spine of the others. What's more, Qianfeng couldn't possibly let Fang Xiu go that smoothly. For a while, one had to morally kidnap up Fang Hu, make him give in. But who knows? This Fang Xiu's face skin was far thicker than Qianfeng had imagined. Minister Qianfeng is right. Fang Xiu nodded in agreement with Qianfeng's words. Then if you don't like what you see, just come up and fight. Wouldn't it be better to do unto others as they do unto you? As for not getting 985 or 211, it's none of my business. In the face of Qianfeng's moral abduction, Fang Xiu did not defend himself. Lao Tzu just has no morals. What can you do to me? Since this was a time when all the people were imperial beasts and imperial beast masters were honored, then come up and fight. You! Qianfeng instantly turned red as he raised his hand and pointed it fiercely at Fang Xiu. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu, who was only a freshman in high school, could be so thick-skinned. Moral kidnapping doesn't work for him at all. Even more pissed off, Qianfeng didn't have the courage to make a move at all. After all, the aliens gathered around Fang Xiu's side were simply too many. The sense of oppression brought about by that blackened square formation caused a trace of fear to arise in Qianfeng's heart as well. Who's a high school freshman that can be this sick? Only been in school a week, let alone a freshman. A senior can't do something like this without resources. Own miscalculation. Really not doing anything? Fang Xiu stared at Qianfeng, then extended 5 fingers. 5, 4, with each number. Fang Xiu curled a finger. It was as if they were counting down the days. 3. Qianfeng realized what Fang Xiu was doing though, and his face became green and purple, even in his heart. He wanted to explode with this Fang Xiu, but, after seeing Ma Ming's miserable condition, Qianfeng still chose to remain silent. Wang Bin and the others turned their heads to look at Qianfeng, their eyes all in anticipation of his strike. 2. Fang Xiu's tone revealed disappointment. This Qianfeng remained unmoved. No, to be exact, it was this Qianfeng who didn't dare to move at all. Do we really have to fight? I'm not sure. It's okay if you win yourself, but in case of a loss, not to mention not being able to answer to the vice president, and most importantly, he himself will have to start from scratch with the imperial beasts again. In case it affects your high school entrance exams, Qianfeng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The benefits of a win are average, and a loss is the sky falling. But no one with any sense would gamble with this. As for Ma Ming, one has just spoken for him. It was this Fang Hu who was too ruthless to give him a chance. Can't blame me. Gradually, Qianfeng completely gave up the idea of doing it and relieved himself in his heart. Put the blame squarely on Fang Xiu's head. It's not his own fault. 1, 0. Along with Fang Xiu's words, his palms clenched into fists. What a bore. Seeing that Qianfeng and the others had absolutely no intention of making a move, Fang Xiu then spat out. Although he looked at these people with displeasure, there wasn't much he could do if they were dead set on not releasing the imperial beasts. After all, one can't use a face-hugging bug and just go ahead and parasitize them, can one? It is now a society governed by the rule of law. Taking out someone else's imperial beast doesn't matter much yet, but once you strike out at humans, you're in big trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly retrieved his alien form. Along with Ma Ming's 5 werewolves, all of them were plundered into his imperial beast space. As a matter of fact, a royal beast master was unable to take someone else's royal beast and house it in his own royal beast space. But after being parasitized by the facehugger, The werewolf's body also bonds with the facehugger's genes. This was what caused Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast's face to judge the werewolf as his Imperial Beast. After retrieving his alien, Fang Xiu walked towards the school building without looking back. Qianfeng looked at his back with an iron face, his teeth itching with anger. Originally, he wanted to give Fang Xiu, a senior freshman, a kick in the pants. It's better now. Instead, the student body was suppressed. Minister, really just let him go like this? The corner of Wang Bin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a big blank stare from Qianfeng. Why didn't you dare to fight Fang Xiu just now? Qianfeng spat without any good humor. Wang Bin, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and murmured up in a small voice, "Didn't you also wimp out?" Chapter 28, A Sensational Network. Fang Xiu is so strong? Seeing that Qianfeng and the others didn't take out any more Imperial Beasts to fight with themselves, Fang Xiu left the playground without looking back. Facehuggers need a few hours to evolve into chestbreakers anyway, so it's better to get back to class. Although this world was the era of all Imperial Beasts, and the importance of the General Studies class had decreased quite a bit, it still occupied a certain amount of points in the college entrance exam. In Fang Xiu's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world was like the art students in his world. If your cultural scores are too poor, you will be denied admission to some schools even if your artistic scores are high, especially if you want to get into the top 10 in this world. You can't have one without the Imperial Beast score and the general knowledge score. Yes, although Fang Xiu has only entered his senior year, he already has the top 10 in the country as his goal in his mind. However, what Fang Xiu doesn't know is that he thought it was Maman that he defeated on the playground. The rest of the class was in class, so the fight didn't spark much attention. But in fact, a number of classes were positioned just so that they could observe the playground through the windows. These students even secretly took out their cell phones to film, and uploaded the footage of Fang Xiu defeating Ma Ming to short video platforms such as Fighting Shark. Many are even posting on campus forums. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Those students who had been suppressed by the student government posted anonymously and had a heated discussion on the matter. Isn't that Ma Ming? I remember he's the guy that the student council specially trained and used as a fighter, right? Ha ha ha, it's so cool to get Ed this time. What is this called? It's called present retribution, and Ma Ming deserved it. If it weren't for him, my grades would definitely be stabilized in the top 100 in the whole school right now. Great joy and universal joy. Who was the guy who killed Ma Ming? Seems like a new face. How old are you? Fresh face? Don't you know upstairs? That freshman is Fang Xiu, the super genius among the freshmen this time. The first day of enrollment caused a sensation, not to mention that he passed the mapping exam in only 3 minutes, and the Imperial Beast he possesses is still a phantom beast species. Asterisk 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 that powerful? Then wouldn't this be a top 10 seedling? The problem is, if he has Ma Ming this time, isn't that like slapping the students in the face? Shouldn't something happen, right? I don't think so. Those students who were suppressed in the past, all of them don't have much family background. Although they are good in their studies, they are not good enough for the school to take them seriously. But Fang Xiu is not the same. He is a phantom beast breed Imperial Beast Master, the strongest in the senior group. If the student council really messes up, the school will step in, right? But there is that man, Fang Xiu, who was completely unaware of what had happened, returned to his class. Teacher, sorry, I'm late. Fang Xiu gently knocked on the door. It was worth mentioning that the matter of Fang Xiu's clash with the student council had long been rumored in the second class. This teacher of the general studies class, too, didn't give much of a lecture. Instead, he stood by the window and watched from afar. When he saw that Ma Ming had released several werewolf Imperial Beasts, he was still in a cold sweat for Fang Xiu in his heart. Until the time when his blackened army of aliens completely surrounded Maman and his Imperial Beasts. Even this teacher of the general studies class was unable to calm down after a shocking wave was set off in his heart. Well done, Fang Hu. Even when Fang Xiu returned, this general studies teacher even led the applause for Fang Xiu. The students sitting up there erupted into thunderous applause. Although they knew nothing about the student council, it was natural for them to feel proud of something that raised their eyebrows so much. Most importantly, anyone could see Fang Xiu's potential. When you get into the top 10 in the future, you will surely soar. It's not a little cute if you don't take advantage of the fact that now, while there are still friendships to be made, you can make a good one. Is that so? Good. Fang Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular. However, this kind of attention from all the people also made him feel refreshed. It wasn't long before he returned to his seat as everyone watched. Just what Fang Xiu did not expect is, just as he was sitting down, Li Qingqing suddenly stood up. She ignored the teacher and turned towards Fang Xiu's side, then threw the senior year math textbook in her hand, onto the table, and finally pointed to her seat, towards Shi Zhanhong in a cold voice. Go over. Ha! Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but stare. Good lord, What kind of person switches seats during class so blatantly? He even stole a glance at the general studies teacher. He doesn't want to change it. Fong Hue ed the student council. I'm still trying to eat a good melon myself, but who knows? After noticing Shi Zhanhong's gaze for help, the general studies teacher actually turned his head directly away and then cleared his throat as if he didn't see it. If it was an ordinary student who had so disregarded himself, he would definitely have scolded him sternly. However, this guy is Qingqing Li. In middle school, it was all the rage. All sorts of interviews, all sorts of programs. It's becoming a little internet sensation. Even though she was overshadowed by Fong Xiu after entering Huqing First Middle School, she was still the second person. Top 10 seedlings of the future. And Qingqing Li's family is also very well off. He was just a general studies teacher. Why should he offend Li Qingqing? Thus, this teacher directly chose to acquiesce to Li Qingqing's behavior. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but cry in his heart. He himself was at least a top 30 student in the mapping exam. You're tough. Although Shi Zhanhong felt aggrieved in his heart, he was forced to stand up in the face of Li Qingqing's ice-like eyes, then obediently walked to Qing Li's seat. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, sat down on her butt. Teacher, let's start the lesson. Oh yes, let's get to class. It was only then that the general studies teacher reacted as an afterthought, hastily reminding his classmates and turning the book to page 4. We're going to talk about factorization today. However, this part of the general knowledge class, Qingqing Li had already mastered it completely during the transition class. Instead, it was Fong Hue. He still remembered the image of Li Qingqing pointing at himself with an angry face and telling him to wait. What is this? Come to warn yourself not to get carried away? Maman is nothing more than the trashier of the student council. Come to think of it, don't webcomic protagonists get stomped on everywhere they go? Fong Xiu thought in his heart. Well done. As a result, as soon as Li Qingqing opened her mouth, Fong Xiu froze for a moment. This guy, is he complimenting himself? However, it's not wise to break out into a conflict with the student council only a short time into the school year. Fong Xiu, I'm afraid you're going to get into big trouble. Li Qingqing blocked her lips with a book, then whispered in Fong Xiu's ear. So, you're concerned about me? I thought you'd be proud of it. Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Chapter 29, Top 10 and Preferred Volunteer. Me, delighted? Why? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned, not quite understanding what that meant. Where is the point of your own complacency? Because I'm being pestered by the student council, and once I'm suppressed by them, the first place in the next exam might be yours? In Fong Xiu's impression, this Li Qingqing was simply a fiendish person. Once the test is not number 1, the heart of the way is broken. The hell knows that these students would come to the door. Could it be Qingqing Li's arrangement? Is that how you see me? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. I do want my first place back. No, she shook her head. First was supposed to be mine. However, I, Li Qingqing, would never use underhanded tactics against others. I will be honorable and use my strength to prove who is the number 1 person in Crane City. In order not to affect the general studies teacher's class, Qingqing Li deliberately spoke in a very small voice, but there was a sense of power in the voice. This caused Fong Xiu to re-examine the little girl, especially her last sentence, which focused on the fact that it was the number 1 person in Crane City, not the number 1 person in Crane City's first high school. In other words, the students of those schools in Huqing Third Middle School, Yu Tsai, and Fourth Middle School were no more than existences in Li Qingqing's eyes. If only I hadn't traveled to this world, Qing Li might always be the number 1. Fong Xiu thought in his heart. So, you came all the way over here just to say that? So that I know that you didn't set up the student council? Fong Xiu asked tentatively. Of course not. Li Qingqing shook her head once again. What I want to say is that I will defeat you and take back the title of number 1. But until then, you have to keep getting stronger. Qingqing Li's idea was simple. If Fong Xiu was really influenced by the student council, causing his ranking to drop, then when you get your first place back, you won't be able to prove yourself. There will always be people spouting behind their backs that it was Fong Xiu's fault that facilitated his first place. She doesn't like it. You think the student council can still suppress me? Fong Xiu smiled. Aha. Li Qingqing nodded. The student council's tactics can be more than that. Over the years they have firmly controlled the volunteer application of Huqing No. 1 Middle School. How can you control it if you don't have some means? And as soon as he heard about volunteering, Fong Xiu instantly remembered that the contract Xianfeng had taken out had a clause about preferred volunteering on it. It was going to ask Zhang Yu what was going on, but now it sounded like this Li Qingqing seemed to know some inside information. Speaking of which, Xianfeng had pulled out a contract when he asked me to come over. You want to ask about the preferred volunteer, right? Li Qingqing turned her head to look at Fong Xiu, then sighed. It's really just as I guessed. Although he was very upset about Fong Xiu taking first place, he had to admit that Fong Xiu's first place was indeed by his own hard power. Though I was a bit overwhelmed at the time, I realized afterward from watching the video that it took just a week to train the alien to that level. Fang Xiu, he is, indeed, a rare genius. Yourself. It's not a bad loss. With a genius like him, the student council was bound to step in and keep him under firm control. I thought they would wait until sophomore and junior year, but I didn't realize they were so eager. As far as Qingqing Li knows, volunteering is basically something you need to think about only in your senior year of high school. Even for some geniuses, the student body chooses to strike out in their sophomore year. A situation like Fang Xiu's was a first in Li Qingqing's knowledge. Perhaps it was because Fang Xiu's phantom beast species was so unreasonable that it caused the student body to become stressed. If you let Fang Xiu go into his sophomore and junior years, there's no way to keep it down. Is there anything to be said for this first choice? Fang Xiu pursued. Aha. Sheng Li nodded. You should know something about it, right? Students with poor grades will only be able to go to specialties later on, and will only be able to do manual labor-oriented jobs when they come out. Only when you get into the undergraduate program do you have a chance to get into some of the big factories and get into the establishment. Undergraduate further up. It's 985, 211, a national key Imperial Beast University. And above these universities are the legendary top 10. It's our country. The 10 strongest universities. Not only do they have a wealth of resources, but most importantly, only the top 10 are qualified to enter the Imperial Beast realm. Imperial Beast realm? Fang Xiu suddenly brightened up. It was the first time he had ever heard of this term. Even when I searched for Imperial Beast knowledge on the internet before, I didn't even search for the Imperial Beast world. How did this Li Qingqing know? I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I just heard the elders in my family mention that I should get into the top 10 no matter what. Only the top 10 can really stand out. However, our Crane City is a small city after all, and the number of people who can enter the top 10 is few and far between. Not many people even make it to the top 10 by normal means. So difficult to take the test? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. He only knew that the top 10 were the 10 best Imperial Beasts universities in the country, but he really didn't know how high the scoreline of the top 10 was. Well, that's why for small cities like Crane City, the top 10 will give a few quotas every year. Xing Li nodded. In other words, there will be a lower admission score requirement. The quota is 3 per school. Only 3? Fang Xiu was stunned again. 10 times 3 would be 30. There are 15 classes in the first year of high school, each with about 50 students. Counting other schools, there are almost 20,000 people who take the college entrance exam in Crane City a year. Out of 20,000 people, only 30 or so could be on the top 10. This promotion rate, it's too low, isn't it? The bottom line is that the Big Ten only admits preferred volunteers. As long as your first choice volunteer isn't a Big Ten, even if you overachieve later, you don't have a chance at a Big Ten. Li Qingqing continued to explain. That's the catch inside the student union contract. But, in Qingqing Li's opinion, it wasn't much of a trap. After all, students are not cuties. This kind of thing really wants to know how it all works. The reason why some people still accept contracts is that the top 10 are so hard to test. You won't get into the top 10 anyway, so why not accept funding from the student union and go to a 985 or 211 in the future, without losing your way out the door? But not Fang Xiu. He's only a freshman in high school, and the odds are good that he's going to have a cocoon of information. If one is careless and signs the contract, then whether Fang Xiu can go to the top 10 in the future will be completely pinched in the hands of the student union. Such tactics are truly insidious. As she spoke, Li Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. Chapter 30 Black River State Beast Scholar, Xu Xinghe. Then, according to you, wouldn't it all depend on the student body to make it to the top 10? Fang Xiu couldn't help but get up with a black line on his face. No wonder Zhang Yu would specifically advise himself that if the people from the student union wanted to mention signing a contract or something to him, he must not do so. By the looks of it, Zhang Yu had long been surprised by the student council's tactics. Available at. It's not right. The Big Ten has an extraordinary significance in this world, and if a student from his or her school can get into the Big Ten, then the school can benefit from it as well. Why is the school letting the student council run amok? Doesn't the school care? Has no student ever reported a student council before? No matter how great the student council is, it's still just a bunch of students. It can't be that even the principal is afraid of them, can it? And the parents of those students, haven't they spoken out when their children are being bullied? How can you not care? Li Qingqing sighed. Although the number of spots to get into the top 10 is limited, the student body can have another one to fill in even if they kick out a top 10 seed. Theoretically, it doesn't affect the school's promotion rate, but the incident was a bad influence after all. Plus some parents had reported the situation and the school was involved in the matter. However, this has to mention one person. Who? Manhwa pursued without even thinking. Xu Xinghe. Who? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, always feeling that he had heard this name somewhere, but couldn't recall. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, looked at Fang Xiu as if she was looking at a monster. She had expected Fang Hu to be taken aback by the name. Not dude, as much as you like aliens, you should know a little bit about the school history of the first school. That's Chu Xinghe. Forget it. In Li Qingqing's opinion, this guy Fang Xiu must have gotten into the devil of imperial beasts. Otherwise, there was really no reason why one would not know who Chu Xinghe was. Somewhat impressive. Just can't remember for a moment. Is he famous? Fang Xiu asked again. More than famous. Chu Xinghe is our Hejiang Prefecture's top imperial beast scholar. This Chu Xinghe's imperial beast career could simply be called demonic. Everyone else was promoted to high school before they could start the imperial beasts with the support of the school's resources. As for Chu Xinghe, he had started the imperial beasts during his middle school years. For 3 years in high school, it was a first-place finish all year long. Before he appeared, the student council of the first middle school was nothing more than a name, at best organizing club activities. It wasn't until Chu Xinghe became the president of the student council that he made drastic reforms, and he consolidated all the resources he could. At that time, because of Chu Xinghe's fame, the school gave the green light all the way, even though there were some unreasonable things. It makes the student body gain a lot of voice, and after the reforms, Chu Xinghe kept helping to raise everyone's strength. Fang Xiu was puzzled when he heard this. According to Li Qingqing, this Chu Xinghe seemed to be a good person. Besides, he has the strength of a top scholar, so he doesn't have to worry that someone will take his top 10 spot, right? Or is it that after Chu Xinghe left, the people below him started to become corrupt with enormous power in their hands? What Chu Xinghe really wants to do, no one knows yet. But, you're still naive when you say he's a good guy. Chu Xinghe didn't give up his control over the student union even after he went to the top 10. The current student council president is also nothing more than Chu Xinghe's puppet. Remember what I just told you? The student council's voluntary contract caused some parents to be dissatisfied, and in the end it was Chu Xinghe who stepped in and silenced all those voices. Chu Xinghe has this much energy? Fang Xiu's starry eyes became grave. He's still a student, right? Or has he already graduated? Currently a junior. His energy is great. After all, he is the only top student to come out of Crane City in the past 20 years, and it is said that he has also established his own power in the top 10. It can be said to be promising. The principal of the first middle school, and how could he possibly offend Chu Xinghe for the sake of an ordinary student? Li Qingqing said indignantly, and it wasn't until then that Fang Xiu came to a realization. I see, you got it? What did you understand? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. It's very simple. Since Chu Xinghe has so much energy, then isn't loyalty to the student council loyalty to Chu Xinghe? Plus the top 10 spots are limited. How does Chu Xinghe ensure that anyone who walks out of Crane City will be on his side? From the quota, of course. Make sure that every student who moves up to the Big 10 looks up to him. If I'm not mistaken, the students who have risen to the top 10 from Crane City know one high school in the past few years have all gone to the same school, and that's Chu Xinghe's school, isn't it? Although Chu Xinghe could be in the top 10 and by people's hearts, those people, how could they be more obedient than the students of Crane City? Those who are not willing to stand on Chu Xinghe's side are directly kicked out of the top 10 and go to 985 and 211. It was no wonder that Chu Xinghe had pressured the first high school to deal with those parents' voices. It had to be said that this Chu Xinghe did have some skills. Maybe. He also broke through to the top of the state after consolidating the resources of the student government. So you're not stupid. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. The conjecture Fang Xiu said was almost the same as the results she had investigated. She had even investigated the promotion situation of Crane City No. 1 middle school, and all the students who entered the top 10 had gone to Chu Xinghe's 1. There are no exceptions. I thought you only knew about imperial beasts and couldn't think of anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. How can that be? I just don't care much for the gossip. Fang Xiu smiled. You're telling me this? You're not trying to pull me in and deal with the student council together, are you? In Fang Xiu's opinion, with Li Qingqing's achievements, posture, the student body is more than willing to take her in. Just accept the offer made by the student council and behave yourself. Sooner or later, she would be favored by Chu Xinghe. Speaking of which, it's no wonder Qinfeng and Ma Ming and the others are like that. Their suppression is a test. Fang Xiu thought in his heart while gazing at Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes too. One has already had a run-in with the student council. Li Qingqing was still willing to say so much. I'm sure she's upset with the student council, too. Saying something about wanting to beat herself squarely and take back the number 1 spot that belonged to her. Maybe that's just part of the reason. No, but who knew? Li Qingqing shook her head, stating that she didn't want to join forces with Fang Xiu and deal with the student union together. But immediately after, Li Qingqing said in a firm tone, I want to finish off Chu Xinghe. I'll go to the college he's at and, well, take him out. Make him lose his name. As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes, inevitably, flushed a little. Chapter 31, the hope of the student council. What's wrong with you, Chu Xinghe? Looking at Li Qingqing's eyes that were a little red, curiosity arose in Fang Xiu's heart as well. As far as he knew, this Li Qingqing could simply be described as a winner in life. Not only is it extremely well born, it's more of a super schooler. All 3 years of general education classes in middle school, all of which were first place finishes. She's also pretty, and is a frequent guest on TV interviews. If it wasn't for her own presence, she would definitely be the most talked about high school student in Crane City for the past few years. However, when mentioning Chu Xinghe, the hatred she showed was completely undisguised. No, to be exact, it was Li Qingqing's hatred for Chu Xinghe that had reached the extreme. It's simply not something that can be covered up easily. What is the grudge between these two? Junior, senior. Fang Xiu did some math in his mind. The two people were 5 or 6 years apart. When Chu Xinghe was still in the first middle school, Li Qingqing didn't even go to middle school. What on earth could be the conflict? Or is it a family feud? However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fang Xiu's curiosity as she directly stood up and returned to her seat. Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, was driven back by her with a confused look on his face. What's the situation? What's wrong with her? When he brushed shoulders with Li Qingqing, Shi Zhanhong noticed that the corners of her eyes were a little moist. Bullied by Fang Xiu and cried? Who knows? Fang Xiu shrugged. He also wanted to know what was going on. Meanwhile, inside Zhang Yu's office, boo! With a loud bang, the door to his office was kicked open. Zhang Yu was also startled, and the pen in his hand fell directly onto the table. Old Li? When he saw that it was Li Guosheng who barged in without knocking, a nameless fire also rose in his heart. You're sick, aren't you? I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you Fang Hu. It's useless even if the old king agrees. Looking at Li Guosheng's hurried appearance, Zhang Yu thought that he had already convinced Wang Kai and specially ran over to find himself to ask for someone. Thinking about what? If old Wang had loosened his grip, why would I need to come over to you? Shall I go directly to your class to find Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng glanced at Zhang Yu without any good humor. He came over with good intentions, but this guy is good. Don't say thank you even if you don't, but think of yourself in a bad light. Are you that kind of person? It seems to be true. Ahem. Li Guosheng pulled over a chair and sat down directly beside Zhang Yu before pulling out his own cell phone. Fang Xiu from your class is in big trouble. While speaking, Li Guosheng handed over his cell phone. Zhang Yu first glanced at the content on it. It turned out that this look didn't matter. The blackened aliens, forming a formation on the playground, looked quite appalling. Without a doubt, it was Fang Xiu's imperial beast. What is it? Zhang Yu frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. He grabbed Li's cell phone. This look doesn't matter. Fang Xiu and Ma Ming, from the student council, fought directly on the playground, and the cell phone video, it seems, was taken from the school building. The airplay has even surpassed 100,000 units. It's already been a little bit of an online sensation. Various pop-ups floated across the screen. What kind of imperial beast is this? No, are all the students of Crane City no? One high school so exaggerated that one person is an army of imperial beasts? Who's that guy? Anyone who knows? You don't even know this guy, do you? The super genius of Hucheng First Middle School, Fang Xiu. Not only is he an illusory beast breed imperial beast master, his touch test only took 3 minutes. He's a top 10 talent. Handsome. Does anyone know my husband Fang Xiu's Tingxin? I want to add friends. You're thinking of farts in front of you. It's obviously my husband. Looking at the content on the screen, and the pop-ups that kept drifting past, Zhang Yu could not help but draw a breath of cold air. See, there can be more than one video like this. Fang would directly add the student council. Do you know what that means? He's in big trouble. The student council side won't take it lying down. Li took the phone back. What now? Although Fang Xiu was not a student of his 6th class, Li Guosheng had a good impression of Fang Xiu. All this time, it had also been trying to get Fang Xiu to come to his class. Now that Fang Xiu had caused trouble, he naturally wouldn't easily give up on Fang Xiu. What's more, the student council was arrogant and domineering, relying on Chu Xinghe's influence to make a mess of the first middle school's volunteer application. He, the homeroom teacher, had long been dissatisfied with the student council's behavior. It's not even an exaggeration to say that in his opinion, Fang Xiu did a good job. Let me make it clear. If you don't dare to offend the student council, then transfer Fang Xiu to our class. Big deal for me to explode with them. Zhang Yu sniffed and coldly glanced at Li Guosheng. You can beat Chu Xinghe? Li Guosheng, who had originally acted as if he was ready to die, his expression instantly froze. Stiffed a female classmate to death over volunteering that year. A lot of parents have followed suit, and Principal Hai wants to outlaw the student council on this. What's the result? Chu Xinghe has returned directly from the imperial capital with someone. The matter ended up going away. You want to explode with the student council? On what basis are you? The year Chu Xinghe came back, Zhang Yu was already the head of a class in the first middle school. At that time, some physical education teachers couldn't stand to see Chu Xinghe's bullying and even chose to step in. As a result, Chu Xinghe used his own strength to defeat all the physical education teachers. Even looking at the entire Crane City, Zhang Yu felt that there would not be a stronger Imperial Beast Master than Chu Xinghe, the era of the Universal Imperial Beast. This is absolute power. It was also the reason why all the teachers in the first high school were very afraid of the student council. Then what do you mean? We don't care about Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered that this Zhang Yu had always been very protective of his students. How can you not care? Zhang Yu sighed, and honestly, he was not willing to offend Chu Xinghe, but the video he just watched made his blood boil. After only 8 days of enrollment, he had bred dozens of aliens. No, perhaps Fang Xiu has more aliens, and it's the only ones he's released. It was the first time he had seen such a talented Imperial Beast Master in all the years he had been a teacher. How could you let the student council bully you? If there really is a person who can outlaw the student union controlled by Chu Xinghe, then that person will undoubtedly be Fang Xiu. Even from Fang Xiu's body, Zhang Yu saw a possibility. That is to ban the student union. Let's get Crane 1 back to the way it was. Now, it was Li Guosheng who froze instead. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that Zhang Yu would put his hopes of banning the student union on Fang Xiu. But, outlaw the student council? Li Guosheng gazed at Fang Xiu in his cell phone screen. Maybe it's really like what Zhang Yu said. The only person who could do this was really Fang Xiu. Chapter 32, New Student Exchange Competition. Crane City First High School. 1 year, 2, class. The general studies teacher is writing formulas on the board with chalk. Knock knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the movements of the general studies teacher, who turned around and whirled around to ask softly, "Who is it?" The latter didn't mope around and just pushed open the door to the second class. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong coincidentally looked towards the doorway, only to see a young man wearing a gold filigree silver mirror standing there, and Fang Xiu instantly recognized his identity. Pan Zhang, the gym teacher for the sophomore class. When he had defeated Chen Fan himself earlier, he had come over with Li Guosheng to stand up for Chen Fan. The results were deeply shocking by their own alien form. "Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm the physical education teacher of the second class, Zhang Pan. I'm here to find Fang Xiu." While speaking, Zhang Pan scanned the classroom until her eyes landed on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu sniffed and subconsciously glanced at General Studies teacher Zhao's reaction. "Go ahead, Fang Xiu." Mr. Zhao's attitude was very kind. "One more thing, are you not feeling well, Ms. Zhao? All of this afternoon's classes have been changed to physical education." Zhang Pan lowered her voice. It doesn't sound like he's consulting with Mr. Zhao at all, but rather informing him unilaterally. "You don't have to teach the second class this afternoon." All converted to physical education. The students in the classroom were all stunned when they heard this. This Mr. Zhao was also in his early 40s, strong and sturdy, had no problem walking, talking, and didn't look like he was uncomfortable at all. Is that the gold standard of a gym teacher? Saying you're uncomfortable when you're uncomfortable, and comfortable when you're uncomfortable. It feels like our gym teacher is so handsome. Yeah, and it looks young too. For a while, the students in the classroom couldn't help but mingle. Although Mr. Zhao's face was a bit embarrassed, he didn't say anything more and just nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. "And Li Qingqing, you come out too." And just as Fang Xiu passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Pan raised an eyebrow and also greeted Li Qingqing to come out with Fang Xiu. "Yes, teacher." At this time, Li Qingqing had completely calmed down. Although she didn't know what Zhang Pan was looking for her for, she still stood up honestly. After all, the gym teacher's main focus is on the Sentinel score. It is the first main subject teacher at Crane 1. Words, sometimes more than even the classroom teacher. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, one after the other, left the classroom under the attention of their classmates. It feels, Fanghua Day is so busy. Shi Zhanhong stared blankly at the classroom door. The mapping exams just ended and it was either the student council or the gym teacher. There was always the feeling that the world revolved around Fanghua. Is this the campus life of a genius? The other side. You're really not being honest. On the first day of school, he beat up Chen Fan, and now he's clashing with the student council. After calling Fang Xiu out, Zhang Pan couldn't help but spit it out. After all, the matter of Fang Xiu violently beating Ma Ming had already spread in the school. Especially the physical education teacher who had been defeated by Chu Xinghe felt like raising his eyebrows. "You can't blame me for that. All I want to do is study hard and get better every day. And every time it's someone else who comes after me." Fang Xiu replied without thinking, with an expression of helplessness himself. "Is that so?" The corners of Zhang Pan's mouth rose and a smile could not help but surface. "Obviously you are the biggest beneficiary. If I'm not mistaken, those face-hugging insects of yours have already parasitized Mamon's imperial beasts. right? Although his imperial beast is only a regular species, he's a man of right and left, and he's hardwired into the student council. Last year, he even started acting as the student council's punching bag and suppressed a lot of students, thus furthering the appreciation of the student body. The mutation, which was only supposed to be attempted in sophomore year, allowed him to complete it early in his first semester of senior year. Combined with his own hard work, he's considered a genius among ordinary people. Your face-hugging bugs directly parasitized his imperial beasts, and if you assimilate the genes of the mutated imperial beasts, you might awaken any special abilities as well. Zhang Panpan walked in front, leading the way for Feng Xiu, Li Qingqing, while pushing his glasses and popularizing the science for Feng Xiu. On the one hand, he appreciated Feng Xiu. Aside from the fact that he possessed a rare species of phantom beast, his personality was to his liking. People are bullying the door. Of course we have to fight back. On the other hand, he himself was originally Feng Xiu's physical education teacher, and it was his job to explain the knowledge of imperial beasts to his students. However, you must also be careful. Once the imperial beasts become too powerful, they will reject the imperial beast master in their hearts. If it is not handled properly, however, it can be dangerous. My suggestion is that by the time your alien finishes parasitizing, it would be best to have a powerful sentinel on hand for protection. Then why don't we let Brother Panpan come? Feng Xiu sniffed and instantly understood. Anyway, this afternoon is all gym class. My alien will be able to break my chest almost then. Ha. It costs 1,000 to visit once. It's too expensive. Zhang Panpan also didn't forget to seize the opportunity to bash Feng Xiu's charging behavior. How can you say that? Brother Panpan came to my imperial beast space. How can I ask for 1,000? Although we are teachers and students, we are not that far apart in age. In my heart, but I have always treated my teacher as a brother. Feng Xiu said smilingly. Then the words turned. 500. How about it? Zhang Panpan? In a flash, Zhang Panpan had a question mark on her face. It's not right. Normally at times like this, shouldn't you say, Brother Panpan is coming? How can I ask for money? What the hell is a 50% discount on results? It's not like Brother Panpan doesn't know that I'm poor. I don't have any resources, and now that I've offended the student council, I might have to be suppressed a lot in the future. When I win the lottery one day, I'll let you visit my imperial beast space for free. Feng Xiu simply cried poor to Zhang Panpan. The conversation between the two, on the other hand, was heard by Li Qingqing. It's not right. You want to charge money for just attending the royal beast space? This Feng Xiu is a money grubber, isn't he? Speaking of which, the last time he'd sent himself to the infirmary, he'd opened his mouth for 1,000. Nice guy. It's a wild goose chase. Ahem. It was really a bit hard to watch, so Li Qingqing deliberately cleared her throat. Although he didn't know exactly what the situation was, if it was just to find Feng Xiu to say this, there was no need to bring himself along. Moreover, Li Qingqing also disliked this feeling of being a green leaf for others and simply interrupted the conversation between the two. Teacher Zhang called us out. What exactly is the matter? Well, seeing that Li Qingqing was a bit displeased, Zhang Panpan also temporarily put a stop to the alien issue. He whirled around and stopped in front of his office. Do you guys know about the exchange? Chapter 33 Rich is Great. Ha? An exchange match? Feng Xiu instantly felt that his knowledge of this world was still too lacking. Although this world also has computers, cell phones, and many questions can be searched online, there's no way a person can search for something they wouldn't expect. For example, the freshman exchange game in Zhang Panpan's mouth. I know. Shang Li nodded. It's nothing more than the key schools of Crane City High School gathering together to exchange and compare their experience in imperial beasts. That's right. Zhang Panpan nodded. Although our first high school has always been the best high school in Crane City, the brand name of Crane City, other high schools have always tried to surpass us, and from that, the exchange was born. Feng Xiu nodded in sudden realization. To his ears, the exchange match that Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing were talking about was like a high math competition or something like that. Each school sends their school's best performing student and then compete together. Then there should be rewards for this kind of exchange match, right? Like a bonus or something? Fangio doesn't care what schools are participating. He's even more of a bonus. After all, in Feng Xiu's opinion, it was impossible for him to lose. The winner of the exchange must be himself. All you know is money all day long. Zhang Panpan spat without any good humor. The exchange game is a showdown between prestigious schools, a chance to win honor for the first school. However, after spitting, Zhang Panpan still told Feng Xiu that there was a bonus for the exchange match. If you can take first place, there's about $200,000 in prize money. 100,000 for second place. 50,000 for third place. 200,000? As soon as Feng Xiu heard this figure, his pupils instantly dilated. Although he guessed there would be prize money, he underestimated the prize pool for the exchange tournament. In Feng Xiu's cognizance, In a competition like this, it would usually be good to have 30, 000, 50, 000, and it would be good. Results, 200,000. Wouldn't that mean that one could double the space of the imperial beasts and let the aliens eat and eat again? At that time, I'm afraid that it would be possible to multiply the number of aliens to triple digits. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel excited. Don't get too happy too early first. Zhang Pan poured down a pot of cold water, then pushed open the door of her office. Even though First is the best high school in Crane, the other schools aren't that bad. This is despite the fact that half of the top 10 students in the city's middle school exams went to Crane 1. However, the midterm is dominated by general education courses. Once in high school, the general education classes of the past will no longer be a priority. Some students who are lagging behind in their general education classes are able to make a comeback through the Imperial Beasts. And it's just not that easy. Even Fang Hu himself is a good example. His midterm score, only 7th in the city, was completely incomparable to Qingqing Li, the first person. How was the results mapping test? Fang Xiu's score directly crushed Li Qingqing. So you get it, right? Other schools, it's just as likely that there will be a sentinel like you, Zhang Pan patiently explained. And with the exchange match, it's unlikely that there will be a situation like the one between you and Ma Ming, where everyone brainlessly releases all of their imperial beasts and engages in a melee. Based on previous years, even the combat sessions are one-on-one. You can't play to your alien strengths, but Fang Xiu wasn't worried about this in his heart. Even if you don't consider the number, your own alien, it's enough to crush the other students' aliens. There's no harm. I'm confident. Fang Xiu was still confident. Zhang Pan just smiled at this. Also, in this exchange tournament, the team points are calculated and then the rankings are divided. Fang Hu? Almost as a subconscious reaction, Fang Xiu couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing. From what I remember, Qingqing Li's imperial beast seemed to be a small gray bird with an unimpressive appearance. Despite the good scores on the touchdown exams, it looked like a total underdog. This guy isn't going to hold himself back, is he? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu could not help but frown. Li Qingqing also read Fang Xiu's concern from his expression. You guys, you don't think I'm going to hold you back, do you? It's not my hind legs, it's our school. Fang Hui's mouth fell back a mouthful of cool air. You bastard. Li Qingqing instantly clenched her fists, itching to punch Fang Xiu's sword-browed starry eyes. However, once she thought that Zhang Pan was also there, Li Qingqing still tried her best to restrain her displeasure. Don't bother with that one. I'm not losing to anyone, including you. Okay. Zhang Pan shook her head. Both being in the second class of the school, he thought that the relationship between the two would be very good, but it turned out that he didn't expect the fireworks between the two to be so strong. You guys don't have to worry too much. I've seen both of your imperial beasts. Even compared to some of the upperclassmen, it's not bad, especially Fang Hu. Your face-hugging bug just parasitized Mamon's imperial beast. It can be played as an ace. And Qingqing Li, your imperial beasts have a great advantage in speed, and you have great control over them. You too. I am not worried. While speaking, Zhang Pan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and gave the duo an extremely high evaluation, and Fang Xiu instantly grasped the point of this statement. Since they're not worried about him and Li Qingqing, that means other people. How many spots are there in this exchange tournament? The two spoke in unison. 4. Zhang Pan extended 4 fingers. Besides you and Li Qingqing, there's also Zhang Shuren from class 3, with Chen Fan from class 6. Chen Fan? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Why him? Zhang Shuren's words were still understandable on their own. In middle school, he was second only to himself in general studies, stronger in every way, except for not so good eyes. There's nothing wrong with participating in this exchange. But Chen Fan, not even in the top 10, as far as I can remember. His imperial beasts were of the ancient species, but they weren't particularly strong ones. In our school, there should be freshmen who are more powerful than Chen Fan. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. This, Zhang Pan nodded. If one looked at the imperial beasts, Chen Fan was indeed not the strongest, but his family has money. Chen Fan's dad said that he's willing to sponsor us if Chen Fan can participate in this exchange tournament. So, Chen Fan will probably be the short end of the stick, Zhang Pan said with a serious face. This also meant that the three of them, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren, absolutely couldn't have any problems in this exchange tournament. Otherwise, there's a good chance they won't get first place. Also, our first school. We have been first in the exchange for 3 consecutive years, Zhang Pan said with a smile on her face. Damnable Chen Fan. Li Qingqing clenched her fists viciously. Isn't it just a few stinking dollars at home? What's the big deal? By the way, Chen Fan's father also said that for these exchange matches, if you guys need any financial assistance, you can just ask. Zhang Pan added, leave it to me to take care of Mr. Chun. Fang Xiu replied in a loud voice. Qingqing Li? Chapter 34, The Geese and the Hare. Manhwa. Qingqing Li? Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu with a questioning face. No, aren't you a guy who's usually quite aloof? Fang Xiu, please be more reserved. Li Qingqing spat up without any good humor. Chen Fan's family is, indeed, quite rich, but as an imperial beast master, how can you bow down to money? You're rich, of course you're talking without a pain in the ass. Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. No matter what, this Li Qingqing was a popular figure in Crane City now, and her background could be found out as soon as she went online. My father's business is related to the Sentinel equipment. The mother, on the other hand, is a cadre in the system. You don't have to bother with resources at all for your 3 years of high school on the road to the Sentinel. The house is all ready for her. It's a whole different story on its own. Both of my former parents were average workers who had to pay off their car and house loans every month. One's living expenses for a month are only $1,000. This is the same Crane 1 high school that is willing to provide free dormitory rooms for students who study well. Otherwise, one's living expenses are a bit tight. If you have the ability, if you take first place this time, you don't want the prize money, give it to me, Fang Xiu said with a serious face. After all, this Li Qingqing was high-minded and proud, so maybe she would really agree once she was on top. Dream on. However, Li Qingqing wasn't overwhelmed by Fang Xiu's words. She just glared fiercely at Fang Xiu. So, when will Chen Fan's family be able to call in the money? Fang Xiu ignored Li Qingqing and directly asked Zhang Panpan. Don't be so anxious. Although Zhang Panpan heart can understand Fang Xiu's mood. After all, the road of imperial beasts, never less than spending money. Sometimes he also for Fang Xiu feel pity, did not have a good family. I'll ask Chen Fan to add you as a friend, so contact him yourself later. After saying that, Zhang Panpan took out 2 forms from her desk drawer and handed them to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing respectively. You guys fill it out first. In the exchange matches between colleges, although it was not the turn of students with poor imperial beasts, there would often be students like Chen Fan, whose family had resources and whose grades were not that bad, who would appear. So how does it work at a time like this? Naturally, students apply for the exchange tournament on their own, which is then reviewed by the teacher. That way, even if the students with better scores on the mapping exams are kicked out, they, the teachers, can still have something to say. Although your last test scores were better, so-and-so's imperial beasts are better suited for this tournament. There is absolutely no underhandedness in our school. Good. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison and quickly filled out the form before returning to the class. For the next few classes, no one came over to find Fang Xiu out again. Even when he went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, Fang Xiu was not disturbed. Rao's table-mate Shi Zhanhong, unknowingly, became Fang Xiu's little brother, and at noon one clamored to invite him to dinner. How could Fang Xiu refuse such a heartfelt act? In the meantime, he explained to him some of his own tips on how to control beasts. The time came quickly to the afternoon. It was the freshman class, the first gym class, and every student's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Fang Xiu was a bit curious as to whether this world's physical education class would have a group of students fighting together. However, I don't know if it was because the school year had just started, or because of something else. Zhang Panpan's physical education class taught about the theory of imperial beasts. Sure, the students in the second class, nevertheless, took notes very carefully. It was only after 20 minutes had come down that Zhang Panpan allowed everyone to enter their imperial beast space in practice. Then, Zhang Panpan took 3 steps to Fang Xiu's side. Take me one. Seeing this, Li Qingqing also immediately came up. What's the situation? Shi Zhanhong saw that the gym teacher and Li Qingqing both came over to Fang Xiu's side, and with curiosity, he too was not willing to lag behind. There's nothing going on. My alien might mutate, so I asked Brother Pan Pan to help guard the magic. Fang Xiu smiled and explained to Shi Zhanhong, want to come visit? Upon hearing the word visit, Zhang Panpan's pupils instantly dilated up. Fang Xiu, this guy should not be trying to. It won't. Zhang Panpan shook her head slightly. No matter what, it's not like every student in Heching No. One middle school has a family as outstanding as Li Qingqing and Chen Fan. Shi Zhanhong's parents are both ordinary white-collar workers. Although belonging to the middle class, they are not considered rich. Okay, Shi Zhanhong nodded his head in a hurry. Of course it's not free. Let's charge you $20. The upturned corners of Fang Xiu's mouth were like the devil's smile, interpreting the geese in the best possible way. Fang Hu? Qingqing Li? Wait, why does you charge 20 and I charge 500? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but spit it out. That's right, for what we are here is 500. Bullying. Li Qingqing followed suit and complained. Do you guys think he can take out 500? Fang Xiu pointed at Shi Zhanhong and said with a sense of entitlement. He had inquired long ago. The physical education teacher is the teacher with the most oil and water in Heching No. One middle school. Just that Chen Fan. I don't know how many times he sent gifts to Zhang Panpan. Li Qingqing's family is not to mention. She has more than 20,000 yuan of pocket money in a week. A proper rich white beauty. Who are they if you don't eat them? Plus, brother Pan Pan, sister Cheng Cheng, the exchange is coming up, so we're in this together. If I shine in the exchange tournament, it would be an honor for our second class, wouldn't it? Pay up. While saying that, Fang Xiu took out his resource card and asked the two of them to directly put money into his card. Good. Zhang Pan Pan did not say much. As Fang Xiu had said, if they could achieve good results in this freshman exchange match, he, as a physical education teacher, could also follow in the glory. Money and everything is secondary. Performance is what makes it real. Thinking of this, Zhang Pan Pan paid the money cheerfully. Although Li Qingqing was unhappy in her heart, she was not yet in a position to get involved with Fang Xiu for $500. It was only when she was paying that she glared viciously at Fang Xiu. If her eyes could kill, she would definitely be able to break Fang Xiu into pieces. Only Shi Zhanhong looked confused the entire time. Seeing that Zhang Pan Pan and Li Qingqing both paid, he could only pay obediently. Fang Xiu looked at the resource card in his hand and nodded contentedly before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and inviting Zhang Pan Pan and the others to enter his Imperial Beast space. As the three pressed consent, a faint light flickered from Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space card and quickly engulfed them. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the entrance of Thelian's underground kingdom. Is this your Imperial Beast space? Qingqing Li stood at the entrance of the underground cavern and looked in. A pitch-black environment. Out of reach. Strange hissing sounds kept coming from inside, and one could hear the hairs on one's back. Chapter 35, Zhang Pan Pan's Royal Beast, Hellfire. Fang Xiu, what did you mean by protector just now? Shi Zhanhong had already, on more than one occasion, been shocked by Fang Xiu's alien form. Now that he had the opportunity to visit the Imperial Beast space, he naturally had no reason to miss it. However, when he really entered Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space and stood at the entrance of the alien queen's underground kingdom, he felt the coldness that gushed out from inside, and the hissing sound of the strange screams. The hairs on his body stood up one after another. A bad feeling grew inside him. Even though he was a freshman in high school, he would surf the internet and search for study materials at home after school. But do you still need a protector when you're in the middle of a mutation? That's something he's not really sure about. It's literally Zhang Pan Pan, who was on the side, said without thinking. Fang Xiu-san's Imperial Beast progress is overly exaggerated. According to the normal process, the students of Crane City's first high school would not be exposed to the mutation until after they entered their sophomore year of high school. But Fang Xiu's face-hugging worm possessed the characteristics of parasitizing and assimilating the genes of Imperial Beasts. It might make the mutation happen earlier. No matter what, the essence of the Imperial Beast is the beast. They will see the Imperial Beastmaster as one of their own kind, and then submit. This situation is similar to having a dog. A good owner can train a dog to be very obedient. But, once they don't think you're strong enough to take the initiative, their actions become scattered and they ignore the Imperator's orders. In the worst-case scenario, there's also the possibility of attacking the Imperial Beastmaster. Based on this and that, the Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast, to progress together. Although Fang Xiu's alien had a bug nest consciousness, it was after all a phantom beast species with no previous experience. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happens during this process, Zhang Pan Pan chose to act as a protector. Let me be clear, although this exchange tournament is crucial, if your Imperial Beast shows aggression, I will snuff it out here. Zhang Pan Pan's voice became icy cold, although he felt that Fang Xiu was a rare genius Imperial Beast Master. For safety's sake, it was time to give up. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded, though he felt that his facehugger, after parasitizing Mamon's werewolf, would give birth to a very powerful Imperial Beast, but he didn't want a bunch of foster kids either. If it was really as Zhang Pan Pan had said, it would be better to solve it as soon as possible. Even without them, with just the alien Triceratops, I can definitely win this exchange tournament. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. An exchange match? A freshman exchange match? Shi Zhanhong was stunned at his words. Although he was a senior, he had heard about the freshman exchange tournament, not to mention the fact that you can bring your own Imperial Beasts to manifest in front of you. Just the tens of thousands of dollars in prize money is calling for a lot of eyeballs. But on second thought, Shi Zhanhong's heart was relieved. At the end of the day, Fang Xiu was the number one freshman. 3-minute speed test for mapping. The mutation that he should have been exposed to in his sophomore year of high school. He's touching it now. If they don't let him, a genius Royal Beast Master, participate in the freshman exchange tournament, who will they let participate? Lightning Eel. Zhang Pan Pan whirled around and released her own Imperial Beast. Only a few electric eels were seen floating in the air as if they were taking a dip. When they entered the cave, their bodies emitted hot white light, illuminating the dark cave as bright as day. Li Qingqing looked around and carefully observed Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. The space of this underground cavern was exaggerated. From the ground to the ceiling, there was a height of 7 or 8 meters, and the hall of the school building was more spacious. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the gusts of an overcast wind. If she hadn't known that this was Fang Xiu's imperial beast space, she would definitely have been deterred. Hiss! Shi Zhanhong's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although he knew that Fang Xiu was the master of this place, and those aliens of his would never mess around, he still couldn't stop the hair from rising in his heart. After all, fear is the most primal emotion in the human heart. It's not restrained at all. It's changed. On the contrary, it was Fang Xiu, who had long since gotten used to such an environment. He basically stays here except for classes. Fang Xiu, can you feel the face-hugging worm? And has it completed its parasitization? Zhang Pan thought for a moment and inquired about Fang Xiu. Not yet. Fang Xiu shook his head. Aha! Zhang Pan responded. As he had been here once, he had a general understanding of the environment. In order to be prepared, he also released his imperial beast, Hellfire. Along with Zhang Pan's low roar, only a green flame appeared from in front of the four. A wave of heat swept in all directions, forcing back the chill that permeated everywhere from the underground caverns. Then, the spreading fire began to contract as if it were a tornado, trapping over large and small rocks from the cavern's rocky walls and piling them up. Arms, legs, body, head. Not long after, a 6-meter-tall giant of fire came alive and stood in front of several people. Fang Hu? Shi Zhanhong instantly drew a breath of cold air. Ha! Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Phantom beast seed? When she first met Zhang Pan, she thought the gym teacher was too young and questioned his teaching ability. Even his name, Li Qingqing, felt a bit funny. Why would a guy in his 20s call himself Pan? It wasn't until she witnessed Zhang Pan's imperial beast with her own eyes that Li Qingqing realized that she had underestimated him. This is the imperial beast? Fang Xiu blinked. As far as he knew, the so-called imperial beasts were some creatures only. Where does this thing meet the definition of a living creature? Who said that imperial beasts must be creatures? Zhang Pan raised the corners of her mouth upwards and smiled smugly. That's just because you students, your bodies and minds aren't strong enough, so you're allowed to use the most common imperial beasts to exercise your imperial beast abilities. It's only when you get to college that you really get started. Zhang Pan said smugly. It had to be said that Zhang Pan's imperial beasts had really opened Fang Xiu's eyes somewhat. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that there would be such imperial beasts in this world. Kind of interesting. However, Fang Xiu was more than a little curious in his heart. Can one's own face-hugging bug parasitize Zhang Pan's hellfire? I wish I could try it. Follow him. Zhang Pan continued. And with every step forward this hellfire took, the ground shook with it. You can see the power of it. At the same time, Fang Xiu felt that he had really made a fortune this time. Not only was there Zhang Pan's hellfire to act as a protector this time, he also gave himself a visiting fee. Zhang Pan is really a good teacher. Most importantly, I don't know what kind of imperial beasts this Pan can still come up with. Fang Xiu had a strong premonition in his heart. This hellfire was not the most powerful imperial beast in Zhang Pan's hands. Is it only when you get to college that you are truly initiated? Fang Xiu muttered up. Chapter 36, The Alien is so terrifying. Looking at Zhang Pan's hellfire, Fang Xiu's heart was filled with longing for the future. You must get into the top 10 yourself. Within a short time, Fang Xiu's group arrived at the depths of the underground cavern. The alien queen was still curled up on her legs, with a giant spawner attached to the end of her body, and at a glance, it looked as if she was sitting on a throne. Moreover, the body of this alien queen was 5 or 6 meters, taller than the alien triceratops that Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong had seen. This is the imperial beast? Shi Zhanhong's 2 eyes stared like cow's eyes as he looked around with an unbelievable expression, only to see the face-hugging insect eggs, spitting out of the alien queen's spawner from time to time, densely packed as if they were a square formation. If all of these insect eggs were to hatch, the aliens that would be born would, I'm afraid, easily exceed 3 digits. No wonder when Fang Xiu fought with Ma Ming, his aliens were blackened. This unreasonable rate of reproduction is the root of the alien's awesomeness. Is this the gap between geniuses and mortals? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but see his eyes redden for a moment. According to the way Alien is going, it feels like Fang Xiu doesn't even have to take the college entrance exams to be guaranteed in by the top 10. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing's pupils couldn't help but quake slightly. She has always been the bully in the eyes of her teachers and classmates. Not only are your grades excellent, but your path to the royal beasts is also very smooth. A proper life winner. But now that she saw Fang Xiu's alien army, she immediately felt the gap. Who can beat Fang Xiu in this? Would your alien breeding speed be too fast? Zhang Pan, on the other hand, saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Although aliens are silicon-based organisms that don't suffer too much even if they don't eat for a few days, the alien queen creates a very large energy drain when she lays her eggs, coupled with the fact that the alien queen was unable to move due to the limitations of the trap spawner. Fang Xiu's alien, therefore, needed to take on the job of feeding the queen. The ever-increasing number of aliens has in turn made the space here crowded. Yeah, Fang Xiu nodded. It only takes 48 hours for the facehugger to parasitize and then for the alien to grow into an adult body. And the alien queen spawn is done once every 2 or 3 hours. And in the alien community, the alien queen is nothing less than a birthing machine. At first, Fang Xiu felt elated, thinks that the alien race just needs to keep growing and he can become the strongest sentinel. But when you really cultivate it, you realize that food, space, all of it costs money. This underground cave was still the result of Fang Xiu's expansion, make it the size of a soccer field. But even so, such a space was still too small for the ever-proliferating aliens. Even because of the lack of food resources, some aliens even went directly into hibernation as a way to reduce energy consumption. Hiss! The corner of Zhang Pan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the whole person could not help but feel his scalp tingling up. Such a huge scale. Not to mention that Fang Xiu was just an ordinary high school student. Even he, the physical education teacher, was also very headstrong. But, if you think about it from a different perspective, how many Imperial Beast Masters would hate to be able to breed Imperial Beasts like aliens? It's also hard for you. Zhang Pan sensed the pressure Fang Xiu was facing and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If he could have a family like Chen Fan's, this Fang Xiu would really have to be invincible. It's a shame. It's a shame. And just then, the face-hugging bugs that had parasitized the werewolf's face began to fall off. These werewolves also seemed to have regained their self-awareness and climbed up from the ground. It's on. Fang Xiu's gaze slightly condensed as he exchanged the money he had just snubbed from Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing into food and threw it in front of these 5 werewolves. This. Sure, Zhanhong only took one look, and the whole person was dumbfounded, because Fang Xiu's way of feeding was very simple and rough. He directly customized the food into pork. A large number of them can even be piled up into a small mountain. It was worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu first started Imperial Beasts, there were resources given by the school. The food that Fang Xiu fed to the aliens were all living cows and sheep. It was only when he had consumed all the resources allocated by the school and needed to spend his own money that Fang Xiu realized the problem of waste. A pound of beef or lamb, almost 34. The cheaper pork was only $11. If I had known, I should have fed the aliens pork from the beginning. What a miscalculation. Good lord. Fang Xiu, your alien is too edible, isn't it? All this food is enough to feed my Imperial Beasts for half a month. Sure, Zhanhong couldn't help but spit it out. Not only him, Li Qingqing was also taken aback. Fang Xiu, can you afford to raise so many aliens? From the initial shock, both of them couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fang Xiu in their hearts. So you guys now know why I'm so poor, right? Fang Xiu smiled helplessly. The food issue is still secondary, because space has not been able to be expanded, so much so that my alien queen is not so willing to have little babies. As Fang Xiu spoke, he didn't forget to take a look at Zhang Pan. The implication is that you should think of something, Pan. And the pork that Fang Xiu took out was quickly winded up by the werewolf, swallowing even the bone crumbs. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. You call this thing a baby? Fang Xiu, here is 20,000. Li Qingqing hesitated slightly, and then took out her resource card. And with that, she transferred 20,000 to Fang Xiu. While her Imperial Beasts weren't as edible, there were plenty of places where she needed to use her money. Plus the family has a limit on how much she can live on. She doesn't have a lot of pocket money either. It was Fang Xiu who was a bit surprised, not expecting Li Qingqing to be so generous, worthy of being the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Li. Fang Xiu whirled around and arched his hand. Don't forget what I told you. Think of it as an investment. I hope you have a day when you don't badger me, Li Qingqing said with a serious demeanor. It was true that she had treated Fang Xiu badly at first, but there was no grudge between them, just a momentary imbalance in her own mind. After that energy, she also realized that the fault was not with Fang Xiu, sort of a compensation. Next, it was Fang Xiu's strength. He was the most talented Imperial Beast Master that Li Qingqing had ever seen. If there really was that day after entering the top 10 in the future, she at least didn't want Fang Xiu to become her opponent. Your business? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows for a moment, and then he thought of what Li Qingqing had said. One day, I'll finish off Chu Xinghe. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as Miss Li. Fang Xiu quickly regained his smile. Although he had no grudges against Chu Xinghe, the student council had suffered the students of the first middle school for a long time. He himself didn't intend to work in tandem with Chu Xinghe. Zhang Pan silently watched the conversation between Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, and a pleased smile emerged with it. Chapter 37, The Birth of a Higher Alien. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were not only the most powerful Imperial Beast Masters in Class 2, but also the future hopes of the first high school entrance exam. Zhang Pan naturally hoped that they could get along and help each other. Just like that, Fang Xiu and the others were next in this Imperial Beast space waiting for the alien to break out of the chest from the werewolf's body. When he thought of what Zhang Pan had said, Fang Xiu's heart was more or less nervous. Although with Zhang Pan's hellfire here to protect me, I don't have to worry too much about safety. But Fang Xiu looked at the werewolves, not to mention that in order to parasitize them, he himself had consumed several face-hugging worms. The food fed to them pretty much spent the balance of the resource card. If it wasn't for the $20,000 that Li Qingqing had transferred to him, his next feeding would have been a problem. Don't ever fail, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. And Fang Xiu also realized that he was not the only one who was waiting apprehensively. The alien queen also seemed to be able to sense the baby aliens in the werewolves' bodies, and its production slowed down, keeping its attention focused on those werewolves. The alien Triceratops, and some of the male aliens, were in full gear. Alien queen, could it be unsettling? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. According to the alien setting, the queen not only possessed a super high IQ of 175, the fan-shaped crown on its head could also release special pheromones that could be used to sense the location of all the aliens and give orders. Maybe the alien queen sensed something special from the alien in the werewolf's stomach. Wouldn't really let Zhang Pan hit the nail on the head, Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Sure, Zhanhong even subconsciously retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Although there was Zhang Pan and his hellfire, Sure Zhanhong's heart always felt creepy. A bad feeling grew inside him. Qingqing Li, on the other hand, was fully focused on the werewolf. Zhang Pan even gave direct orders to Hellfire. If the alien that came out of the werewolf's body later attacked them, then they would just finish each other off. Alien Triceratops, protect the queen. Fang Xiu hesitated slightly. On his side, he had Zhang Pan's Hellfire, so he didn't have to worry too much. But in case these aliens really rebelled against their orders, or even attacked the alien queen, that would be a problem. With Fang Xiu's order, the alien Triceratops quickly stepped in front of the alien queen and stared at the werewolf with a wary expression. The good news is that the wait didn't last long, only to see one of the werewolves suddenly fall to the ground, its body twitching up unceasingly, and its expression becoming distorted from the pain. Ow! Wails erupted from the werewolf's throat, and its convulsions became more and more intense. Li Qingqing and Zhang Pan followed suit and tensed up. Pust! Only sharp nails were seen, cutting through the werewolf's abdomen and sticking out of it, blood splattering in all directions. Fang Xiu stared at the palm with all his concentration. Identical in appearance to the other xenomorphs, the fusion of werewolf genes is characterized by the same bone-over-flesh traits, with a pitch-black exoskeleton that in turn protects its muscles. Combined with the werewolf's massive size, the chest-breaker shifter that burrowed out of his abdomen was 1.5 meters long. And its palms are different from normal aliens. Its palms are not only wider, but also more finely boned, more like a human hand than any other alien. Closer to human? Fang Xiu thought in his heart. Soon, the alien, which had fused the werewolf genes, emerged from its body, and it shook its head. It also had a shorter head than the alien Triceratops, and a more human-like stance when fully standing, rather than dinosaur-like. It also had a relatively shorter tail than the other aliens, and an extra piece of joint in the elbow. In Fang Xiu's opinion, the alien looked more like what a werewolf would look like after skinning and deboning it. Fizzle. However, this alien's vocalizer was no different from the other aliens, still hissing in a strange manner. It scanned Fang Xiu and the others, and although it didn't show any malice, it made sure Zhanhong feel a chill. Manhwa. Zhang Pan was highly nervous. He never dreamed that he would feel so much pressure in the senior's Imperial Beast space. Can you command it? Although this alien was still an immature body, the sense of oppression it brought was extremely strong. Sit down. Fang Xiu sniffed and tentatively ordered up the alien. However, this alien did not act after hearing Fang Xiu's words. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a crisis. Hisses, hiss, only to see the alien queen's mood become a bit grumpy, constantly rebuking the little guy who had just broken out of his chest in the language of the aliens. No matter what, in the alien queen's perception, Fang Xiu was the king of this world, and to give birth to an alien who dared to ignore the king's orders was simply a capital offense. What's wrong? Qingqing Li noticed this and couldn't help but ask Fang Xiu. The aliens are a nesting society with a hierarchy of top and bottom. The alien queen's orders are absolute, and as the king of the aliens, I am the absolute of absolutes. So this alien didn't sit down as I ordered, no doubt challenging the authority of the alien queen. Fang Xiu casually explained up. His heart was also more or less nervous. He could sense that the alien was different. The joints on its elbows, in particular, are organs that no other alien possesses. This indicated that the alien had only completed a higher stage of evolution after absorbing the werewolf gene. If possible, Fang Xiu really couldn't afford to let Zhang Pan Pan's hellfire finish him off. Brother Pan Pan, is there any way to boost my power? It suddenly occurred to Fang Xiu that Zhang Pan Pan had said that if the power of the Imperial Beast Master was too weak, the orders given would be ignored by the Imperial Beasts. So in turn, if you get stronger, you'll be able to suppress the aliens again, right? So, there is no way to make yourself stronger. There is. Zhang Pan Pan hesitated slightly. The method was still there. After all, human technology was very advanced, and methods to boost the spiritual power of Imperial Beastmasters for a short period of time had already been found. Only, this method is not free, and it was as if Fang Xiu's alien queen had lost her patience all of a sudden. Its fan-shaped crown then releases pheromones that give orders to the male aliens here. In a flash, two 2-meter-tall aliens suddenly darted up and towards the one that came out of the werewolf's body. The delusion is to use power and make it subservient. However, when it was too late, just as the two aliens were approaching the werewolf alien, a black blade popped out of the joint on its elbow. Chapter 38, Altered Skills? Gale Steps? It wasn't until the alien queen ordered the two male aliens to charge up towards the werewolf alien that Fang Xiu realized what the joints growing on the werewolf alien's elbows were. Only a slight flick of the front wrist of the werewolf shifter was seen, and a black knife protruded directly out of the joint before being grasped by this werewolf shifter, almost as a subconscious reaction. As soon as it gripped the black blade, it swept it towards the charging alien. Next, this werewolf shifter flashed directly behind the two shifters, and along with a flash of cold light, those two shifters were directly severed across the waist. Acidic blood splattered in all directions. This sudden scene made even Fang Xiu unexpected. He subconsciously blinked his starry eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but suck up a mouthful of cold air. It's important to realize that aliens are not only silicon-based creatures, but also bone-covered life forms. They have exoskeletons that are stronger than steel alloys. The result was a slash to the waist? How sharp is this werewolf alien's black blade? Could this be the power of the mutation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien. To say you're not excited at all is obviously impossible. After all, this werewolf shifter was his own imperial beast. Stop. Seeing that those male aliens were stupid and wanted to rush over to fight for their lives, Fang Xiu hastily drank them back. In his opinion, his own werewolf shifter may not have a backbone. Perhaps the breast had just been broken and was still in a state of ignorance about the world. Sensing hostility from the two male aliens, he was forced to fight back. Is this big brother Fang Xiu's imperial beast? Shi Zhanhong on the side looked dumbfounded. How strong Fang Xiu's alien strength was, he had not only seen it in the footage of the mapping exam, but also on the short video platform. He had also seen the process of an alien defeating a werewolf that someone had recorded. Based on such and such, in Shi Zhanhong's perception, Fang Xiu's alien was the strongest imperial beast among the upperclassmen. However, it was such a terrifying imperial beast that had been slashed in a second. Invincible. Shi Zhanhong's two eyes stared like the eyes of an ox, and a trace of envy and jealousy arose in his heart. Why are the imperial beasts so different when they're both freshmen? So strong. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing also felt unbelievable and incredible. The moment the werewolf shifter struck just now, she didn't even see the guy move. Is this really the strength that a senior freshman should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. Everyone be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly pulled Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong back to the real world from the shock. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing subconsciously looked at Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu's imperial beast, what should we do with it? In her opinion, the alien parasitized from the werewolf's corpse had transcended Fang Xiu's control, and had also decapitated its own kind without authorization. If he continued to let it go, not only would the aliens here be slaughtered, but perhaps Fang Xiu's life would be in danger as well. Although it was somewhat of a pity to take out such a powerful imperial beast here, it couldn't be helped. After all, with Fang Xiu's current power, he was still unable to harness such a powerful imperial beast. Only, Zhang Panpan spoke, but also deliberately looked at Fang Xiu. No matter what, this alien was Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Even if he could understand what was at stake, it wasn't that easy to accept. Finished him off here. Zhang Panpan's eyes revealed a touch of murderous aura, and he immediately gave orders to Hellfire. Wait a moment, brother Panpan. Fang Xiu didn't expect Zhang Panpan to make a move so quickly. His heart was also startled. He quickly waved his hand and asked Zhang Panpan to wait a little longer. But who knew that Zhang Panpan's Hellfire had already taken action, only to see Hellfire charging at the werewolf alien with quick steps, 5 fingers grasping into fists in the air, each step forward of his massive body causing the entire underground cavern to vibrate. The werewolf alien was even smaller in front of Hellfire. Fang Xiu, when you make a break, you will suffer. Zhang Panpan had absolutely no intention of stopping and instead advised Fang Xiu. But just as Hellfire's fist was about to land on the werewolf alien, the latter suddenly disappeared. The large fist, which continued downward, eventually smashed into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire underground cavern began to shake violently, and a green shockwave swept in all directions along with a heat wave. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan were even forced back a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. Hiss! Li Qingqing's mouth drew a mouthful of cold air backwards, her heart horrified. On the one hand, Zhang Panpan's hellfire, just an ordinary punch, had set off such a huge impact that it was simply more powerful than a hot weapon. On the other hand, Fang Xiu's werewolf shifter, why was it gone again? Where did it go? Li Qingqing racked her brain and couldn't figure out how the werewolf alien had dodged it. Even as she looked around, she didn't see this werewolf shifter. At the same time, Fang Xiu's ears resounded with the beeps of the Imperial Beast space system. Congratulations to the Imperial Beastmaster. The alien has undergone a mutation, giving birth to the skill, sneaking. Fang Xiu was first stunned. Mutation? And skills? Does it mean that? Fang Xiu's heart suddenly came to a realization. It was assumed that his own werewolf shifter, who had used a sneaking technique, had dodged the Hellfire's attack. Gale steps? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows and thought of a single-player game called Warcraft that he had played before he crossed over. One of the unit heroes in there is called Sword Saint, and one of his skills, called Gale Step, is to go into a state of invisibility and increase his movement speed. When attacking the target again, it also causes exposure to the target. Although he didn't know what this sneaking technique was, from the manifestation, Fang Xiu felt that his werewolf shifter seemed to have mastered a Gale Step type of skill. It's gone. Zhang Panpan frowned, a bad premonition arising in her heart. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought that Fang Xiu's alien could still hide his whereabouts. This guy Fang Xiu, he's a freshman in high school, right? For a while, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life. He himself is a teacher in the first middle school of Crane City, graduated from a proper university. By all accounts, dealing with a senior's imperial beast would be as simple as an adult brutally beating a kindergarten class. Why does it look like a college animal competition? It's not scientific. Even as soon as Zhang Panpan had just ventured this thought, the wolf alien that had disappeared, reappeared. It stood on the right side of Hellfire, its knees slightly bent, and with the strength of its entire body, it catapulted itself out, holding the black blade in both hands, and made a slash at Hellfire's shoulder. Boom! Chapter 39, I am the alien god. Boom! Only to see the black blade of the werewolf shifter slash directly at Hellfire's arm, colliding with a deafening sound. A terrifying air current spread in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan hurriedly shielded Li Qingqing behind herself to block this wave of air for her, and the entire ceiling, walls, and floor of the underground cavern were all cracked by this impact. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Panpan, Shi Zhanhong, all held their breath at this moment, not even blinking their eyes. Hey, just kidding. Zhang Panpan quickly marveled. He hears the black blade of the werewolf shifter set into Hellfire's arm bit by bit. 2 breaths later, the werewolf alien black blade went straight through Hellfire's arm and chopped it down hard. Rumble! Hellfire's arm fell heavily to the ground. Ha! Shi Zhanhong's mouth grew into a big O shape. He never dreamed that Fang Xiu's werewolf shifter would be able to suppress Zhang Panpan's Hellfire. You should know that Zhang Panpan is not a high school student. He's a gym teacher, with close to 10 years of experience in the royal beast. As a result, he was suppressed miserably by a Fang Xiu who had just come into contact with the imperial beasts not more than a few days ago. Is this really not some kind of pipe dream? What kind of demon is Fang Xiu in the end? Shi Zhanhong sneaked a look at Fang Xiu's side face, and a cold breath fell out of his mouth. In fact, not only Shi Zhanhong, but even in Li Qingqing's heart, she was somewhat skeptical if she was dreaming. What kind of monster is this Fang Xiu's alien, brother Pan Pan? At this time, on the contrary, it was Fang Xiu who was the most calm. As he slowly opened his mouth, have your hellfire stopped striking? Ha! Zhang Panpan could not help but be stunned. What did you say? Although his hellfire had an arm cut off by the werewolf shifter, it was not considered a fatal wound. At the end of the day, the heart of hellfire is fire. The arms that fell were just rocks that had sorbed over. Hellfire was seen turning his body, a greenish flame surging towards the ground, curling up the fallen arm and reattaching it. The werewolf shifter took a quick step back and regained some distance. Fang Xiu, I know you can't let go of this imperial beast, but a disobedient imperial beast will bring great trouble. Not only will your life be in danger, but your imperial beast, too, will be harmed. As she spoke, Zhang Panpan also hinted with her eyes at the 2 aliens that were wasted by the werewolf alien. What's worse, there are 4 more aliens like this one that haven't hatched. If he didn't thoroughly help Fang Xiu solve the problem here, his efforts during this period of time would most likely go down the drain. No, brother Pan, I know exactly what I'm doing. I asked you to stop, not out of any reluctance, Fang Xiu said in a calm tone. Although his body was only a high school freshman, his mind was an adult. You just said that as long as the Imperial Beast Master is strong enough, the Imperial Beasts won't rebel against his or her orders, right? Feng Xiu asked Zheng Pan rhetorically. The two sides looked at each other in all directions. Zheng Pan also saw unprecedented determination in Feng Xiu's starry eyes. This guy, not bluffing. You. Zhang Pan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was the first time he had seen a student like Feng Xiu. First, they bred rare phantom beast species, and then used just a few days to reproduce like crazy. Now it's even breeding mutant imperial beasts. The most crucial thing was Feng Xiu's mindset. He wasn't frightened by what the werewolf shifter was doing. Perhaps. Zhang Pan looked at Feng Xiu and then at his werewolf shifter. After a brief hesitation, he still couldn't help but want to believe Feng Xiu. Well, eventually, Zhang Pan's tone loosened and ordered Hellfire to stop, and made Hellfire take a few steps back. Rely on you, Feng Xiu. In fact, Zhang Pan's mood was also very excited, although he knew it was a risk. What if, in case Feng Xiu really was able to suppress the werewolf order, what about getting it to recognize Feng Xiu's identity as a royal beast master? Mr. Zhang, will this be too dangerous? When Li Qingqing saw this, she only felt incomprehensible. Although Feng Xiu's werewolf shifter was, indeed, excessively powerful, it was Feng Xiu who was able to cultivate this imperial beast, who was the most crucial being. In other words, as long as Feng Xiu exercised himself more, sooner or later, he would be able to breed another imperial beast as powerful as this, and at that time, he would not have to take the risks he was taking now. Feng Xiu was only a senior in high school. There was no need to take risks at this time. Feng Xiu, we're only in our first year of high school now, so it won't matter if we lose one or two of our imperial beasts. By the time you're a sophomore, I'm sure you'll be able to breed even more powerful imperial beasts than you have now, and that you'll be able to control them by the time you get to that point. For a while, Li Qingqing couldn't help but persuade Feng Xiu. But how could Feng Xiu possibly give up on the werewolf shifter here just because of Li Qingqing's words? Let's not talk about the power of this werewolf shifter. Most importantly, I bred this alien. I'm the one who gave them a chance to survive in this world. I'm the one who owns them, Feng Xiu said in a loud voice. In his mind, it wasn't a trade-off or a rush at all. He himself is the alien god. For a while, even Li Qingqing was taken aback by Feng Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth to speak. Teacher Zhang, is this possible? Sure, Zhanhong didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He cautiously walked over and stood behind Zhang Pan, unable to resist asking. It's not impossible. Zhang Pan thought about it. No matter how strong a human was, it was impossible for them to go into a physical fight with a royal beast. So essentially, it's about suppressing one's imperial beast in the spiritual realm. In other words, some imperial beasts do rebel against their imperial masters, but that was because these imperial beasts were not like humans. They had no language, no words, but were observant enough to be able to judge whether or not the imperial beastmasters were afraid of them from their reactions. After all, fear is an innate emotion in all life. Once the imperial beasts realized that their imperial beastmasters had developed fear, they would feel that their imperial beastmasters were too weak. That's why there were incidents of rebelling against orders and even attacking imperial beastmasters. What Feng Xiu had to do was to erase the fear of the werewolf alien, overcome each other on a spiritual level. Originally, Zhang Pan thought that this was impossible until he saw Feng Xiu's eyes. That didn't even look like a high school student should look, more like an adult. Only Feng Xiu was seen taking one step towards the werewolf alien. Had enough? Feng Xiu lowered his voice as he gazed at the werewolf alien, and with that, he exuded a powerful aura that crushed towards the other party. The werewolf alien looked at Feng Xiu. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Chapter 40, 2 Skills from Mutations? Feng Xiu gazed at the werewolf alien and took one step forward, eventually stopping at a position less than 5 meters away from the werewolf alien. Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong held their breath on the spot, not even daring to blink as they stared at Feng Xiu, especially Zhang Pan. Although he chose to believe in Feng Xiu and expected a miracle to happen, he didn't dare to do any gambling. Hellfire slowly approached Feng Xiu, staring stupidly at the werewolf alien. As soon as this werewolf alien made any excessive moves, it would immediately strike. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were all nervous to the extreme, bean-sized beads of sweat emerging from the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing recited Feng Xiu's name in her heart. Had enough? Feng Xiu gazed at the werewolf alien and lowered his voice. As for this werewolf alien, it didn't respond and just observed Feng Xiu. It seemed to be judging whether Feng Xiu would fear itself, just as Zhang Pan said. Suddenly, the werewolf alien moved. It took a step forward and tried to shorten the distance between them, wanting to use it to force Feng Xiu back. Once Feng Xiu retreated, then it could potentially take advantage of the situation. But Feng Xiu knew very well in his heart, it was himself who created the aliens. Without themselves, They could never have been born in this world. He himself is the alien god. Instead of running away, did you approach me? Might as well get a little closer then, Fang Xiu said in an icy tone before taking a step forward. In Fang Xiu's opinion, his behavior was not reckless. The aliens are a nesting society, and the hierarchy is deeply embedded in their genes. And while wolves are also class animals, a powerful wolf can challenge the wolf king. In Fang Xiu's opinion, it was possible that it was this kind of behavior that affected the judgment of the werewolf alien. But what makes the aliens perfect is their genes, which can suppress the assimilated genes, making them aliens and not another species. Of course, these were just Fang Xiu's guesses. His approach to the werewolf shifter was done with calculation. If the werewolf shifter really attacked himself, then Zhang Pan's hellfire would be able to instantly annihilate this guy. In other words, Fang Xiu's heart had a great bottom. That bottom line translates into his aura. For a moment, in turn, the werewolf shifter was confused, watching Fang Xiu approach over on his own initiative. It instead became uneasy. Take the sword back, Fang Xiu continued, and at this command, the werewolf alien, in fact, really put away the black blade, and slowly bent his knees, kneeling on one knee in front of Fang Xiu, then lowered his head. That guy gave in? Shi Zhanhong rubbed his eyes with his hand and murmured softly. He had thought that the werewolf shifter would take a shot at Fang Xiu. As a result, he didn't expect that Fang Xiu really suppressed the alien with just his aura. And it wasn't just suppression. It even made the other party submit to it. Li Qingqing's heart also let out a long sigh of relief. Although the matter of Fang Xiu stealing her first place had nagged at her, but after these 2 days of contact, she did feel that Fang Xiu's temperament was good, very much to my own liking. If she could, she wouldn't want Fang Xiu to give up this werewolf shifter. Mr. Chang? However, Li Qingqing was still a bit uneasy as she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan. Is this considered a success for Fang Xiu? However, when she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Pan's pupils were crazily quaking, and the corners of her mouth even involuntarily drew a large mouthful of cold air. Shocked, Zhang Pan was shocked by Fang Xiu's behavior. It's incredible. Although Zhang Pan had given Fang Xiu the opportunity to try, in his heart he did not feel that Fang Xiu could succeed. It was because this werewolf alien had already exceeded Fang Xiu's imperial beast progress. It's usually not until sophomore year that you're exposed to mutations. Even in Zhang Pan's opinion, imperial beasts like the werewolf shifter were even more powerful than those of some senior students. With this level of imperial beasts, you can take the entrance exam now, even if you can't get into the top 10, 985 or 211. Getting a normal undergraduate degree is a breeze. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Although my teaching career is not long, but at least I have gone to school for more than 10 years, and I have seen a lot of geniuses from all walks of life. But this is the first time I've seen a guy like Fang Xiu. After the shock, Zhang Pan's heart was bursting with joy. Happy for Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu looked at the werewolf alien that had completely submitted to him, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. Just then, however, the other 4 aliens, too, all broke out of the werewolf's body through his chest. Blood splattered in all directions, and an eerie hissing echoed through the underground cavern. Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing's nerves, which had only relaxed with great difficulty, once again tightened up. Broken. I almost forgot. Fang Xiu's imperial beasts have 5. Shi Zhanhong's face instantly became as pale as paper and hurriedly hid behind Zhang Pan. One werewolf shifter alone gave them a thrill. This came 4 more at once. Really scared Shi Zhanhong enough. Mr. Zhang. Li Qingqing also stared at the 4 chest breakers as if they were enemies. But who knew? These 4 aliens, unlike the first one, didn't ignore Fang Xiu's orders, and even made a move to decapitate their own kind. As soon as they came out, they all knelt down on one knee and offered their loyalty to Fang Xiu. Congratulations, Mr. Fang Xiu, for completing the mutation. Your alien gains a new skill, synchronization. Synchronization? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, not quite understanding what synchronization meant, but after he subconsciously murmured out a synchronization, the 4 aliens that were kneeling on one knee were suddenly pulled up by a force, only to see their bodies quickly leave the ground and fly as if they were kites with broken strings. And the direction it flew out was the very same werewolf shifter from the very beginning. What the hell? Shi Zhanhong was startled by this scene, and thought that something had gone wrong, and almost instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhang Pan's arm, a look as if he would be done for if he let go. He even somewhat regretted following to Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. These aliens are too scary, aren't they? Teacher Zhang, what's going on here? On the contrary, it was Li Qingqing, although she also had a puzzled look on her face. At least she wasn't in as much of a mess as Shi Zhanhong. Mutant skill. The corners of Zhang Pan's mouth once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He could see that this was Fang Xiu's alien form, and in the process of mutation, skills were born. But does that make sense? Normal mutation. Just changing the form of the Imperial Beast. Only in rare cases will the Imperial Beast skill be mutated. And that alien just disappeared into thin air would be using a skill, right? Feng Xiu's alien, mutating 2 skills? Are you kidding me? Chapter 41, I feel terribly strong. Hiss. Zhang Pan looked at Feng Xiu, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that this guy was just too demonic. Not only did he make such a royal beast submit to himself, but he also mutated 2 skills. Feng Xiu naturally wasn't clear about what Zhang Pan was thinking. His attention at this moment was all focused on his alien. Only a faint glow emanated from the 4 aliens that flew past. The body seemed to turn into a liquid and entered the body of the first werewolf shifter. Along with the disappearance of the light, the 4 aliens, too, all disappeared. Ha! Feng Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. 5 became 1? What the hell is this synchronization skill? 5 of your own aliens into 1? Isn't that a loss? Where could Feng Xiu accept such a thing? He hesitated a little and tried to pronounce separation. As Feng Xiu's words fell, he only saw the werewolf alien in front of him, shaking rapidly. What's even more unexpected is the way the wobble is not the body wobbling. It's more like a cell phone screen shaking because of a bad signal. Next, 4 aliens split from the body of this werewolf alien, landing in 4 directions in front of, behind, and to the right of it. A hint of joy flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes. Does it mean that? A bold idea was born in Feng Xiu's heart. Synchronize. As soon as his words fell, the separated aliens, once again, synchronized into a single unit. Separation. Synchronize. Feng Xiu tried several times in a row, and each time, he was able to make this werewolf alien split and synchronize. Isn't that a mirror image? For a moment, Feng Xiu's heart once again thought of the hero unit Sword Saint from Warcraft 3. Sneaking spells, corresponding to blast steps. Synchronized separation, corresponding to mirroring. Is it possible that this werewolf shifter is so developed that he can still make a blade storm? Feng Xiu, how did you do it? Although Shi Zhanhong wasn't clear about what had happened, he felt that Feng Xiu's alien form was simply handsome. Li Qingqing was also very curious as she surveyed Feng Xiu's Imperial Beast. Brother Pan, seeing that his alien was no longer a threat, Feng Xiu then returned to Zhang Pan's side and inquired with curiosity. Does every Imperial Beast gain skills when it mutates? Because Feng Xiu remembered that when Ma Ming fought with himself, he didn't seem to use any skills. Not really. Zhang Pan shook her head. Most Imperial Beasts only change their forms when they mutate, making them into something more suitable for fighting. Strength, speed, all of it will increase dramatically. Only a very small percentage of Imperial Beasts will gain skills during the mutation process. Of course, when you say skill, it looks more like some sort of psychic ability. Neither the hiding of the werewolf shifter nor the synchronized separation can be easily explained by science. Even the mutations and skills in question have always been the focus of researchers. It's just a shame that mankind is currently unable to answer questions in this area. The only thing that could be known was that there were only a very small number of genius Imperial Beast Masters who could make the Imperial Beasts give birth to a skill during a mutation. Sure, although most Imperial Beasts do not acquire innate skills, they can create their own skills out later, relying on their own efforts and those of the Imperial Beast Master. Feng Xiu nodded in sudden realization. Still, he didn't quite understand why his own alien form would be born with a skill similar to the Wraith Sword Saint. Could it be that the Imperial Beast skill is related to the perception of the Imperial Beast Master? Brother Pan, the skill of the Imperial Beast, would it be related to the perception of the Imperial Beast Master? Like if I subconsciously wish for my Imperial Beast to gain a certain skill, it could be born? Feng Xiu inquired. Shi Zhanhong and Qingqing Li quickly recorded this question as a point of knowledge. There is indeed this possibility. Zhang Pan nodded. This kind of theory was not the first to be put forward by Feng Xiu. There have been Imperial Beast scientists cognizant of the Imperial Beast alteration skill before, and it is likely that it is a reflection of the mind of the Imperial Beast Master. Or maybe it's a materialization of spiritual energy. There is, however, a problem. If it's true that it relies on things like subconsciousness, psychic writing, and mental energy to give the Imperial Beast skills, then why is it that only a very small portion of Imperial Beast Masters are able to make their Imperial Beasts gain innate skills? Although some people have tried to answer them, these kinds of questions are like drilling into a dead end. It is difficult to have hypotheses that convince others. Over time, the key to innate skills is something that no one can figure out. But, Zhang Pan took a deep breath. Although this hypothesis has no scientific support, I do think it is right, because my Imperial Beast has also given birth to an innate skill too, and that skill, an ability I always wanted to have when I was a child. What is it? Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong asked in unison, their eyes radiating the spirit of gossip. Knock. However, Zhang Pan directly flicked a melon crash at both of their heads, and the expression written on her face also seemed to be saying, "Don't pry blindly." Fang Xiu, on the other hand, stood in place thoughtfully. In other words, my alien form, which can materialize the skills I have deep in my memory. Is that why you got the blast step and mirror image? And again, because this world doesn't have a game like Warcraft, my sentinel space, which doesn't know the correct name for blast steps, calls it sneaking technique? Fang Xiu thought in his heart. When he used to play Warcraft, Sword Saint was indeed his favorite hero. After all, what boy wouldn't love this violent chop king? Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but look back at the alien queen. If only the skills of the Wraith Sword Saint could appear in this world. That, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kizuna, Tree Realm Descent, the Law of Heaven, Smash Varuto, ********. For a while, Fang Xiu's heart couldn't help but marvel. You're a traveler yourself. You're a modern man. What you know about yourself, put in this world, is a downward spiral. Silicon-based creatures that are already powerful and immortal, plus those super sick abilities. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel terrible. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu? Seeing that Fang Xiu was somewhat lost in thought, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her volume over and over again. Are you alright? No, it's fine. Fang Xiu shook his head. I just feel powerful and scary right now. I want to fight with the student council. Again. For a while, Fang Xiu couldn't wait to single-handedly take on the entire student council and then let his face-hugging bugs frantically parasitize their imperial beasts. Hell, I don't know what kind of skills I can give birth to with my own alien. With the next mutation, Chapter 42, Methods and Credits of Alteration, the sneak technique will be renamed Blast Step, and synchronization will be renamed Mirror Split. Fang Xiu ordered towards the Imperial Beast Space System. After all, sneak art and synchronization sounded a bit weird, so Fang Xiu simply modified it. Skill renaming has been completed. Feedback from the system is also very quick. Blistering wind steps and mirror image split. It feels like it sounds a bit handsome. Shi Hong, who was on the side, was envious in his heart. When would one's imperial beast be able to mutate and mutate skills as well? Fang Xiu, you can also design a name for this imperial beast, too. Seeing that Fang Xiu had completely subdued this alien, Zhang Pan was also very happy in his heart. In his mind, alien was a generic term for a race. Just like all dogs are called dogs, but as pet dogs they can often have names such as Wanted, Blackie, and Eat Nana. As the most powerful individual in the alien community, it was entirely worthwhile for Fang Xiu to be given a distinctive name. Name? Fang Xiu hadn't thought about it in detail, like when he had parasitized Chen Fan's Triceratops before. He had just combined the alien and the Triceratops and called it the Alien Triceratops. Then let's call the Alien Sword Saint. Fang Xiu briefly thought for a few seconds and simply used fetishism, naming his alien as Sword Saint. Sword Saint? Li Qingqing was stunned. That's so middle of the road. While spitting, Li Qingqing also surveyed Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Although the strength of this imperial beast is indeed terrifying, calling the Sword Saint, how dare he? Alien Sword Saint? Shi Hong, on the other hand, his eyes were glowing, and in his heart, he called out that Fang Hua was simply naming a ghost talent. Alien Sword Saint, Blast Step, Mirror Split, all feel like pretty dominant names. Zhang Pan just laughed at this. On the degree of sophistication, his hellfire, too, was no stronger than the Alien Sword Saint. Right, Brother Pan. Fang Xiu thought a little. Although the Alien Sword Saint had evolved through parasitizing Mamon's werewolf, in Fang Xiu's heart, the Alien Queen was the most powerful one. If it was allowed to mutate, there was no telling what kind of skills could be born. If I want the Alien Queen to mutate, how do I do it? Alien Queen? Zhang Pan glanced at Fang Xiu's Alien Queen. As long as you have enough credits, you can make your mutation choice. Credits? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that the mutation only needed to cost money. Li Qingqing and Shi Hong also came over and perked up their ears. Although this aspect of knowledge wait until the second year of high school, there will be a teacher to specifically explain. But as a hutching first middle school bully, how will they miss the opportunity to gain knowledge? Exactly. Generally speaking, you don't come to class late or leave early. You don't get bad grades on midterms, finals, and you don't get into any trouble while you're in school. It's all possible to accumulate enough credits in sophomore year to make the mutation choice. Zhang Pan explained. Didn't Ma Ming complete his mutation in the first semester of senior year? How did he do it? Fang Xiu hurriedly inquired. Since Ma Ming can make the mutation early, that means the credits have something to work with. Additional credits. Zhang Pan knew Fang Hua would ask this, and he wanted Fang Hua to ask this. As a beast master, if you don't fight or grab, then what kind of beasts are there? Just graduate early and find a class. Additional credits? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison. That's right. The so-called additional credits are a reward mechanism in Crane City First High School. For example, You can be rewarded with credits for participating in competitions, or for being a hero in the community, like this freshman exchange tournament. If you can do well, the school will reward you with credits. Zhang Panpan paused slightly and continued. Don't look less at this credits. Besides allowing you to make mutation choices, you can also use this credits to customize equipment for Imperial Beasts, or even exchange it for various Imperial Beast resources, cash, and so on. And to make the mutation choice, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you do get first place in these freshman exchanges, that's 10 credits. Second place also gets 5 credits. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing looked at each other. I thought the freshman exchange was just a way to make money, but I didn't realize there was such a good thing as credits. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but smile, already prepared to shine at the freshman exchange tournament. Instead, it was the light in Shi Zhanhong's eyes that rapidly dimmed. With his grades, he naturally didn't have a chance to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Not only the freshman exchange competition, but I'm afraid that it will be hard to have a chance for myself in other competitions as well. But, do you get credits for bravery, too? This kind of thing happened off campus. Aren't you worried that someone might fake it? Fong Xiu hadn't thought that it was possible to see justice. After all, in his original world, the word righteousness was on the verge of becoming a derogatory term. How can it be that easy? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but laugh. Nowadays, the streets are filled with surveillance cameras, and whether or not the two people have crossed paths and recognize each other can be found out in a single check. As for why colleges have this system, I'm sure it's also to try to set a culture. Personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. You should be rewarded for doing good things. It's the only way to get more people willing to lend a hand. It's wrong to do a good deed and get nothing in return. Of course, I'm just my personal opinion. No need to agree with me. Although Zhang Panpan has his own sense of right and wrong in his heart, he does not force others to agree with him. Fong Xiu, however, nodded thoughtfully and then looked to his alien queen. Now that the mutation method was known, the next thing to do was to accumulate credits. That's it. Fong Xiu took out the Imperial Beast space and returned to the real world with Zhang Panpan and the others. The other students also came out from their Imperial Beast space one after another. Under Zhang Panpan's guidance, their efficiency in guarding the beasts had all improved significantly, and Zhang Panpan didn't favor one over the other. In the following time, he went to each of his classmates' royal beast space separately and gave them one-on-one instructions. Without realizing it, Zhang Panpan's gym class ended. Fong Xiu and the others returned to their class, and Zhang Panpan also went back to her office. However, just as he made his way up the stairs to the floor where his office was located, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The visitor was no one else but the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to come over to look for Zhang Panpan during the gym class, but felt that it would affect the students' classes, so after weighing his options, he came to the door of Zhang Panpan's office and waited for him to come back. What can I do for you, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Panpan inquired while striding towards Zhang Yu. Chapter 43, Zhang Yu shocked again. What's a genius? Zhang Panpan did not have much interaction with Zhang Yu, and now that he saw him waiting for his return in front of his office, the only situation he could think of was Fong Xiu. Is it for Fong Xiu's matter? Zhang Panpan smiled. Fong Xiu's name as the strongest senior freshman in Huqingno One middle school had long spread to every teacher's ears. Zhang Yu, as the class teacher of the second class, naturally could not be concerned about Fong Xiu. Aha! Zhang Yu heaved his head. You've heard about it, right? Fong Xiu got into a conflict with Ma Ming from the student council. Although that guy Ma Ming doesn't have much of a background, this matter has messed with the student council after all. I'm worried that the student body will turn against Fong Yu. And, in addition to worrying about the student council finding trouble with Fong Xiu, Zhang Yu was also worried about one more thing. That was Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast. He, along with Zhang Panpan and Li Guosheng, had all been to Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space. In addition to knowing that xenomorphs are silicon-based creatures, he also knows that facehugger worms can parasitize other people's Imperial Beasts and assimilate the genes of the other Imperial Beasts. Chen Fan's Triceratops is a good example, but Ma Ming's Imperial Beast was mutated. Even though he wasn't as demonic as Fong Xiu, he had at least eaten some of the resources of the student union. His Imperial Beasts are not ordinary. Based on this and that, Zhang Yu was worried that Fong Hua would be in a hurry and instead lose control of his alien form. Ha ha ha. Zhang Panpan could understand Zhang Yu's mood, but she still couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. He was talking to him about this matter in a very serious manner. How can he even laugh? Fong Xiu was also his student. In case something did go wrong, he, the physical education teacher, was also jointly and severally liable. You're being overly concerned, Mr. Zhang. Just now in gym class, Fong Xiu's face-hugging bug has completed its parasitization, and the xenomorph that was born has completed its mutation. As he spoke, The corners of Zhang Panpan's mouth could hardly be suppressed. Ha, what did you say? Zhang Yu blinked. Really? Typically, the only way to accumulate enough credits for mutation selection is to be a sophomore. Even with extra credit, the earliest you need to wait is the second semester of your senior year. The reason why the school did this was, for one, to cultivate a sense of competition among the students, and only in this way could the Imperial Beastmasters continue to become stronger. Secondly, there is the risk of mutation. If the mind of the Imperial Beastmaster is not strong enough, it will make the Imperial Beast uncontrollable, and in serious cases, it will also injure the Imperial Beastmaster. That's why the school didn't dare to let upperclassmen easily try the mutation. As a result, this Pan said that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, through parasitism, had forced a mutation? Wouldn't that mean that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast had directly risen several levels? You don't mean to say Fang Xiu controlled the mutated alien? The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils became wildly seismic. Although he wasn't a physical education teacher, he had at least been a homeroom teacher for a few years, and he knew more about mutations and such. A freshman in high school who just started school not even a month ago and completed the mutation? Would anyone really dare to believe such a thing when it is said? Not only that, Zhang Pan smiled and shook his head. Fang Xiu's alien has also awakened 2 skills. What? The moment these words came out, Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. Just being able to control a mutated Imperial Beast was already a very amazing deed. As a result, Zhang Pan said that Fang Xiu was more than simply controlling his alien, and 2 skills were born? Are you kidding me? Is this guy Fang Xiu a human being? This is simply demonic. Honestly, I haven't been a teacher for very long, but I went to school for at least a decade, and our university, in particular, has never had a shortage of geniuses. Zhang Pan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, but as far as those geniuses I've heard of, they can't be compared to Fang Xiu at all. He's a natural top 10 prospect. Even his future accomplishments may shake this world. As she spoke these words, Zhang Pan's tone revealed a strong sense of pride. No matter what, he himself was a teacher who had helped Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu really had the day to leave a mark in history, he himself might also be written down a few times. Seriously, I feel like I'm witnessing a legend. Now, Zhang Yu's mouth opened into a big O shape. He wanted to say something, but in this moment it felt like words were pale and powerless. It wasn't that he didn't know that Fang Xiu was a demon. The first time the Imperial Beasts were created, the Phantom Beast species was created. The first time he took the mapping exam, he set a new record for Crane City First High School. It was the first time in his teaching career that he had seen such a student. But, in less than a month after starting school, he let his Imperial Beast successfully mutate and awaken 2 skills? Hiss. Zhang Yu stayed for half a day, only to feel his mouth dry before he drew in a breath of cold air. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Although I don't know much about the situation over at the student council, a student like Fang Xiu, I'm sure he'll work it out. Zhang Pan continued to give Zhang Yu a peace of mind. He had heard a bit about how overbearing the student council of Heching No. 1 middle school was, but in his opinion, unless the student council president, the vice president himself came down. Otherwise, with just those few ministers, they shouldn't be able to deal with Fang Xiu. The student council president, Ma Wanfeng, and vice president, Wu Mingjian, are now in their senior year of high school and need to deal with the college entrance exam. There shouldn't be much energy to deal with Fang Xiu. Sure, the premise was that Fang Xiu would no longer cause any more chaos out of it. Zhang Yu nodded. That's true. Soldiers come, water comes, water covers earth. Fang Xiu is such a good seedling. I don't believe that the student council really dares to do anything to him. Zhang Yu put his heart on the line. In the past, when his students were suppressed by the student council, he had never said anything due to choosing his dominance. But this time, for Fang Xiu's sake, one's big deal was to explode with them. Meanwhile, student union activity room. Qian Feng came to the door of the activity room with an iron collar, and even the hand that knocked on the door was a bit trembling. Didn't get Fang Hu this time and got punched in the face by a senior. What's worse, the story has gone viral on short video platforms. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from inside the activity room, Qian Feng swallowed nervously. Woo. Qian Feng squeezed out an awkward smile on his face, and even his volume was very tiny. He stood in the doorway position, scanning the classroom out of the corner of his eye. How many times have I told you to call it a position when you're at school? The person called Wu was currently sitting in a corner of the activity room, a book on the postpartum care of Imperial Beasts being held up in his hands. This person was no other than the vice president of this term's student council, Wu Mingjian. It was also the 4th strongest person in Crane City 1. In terms of ranking, Chapter 44, New Student Exchange Competition. In the next few days, none of the people from the student council came to find Fang Xiu again. and his campus life returned to calm. Every day 2 o'clock in one line. Except for going to the school for classes, the rest of the time was spent inside his Imperial Beast space to perform Imperial Beasts, especially after receiving financial support from Qingqing. His feeding pressure was relieved. The alien Kensei also went into his adult body as he fed on it. Not only had his height skyrocketed to 4 meters, his movements were also more flexible, and just by standing still, he was able to give people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Fang Xiu could be said to be full of confidence for this freshman exchange match. It wasn't until a week later that the physical education teacher, Zhang Panpan, came to the door of his classroom. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, come out for a moment. Yes. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, then stood up from their seats, greeted the general studies teacher, and left the classroom. Looking at Fang Xiu's back as he left, Shi Zhanhong's heart was even more envious. Freshman exchange competition. Do we still have to attend classes? After coming to the corridor, Fang Xiu asked curiously. He had thought that the freshman exchange tournament would be the same as the games in his own world. The class is free to move around and watch the freshman exchange game. The results were not expected. The freshman exchange game is neither a vacation nor does it allow students to attend the game. Well, Zhang Panpan pushed her glasses. After all, for the loser, there will always be some face to lose. No matter what, the freshman exchange tournament, which is about the face of the school, would not be a public execution if it was held in the school, in order to maintain the face of these schools. So every freshman exchange match was held at the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city. Plus, of the 4 students who participated in the freshman exchange tournament this time, 3 of them were all students of Zhang Panpan. The school also let him lead Fang Xiu and the others to the Imperial Beast Gym to participate in this freshman exchange tournament. Why does it feel like you're a primitive? Li Qingqing on the side couldn't help but spit at Fang Xiu. Although it was their first time participating in the freshman exchange competition, this competition, too, was considered a signature event of Crane City. It's amazing that this guy Fang Xiu doesn't understand the process at all. Obviously a schoolteacher too. Well, Fang Xiu shrugged his shoulders. I spend all my time on the Imperial Beasts, so I don't pay much attention to these. How could he, who had traveled across the world and hadn't gained many memories of his predecessor, have access to, and know about, these things? What's more, is it even necessary to go online and ask for such minutiae? Wouldn't it be better to do what the school arranges and what you do? When these words came out, it was Li Qingqing who smacked her lips a little, although she wanted to say something to refute Fang Xiu, but Fang Xiu's aliens all slammed a batch of them, so she couldn't refute them at all. Knock knock. Luckily, Zhang Panpan knocked on the door of Class 3 even faster and called Zhang Shuren, who was participating in these freshman exchange matches, out of the classroom. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Only Zhang Shuren was seen wearing a blue punching jacket with brown and green work pants, looking very trendy. Fang Xiu student, Qingqing student. Noticing Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing who were following Zhang Panpan, Zhang Shuren also greeted them very warmly. Only, this Zhang Shuren site was basically focused on Li Qingqing's body, and even his address was more intimate. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, clasped her hands to her chest and didn't buy it. You guys know each other? Seeing this, Fang Xiu could not help but be a little curious. More than knowing each other, Zhang Shuren smiled awkwardly. In the 3 years of junior high school, I was pushed down by Qingqing's classmates at every turn, and being nicknamed Zhang Laoer. Ha ha ha. Once he heard the nickname Zhang Laoer, Fang Xiu almost laughed out loud. But when you think about it, it's really because Li Qingqing was first everywhere. This guy's score could only be the second in a million years. It's fine, classmate Zhang. In this first middle school, no one will treat you like a dick. Fang Xiu smiled, then deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing. You! Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, pushed his glasses. The corners of his mouth rose, surfacing a bitter smile. Yes, I thought that when I went to high school, I could make a counterattack by virtue of the Imperial Beasts, but it turned out that I didn't expect. Not only am I being pushed down by Qingqing's classmates, but now I'm also being pushed down by Fang Xiu's classmates. Zhang Shuren desperately studied and desperately tried his best to Imperious Beasts in the hope that he could buck the trend in high school and become the number 1 in everyone's mouth. But after he saw Fang Xiu's alien form, his entire being was suddenly disheartened. When really understand what is outside the sky, there are people outside the people. Zhang Panpan didn't bother them and just walked ahead to lead the way. After all, these freshman exchanges have team races. It wouldn't hurt to let Fang Xiu and the others familiarize themselves with each other. After that, Zhang Panpan brought someone to Class 6 and called up Chen Fan before leaving the school building and driving to the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city center. However, what Fang Xiu did not expect was, when he heard Zhang Panpan say that the face of the loser would be bad, Fang Xiu had thought that these freshman exchange matches would be small. The Imperial Beast Stadium would be devoid of spectators except for the leaders of the various schools. But who knows? When Fang Shou walked into the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, he realized that the space inside was extremely exaggerated, as big as 4 soccer fields combined. Even the audience was full. Brother Pan Pan, are you sure that after this arrangement, the face of the losing family will be able to hang on? Fang Shou couldn't help but spit. It's clearly more of a hangover, isn't it? Well, it's better than a student from your own school seeing a freshman from your school lose again and again. Plus, it generates revenue for the school. Zhang Pan Pan was not impressed. Revenue generation? And Fang Hu caught the point at once. What's all this talk about worrying about losing face? These guys, they just want to make money. Come to think of it, if you invite students from your own school over to watch the game, can you charge them? Even if we charge, can we charge more? If you priced the tickets at 500, 1,000, that group of parents, they'd have to jointly complain. This is consumer kidnapping at your school. But what if it's an off-campus person? Then it doesn't matter. I'm not forcing you to buy a ticket. It feels like although fellow student Fang Hua is very powerful in Imperial Beasts, he seems to know nothing about the human world. Ever since he was defeated by Fang Xiu, Chen Fan had admired him. Now that they had met once again, Chen Fan's attitude towards Fang Xiu was respectful. The tickets for this freshman exchange tournament are 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000. That's still just the school offer. The real situation, on the other hand, is that it's hard to find a ticket. See over there? Chen Fan said while pointing to a nook and cranny. The tickets over there have all been speculated to 8,000 apiece. Ha? That expensive? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. 8,000 for one ticket? That's for sure. This Crane City First High School's freshman exchange tournament is only once a year. Chapter 45, The No. 1 in the third form, Li Jin. Even a spot like that can be speculated to 8,000. So for a good spot, wouldn't it cost tens of thousands? Fang Xiu was truly amazed, not expecting a freshman exchange match to create such a big battle. In terms of ability to roll in money, it's still the guys. More than that. Zhang Shuren smiled. Last year this even made the news on Huqing Station. There were a few security guards buying tickets for the freshman exchange tournament, and the audience thought they were scalpers. But who knows? As soon as they came in, they were taken backstage by the security guards and told to pretend to be security guards. It was only when the venue finally dispersed that I realized that there were more than 200 security guards at the Royal Beast Stadium. Ha! Fang Xiu couldn't help but have a black line on his face. But when you think about it, it's not hard to understand. After all, it was fighting with Imperial Beasts, and it was truly a fist-to-flesh violent duel. It will attract eyeballs and rightfully so. It's just that it's still too expensive a ticket. Brother Pan Pan, don't we have any benefits as participants of the freshman exchange tournament? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, or something like that? For a while, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel a little moved. If he could get the tickets and sell them out, wouldn't he be rich? Don't think about it. Zhang Pan Pan glanced at Fang Xiu. Not even me. Plus, it's not advocated. Do you think scalpers are any good? It's going to get caught. I am resolute with such behavior, and am at odds with it, Zhang Pan Pan said in a loud voice, but the result was Zhang Shuren's blank stare. Although he didn't say anything, the blank stare was as if he was spitting out. You're saying that because you don't have a ticket yourself. However, this interlude also ended very quickly, and under the leadership of Zhang Pan Pan, Fang Xiu and the others quickly arrived backstage, and teachers from other schools, as well as participating freshmen, are taking a break here. Unlike Huqing First Middle School, these freshmen all wore neat uniforms and looked quite united. 4 of the freshmen from Yucai High School were even more bald. Fellow student Fang Xiu, you must be wondering why all of Yucai students are bald. Chen Fan came over to Fang Xiu's side and muttered in a low voice. You know? Fang Xiu glanced at Chen Fan, and then he thought about the way he had troubled himself in front of the cafeteria. It always feels like this guy has a change of temperament. I still like you untamed. Aha! Chen Fan nodded. There are a total of 4 schools participating in this freshman exchange tournament. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, and 8th middle schools are the key high schools in Crane City. There's only this Yucai High School, which is a private high school, and the principal who started Yucai Middle School, named Lu Zilong, is more than 100 years old, and when he was young, he was not only the principal of the Qingpu Military School, but is also said to have gone to war. Fang Hu? In fact, after Fang Xiu had traveled to this world, he had also Googled the general history of this world, the cultural background. In the 1930s, the cherry blossom country next door had waged the Imperial Beast War in order to seize the Imperial Beast resources of China. Although it was finally routed, it killed many of China's Imperial Beast masters. Even to this day, 80 to 90 years had passed, and there was still a strong rivalry between the Imperial Beast masters of the two countries. Now I hear that the principal of Yucai was from the Qingpu Military Academy and fought in the Imperial Beasts War. Fang Xiu instantly understood why all of Yucai's students were bald. Good lord. The principal of Yucai is treating his high school like a military academy. By the way, Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Chen Fan's ability to gather intelligence was very strong. When he had just entered Heching No. 1 middle school, he had recognized himself at the entrance of the cafeteria, not to mention that he had accurately stated the rankings of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuran and the rest of them. There are freshmen you recognize in here, right? Fang Xiu asked curiously. The students in the top 10 of the midterm exams were as good as a treasure in Chen Fan's place. Those students who went to other schools. Chen Fan might have done his research as well. Aha! Chen Fan nodded, then casually pointed. That person is probably our biggest enemy this time. His name is Li Jin and he ranked 4th in the city in the midterm. I thought at that time that he would choose the first middle school, but I didn't realize that he went to the third middle school. And at that time I was more curious about why he gave up the first middle school. And then I realized that his mother was the vice principal of the third middle school. Chen Fan spoke through gritted teeth. You have a problem with him? Even Fang Xiu could feel Chen Fan's hatred for Li Jin. I can't talk about the holidays. I just don't see the guy who depends on his family. Fang Xiu looked at Chen Fan with a black line on his face. Nice guy. How did you participate in the freshman exchange game? You don't have any numbers in your heart. If it wasn't for your family's willingness to pay, you wouldn't even be eligible, okay? If it wasn't for his family's connections, he wouldn't have been able to get a phantom beast species of imperial beast. Fang Xiu? What do you think he has? Fang Xiu's eyes instantly glowed. It's a phantom beast species just like you. And I heard that his family used their connections to copy the data of the phantom beast species from someone else and then forcefully bred it. To put it bluntly, it's a guy who relies on his family's power. Otherwise, how could his imperial beast be so good? That's what got him the first place in the third grade touch test. Although the third school is not as good as the first school, in terms of ranking, it's not the same when you have connections. Students like Li Jin, who went to the third grade, would in turn be better off, and not only that, over the years, the third form has been trying to surpass the first form, so it has been more willing to spend money on the education of its students. I even heard a rumor that the third middle school was just waiting for Li Jin, and that his mom had made connections up and down the line before he took his midterm exams, just waiting for this one, to overtake our school. Chen Fan told Fang Xiu the information he had investigated, one by one. Although he had the self-confidence to challenge the top 10 freshmen in the midterm exams, he had also sobered up a lot after being defeated by Fang Xiu. With his own qualifications, he would not be able to defeat someone like Li Jin at all. Fellow student Fang Xiu, this exchange tournament is counting on you. And just as soon as Chen Fan's words fell, Li Jin also noticed their side. Only Li Jin stood up from his class area and walked towards Fang Xiu with his hands in his pockets. You're that Fang Xiu, aren't you? The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose and a contemptuous smile surfaced as he said to Fang Xiu. Either way, Fang Xiu had been in the wind for a while. There are slices of him all over the short video platform. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin. Li Jin looked down at Fang Xiu who was sitting on the chair, the strongest senior in the third form. This time, I'll defeat all of you in the first middle school and make the third middle school ascend to the apex of Crane City. After saying that, Li Jin then directly turned around and walked backwards without looking back. Was he this middle-aged when he was in middle school? The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How did it feel like the high school students in this world were not quite normal? Chapter 46, Battle against Yukjoy High School. Fang Xiu didn't take Li Jin's provocation to heart in the slightest. To him, the so-called freshman exchange tournament was nothing more than coming to go through the process and then bring home the credits and prizes. Soon, the staff came over to notify Zhang Panpan and told them to get ready. Before this freshman exchange can begin, they need to enter the venue and be introduced by the host to the viewing audience. Fang Xiu, as the strongest freshman in Heching First Middle School, naturally became the captain of this team. And the flow of the exchange game is simple. There are 2 sessions in total. The first part of the tournament is the ring, where lots are drawn to determine the order of engagement, and each team can arrange their own order of appearance. When all the freshmen on that side are eliminated, that team is considered to have lost. Fang Xiu entered the venue under the leadership of Zhang Panpan. The entire Imperial Beast Stadium, which was a semi-closed design, and the site of the competition, which was an open-air design. In Fang Xiu's opinion, it was similar to the ancient gladiator arena. The difference is that the ground here is covered with green grass, so even if you step on it without shoes, you won't feel uncomfortable. Even in Fang Xiu's opinion, the environment here was simply better than a soccer field. Soon, the host's voice, through the stadium's sound, surrounded the entire arena. Let's start by welcoming the first team of this freshman exchange tournament, the freshmen of Crane City First High School. When it comes to Crane City No. 1, you have to mention Fang Xiu. There were a total of 2 hosts responsible for the commentary, and as one of them mentioned Fang Xiu, The other one also hastened to play the joke. Oh, who is Fang Xiu? Don't you know? He's the man of the hour in this first middle school. Not only does he have a phantom beast seed imperial beast, he also set the record for the first middle school's mapping exam. What's more, this Manhwa has sword eyebrows and starry eyes, a face of heroic vigor, a robust and upright body. In ancient times, it was really the posture of the dragon and phoenix, the table of the sun and the moon. For a while, the conversation between the two hosts continued to come out of the stereo and spread throughout the Imperial Beast Stadium, and that introduction quickly fired up the scene. Many audience members stood up from their seats and took out their cell phones to take pictures of Fang Xiu. That's Fang Xiu, right? So handsome indeed. Would love to marry my daughter to him. I'm determined. I'm Fang Xiu's mommy fan from today. No dude, you're a guy, right? Male moms are moms too. All of a sudden, there was a constant buzz around them. Hiss. Fang Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular, though usually in school, whether he was eating in the cafeteria or in class, there would be students coming over to watch him, but compared to the atmosphere of the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, the fervor of those students was really nothing. Is Fang Xiu's student not used to it? Li Qingqing was used to this. After all, she had been the center of attention since middle school. However, just as Li Qingqing wanted to teach Fang Xiu some ways to adjust his mind, the host of the scene happened to talk about her. The girl following Fang Xiu was really Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing, I know. It said that she was number 1 in all 3 years of junior high school, the top student in Crane City's middle school exams, a proper school bully. That's right, and I think everyone who's heard of Qingqing Li should think that with her talent, she'll definitely be number 1 all the time once she enters high school as well. It's just a pity that she ran into an even more demonic genius in the first middle school. Fang Xiu. In a flash, Li Qingqing, who originally still had a smile on her face, her expression instantly froze. She glanced viciously at the host, itching to rush right up and punch him in the face. Reserved. Seeing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but laugh lightly. Soon, freshmen from other schools entered the venue and were then introduced one by the host. Most of the freshmen, however, were not very well known, and the host skimmed over them hastily, until, as a high school second only to the first high school, the third high school had produced many outstanding Imperial Beast Masters, and even 4 years ago, it was a freshman from the third high school that broke the first high school's reign and got the first place in the freshman exchange tournament. It's just a pity that since then, the freshmen in the third grade haven't had any students who shine too brightly. That's right, except for this one time, Li Jin. He was ranked in the city's midterm, 4th, only 4th? Well, even though it's said to be 4th, Li Jin actually wasn't very talented in general studies until after he entered high school. And he's the big favorite to win this freshman exchange tournament. There's even a folk rumor about how this third middle school discovered Li Jin's talent long ago, just to wait for him to be promoted to third middle school. A showdown between the no 1 in the third grade and the no 1 in the first grade? It feels like a sense of destiny. The hosts didn't forget to compare Li Kim to Fang Hu when he was introduced. It had to be said that many people were looking forward to this freshman exchange tournament after the host's words. Fang Xiu was guided by the staff to the venue for the draw. In addition to him, Li Jin from the 3rd middle school, Wang Dalong from Yucai, and Su Mengmeng from the 8th middle school also came to the draw table. The results also appeared quickly. It consists of the 1st high school playing Yucai and the 3rd high school playing the 8th high school. The first battle is 1st high school versus Yucai. Please teach me more. Student Fang Xiu. Wang Dalong took the initiative to shake hands towards Fang Xiu. He knew very well in his heart that although Yucai was one of the 4 most prestigious schools in Crane City, there were only 1 or 2 students who could be promoted to the top 10 every year, and sometimes not even that. They came to the freshman exchange game, basically to accompany them. There is no psychological pressure. Hello. Fang Xiu smiled politely before leaving the drawing table with Wang Dalong back to back. Next, a referee came onto the field and then had 1st grade in Yukon. Set the order of play. I'll go first. Chen Fan volunteered and wanted to take the lead. In his heart, he knew very well that his own Imperial Beasts were naturally no match for Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren, the several true schoolers. His own ranking in the first school was, at best, the 4th person. In this case, it was only right that he should be allowed to go first, both to test the strength of Yuk Choi and to exhaust the opponent's stamina. Most importantly, they are aiming for the title this time. Yukon is nothing more than a stepping stone on the way to a championship. It's Li Jin, from the 3rd form, who is the biggest challenger. The reason why Chen Fan did this was also so that Fang Xiu could conserve his physical strength, full power to battle Li Jin. This is the tactic I came up with, Chen Fan said with a serious face. It's not hard to see that he's really coming for this team. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren nodded their heads when they heard this, and both felt that it was feasible as well. What do you think? However, just as Zhang Shuren turned around, he suddenly realized that Fang Xiu had already disappeared. He looked around and suddenly realized that Fang Xiu had already gotten into the ring. Chapter 47, once the aliens are out, the other side just abandons the game? Holy, when did this guy go up? Zhang Shuren burst out when he turned around and realized that Fang Xiu was already standing in the ring. No, what happened to the talk about discussing tactics? As the number 1 freshman in Crane City 1, shouldn't Fang Xiu be their bottom card? There's no reason to be the first one up there anyhow. This guy, he really loves the limelight. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and couldn't help but spit up Fang Xiu. In her opinion, Fang Xiu just didn't want to give up the opportunity to be in the limelight. Chen Fan opened his mouth to speak. No matter how you put it, this Fang Hu was the captain of the first-grade freshman team. Although they were shocked, there was always no reason for them to run over and pull Fang Xiu back. Zhang Pan, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. In the end, Yucai High School was only a private high school, and if it wasn't for the fact that their principal was still alive, this high school would have long since died out. Many parents send their students to Yucai simply because of Lu Zilong's reputation and management style. If you really want to talk about the quality of teaching, it's still the first and third centers. Zhang Pan thought in her heart, thinking that it would be good if Fang Xiu could end this garbage time quickly. On the other side, it says ring, but the entire venue is a fighting area. After all, the two sides were competing against the Imperial Beasts. For humans, a field the size of 4 soccer fields is indeed an exaggeration. But even the senior freshmen's Imperial Beasts are immobile behemoths that are several meters tall, and if they don't make the battlegrounds a little bigger, I'm afraid that the audience, if not the spectators, are going to suffer. Hello, 2 students. I'm the referee this time. Wang Wei. The referee signaled Fang Xiu and Yucai's classmates to come forward, and then had them take their Imperial Beast space cards, insert them into the machines on the venue, and then recounted the rules of the match. After all, it was the freshman exchange tournament, and the focus was on communication, not killing. There was basically only one rule, and that was not to harm the life of the Imperial Beastmaster. After all, this was the freshman exchange tournament. It wasn't like it was some kind of tussle. It would be bad if someone got killed. Good. Yucai's classmate nodded politely before looking at Fang Xiu with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect that I could have the opportunity to challenge the number 1 person in the first middle school. Hello fellow Fang Xiu, my name is Gao Han. It's a student from the 6th class of Yukai's senior year. I would also like to ask Mr. Fang Xiu to be able to give me more guidance. Although Gaohan felt that his grades were good and his Imperial Beasts were also very good, he was still very self-aware in his heart when facing the strongest freshman in Heching First Middle School. The idea was just to drain Fang Xiu's stamina. Hello, let's begin. Fang Xiu nodded, then took a few steps back as the referee requested. Before anticipating Gaohan's Imperial Beast, it didn't matter what Mikado he was. It didn't matter if the Mikado was strong or not. The key is what kind of Imperial Beast. Fang Xiu's starry eyes were slightly condensed, and he couldn't wait to parasitize. But who knew that the Imperial Beast that was released by Gaohan was a gray wolf? Although this gray wolf's body length was around 2 meters, proper Wolf King level, in Fang Xiu's eyes, this kind of Imperial Beast was simply unimpressive. Do you have any other Imperial Beasts? Fang Xiu's starry eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. If you have any other Imperial Beasts, just let them out with a brain. Other Imperial Beasts? Gohan couldn't help but be stunned. No. Can a student from Crane City First High School breed several Imperial Beasts at once? Just this one Imperial Beast alone had already cost himself a lot of effort. No? Fang Xiu looked at Gaohan's reaction and understood everything in his heart. Yeah, this time, the participants were all freshmen from various schools, just getting started with Imperial Beasts. Not to mention them, even schoolmasters like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only had one Imperial Beast. Not to mention an ordinary freshman like Gaohan. Then let's make it quick. Fang Xiu thought for a little while and directly released the Alien Sword Saint. For one thing, the Alien Sword Saint, as the strongest monolith among the alien race, should have his battle spirit honed. Secondly, there was a good crowd at this freshman exchange, and it was live-streamed. By displaying the majesty of the Alien Sword Saint himself, he might also be able to receive praise from Crane City No. 1 Middle School and obtain more resources. Chop it up. Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold. The Alien Sword Saint, which stood up to about 3 meters, slightly shook its wrist, and a black blade emitting a metallic luster protruded from the joint of its elbow, which was then grasped in its hand. The aura that emanated from it even caused Gaohan's gray wolf to tremble and spin around, pinning his tail. Ha! Both of Gaohan's eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. Although he had long heard that Fang Xiu was a genius of the first middle school, a demon, he had never dreamed that Fang Xiu's Imperial Beasts would be so outrageous. What kind of Imperial Beast is that blackish fellow? Even the entire stadium became silent. These people, when have they ever seen such a royal beast? What's the situation? Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast can use equipment? The host rolled his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Imperial Beast equipment, isn't it all customized? And it needs to be redeemed for credits. But the school year just started. Where do you get the credits for the equipment? Based on this and that, for the freshman exchange tournament, there would basically be no Imperial Beasts using equipment. No, it's not equipment. Another presenter realized upon closer inspection. Although Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast held a black blade in its hand in a majestic manner, that blade, instead of being an equipment, was a piece of bone knuckle protruding from its elbow. Hiss, is this the Phantom Beast species? The height is 3 meters and the body, is that a skeleton? The host half squinted his eyes, carefully observing Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast. From Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, the presenter couldn't see half a bit of muscle, skin, and only felt that the body of this ferocious beast was filled with bones all over. When he thought of the rumor that Fang Xiu had cultivated a phantom beast species, the host immediately felt his scalp tingle. It's not the first time he's hosted a freshman exchange. All kinds of geniuses, all have seen some, but it was the first time he had seen one as outrageous as Fang Xiu. No, that kind of Imperial Beast, is it really something that a high school freshman can breed? Look, Gohan's Imperial Beasts, they've all been scared to death. With the host's commentary, the audience on the auditorium only suddenly realized that Gohan's gray wolf not only was scared to clamp his tail, but also could not control the spraying of urine. The wolf hairs on his body also stood on end, and he looked like he was stressed. Gohan was as pale as paper. What the hell is this? Fang Xiu's Imperial Beasts were practically like Gundam in his eyes. Wait a minute. In fear, Gohan hastily raised his hands, and even his voice couldn't stop trembling as he spoke. Referee, I abstain, Gohan said in a small voice, the whole person aggrieved as if on the verge of crying. Fang Xiu didn't expect this. With a waiver? Chapter 48, Wang Dalong. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Looking at Gohan raising his right hand and announcing to the referee that he had abstained, Fang Xiu could not help but be stunned. No dude, freshman exchange with a waiver? Seeing this, referee Wang Wei took 3 steps to the center of the playing field and announced the result to the whole audience through a microphone hanging on his ear. Round 1. Fang Xiu wins. In a flash, the audience was also silent. They came to watch the Imperial Beast tournament for the visual stimulation. As a result, I didn't expect Gohan to surrender directly, even though they could see the gap between Fang Xiu and Gohan, and that skinny gray wolf was not qualified to compete with the alien sword saint at all. Giving up without even fighting caused them to be upset. The host also laughed awkwardly and could only defend Gohan. Although it's a common occurrence for Imperial Beasts to get injured and die, and as long as the data of the Imperial Beasts is recorded, new Imperial Beasts can be bred quickly. This process, however, will consume a lot of resources. Students like Gohan, who come from average families of origin, often can't afford to spend this kind of money. It's not unwise to choose to abstain when you know you're outmatched. This host's name was Zhao Di. When he was in high school, he was also full of hope for the Imperial Beasts, but after meeting those talented and rich classmates, he really saw the gap and understood that the world did not revolve around people like him. So when he saw that Gohan had to choose to forfeit, it resonated in his heart. I have to say, student Fang Xiu is indeed a rare genius. The other host's name was Du Liyao, a female. When she saw Fang Xiu's extremely high face value, her heart of love couldn't help but flutter a little, only feeling that she was born at the wrong time. If I could have been a dozen years younger, I could have gone to the same high school as Fang Xiu. With each other, there might even be a spark of love rubbing off. Yeah, even after seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that that gut-wrenching creature could be an Imperial Beast bred by an upperclassman. Zhao Di nodded approvingly. I even suspect that even if Fang Xiu were to be directly compared to senior students, his Imperial Beasts would still be at the top of the list. It seems that another Chu Xingha has been born in Crane City No. 1 middle school. Chu Xingha was undoubtedly a household name as a genius who walked out from Crane City. From Fang Xiu's body, Zhao Di could even see Chu Xingha's figure. No, Zhao Di shook his head slightly. If we were to talk about the degree of demonic, this Fang Xiu might be even stronger than Chu Xingha. It seems that other than Li Jin from the 3rd middle school, no one will be Fang Xiu's opponent. Zhao Di took a deep breath and began to hype up the atmosphere of the scene. After all, Gohan's abstention was so unexpected that he simply brought up Li Jin in order not to get the audience in the mood. Let's put our attention back on the playing field. There seems to be some problems on the Yukon side. Du Liyao noticed that the students of Yutsai, it seemed, were communicating with the referee. About half a minute or so later, referee Wang Wei announced the results of the exchange. Yukon's other 2 freshmen, likewise, declared forfeitures, abstaining again. Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but she did feel that she could understand the Yutsai freshman's feelings. Fang Xiu's imperial beasts are as terrifying as monsters. Take the head and hit it? It seems that there's still one more person that hasn't forfeited. Zhao Di noticed that after the two freshmen had forfeited one after another, the last freshman of the Yucai team actually walked slowly onto the playing field. He's the captain of Yucai High School, Wang Daolong. Verily, the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Even after seeing how powerful Fang Xiu is, he still chose to challenge him. Even if we lose in the end, such courage is worthy of our admiration. Zhao Di did not sneer at Wang Daolong, thinking that he was out of his depth to challenge Fang Xiu at this time. On the contrary, in his opinion, Wang Daolong at least had the courage to challenge. This spirit alone is already too much stronger than ordinary people. Not bad. Fang Xiu originally thought that the Yucai squad would surrender en masse, but he didn't expect that there was really one that dared to challenge himself. Don't get me wrong, Wang Daolong also didn't expect Zhao Di to praise himself so much, and even after his words fell, the audience directly erupted in thunderous applause. Honestly, I wouldn't want my imperial beasts to fight a monster like that, but there's no way. If even I, the captain, abstained, then Yukari would have lost too badly. Wang Daolong smiled helplessly and bitterly. He knew very well in his heart that Yucai, as a private high school in Crane City, hadn't been criticized much by the students of the first and third middle schools. Even his junior high school classmates, at their summer vacation party, were teasing him about how he had gone to a high school like Yucai, which was simply condescending. However, Wang Daolong had his own considerations. If they were to go to the first or third grade, their not-so-impressive grades would only be mediocre, combined with the fact that the family offers little in the way of resources to help. Once you enter your sophomore and junior year of high school, there is a good chance that you will be obliterated and end up attending an undergraduate college. When you come back from college, join a company and live your life from 9 to 5. And although Yucai was not as good as the first and third schools, they were willing to train themselves and help them solve the problem of imperial beast resources. Chicken head, or phoenix tail. Wang Daolong gave his answer. He did not regret such a choice. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yucai for giving him such an opportunity. Based on such and such relationship, even after seeing Fang Xiu's power, and knowing that he would fail, Big Brother Wang still chose to stand up and defend Yucai's dignity. A genius like you must think my ideas are ridiculous, right? Ha ha ha. Wang Daolong smiled, and with that, he released his royal beast. With a faint flash of light, a standing Nile crocodile appeared on the playing field. It was 4 meters tall, quite a bit stouter than Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, and its claws had evolved into human-like by living thumbs that could accomplish difficult actions such as clenching fists and grasping. The tail behind him was thicker than Fang Xiu's waist. The ghostly red eyes exuded an extremely strong sense of terror. Desert Butcher Recton? Looking at Wang Daolong's imperial beast, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of a MOBA-type game he had once played, League of Legends. There's a hero in there called Reacton, which is similar to Wang Daolong's imperial beast. That's not right. Isn't this kind of change of form imperial beast something that only appears after a mutation? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Could it be that Yucai had forcibly helped Wang Daolong mutate in order to gain results in this freshman exchange tournament? Kind of. Chapter 49, there's a gap between the firsts. A mutated imperial beast? Fang Xiu sized up Wang Daolong's imperial beast and instantly felt that it was a bit interesting. Since Wang Daolong could be the captain of the Yucai squad, he must be the number one person in the senior class just like himself. Plus, Yucai, as the only private high school in Crane City to enter the freshman exchange tournament, naturally wanted to do something in the exchange tournament as well. There was nothing strange about using a large amount of resources to help Wang Daolong's imperial beast mutate. Sure, it wasn't enough to have resources, but also needed Wang Daolong's own heart to be strong enough to make the imperial beast submit to him. And this aspect is exactly where Wang Daolong is strong. He was able to resist the temptation to choose his own path in the first and third centers, still choosing to fight in defense of Yukon after his peers have abandoned him one after another. Such an imperial beastmaster was bound to have a bright future. Then, let me be the first to attack. Da Lung, let's go. Ow. Wang Daolong directly named his imperial beast Big Dragon, and with his command, the crocodile man also violently charged towards the alien sword saint. It shook the playing field with every step forward. Wang Daolong held his breath and pinned his hopes on his imperial beast. Next, the crocodile man grasped his fist with 5 fingers and blasted it up at the alien sword saint's head. However, it's too late. Just as its fist was about to pour onto the alien sword saint, the latter magically disappeared. Gone. Wang Daolong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he hurriedly looked around for the location of the alien sword saint. The crocodile man's fist went straight for the air, a flash of surprise in his eyes. It's not just him and his sentinel. The audience, too, didn't react to what was happening. Only Fang Xiu understood that this was the alien sword saint's blistering wind steps. It can use light and hide itself, appearing as if it has vanished into thin air. Immediately after that, the alien sword saint reappeared. It circled around behind the crocodile man, and with its black blade in hand, it made a sweeping motion. That didn't count. After the horizontal sweep, the alien sword saint backhanded another vertical slash. The two chopping blows were so fast that it looked as if they were done at the same time. Phew! Phew! The sharp blade set off a wind-breaking sound, and the chopping blow even set off a translucent impact that landed on the crocodile man's body. The crocodile's skin, which looked sturdy and incomparable, was unbeatable under the alien sword saint's chopping attack. Pust! Only blood splattered from the incision. Waving in the air like a dancing red butterfly, the sword blade impacted and even propelled the crocodile man's body to tumble out. Ow ho! This was followed by miserable cries of grief echoing in this Imperial Beast Stadium. Wang Dalong was startled and rushed over. But how could the speed of the alien sword saint be comparable to that of a high school student? The moment Wang Dalong ran up, the alien sword saint had already appeared beside the crocodile man. It stomped the crocodile man on the ground, and its sharp black blade, pointing straight at the other party's throat, stabbed down violently. Enough! Seeing this, Fang Xiu hurriedly shouted. In a flash, the tip of the alien sword saint's blade hovered down, almost against the crocodile man's throat, and a splash of blood flowed out from where the tip of the blade had been. It could be seen that if Fang Xiu hadn't been merciful, the alien sword saint would definitely have run his sword through. And the reason it didn't choose to cut off the crocodile man's head was because of the nature of the alien race. While the alien queen can reproduce indefinitely and expand the population, the facehuggers that hatch need to be parasitized in order to grow into aliens. For this reason, the aliens generally hit their prey hard before allowing the facehuggers to parasitize them. Although Fang Xiu's alien sword saint chose to show mercy, in the eyes of the spectators, this battle was simply a power crush. The host, Zhao Di, and Du Liao could not help but fall silent. No, not silence. Rather, it was shock. Both of them had their eyes wide open in shock, their mouths incredibly wide open into an O shape. The freshmen from other schools who came to participate in this exchange tournament were also dumbfounded, especially Gohan and the others. Wang Dalong is the first person in Yuksai. One could even say that Yukon is pouring in the first one. This freshman exchange match is to let Wang Dalong shine. But who knows? Facing Fang was Imperial Beast. This Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast was unexpectedly killed in an instant. Did I read that right? This is the end? Seconds. Is this the strength of the number one person in Crane City 1? No. Is this guy really a senior? I'm afraid he's not a senior down here posing as one. Gao Han and the others couldn't help but spit it out. In their eyes, Fang Xiu's strength, compared to them, the freshman, was simply not in the same dimension. Even if they said he was a senior, they believed it. It's not just them, it's also the 8th and 3rd graders. This is too sick. This is what we're still playing. The Phantom Beast species is not on the same level as us at all. It's fine, we still have Li Jin. His Imperial Beast is also a Phantom Beast species. Compared to the desperation of the 8th grade, the 3rd grade students are still slightly better off. Although they didn't feel that their Imperial Beasts could defeat Fang Xiu's alien sword saint, they knew very well in their hearts. Li Kim Choi is the ace of the 3rd grade. He not only also got the Phantom Beast species Imperial Beast, his mom is also the vice principal of the 3rd middle school. Hand and eye. In his hands, he would surely have many undercurrents. Fang Hu. Li Jin's gaze slightly condensed as he looked Fang Xiu up and down. I had thought that this freshman exchange tournament would be the stage for my own big kill. As a result, I didn't expect that a Chang Bite Gene would come out halfway. Ho ho ho. Is it a Phantom Beast species like me? No. Li Jin shook his head vigorously. Even if they are both Phantom Beast species, my Imperial Beast is still more noble than you. That ugliness doesn't even enter the picture. A hint of contempt flashed in Li Jin's eyes. The number one freshman in Crane City will definitely be himself. He would definitely be able to defeat Fang Xiu himself. And at this moment, Fang Xiu did not notice Li Jin's glare. He was fully focused on Wang Dalong. I admit defeat. Wang Dalong clenched his teeth and a hot tear flowed unwillingly from the corner of his eye. As much as he wanted his crocodile man to get up and fight again, the tip of the alien swordsman's blade aimed at its throat. Once the crocodile man made any move, it was able to stab the crocodile man's throat first with its terrifying speed. The gap in strength between the two sides is simply a difference between clouds and mud themselves. No chance of winning. Is this the strength of Crane City 1? The number one person, while already determined to make a run at the nation's top 10 as a Yukon chicken head. But I didn't realize that the phoenix head between me and the first school was so disparate. Wang Dalong clenched his fists unwillingly. For the first time in his life, he felt so powerless. Chapter 50, Fang Xiu is the MVP. Li Qingqing is a lying dog. Looking at Wang Dalong's unwilling appearance, Fang Xiu whirled around and retrieved his alien sword saint before walking towards him. Don't doubt yourself. Your Imperial Beasts are strong. It's just a shame that you met me. Try harder next time. Although this Wang Dalong was a freshman from Yutsai, the unassuming manner in which he displayed made Fang Xiu have some admiration as well. Moreover, this Wang Dalong's imperial beast was indeed very powerful, making Fang Xiu think of Lexington. 3 years in high school. If Yutsai's full support, this Wang Dalong will definitely take the imperial beasts and cultivate them to a very powerful level. Even Fang Xiu suspected that if Wang Dalong met the opponent is not himself, but Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing's words, he might have a good chance of winning. As for that Chen Fan, in Fang Xiu's eyes, he wasn't even a match for Wang Dalong. Aha! Wang Dalong also didn't expect Fang Xiu to say such words to himself. He thought that Fang Xiu walked over to him because he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate himself. It's myself that's taking the small man's heart for the gentleman's heart. Fang Xiu, after I go back this time, I will sharpen myself, and one day, I will challenge you again. Wang Dalong gathered some emotions and threw himself at Fang Xiu. The two sides looked at each other, then guffawed and went their separate ways. The host, Zhao Di, couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene. Although in this match, it was Fang Xiu who won, Wang Dalong's imperial beast is also really good, worthy of the title of Yukon's #1 freshman. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Wang Dalong, please. Under Zhao Di's encouragement, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although Yutsai's top 3 freshmen all chose to abstain, judging from the final result, Mr. Fang Xiu is fully capable of picking 4 in 1. Du Liyao also felt that Wang Dalong's performance was good, but in her heart she preferred Fang Xiu. In her opinion, even if Gao Han and the others hadn't abstained, she was afraid that they wouldn't be Fang Xiu's opponents. Truly the strongest in Crane City 1. I feel like I'm witnessing a legend, Du Liyao said in an agitated tone. Yes, it's really been a long time since there's been a royal beast master like Fang Xiu in Crane City. However, the game continues, and next up is the battle between the 3rd and 8th grade schools. Zhao Di changed the topic to the next match and then introduced the students of the 3rd grade one by one. Meanwhile, as soon as Fang Xiu returned to the lounge, he saw Li Qingqing puffing up. You've made a name for yourself this time. Next game, you are not allowed to be the first one on the field. Qingqing Li didn't come to participate in this freshman exchange match to be a green leaf. No. Even if they are green, at least they have a chance to play. It's only the ones like Wang Dalong who are called green leaves. Good lord. He sat in the lounge by himself until the Yukon freshmen were eliminated en masse. And, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint also shocked Li Qingqing to a great extent. She remembered now that she had been there when the alien sword saint had hatched. The alien sword saint at that time was just a little more than 1 meter 8. Not much taller than Fang Xiu. However, after being released, she realized that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had skyrocketed to double its size. When standing upright, it was over 3 meters tall. How long has it been? Did Fang Xiu's alien sword saint grow up on pig feed? At this level of his battle power, let alone a Yukari that was only a private high school, even if it was the 2 key high schools, the 8th and the 3rd, I'm afraid that they could still be picked for by Hefeng. If the next match continued to let Fang Xiu play the lead, all of them, the freshmen, were afraid that none of them would have the chance to appear. Fang Xiu is the MVP and Li Qingqing is the lying dog. Li Qingqing could even imagine what the school confession wall would say about herself. Qingqing classmate, Chen Fan saw this and hurriedly walked up to awkwardly compensate for the smile. But before he could finish his words, he was met with a blank stare from Li Qingqing. Is Qingqing also what you called her? Li Qingqing herself didn't have much favor with Chen Fan. If he hadn't used his family's connections, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Li Qingqing's student. Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'd like to say, Fang Xiu, we know that you are very strong. In fact, when Fang Xiu released the alien sword saint, Chen Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. As the person who made a move with Fang Xiu on the first day of school, he had some knowledge of Fanchi's aliens, especially the shock brought by the alien queen. Until now, he would have nightmares when he woke up at night. As for the alien sword saint just now, although its size was not as exaggerated as the alien queen's, its speed and strength all made Chen Fan feel that it was more than enough. Such a tough imperial beast. In Chen Fan's eyes, no one would be Fang Xiu's opponent. If they continued to let Fang Xiu play the lead, they really didn't have to do anything. Fellow Fang Xiu, it's about time you let us, the freshmen, get on the field and perform. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He wasn't very expressive, and we were all on the same team anyway. Why work hard when you can just lie down and win? Li Qingqing and Chen Fan are right. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan also said in a serious tone, you're a team, as a whole, maybe all 3 middle schools. Yukon's freshmen are weak. You can easily defeat them with your power alone, but the world is big. Sooner or later you will meet a powerful opponent. When that time comes, you will realize the powerlessness of individual strength in the face of the collective. Fang Xiu, in the next match, you'll go last. As the words fell, Zhang Panpan pushed up her glasses. The Kingdom of China had 34 large states and 667 cities. Crane City was nothing more than a small 18th-tier city. Fang Xiu was perhaps the strongest and hopeful of Crane City. However, if he were to look at the entire Hejian prefecture, he wouldn't necessarily be the strongest imperial beast master. If he wasn't here to make Fang Xiu realize the importance of teamwork, he would sooner or later suffer a big loss. Especially, when it came to bumping into an imperial beast master who was just as demonic as him. However, Fang Xiu didn't think that much about it. He originally just wanted to parasitize as many of the new students' imperial beasts as possible. I didn't realize Yukon's top 3 would abstain. As for Wang Dalong, although he himself could let the face-hugging insects go parasitic, once he saw Wang Dalong's eyes, he always had a feeling of sympathy. Good. Fang Xiu nodded and let Zhang Panpan decide the order of appearance for the next match. Then, Fang Xiu watched the match between the 3rd and 8th middle schools through the live screen in the lounge. However, although this 8th middle school is also a key high school, its overall quality is far inferior to that of the 3rd middle school. Without even waiting for Li Jin to come out, the 4 freshmen in the 8th grade had already been wiped out? Sure enough, Zhang Panpan is not surprised by this result, although there are quite a few high schools in Crane City, but the only ones that can really be called Dual Sky Supreme are the 1st and 3rd middle schools. Chapter 51, The First Versus. The 3rd high school. Although the 8th middle school is also a key high school in Hacheng, but in the eyes of Zhang Panpan, the 8th middle school is not very strong teachers. The school's resources are also very limited. None of the top 10 students in the city's midterm exams, moreover, chose a school like No. 8th middle school. They come over for the freshman exchange every year and go through the motions. With a little bit of luck, you can bump Yukon in the draw and then make it to the finals and take 2nd place. But most of the time, the 8th grade and Yutsai, they're both hard to get along with. Watching the 3rd middle school eliminate the 8th middle school so easily, Zhang Panpan naturally did not feel surprised. Chen Fan took the lead, followed by Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and most of all, Fang Xiu to wrap up the show. Zhang Panpan takes the order from weakest to strongest, so that every freshman has a chance to play. Sure, in Zhang Panpan's heart, doing so was not as simple as showing everyone's face. Rather, it's about gaining experience. The freshman exchange is just the beginning, not the end. Fang Xiu and the others will definitely participate in various competitions in these 3 years of high school. There was naturally no harm in letting them accumulate combat experience early. Yes, Chen Fan clenched his fists in excitement. He had long been impatient. Although he knew in his heart that he was the weakest Imperial Beast Master in the team, he didn't care. It's nice just to have the opportunity to play. Fang Xiu sat in a corner of the lounge and watched the live broadcast on the screen. Only Chen Fan was seen hurrying to the venue with quick steps. The host, Zhou Di, narrated along with it. The freshman that 1st middle school sent up this time is called Chen Fan. I remember he was ranked 11th in the city on the midterm. The mapping exams after entering Crane 1 were also very good. And instrumented. I think it will also be a top 10 seedling. As soon as Zhao Di saw Chen Fan, he couldn't help but praise him. Du Liyao also understood. Let's look forward to Chen Fan's performance together. I wonder what kind of imperial beast he is bred. For no other reason, this Chen Fan's family owns a chain of supermarkets. The biggest supermarket in Crane City is owned by their family. Naturally, I won't say anything bad. The freshman sent out from the 3rd grade this time is Han Bing. He was also the one who stepped up to play the lead in the battle against the 8th form just now. And he also defeated 2 of his 8th form classmates with his own strength. Du Liyao said as such. Yeah, and against the 3rd challenger, Han Bing has a chance to take the match. It's just a shame that it's so close. I wonder if Chen Fan will be able to defeat this Han Bing this time. The playing field. You're that Chen Fan? Han Bing followed the referee's instructions and went to the center of the tournament arena, then inserted the Imperial Beast space card into the machine. The corners of his mouth rose, and a contemptuous smile emerged. On the first day of school, the scum of the earth was ed by Fang Hu. You, guy. Chen Fan glared fiercely at Han Bing. He didn't remember the name Han Bing being in the top 10 of the midterm, and 1 is 11th. In other words, except for the top 10 people, he or she is the strongest in the midterm. A mere Han Bing, how dare he mock himself? Are you worthy? Chen Fan resumed his old high and cold demeanor. In front of Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing was just that. You're a guy with no name. What right do you have to fool around in front of me? Han Bing did not expect Chen Fan to speak so directly, and his expression then stiffened. But immediately afterward, he laughed anew. In the past, the first high school was perhaps the strongest high school, but not this year. This time, third middle school has not only poured in a lot of resources, but also ushered in a genius like Li Jin. It's time for the name of the strongest high school in Crane City to change owners. Han Bing released his imperial beast as he spoke. His imperial beast was clearly a rhinoceros. However, The horn of this rhinoceros was not an unusual white bone rhinoceros horn. At a glance, Chen Fan saw that this rhinoceros horn not only appeared black, but also had a metallic luster on it. It can be seen as a reinforcement of the process of nurturing. If you believe Li Jin, you might as well go back to dreaming about everything. When Chen Fan was in junior high school, he was in the same class as Li Jin. The guy he hated the most was a connected person like Li Jin. Although, he didn't think that he would be Li Jin's opponent. As long as Feng Xiu was around, Li Jin wouldn't have any chance. As long as Feng Hu was around, there's no way first form will lose. As Chen Fan's words fell, he also released his Imperial Beast. Ouch! Only a roar could be heard, echoing throughout the playing field. The Imperial Beast that was released by Chen Fan was clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, for his second Imperial Beast, not only did he still choose the ancient species, even after learning from his failure, Chen Fan became even more aggressive and bred a Tyrannosaurus Rex, even though Han Bing's rhino was more than 2 meters tall. However, in front of Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, it still appeared a bit weak. You guys, Han Bing also didn't expect Chen Fan's Imperial Beast to be a rare ancient species. It wasn't even until he saw Chen Fan's Imperial Beast that he remembered that this Chen Fan was not just as simple as the 11th in the city's midterm. This guy's family, they run a supermarket. Even in the system, there are contacts. There is no shortage of resources at all. Although he had the resources of the third middle school to help him, but no matter how much help he had, it was impossible to compare him to a rich second generation like Chen Fan. He subconsciously turned back and glanced at Li Jin. Upon realizing that his royal beast was not as good as Chen Fan, Han Bing also had the thought of abstaining. However, Li Jin just glanced at him. It felt as if it was saying, if you guys should abstain, then drop out. Beads of sweat broke out on Han Bing's forehead. For a while, it had to be hard. Finish it, along with Han Bing's order. The black-horned rhinoceros could only let out a low chirp before running wildly towards Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let me show you how far apart we really are. Facing Han Bing's first attack, the corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose, only to see his Tyrannosaurus Rex turn violently and fling his tail behind him to sweep out. In a moment, Chill's black-horned rhino was directly balanced by Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was knocked over by its tail. Rumble, accompanied by a loud sound. The black-horned rhino fell heavily to the ground, setting off a terrifying air current that swept out in all directions. Stand up. Han Bing clenched his teeth and urged his black-horned rhinoceros to get up and fight again. However, the tonnage of these two imperial beasts was not even on the same level. Without waiting for the chilling black-horned rhino to stand up again, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex had already opened its bloody mouth and bit down hard on its neck. With the terrifying bite force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it hardened and tore off a piece of meat from the chilly black-horned rhinoceros. The blood soared. The audience even erupted in screams. Frenzied screaming. Chapter 52, Adam the Upright. Only to see Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex bite the head of the black-horned rhinoceros, and then forcefully fling it, hardening the big guy, which weighed a few tons, and flinging it to Han Bing's feet. Go down. Chen Fan's voice was low and cold. Han Bing's forehead veins rippled. If his eyes could kill, he hated to break Chen Fan into pieces. Winner of this round, first middle school Chen Fan. The referee quickly stepped forward and declared the result of the match. First form lounge. Chen Fan, he's quite capable. Although Li Qingqing couldn't look at a related person like Chen Fan in her heart, she had to admit that his imperial beast was indeed not as weak as she thought. Chen Fan was able to participate in this freshman exchange tournament. Although he had his family's operation, he is not that bad himself. Zhang Pan stood behind Li Qingqing and said, he had tutored Chen Fan before the start of his senior year of high school. Although Chen Fan's talent was not that outstanding, he was willing to work hard for it, and with the help of his family, he was able to get to where he was today. In terms of strength, even when looking at the entire Crane City one middle school, it was in existence that could be ranked in the top 10. Aha! Li Qingqing nodded, feeling that what Zhang Pan said made sense. Soon after, the third school sent its second player. The man was wearing the uniform of the third middle school. With a short inch, his face was not outstanding, but he had a good figure, and he applauded as he walked onto the playing field. What a nice imperial beast. Chen Fan. Chen Fan sized up the visitor. Are you Gung Guangwei? In general, Chen Fan seldom memorized the names of students with poor academic performance, but this Gung Guangwei is an exception. His grades were moderate, not outstanding, but because his father left his family a settlement after he was killed on the job. With this money, Gung Guangwei pulled up a force in the school. This would have been nothing to Chen Fan. However, after getting a taste of the sweetness, Gung Guangwei became more and more aggressive. Not only would he bully his classmates, but also from time to time, he brought someone to touch the buttocks of his female classmates. It even robs underclassmen on their way out of school. As Gung Guangwei's classmate, Chen Fan naturally couldn't stand to see this kind of behavior from him, so he initiated a conflict with him. Gung Guangwei had thought that he had collected a group of minions by money and could beat Chen Fan violently. As a result, he didn't expect that in the face of a true second generation like Chen Fan, none of this little brother he raised would dare to make a move. Both sides ended up in a big fight that alerted the school. The principal didn't dare mess with your family, and only fired me. What is to be done with this account? Gung Guangwei clenched his hands into fists, and to this day, he was haunted by this incident. Ha! Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer. How? What's going to happen to those students you bullied? Those underclassmen deserve to have you rob them of their money? Your father died in the line of duty and was quite a character, so how did he end up with a child as ungrateful as you? It's okay for you to bully others, but not when you're bullied yourself? Chen Fan didn't feel like he had any problems at all. Maybe that incident did have its own family intervention in the end, but if Gung Guangwei hadn't bullied him first, he wouldn't have clashed with him himself. Good. Gung Guangwei said 3 good things in one breath. I hope you don't regret it. As soon as the words fell, Gung Guangwei directly released his imperial beast. Chen Fan's gaze slightly condensed as he looked toward the light. However, what he never dreamed of was that the imperial beast that was released by Gung Guangwei was actually a human. The man was more than 2 meters tall. All of his body was solidly muscled. His clenched fists were the size of Chen Fan's head. His waist was surrounded by a tiger's skin, and behind him was a hammer on his back. No, not human. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils were wildly seismic. Even though the imperial beasts released by Gung Guangwei resembled humans, he, who had studied the ancient species, quickly saw the difference. This imperial beast has a flattened face, with a reduced structure of the dental bed and lower jawbone, and a much expanded upper jawbone instead. Upright? Your imperial beast is an upright man? Chen Fan instantly came to a sudden realization. The emergence of Homo erectus had been a milestone in the evolution of mankind, laying the foundation for the later emergence and development of Homo sapiens. Because Homo erectus eventually went extinct, it is also not an ancestor of modern humans. According to the laws of the imperial beasts, a Homo erectus can serve as an imperial beast. But, because of the uniqueness of Homo erectus, it is rare for anyone to breed this imperial beast. This Gung Guangwei guy is really nasty. Ha. Gung Guangwei noticed that Chen Fan's eyes were full of contempt for himself and laughed coldly instead. Ever since I got kicked out of school, there's not a moment that goes by that I don't want to beat you, but it's also thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to change schools and I wouldn't have met Li Jin-sama. Just as well, won't gain the power to defeat you and defeat the first school. Although Gung Guangwei's father, who was killed in the line of duty, left a compensation, but over the years, all of it was used to protect his life. School fees. So much so that there was no sizable wealth left behind at all for his imperial beasts. The reason why he was able to cultivate this upright human imperial beast was still because of the help he received from Li Jin. A dog's leg. Chen Fan scoffed at Gung Guangwei. One would have thought that he would have learned from that incident. Now look, this Gung Guangwei has not changed at all. Cut the crap. Let's see if your Tyrannosaurus Rex is better or my Adam. Gung Guangwei ordered Adam to strike as soon as he clenched his fists. Adam. This name made Chen Fan frown. This Gung Guangwei. He really dared to name his imperial beast. But, even though Chen Fan couldn't see Gung Guangwei's character from the bottom of his heart, but Homo erectus, as creatures that survived on the blue planet for millions of years before going extinct, were predatory and very good at what they did. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus Rex dashed forward furiously, then spun himself around and swept his tail across the room. But in the face of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack, Adam's face was devoid of fear, and he slid a sliding shovel under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail. When he stood up again, he had come to the side of the Tyrannosaurus's leg, while grabbing for the hammer behind him and delivering a heavy blow to the Tyrannosaurus's knee. Perhaps the primitive strength of Homo erectus was limited, but the tools in his hands were the product of industrialization. Not only is the head of the hammer high-quality steel, but the handle has also been treated, no longer traditional solid wood, but random copolymerized polypropylene, which not only withstands the terrifying impact, but also increases the rebound force, taking the power of the blow even further. Boo! Only a loud sound was heard, and Tyrannosaurus' knees clicked and folded directly. The huge body, too, instantly lost its balance and fell to one side with a loud crash. Gung Guangwei's eyes became frenzied. Kill him. Chapter 53, Who says I only have one beast? Gung Guangwei looked at Chen Fan ferociously. Not only was he going to defeat Chen Fan this time, he was going to humiliate him severely. Kill him. Accompanied by Gung Guangwei's order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it down hard against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Boo! A terrifying air current swept out in all directions, and Tyrannosaurus Rex's body trembled under the force. But what no one expected was, Adam had clearly defeated the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he didn't stop. Instead, he turned around violently, his fierce gaze focusing directly on Chen Fan. A bad premonition arose in Chen Fan's heart. You guys. Chen Fan glanced at Gung Guangwei out of the corner of his eye. He knew that this guy's character had always been questionable, but he didn't think that he would dare to mess around at the freshman exchange tournament. After all, they are upright people with insufficient brain capacity, so it's nothing strange that they sometimes don't understand the orders of the Imperial Beast Master, right? The corner of Gung Guangwei's mouth rose and he deliberately lowered his voice so that Chen Fan could hear this alone. In the next second, Adam's knees bent slightly, then he pushed hard and charged straight at Chen Fan, only to see his 5 fingers grasping his fist. He ruthlessly slammed it towards Chen Fan's face. When it was too late, Chen Fan fully deflected his weight to the side and managed to dodge Adam's punch, but immediately after that, another frontal kick came and kicked Chen Fan hard in the small of his back. Boo! In an instant, Chen Fan flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. His body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out blood that stained the grass of the competition field. His body rolled several more times in a row before he was able to stop. Stop! Seeing that the situation was not right, Referee Wang Wei then rushed to stop it. The freshman exchange tournament is just an exchange of Imperial Beasts. Do not attack the Imperial Beast Master. Wang Wei glared at Gung Guangwei before pulling out a yellow card from his pocket. Sorry, my Imperial Beasts aren't too smart in the brain. Sometimes they don't quite understand my commands. Gung Guangwei didn't care about this and just shrugged. Adam retreated to his side with it. In the lounge of the first middle school, Li Qingqing angrily stood up from her chair. This guy, he definitely did it on purpose. In her opinion, if this upright man really couldn't understand instructions like Gung Guangwei said, then he should use the weapon in his hand. As a result, after rushing to Chen Fan's side, he switched to punching and kicking. It showed that he knew that he couldn't hit Chen Fan hard. This was clearly Gung Guangwei's intentional act. Zhang Shuren, be careful. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan first reminded Zhang Shuren to be careful of Gung Guangwei's tactics during the next match, then hurriedly rushed out from the restroom. Taking the medical staff with him, he went over to check Chen Fan's injuries. Teacher Zhang. Chen Fan braced himself for the pain, stood up from the grass, and retrieved his Tyrannosaurus Rex, then unwillingly lay down on the stretcher. Sorry, Teacher Zhang, I blame my Imperial Beasts. Gung Guangwei saw this and even deliberately came up to discuss Chen Fan, only to be glared back directly by Zhang Panpan's eyes. The conflict between Chen Fan and Gung Guangwei was a big deal at first. He'd heard some of it. It's just that I didn't expect that this Gung Guangwei, not only did he enter the third middle school, but he also bred Imperial Beasts like the upright man. Although there was no explicit rule, it was sort of a consensus not to breed uprights into Imperial Beasts. But this Gung Guangwei will do anything to win. Poof! Zhang Panpan gave a heavy cold snort. As Chen Fan's teacher, he didn't even bother to say anything more to this Gung Guangwei. Even the host, Zhao Di, was a little upset with this Gung Guangwei, but it can't do anything to him. The game continues. Zhang Shuren came from the lounge to the playing field, and brushed shoulders with Chen Fan on the way. Be careful, his Imperial Beast is strong. Aha! Zhang Shuren shook Gung Guangwei's hand before continuing forward and releasing his Imperial Beast. Just a Black Panther, summoned directly to the field. Zhang Shuren put his hands in his pockets. Gung Guangwei, you're the guy who fought with Chen Fan and then got expelled, right? What? Are you here to teach? Gung Guangwei was disdainful of Zhang Shuren as he snorted coldly. Even his eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Zhang Shuren. The top 3 ranked academics in the city. The Imperial Beasts that were bred were surprisingly only regular breed Black Panthers. This guy, he really doesn't have any talent at all in the Royal Beasts. High school isn't like middle school. Your grades, they don't mean anything. Zhang Shuren, our third middle school will definitely beat your first middle school this year. As he spoke, Gung Guangwei gestured. His atom charged violently towards the Black Panther, and his 2-meter-tall body made even Zhang Shuren's Black Panther look a bit scrawny. However, Zhang Shuren just pushed his glasses. His Imperial Beasts were never about power. Only Zhang Shuren's Black Panther was seen constantly dodging and avoiding Adam's hammer, as nimble as a black lightning bolt. After a few false starts, this Black Panther even saw the opportunity to open its bloody mouth and bit down hard on Adam's wrist. Ah! With a scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground. Next, it's time to fight back. The corner of Zhang Shuren's mouth rose. In his eyes, Gung Guangwei's upright man was nothing more than that. Only the Black Panther showed his sharp nails and grabbed at Adam's abdomen. 5 bloody scars were imprinted on it. Adam backed up on his feet and could only swing his fists wildly, but they were dodged one by the Panther and seized the opportunity to bite up 3 times. But just when Zhang Shuren thought that Gung Guangwei would turn pale, the other party laughed instead of being angry. Ha ha ha. In a flash, a faint light flashed past Gung Guangwei, only to see 2 upright men, whose figures were not similar to Adam's, appear beside Gung Guangwei. One of them held a spear in his hand. while the other carried a bow and arrow. Adam 2. 3. Finish off that Black Panther for me. Gung Wangwei lowered his voice. If it's just about single combat, an unarmed Homo erectus is weaker than more imperial beasts. Even compared to modern people, their advantages weren't much more tremendous. But, two of the greatest characteristics of Homo erectus, besides their ability to use tools, is their ability to live in groups. With Li Jin's financial support, Gung Wangwei raised the number of uprights to 3, not long after school started. With the cooperation of each other, they could hunt any imperial beast. What Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, they're all nothing more than that in my eyes. Gung Wangwei thought in his heart. I only saw Adam 3 take his bow and shoot in quick succession, although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther sensed something bad and tried to dodge. Adam 1 seized the opportunity as he grabbed a fist with 5 fingers and ruthlessly smashed it on the Black Panther's head. The powerful force set the panther directly into the grass. Adam 2, on the other hand, saw the opportunity to throw the spear in his hand, piercing the panther's abdomen viciously. Chapter 54, What? First grade school is being picked off by 1 and 2? What? This guy actually has 3 imperial beasts. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that he would be able to defeat Gung Wangwei and avenge Chen Fan. As a result, he didn't expect that Gung Wangwei had only been enrolled in school for a short while before he had raised the number of his royal beasts to 3. Isn't this the freshman exchange game? Ha. Didn't expect it. Zhang Shuren. Gung Wangwei spread his hands. This is the resource. It's true that I'm no match for you in terms of grades, but I'm Lord Li Jin's beloved, and with the help of his resources, I've not only tripled the number of uprights, but I've tripled the number of uprights. Even the weapons that Adam and the others use are very fine imperial beast equipment. That hammer alone costs $50,000. Gung Wangwei said smugly. It was as if the one with unlimited resources was him. Zhang Shuren was a little angry, but his Black Panther, however, was pierced through the abdomen by Adam 2's spear, ruthlessly nailed to the grass, unable to move. Go down, weakling. Gung Wangwei had already received a yellow card once, and if he did anything excessive again, he would be red-carded. There are 2 more in the first school. No, the really tricky guy is that freshman named Feng Xiu. Gung Wangwei thought in his heart. That alien sword saint's strength, speed, were all monsters, and even with 3 uprights, he wasn't much of a sure thing. However, the 3rd grade has its sights set on winning the freshman exchange this time around. It's even more of a downer. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to exhaust the Feng Xiu Imperial Beast stamina as much as possible so that Lord Li Jin can finish it off. This will not only give 3rd form the title, but it will also ensure that Lord Li Jin makes a name for himself. As Li Jin's little brother, Gung Wangwei naturally knew the difference between light and heavy. Get lost, he said towards Zhang Shuren, as if the strong were about to humiliate the weak. And although referee Wang Wei couldn't stand the sight of Gung Wangwei's behavior, he had to announce the result. Gung Wangwei of the 3rd form, won by 1-2. Zhang Shuren's face was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything more as he retrieved the Black Panther and turned around to go back to the restroom. Sorry, Zhang Shuren hung his head. I had wanted to do it for Chen Fan student. There's no need to say anymore. Zhang Pan patted his shoulder. You've already done a good job. If it wasn't for Gung Wangwei's superiority in the number of imperial beasts, the winner of this round would have been Zhang Shuren, but it can't be helped. Let's just say that the 3rd form has really put their neck on the line for this freshman exchange championship. Gung Wangwei, Li Qingqing's anger, even more so, was completely ignited. Her hands clenched her fists. I won't let him go. If Gung Wangwei had released 3 imperial beasts from the start, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely, but he favored a single upright man to fool Zhang Shuren, and then at the critical moment, shot a cold arrow. It's not even a fair matchup. I'll do it. Seeing this, Feng Xiu directly asked Zhang Pan to go on the field himself. Although he didn't have much to do with Chen Fan or Zhang Shuren, Gung Wangwei's methods were indeed a bit sinister. Li Qingqing's imperial beast, he had seen it before and remembered that it was a small gray bird. It's good speed, but it's not suitable for fighting at all. If he were to force his way out, this Li Qingqing might lose the battle as well. Don't worry about it. However, Li Qingqing did not appreciate Feng Xiu's favor as she directly walked out of the lounge. Zhang Pan didn't say anything about it. Although he felt that Feng Xiu had been able to defeat Gung Wangwei, the first school is not the first school of Feng Xiu. Li Qingqing, Chen Fan, and Zhang Shuren, they are all students of the first middle school. They need to grow. The other side. Li Qingqing came to the playing field in a rage. Yo, little beauty. Gung Wangwei had long heard of Li Qingqing's name, but he just didn't expect to run into her at the freshman exchange tournament. Well, want to transfer to our 3rd grade? I'm going to love you. Scram! Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Gung Wangwei before releasing her imperial beast, only to see her imperial beast, which was a strange gray bird, not much bigger than a goose. Even Gung Wangwei couldn't help but freeze for a moment when Li Qingqing released her own imperial beast. Ah, that's it? Ha 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 ha. Gung Wangwei whirled around and covered his stomach, unable to hold back his laughter. Is this your Li Qingqing's imperial beast? This is too weak, isn't it? Ha ha ha, a bird. It was important to know that Li Qingqing was very much a haloed school bully during her junior high school days. Not only were they first in general studies all 3 years, but they scored perfect scores on their midterm exams in all but language. It was even called the most powerful brain at one point. I had thought that this Li Qingqing's imperial beast would probably be a phantom beast species, or even worse, an ancient species. The results were unexpected. This little gray bird is so weak. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. Li Qingqing, you guys are afraid that you only know how to read and can't control beasts. Ha 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 ha. Adam 3, take her out. Even in Gung Wangwei's opinion, against Li Qingqing's imperial beasts, he didn't even need Adam 1, 2, and 3 to join forces. Adam 3's archery alone could easily take him out. The faces of the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liyao, turned ironic. Am I right? That's Li Qingqing's imperial beast? If it wasn't for Fang Xiu's sudden rise, Li Qingqing should be the #1 person in Crane City. No. 1. Would this imperial beast of hers be too weak? Zhao Di frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this Li Qingqing's imperial beasts didn't look like they were very powerful. It even gives the impression of being weak. Could it be true that Li Qingqing is only good at reading, as rumored, and has no talent at all for imperial beasts? Du Liyao couldn't help but feel pity. She was really not used to seeing Gung Wangwei's face, but this Li Qingqing's imperial beast, again, really wasn't very capable of fighting. It's not uncommon to see students who are good at general studies and not good at imperial beasts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that high school is the turning point of life. Zhao Di sighed. It seems that the pressure on Fang Xiu's classmates will become great. Yeah, Du Liyao nodded. Let's not talk about Li Jin's gold, Gung Wangwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts. They're both very strong. With student Fang Xiu's imperial beasts, if you want to do a 1-on-3, you must think that it's a very difficult thing to do. Could it be that the champion of this session of the freshman exchange tournament is really going to change hands? The corner of Zhao Di's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The resources of the third middle school has always been not much worse than the first middle school. In previous years, the freshman exchange match, it's not like they didn't win. It's just going to be a little bit of an ugly loss for the first school this year. Gung Wangwei made a move, accompanied by Zhao Di's cry of alarm. Adam 3, directly resting his bow, shot a precise arrow, directly at the chest of the little gray bird. The heartstrings of the entire audience also tightened at this moment. Chapter 55, Li Qingqing's Secret. Mirage Beast Seed. Before Qingqing Li appeared on the stage, many people were full of anticipation for her, a young girl who was the top student in the secondary school exams. In particular, Gung Wangwei's arrogant attitude caused many viewers to be dissatisfied. Everyone hoped that Li Qingqing could violently beat up Gung Wangwei, but I didn't expect. The moment she released the imperial beast, none of the spectators at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liyao, were all dumbfounded. Humph, go to hell. Gung Wangwei clasped his hands to his chest, and Adam 3 drew his compound bow directly at his command. Phew! Sharp arrows sped toward the little gray bird. The audience at the scene held their breath. Even their hands were in a cold sweat for Li Qingqing. However, just when Gung Wangwei thought that he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird instantly disappeared into thin air, and the arrow that was shot out directly hit the ground before drawing a parabola in the air and landing on the ground. What? Gung Wangwei's heart shook. Not only was Adam 3 a great swordsman, the weapon he used, a masterpiece of modern technology, was impossible to be easily dodged. But Gung Wangwei quickly calmed down. Although Li Qingqing's little gray bird, its speed was indeed somewhat astonishing. All it had was just speed. Your imperial beasts are not even comparable to the poultry in the countryside. Even if you can dodge Adam 3's attack, you can't threaten my Adam. Gung Wangwei once again mocked Li Qingqing. Is that so? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth rose. Then let me show you, my imperial beast. As Li Qingqing's words fell, the little gray bird, which had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Adam 3. Adam 3. Seeing this, Gung Wangwei hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Though Homo erectus has little to do with modern humans, they are at least a fellow genus of humans, and their intelligence far exceeds that of the average imperial beast. Under Gung Wangwei's nurturing, they can also understand human language. Only Adam 3 whirled around, sharp arrow, resting on top of the bowstring. As he jerked his head up, his eyes focused on the little gray bird. It's over. At this distance, there's no escape for your imperial beast. Gung Wangwei didn't forget to interfere with Li Qingqing with his words. Who said my imperial beast will escape? Li Qingqing scoffed at Gung Wangwei's tricks. In a flash, her little gray bird opened its modest beak, The next second, a light erupted from the beak of the little gray bird and set off a wave of heat. Adam 3 tried desperately to see where the little gray bird was, but his eyes stung with pain from the hot glow. Ah! In a flash, Adam 3 let out a scream and backed up on his feet as he blocked his vision with his arms. Ha! Gung Guangwei blinked hard, unable to believe the image he saw. Only Li Qingqing's little gray bird spewed out hot tongues of fire and poured them towards Adam 3. In less than 2 short breaths, Adam 3 was on fire all over. The miserable screams were numbing. The compound bow and arrows fell out of his hands, and his whole body flopped down and rolled up directly on the grass. Immediately followed by the smell of burnt meat filled the air. However, Qingqing Li's little gray bird did not have the slightest intention of letting go of Adam 3, and continued to pour its tongues of fire at him, until the blazing fire covered Adam 3's entire body. Such a horrifying scene instantly made Gung Guangwei's scalp tingle. Gollum! Gung Guangwei rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. It was the first time he had seen an imperial beast that could breathe fire. He was not the only one, as the entire audience screamed in shock as if a pot had exploded when the little gray bird spewed out blazing fire. The hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liyao, all stared at each other with eyes like bronze bells. The moment before, they had all felt that Li Qingqing's imperial beasts were not very lethal. Even with the speed advantage, it was hard to beat Gung Guangwei's uprights. But who knows, Qingqing Li's little gray bird, surprisingly, could breathe fire. Even moments later, Adam 3 was silenced. This is the illusory beast species, right? Du Liyao's eyes were glowing. In her opinion, only the illusory beast species imperial beast could achieve this level. And if you think about it, the way this little gray bird looked, it was indeed uncommon. She hadn't seen a royal beast like this, at least not that she could remember. Phantom species? It's not that it's not possible. Although the innate phantom beast species imperial beasts are very rare, claiming that only one will be born out of millions of people. But, what is Li Qingqing? First in all 3 years of middle school in general studies. The presence of perfect scores in all the midterm exams except language. I wouldn't be surprised to say that she has awakened a phantom beast seed imperial beast. But despite the words, Zhao Di's heart was still quite shocked. Even the audience began to cheer Li Qingqing's name. If it's a phantom beast species, then this Gung Guangwei has no chance of winning. Du Liyao felt refreshed. She didn't like guys like Gung Guangwei in the first place. Now that he saw that Qingqing Li's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, she didn't know how this Gung Guangwei was going to win. First form lounge. Zhang Shuren stood up from the bench with a loud bang, staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Qingqing her imperial beast, it's actually a phantom beast species? All of a sudden, Zhang Shuren had the feeling of a bolt from the blue. It was important to know that since the first year, he had regarded Li Qingqing as a rival to catch up with. He had always fantasized about defeating Qingli and taking the title of number 1. Even now, he regarded Li Qingqing as his archenemy. Results: 3 years of general studies in middle school were crushed by Qingqing Li. Midterm competence is finished. Right now, even Qingqing Li's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, and his own imperial beast, not even an ancient species, was just a normal regular species. Although, under his own efforts, the strength of his royal beasts had skyrocketed. Compared to the phantom beast species royal beasts that possessed an infinitely high ceiling, it was simply a heaven and a hell. For a while, Zhang Shuren clenched his fists with both hands as a sense of frustration arose in his heart. Intense frustration. When he was defeated by Gung Guangwei, he didn't even have such emotions as he did now. Phantom beast species? Fang Xiu gazed at the screen. I didn't realize that this Li Qingqing was hiding quite deeply. If it wasn't for the sudden fire-breathing of her imperial beast, she herself wouldn't have realized that her imperial beast was a phantom beast species. But, it also means that the phantom species has supernatural powers. The playing field. I'm not as despicable as you, Li Qingqing said in a loud voice. Although Gung Guangwei's direct attack on Chen Fan sickened her, she would not use that kind of dirty tactics. After seeing the fear in Gung Guangwei's eyes, Li Qingqing spoke while asking the little gray bird to deal with Adam 1. Even though she wouldn't directly attack the imperial beast master, she intended to regiment Gung Guangwei's imperial beasts. Chapter 56, The Despicable Gung Guangwei. Out of the 3 uprights, only Adam 3 had the most skillful archery skills, and as a result, in a single glance, he was sprayed into flames by Li Qingqing's little gray bird. Even when Adam 1 looked directly at the little gray bird, his eyes were filled with fear of the imperial beast. Gung Guangwei's face also turned iron blue all of a sudden. Damn! He gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the third form common room. He wasn't worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he's really worried about is Lil Kim. The third grade school has its sights set on the title this time around. No matter what, I have to make Lord Li Jin ascend to the top. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart. If he was eliminated by Qingqing Li here, then the first middle school, the third middle school would become a 2v2 situation. If Li Sega loses to Li Qingqing again, then Li Jin will have to face two people alone. Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu were both illusory beast species imperial beast masters again. No, Deng Guangwei shook his head. He wouldn't allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, he once again looked at Li Qingqing. Adam 1 is desperately trying to avoid the little gray bird's tongue of fire. Only the next best thing. Deng Guangwei put his heart on the line. As long as he seriously injured Li Qingqing, she would not be allowed to withdraw from the match. Although he himself would have been red-carded or even punished more severely, it would at least have kept the third form in the ascendancy. Adam 2. Deng Guangwei's voice was low and cold. Adam 2 followed suit. His grip on his spear tightened and his fierce eyes focused on Li Qingqing's body. In a flash, Li Qingqing also felt this overpowering killing aura. Only Li Qingqing's eyes were as wide as bronze bells as she looked at Adam 2 in disbelief. Although she knew that this Deng Guangwei wasn't a good person, she still underestimated his lower limits. Adam 2 boosted forward a few steps, the veins on his arms bursting out, his whole body's strength being concentrated in one point, and with a very terrifying force, he threw the spear. Phew! The silver-colored spear set off a wind-breaking sound and stabbed straight towards Li Qingqing. Such an appalling scene made the referee's face turn as pale as paper. Host Zhao Di and Du Liyao were even more astonished. Their mouths involuntarily opened wide into an O shape. Crazy! This Deng Guangwei is absolutely crazy. He actually instructed his Imperial Beast to attack the Imperial Beast Master. Qingqing Li's little gray bird, noticing the speeding spear, hurriedly threw down the Adam 1 and crashed into the spear. This was also boosted to a very impressive level of explosiveness after a burst of boosts from Adam 2. The little gray bird hit the ground directly. Li Qingqing retreated back and forth, but it was too late to dodge. Pust! Only to see the spear thrown by Adam 2 directly stabbing Li Qingqing's thigh, piercing through its flesh, with the spiked end viciously nailed to the grass, blood waving into the air like a fluttering red butterfly. Li Qingqing's face suddenly turned snow white, her eyes were wide with rage, and bean-sized beads of sweat rose outward from her forehead. The unprecedented pain made Li Qingqing nearly faint. On the contrary, it was Deng Guangwei who instantly felt relieved. Let's not talk about the pain generated by being pierced through the thigh by a spear. It was simply not something that a little girl could withstand. If not sent to the hospital in time to deal with, Li Qingqing will not take long. Is blood loss shock? Phew! Beads of sweat also broke out on Deng Guangwei's forehead, but in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although this was a serious violation of the rules, at least it was a one-on-one mutual explosion with Li Qingqing. As long as I can hold on to Lord Li Jin's thigh, the results of the freshman exchange tournament don't matter to me at all. Deng Guangwei thought in his heart. He stood still, waiting for the referee to come over and announce the result. You guy, what do you take the freshman exchange match for? Referee Wang Wei rushed up with great strides as he pulled out a red card from his pocket. If it weren't for his professional ethics, he would have wanted to give this Deng Guangwei a punch in the face. I don't know what you're talking about. Deng Guangwei shrugged. I was just trying to defeat Miss Li Qingqing. It's just that my Imperial Beast brain wasn't working too well. That's why there was an accident. That's right, that spear was originally aimed at Qing Li's Imperial Beast. She's the one who didn't duck. Although Deng Guangwei had already anticipated the consequences of doing so, it was impossible for him to admit it openly no matter what. Even if he would have been red-carded, he balked at the idea that it was an accident. It's not your own subjective consciousness. It was an accident. Deng Guangwei purposely raised his own volume and tried his best to defend himself. However, this shameless behavior drew a burst of boos from the audience. There were even some viewers who could hardly restrain their emotions and threw down the coke in their hands. No. But what Deng Guangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth. No? Deng Guangwei frowned, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant by this. Can't forgive yourself? In the end, Li Qingqing was a student of the first middle school, and she herself was a student of the third middle school. Even if she was disgruntled, she couldn't do anything to herself. Don't red card him. Li Qingqing pressed her thigh with one hand, trying to slow down the flow of blood as she struggled to squeeze out a complete sentence. Referee, since it was an accident, we should have to let the fight continue. No? Even though Li Qingqing's heart was furious to the extreme, she didn't want to end it in such a way. He hadn't taught this Deng Guangwei fellow a hard lesson himself. Deng Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that this Li Qingqing wouldn't let herself go, but he didn't expect that she would still want to fight with him, and even asked the referee not to give him a red card? This guy, is he out of his mind? Student Li Qingqing. Referee Wang Wei also didn't expect Li Qingqing's spirit to be so resilient. If you don't hurry to deal with your injuries, I'm afraid it will have an impact on your recovery later on. Regardless, Adam 2's spear directly penetrated Qing Li's thigh. It's better to stop the game and rush her to the hospital. No, I am Li Qingqing. How can I admit defeat so easily? Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, yet her vision was becoming a little blurry. Phew, phew. Suddenly, Li Qingqing only felt two wind-breaking sounds coming from her ears, and her thighs, which had been nailed to the ground, suddenly recovered. Only the intense pain made it difficult for her to keep her balance, and her body fell to the other side. Puff! But what Li Qingqing didn't expect was that she didn't fall to the ground and fall down, but directly jumped into someone's arms. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, and with her blurred vision, she could only make out a rough outline. Are you the captain of the first middle school? Feng Xiu. Referee Wang Wei instantly recognized the teenager who hugged Li Qingqing, the very man who eliminated the entire Yukon. Feng Hua. Also, Crane City won, the final ace in the hole. Chapter 57, Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Feng Hua, let go of me. Although Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't see clearly, the moment she heard Feng Xiu's name, she also instinctively struggled. Only, her strength was already smaller than Feng Xiu's, and now that she was injured, she would feel intense pain if she moved a little. Being held in Feng Xiu's arms, he was even more unable to use his strength. Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren also brought their medical staff and came to the playing field. Gung Guangwei, don't you think this is too much? Zhang Shuren pushed up his glasses and looked at Gung Guangwei angrily. If his eyes could kill, he would hate to break Gung Guangwei into pieces. It was a surprise to see that he was sophomoric about the poor intelligence of his imperial beasts, and that it was an accident, a misadventure. Do you really think these people don't have eyes? Adam too was simply aiming at Qing Qingli on purpose. Do whatever it takes to win. In this world, how could there be a guy like Gung Guangwei? It's really all about the face. Don't be bloody-minded. I didn't. Gung Guangwei sniffed, still trying his best to argue. I really didn't do it on purpose. This way, I voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange tournament, and my results are directly nullified. I'm also willing to cover all the medical bills. So, always good? Gung Guangwei said softly, indicating that he was willing to take it all on. But, one definitely didn't do it on purpose. Feng Xiu, let me fight him. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, still wanted to fight Gung Guangwei, but her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and even the little gray bird couldn't maintain it and was forced into the Imperial Beast space card. Brother Pan Pan, I'll leave Li Qingqing to you. Feng Xiu picked up Li Qingqing in a hug, then turned towards the stretcher and placed her on it. Don't worry, Feng Xiu, I won't let anything happen to her. Zhang Panpan heavily emphasized her head. Although he had only been a gym teacher for a short while and it was the first time he had encountered such a thing, it was not the first time he had seen an Imperial Beastmaster as bad as Gung Guangwei. Feng Xiu, I'll leave the freshman exchange tournament to you. Don't lose. Yet after something like this match is no longer considered an exchange match. I know, Feng Xiu responded. Next, it's personal. First it was Chen Fan, then it was Li Qingqing. Although his relationship with these two people could not be described as good, he was at least the captain of this squadron. Most importantly, can a man not roll when he is round and stop when he is square? Mr. Referee, you just heard it too, didn't you? The guy said he didn't mean it. It was an accident. A red card just because of an accident doesn't make sense to me. And, as he spoke, Feng Xiu glanced back at Li Qingqing. I don't think student Li Qingqing would accept this either, so also please can you step aside and let us get on with the game. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. After all, when something like this happened, everyone felt that Gung Guangwei was guilty. As a result, he didn't expect that Feng Xiu would want him to continue the match. This, referee Wang Wei is also difficult in his heart. He believed that Feng Xiu wasn't trying to forgive Gung Guangwei out of the idea of being a saintly mother. On the contrary, he absolutely had to deal with Gung Guangwei in his own way. You guy, you don't have a problem with your brain, do you? Gung Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. The moment he decided to do it, he was ready to be eliminated and have his results cancelled. As a result, I didn't expect this guy, Feng Xiu, to request the referee not to eliminate himself. Does he even know what he's saying? Even if he had absolute confidence in his Imperial Beast, but it wasn't as if he himself had to fight his Imperial Beasts to the death. With a repeat of the same trick, he could even eliminate him himself. Don't hit too hard. Looking at Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude, referee Wang Wei ultimately chose to turn a blind eye as he backed away repeatedly while reminding Feng Xiu, don't strike too hard. The referee withdrew the red card. The host, Zhao Di's expression became grave. If it had been a normal match, he believed Feng Xiu could have won, but the 3 matches just now were enough to prove that this Gung Guangwei was no good. Feng Xiu, give me a hard beat on him. Du Liu, on the other hand, didn't care that much and directly grabbed the microphone and shouted at Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu, Feng Xiu, Feng Xiu. In a flash, the entire audience began to chant Feng Xiu's name. The scene was completely ignited. No one could stand Gung Guangwei's behavior, and they all hoped that Feng Xiu would be able to ruthlessly fix this guy. Have I become a villain? Gung Guangwei looked around. not expecting the atmosphere of the scene to turn out like this. However, he didn't care. His heart was happy instead. At the very least, one stays on this playing field again. Feng Xiu, do you like Li Qingqing? Ho ho ho, you must think you're handsome as hell, the way you look right now, but I'm telling you, it's no use. The winner of this freshman exchange will definitely be our third grade. I exploded with you. As things stood, Gung Wangwei stopped pretending. After all, the only freshman left in the first grade was Feng Xiu. As long as you finish him off here yourself, explode each other with him, and victory is the third center. Even Gung Wangwei doesn't even act anymore. His Adam No. 1, Adam No. 2, simultaneously charged towards Feng Xiu, didn't care about Feng Xiu's imperial beast at all. Yet the next moment, two black figures appeared directly behind Adam 1 and Adam 2. It was clearly Feng was alien. These two xenomorphs, although they were just ordinary male xenomorphs, were 2.5 meters tall, a head taller than Gung Wangwei's upright man. As soon as they appeared behind Adam 1 and 2, they whipped their tails and wrapped them up towards their necks. One restrains their movement. At Feng Xiu's side, on the other hand, stood the alien sword saint, who flicked his wrist and his black blade popped out of the joint of his elbow. Then, there was the white face-hugging insect, which fell to the ground from Feng Xiu's side, and then flew up to climb on the face of Adam No. 1 and No. 2, hugging it to death. Even Adam 3, who was charred by the fire. Feng Xiu did not let go. Seeing that he was dying, he still released the face-hugging bugs to go over and parasitize him. In less than 2 short breaths, Gung Wangwei's 3 imperial beasts were all taken care of by Feng Xiu. Next, it's you. Feng Xiu lowered his voice. The alien sword saint stepped away, the sharp tip of his blade slicing through the gently green grass of the playing field. Wherever it went, the green grass broke in two. This, coupled with its huge body, instantly caused Gung Wangwei to snort. What do you want? A bad feeling came over him. I forgot to tell you, my imperial beasts don't have much of a brain either, and they sometimes ignore my orders. Feng Xiu said word for word. Chapter 58, Whoever insults others will be insulted. Feng Xiu naturally wouldn't have any compassion for people like Gung Wangwei. The alien sword saint took large strides forward, constantly approaching Gung Wangwei, and referee Wangwei noticed the alien sword saint's demeanor and instantly understood Feng Xiu's intentions. Feng Hu. After a slight hesitation, referee Wangwei still couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he could understand Feng Xiu's feelings, if he really caused a death here, then Feng Xiu's future would end here. As the strongest and hopeful of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, he really didn't want to see Feng Xiu fall into the wrong path due to his momentary anger. However, Feng Xiu didn't care about referee Wangwei's discouragement. The distance between the alien sword saint and Gung Wangwei quickly shortened. No, don't. With a fluttering sound, Gung Wangwei dropped to the ground and looked at the oppressive alien sword saint, his pupils quaking madly. Feng Xiu, do you know what you're doing? That's willful injury. That's willful injury. Gung Wangwei hysterically yelled at Feng Xiu, hoping that he would stop here. But whether it was referee Wangwei's persuasion or Gung Wangwei's pleas for mercy, he was indifferent. Those who dishonor others are dishonored by all. In a flash, the alien sword saint's hand rose up and slashed down towards Gung Wangwei. When it was too late, Gung Wangwei instinctively raised his arms, and his mouth continuously begged for mercy towards Feng Xiu. Stop! Make your imperial beast stop! I know it's wrong. Feng Xiu, don't Gung Wangwei's miserable scream echoed throughout the imperial beast stadium, and some of the spectators even subconsciously turned their heads, not daring to look. Referee Wangwei stared with wide eyes, only to see a flash of cold light as the alien sword saint's black blade directly cut through Gung Wangwei's arm. Next, bright red gushed out of the break like an open faucet. Gung Wangwei's entire face was ashen. He never dreamed that Feng Hua would be so ruthless. Even when the alien sword saint's black blade fell, he still held a trace of fantasy, fantasizing that Feng Xiu was just scaring himself and didn't dare to really let the imperial beast cut himself. No matter how you put it, Feng Xiu was the first or the last player in Crane City 1. If you foul up here, it's a lose-lose situation any way you look at it. As it turned out, I didn't expect this guy to really get off on it. Bean-sized beads of sweat rose outward from Gung Wangwei's forehead, and he gripped his arm in death, rolling around on the grass continuously in pain. However, not long after, this Gung Wangwei's consciousness reached its limit. His eyes went black, and his entire body fainted on the spot. Doctor! Seeing this, referee Wangwei hurriedly called out on the field and quickly came to Feng Xiu's side, grabbing his wrist. That's enough. Feng Xiu, just cutting off one of Gung Wangwei's hands. Huqing First Middle School could still find a way to help smooth things over. If he really killed someone in a public place like this, then Feng Xiu would be facing a criminal problem. As a matter of fact, Feng Xiu was not overwhelmed by anger. The first was Gung Wangwei's 3 imperial beasts that he had pocketed, and also had a hand cut off by his own alien sword saint. Even if Gung Wangwei could be helped to connect his broken limbs with the treatment methods of this world, his future life would still be affected. Most importantly, with such a loss of form in the game, the third form will inevitably not provide Gung Wangwei with any more resources. His career as an imperial beast came to an end. Only when he thought of this did Feng Xiu call the alien sword saint to come back, and at the same time, he took the face-hugging bug-parasitized upright man and put it into his imperial beast space. The winner of this bout is... Referee Wang Wei grabbed Feng Xiu's wrist and raised his arm as soon as he did, announcing loudly towards the audience. All of a sudden, the whole room was boiling, like thunderous applause, one wave after another. Sure, Feng Xiu was given a yellow card by referee Wang Wei for not being able to control the actions of the alien swordsman. Pay attention next time, Feng Hu. It was only after a flash of yellow that referee Wang Wei stepped back from Feng Xiu, and the medical staff came onto the field, picked up Gung Wangwei's broken hand, and took him off the field in a blaze of glory. What a treat, watching Gung Wangwei end up in such a state. Zhao Di's heart called out for pleasure, but in this way, student Feng Xiu has also been given a yellow card warning. Du Liao heartily recognized Feng Xiu's daring love and hatred. In her opinion, a guy with a corrupt character like Gung Wangwei was not qualified to become a royal beast master at all. If he was a teacher in the 3rd grade, he would have fired this guy. Yes, how dare you go so far as to strike out at students from other schools for the sake of victory? We're the freshman exchange tournament. It's not like we're both splitting the difference between the best and the worst as well as deciding life and death. I just hope that Miss Li Qingqing will be safe and sound. So said Zhou Di. Meanwhile, Gung Wangwei passed by the restroom of the 3rd grade before being taken to the hospital. Looking at Gung Wangwei, who had completely fainted, Li Jin couldn't help but frown as well. Although this Gung Wangwei is indeed loyal and helped him clear Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, but his tactics are just too hard to watch. Even if we win the game, it will still have an impact on the reputation of the 3rd grade. Truly the shame of our 3rd middle school. Li Jin lowered his voice. Even his eyes were filled with contempt for Gung Wangwei. This scene caused Li Shijia's expression to become subtle as well. As far as I can remember, this Li Jin and Gung Wangwei were on good terms, and they were all known as brothers in private. Even those equipment used by Gung Wangwei's imperial beasts were all sponsored by Li Jin. Results. That look of disdain was like trying to send Gung Wangwei to hell. Li Shijia, don't be like someone like Gung Wangwei and disgrace our 3rd middle school. Li Jin whirled around to look at Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The whole person suddenly felt a huge amount of pressure. He subconsciously glanced at the physical education teacher Wang Ying, hoping that she could say something to ease the atmosphere of the scene. Ugh. Wang Ying sighed. This freshman exchange is a very crucial game indeed for the 3 middle schools, but now that it's come to this, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to wrap up. Are we going to fire Gung Wangwei? Wang Ying hesitated slightly and confirmed towards Li Jin. Although she was only the physical education teacher who was leading, she was in her prime, not much older than Li Jin, and she had to consult with Li Jin even on such a matter as deciding. That's good. Li Jin nodded a bit. The reputation of the 3rd middle school is crucial. I don't want to hear someone talking behind my back after graduation that guy walked out of the 3rd middle school. Once the freshman exchange tournament is over, let's have a press conference and cut with Gung Wangwei. Upon hearing that Gung Wangwei was going to be fired, Li Shijia's heart couldn't help but thump. In his opinion, if it were not for Li Jin, Gung Wangwei would never have fought to such an extent, and as a result, in the end, just fired? Even the others haven't woken up yet. Chapter 59, Another Mirage Beast Breeder. Hiss. Li Shijia's mouth fell back and he didn't dare to continue in the restroom. When he arrived at the tournament venue, the host, Zhao Di, took the initiative to introduce him. Okay, the contestant who will now come out is the 3rd contestant of Crane City 3rd Middle School, Li Shijia. It's said that he ranked in the midterm exams, coming in 3rd, and is a school bully after Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren. It's a genius who was poached by the 3rd form at the expense of a lot of resources. Du Liao nodded. Perhaps everyone? On a normal day, here's more of Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren's names, but this Li Shijia is also a very powerful freshman. You can see that just from the fact that the 3rd form has spared no resources in scooping him up. Just don't know. Will this Li Shijia's character be the same as Gung Wangwei's? Who will do anything to win? Even though Gung Wangwei had already gone down, Du Liao still didn't give up the chance to diss Gung Wangwei. On the one hand, Gung Wangwei's behavior is really egregious. It even triggered shock and anger in the audience. On the other hand, Du Liao was also reminding Li Shijia not to use some despicable means like that Gung Wangwei guy. And naturally, her words reached Li Shijia's ears. Ho ho ho. The corners of Li Shijia's mouth rose and a bitter smile surfaced. Honestly, he couldn't stand the sight of Gung Wangwei's kind of behavior either. But in his heart, he felt able to understand why he did that. This freshman exchange match was very different from the past. Let's not even talk about the fact that Crane 3 has been suppressed for several years, and this year a lot of resources have been put into it. Li Jin is a much anticipated student, but also gives hope to the 3 middle schools. It was based on this relationship that Gung Guangwei wanted to make sure that the third form took first place, even if the means are not honorable. Only he must not have thought. His loyalty to Li Jin was rewarded not by the others' forceful protection, but by cutting. Fong Hu. Li Shijia chanted Fong Shou's name. Then after adjusting his mind, he took the Imperial Beast space card and inserted it into the machine. If you're ready, release the Imperial Beasts and start fighting. Referee Wang Wei lowered his voice. Because of Gung Guangwei's relationship, his entire being had nothing good to say about third middle school. Aha! Li Shijia didn't say anything more, just cleanly released his Imperial Beast. Fong Shou's starry eyes slightly condensed, and with just one glance, he was attracted by Li Shijia's Imperial Beast. The Imperial Beast released by Li Shijia was seen to be over 2 meters tall, with a stout figure, with a light blue skin all over its body, long ears and elephant-like tusks, a tiger skin skirt around its lower body, and a string of the animal's skulls hanging on its waist. He had a wooden stick in his hand. Instead of a wooden stick, though, it was more of a staff. At least in Fong Shou's eyes, the weapons used by Li Shijia's Imperial Beasts resembled the staffs used by those wizards in the online game. And Fong Shou could be certain that this Li Shijia's Imperial Beast was by no means some ancient species. What with Homo erectus and Peking apes, none of them had much to do with Li Shijia's Imperial Beasts. Is this a troll? Fong Shou looked Li Shijia's Imperial Beast up and down. No matter how you look at it, this thing looks like a race of trolls from a Western magic novel. That's right, Li Shijia nodded. Because Gung Guangwei had behaved in a very despicable manner, he naturally couldn't smear the reputation of the third middle school anymore, and at this moment, he behaved brightly as if he were a knight, and before starting the fight, he formally introduced his royal beast to Fong Shou. My Imperial Beast is none other than a troll, a phantom beast species just like you. I named him Shadow Wizard. As for why it's a sorcerer, the reason is also simple. While my Imperial Beast possesses the raw power of a troll, he's more adept at using sorcery. He's strong, very strong, Li Shijia said with a serious face. Needless to say, after Li Sega released his own Imperial Beast, the entire auditorium burst into high gear. This was the freshman exchange match they were looking forward to, a battle between geniuses and geniuses, genius versus genius. Even Du Liyao, who couldn't look at Li Shijia, was brightened up. Another phantom beast species. After Fong Shou, Li Qingqing, Li Shijia was the third genius to display the fantasy beast seed Imperial Beast. Moreover, there were quite a few rumors that Li Jin's Imperial Beast was also a phantom beast species. Doesn't that mean that there are 4 illusory beast breed Imperial Beast masters in the first and third middle schools? It's clearly a rare Imperial Beast that only appears among millions of people. Du Liyao couldn't help but let out a gasp. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Zhou Di had seen this coming for a long time. In previous years, Imperial Beasts of the fantasy beast species had also appeared in the freshman exchange tournament, even though it said that it's a rare species that only appears out of millions. Think about it. What kind of freshmen are the ones who can come over and participate in the freshman exchange tournament? Geniuses from every school, the pride of heaven. Is it any surprise that it's a true human jade, and that they possess the phantom beast species? It's like the top 10. Like us in Crane City, only a few dozen people make it to the top 10 every year. Looking at Crane City, which has a population of several million, these people are pretty much one of the hundreds of thousands of phoenixes. But what if they were in the top 10? You'll be amazed at how every single student, every single one of them, is a genius who can get into the top 10. Zhao Di used a very simple and crude analogy. It's said to be the freshman exchange, but it's actually the talented freshman exchange. What's all the fuss about having a couple of phantom beast breed royalty? On the contrary, this Li Shijia, his character, looks much brighter than Gung Guangwei. I don't know if that's the kind of student he was meant to be, or is it? After Gung Guangwei did what he did, this Li Shijia has also tightened up. But no matter what, Zhao Di and Du Liyao were still looking forward to this match in their hearts. Sorcery? Fong Shou's eyes instantly glowed, although he didn't know what the sorcery was that Li Shijia was talking about. It sounded like it was something extraordinary, and there weren't any witches in his own alien colony. Wanted. Heartwarming. Fong Shou, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Li Shijia had a black face. He always felt that Fong Shou's starry eyes were a bit wild. No, that's not some fanaticism anymore. That's clearly overzealousness. The feeling was like the look of a child who sees a favorite toy and wants it at all costs. You're Shadow Wizard. I'll take it, Fong Shou said in a loud voice. Those 2 male aliens, moreover, darted directly towards Li Shijia's Shadow Wizard. Either way, it's still unclear what the other side's sorcery is. It was not a wise tactic to rush the alien Kensei. Coming. Li Sega rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Shadow Wizard. Jia. The shadow sorcerer sniffed and then laughed grimly. Chapter 60 10,000 Snakes Massacre Formation. Plus one more. GGG. The shadow sorcerer saw the two aliens charging towards him at the same time, and was in no hurry, just smiling grimly while reaching out and grabbing for the skull at his waist. Seeing this, Fangxiu subconsciously confirmed the number of its skulls. From the shape of the skulls, it looks like puppies. Counting the one held in the shadow wizard's hands, there are 5. However, Fangxiu was not worried in his heart. His aliens had expanded to hundreds. Even if he piled them up here, he could still pile up Li Shijia's shadow wizard. Click, click. As the shadow wizard continued to increase his force, the skull shattered on the spot, and the remnants drifted down from his hands. At the same time, the shadow wizard raised the staff in his hand and aimed it at one of the aliens. Shackles. With just a vague command coming from the shadow wizard's mouth, an orange energy flew out from his staff, transforming into a string of iron cords that wrapped around the charging alien. Boo! With a loud bang, the iron cable wrapped directly around the alien, binding its arms and legs, causing its body to lose balance and crash headfirst into the grass. The other continued forward, opening its bloody mouth and spitting out a second mouth. However, the remnants of the skull that was crushed by the shadow wizard did not all float away to the ground, but instead rolled up in a gust of ghastly wind, spinning up continuously in the air and transforming into a serpentine spirit. Snake spirit guards. The shadow wizard lowered his voice. Although the snake spirit wasn't big, only about 1 meter 2 when it was standing upright, it was able to spit out sharp flying needles from its mouth, and the flying needles weren't solid, more like a spiritual body. 1, 2 roots, 3 roots. The serpent spirit, summoned by the shadow wizard, kept repeating the action of gulping, a flying needle, bursting towards the alien. Although the alien sensed this, it made no move to dodge. It still ran quickly and charged towards the shadow wizard. Li Shijia's face suddenly changed. It was reasonable to say that every Imperial Beast Master would love their Imperial Beasts immensely. There is a painful change in expression when they see their Imperial Beasts at risk of death. But what he never expected was, countless flying needles exploded out, almost turning Fangxiu's alien into a hedgehog, and this guy didn't even blink his eyelids. It felt as if the alien was his dead soldier. Not worth the heartache at all. Hiss. Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and in his heart, he only felt that Fangxiu was really a bit cold-blooded. What he didn't expect, however, was, although Fangxiu's alien was shot into a hedgehog by the shadow wizard's snake spirit, and green mucus continued to spew out from its wounds, the alien's movements were not slowed down in any way. There was quite a realization that there was a tiger on the mountain. Even after the alien kept getting closer to the shadow wizard, the blood that spewed from it soared right into the shadow wizard's body. Ah! In the next second, the shadow wizard erupted into a miserable scream, and with a hard stomp of his feet, he flew back out. Li Shijia didn't realize until then that his shadow wizard had been burned with one bloody hole after another. Not only are the wounds extremely difficult to heal, the bleeding is difficult to stop. Even the grass that was stained by the alien blood began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Acid blood. Fangxiu appreciated Li Shijia's incomparably shocked expression before explaining. My alien not only has exoskeletal armor as hard as iron, it has blood with a strong acid effect, not to mention flesh and blood. It can dissolve even steel plates several meters thick, layer by layer. So, be careful, Li Seiga-san. Fangxiu reminded Li Shijia that he must stay away from his alien. Otherwise, once touched by the alien's acidic blood, one can be disfigured or killed. What a vicious ability. Li Shijia spat with a black face, trotting away from Fangxiu's alien. Shadow wizard. Finish it off. Use all the snake spirits. For every snake spirit created, a dog is killed and raised on its flesh and blood. This evil sorcery sometimes left Li Seiga helpless. He also didn't know how his imperial beast, for that matter, was able to awaken such an ability. But now, in order to defeat Fangxiu, he couldn't care about anything else. One could only look toward the end of the tournament and find a way to replenish their imperial beasts. GGG. The shadow wizard nodded, forcing a grim smile on his body despite the pain of the acidic blood corrupting it, then crushed all the skulls on his belt one after the other to create snake spirits. In a flash, 5 snake spirits, forming a pentagram pattern, trapped Fangxiu's alien in the center. A flying needle exploded out towards Fangxiu's alien like a blizzard. Soon his alien was beaten to a pulp. Fangxiu, admit defeat. Your aliens are indeed tricky, but are not destined to win against my shadow wizard, especially after the serpent spirit guards are molded. Any flesh and blood will be easily shot through by them. You have no chance of winning. Li Shijia warns Fangxiu to surrender quickly, no matter what. This Fangxiu's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. There was no need to put the lives of the imperial beasts on the line just because of a freshman exchange match. And, second is good enough. It seems like you know nothing about my alien. The corner of Fang Xiu's mouth rose. The serpent spirit formation of the shadow wizard is indeed good, but it's precisely because his phantom species is great that he wants it for himself. How powerful would a new alien parasitized by alien plus sorcery be? Just thinking about it, Fang Xiu felt incomparably excited in his heart. Go! But Fang Xiu didn't directly let the alien sword saint attack the snake spirit formation. After all, the alien sword saint was the ace alien in his hand. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly released a large number of male aliens. 1, 2. In less than 1 or 2 short breaths, 24 aliens directly appeared on the playing field. Such a staggering amount made Li Shijia's brain just feel a buzz. It wasn't until in this moment that he fully realized it. Why didn't Fang Xiu's expression change when he saw his alien being attacked, or even killed, anymore? Hoping it was because he had too many aliens. It wouldn't even hurt to lose 1 or 2 of them. In a flash, Fang Xiu's aliens stomped their feet hard and charged towards the snake spirit formation. Can say, use the mirror image. Accompanied by Fang Xiu's low roar, his alien sword saint instantly split into 4 doppelgangers and ran up with his main body, charging towards the shadow sorcerer's serpent spirit formation. In particular, the number of aliens was so staggering that the shadow sorcerer's serpent spirit formation, for a time, could only attack frantically without any regard, and could not concentrate its firepower at all. Chapter 61, Capture the Shadow Wizard. This can't be. Li Shijia looked at the sight in front of him, his pupils quaking madly. Although he didn't have the same origin as Li Jin, as one of the very few phantom beast species imperial beast masters, he was discovered by the 3rd middle school during the mapping exam. In the matter of the imperial beast, Sanjiang was even more helpful. Before his shadow sorcerer obtained this 10,000 serpent massacre formation, I thought I could crush Fang Xiu's alien and take the win. No, even if he really couldn't defeat Fang Xiu, then he could at least heavily damage his imperial beast. But who knew? Fang Xiu's aliens were as if they were endless. Even if he was shot through the body by his snake spirit, a new alien would immediately replenish it, going forward and back, hardening the firepower of this 10,000 snakes massacre formation. Not only that, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint even split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers on the spot. They strided forward, and in less than a breath, they appeared near the snake spirit, and the black blade in their hand swept forward, cutting the shadow sorcerer's snake spirit to pieces on the spot. In the face of this sudden scene, a hint of fear also flashed in the shadow wizard's eyes. Zhao Di and Du Liyao, who were the hosts, were all speechless for a moment. It's so shocking. They never dreamed that they would be able to see such a wonderful battle in this freshman exchange tournament, especially Fang Xiu's alien. It directly impacted Zhao Di's perception. Not this Fang Xiu. Is he really just a high school freshman? Long before he became a host, he followed high school leagues. In previous years, the freshman exchange tournament had often featured geniuses from all walks of life. However, in Zhao Di's perception, even those so-called geniuses possessed imperial beasts that were far inferior to Fang Xiu's alien. Du Liyao even made a point of picking up the document beside her for confirmation. It was discovered that this Fang Xiu was indeed a senior. How the hell did he do that? High school has only started for a month, right? In such a short period of time, it's already tough just to be able to train an imperial beast. As a result, Fang Xiu was actually able to harness dozens of imperial beasts at the same time? Du Liyao let out a gasp. Coupled with Fang Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, she felt more and more pity in her heart. Why weren't you born a few years later yourself? Maybe even friction a spark of love with Fang Xiu. It's more than that. Zhou Di rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. There are some imperial beasts that will sacrifice their individual strength to expand their advantage. In some specific situations, it can be surprisingly useful, but with this kind of imperial beast, the individual fighting strength is often not particularly strong. But look at Fang Xiu's alien. Not only does he master exquisite sword skills, his body is as hard as iron, and even his blood carries strong corrosive properties. Even without the advantage of numbers, this alien is not an existence that any imperial beast can touch. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Fang Xiu's imperial beast. Du Liyao followed suit and nodded in agreement. Along with the alien sword saint, destroying the shadow wizard's 10,000 serpents massacre formation, Li Shijia's imperial beasts, too, completely lost their means. He looked in horror at the pouncing alien and turned to flee. Referee Wang Wei takes in the scene. Once the imperial beast produced such behavior, it could basically be declared a failure. However, the image in front of him was so shocking that he was frozen on the spot for a moment, forgetting to stop Fang Xiu. Soon enough, Li Shijia's shadow wizard was pounced upon by the catching up aliens. However, the aliens didn't directly tear apart the shadow wizard's body. After all, without the orders of Fang Xiu, the king of aliens, they had no qualifications to kill their targets. Go ahead, face-hugging bug. Fang Xiu's eyes revealed a fervor. and seeing that the shadow wizard was being controlled by his own army of aliens, he hurriedly released the white face-hugging insects, only to see the face-hugging worm as if it was a white lightning bolt, charging towards the shadow wizard. Since everyone's eyes were focused on the alien, no one would even pay attention to the face-hugging insects released by Fang Xiu. Even Li Shijia did not realize that the face-hugging insect was approaching his imperial beast. Still, Li Shijia reacted quickly. The shadow sorcerer's 10,000 serpents massacre formation was broken, so naturally, he had no means of countering it. If he didn't stop Fang Xiu's alien, his shadow sorcerer, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself here. Although his imperial beast space, which recorded the shadow wizard's cultivation data, could be hatched again when he went back, after pouring so much effort and resources into it, he didn't want to start all over again. Referee, I concede. Quickly make Fang Xiu stop. Li Shijia yelled hysterically while taking out his imperial beast space card to retrieve his shadow wizard, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he roared out these words, the face-hugging insect Fang Xiu released had already pounced on the shadow wizard's face. Warning! The shadow sorcerer was parasitized, and if it were to be housed in the imperial beast space, it might pose a danger to the imperial beast master. The warning sound of the imperial beast space card resounded in Li Shijia's mind. The moment it was grabbed by the facehugger, it plunged the parasite right into the shadow wizard's mouth. What? Li Shijia only felt his entire brain buzzing. It wasn't until then that he hunched his attention to the fact that his shadow sorcerer was being held in a death grip by something ugly. Parasitic? What the hell is a parasite? Li Shijia's two eyes stared like bull's eyes as he looked at his shadow wizard and then at Fang Xiu. It was very different from his unbelievable, incredulous expression. At this time, Fang Xiu could be said to be in a springtime mood. It worked. Fang Xiu clenched his fists in excitement. Referee Wang Wei also reacted at this time. As an afterthought, I declare the winner of this bout to be Founder. Referee Wang Wei shouts out the result of the fight. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, hastily activated the Imperial Beast Space and retrieved the parasitized Shadow Sorcerer into the Imperial Beast Space first. Then there were the aliens that he had released, which were also disappearing in large swathes. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and yelled up at Fang Xiu. Give me back my Imperial Beast. What, your Imperial Beast? Fang Xiu glanced at Li Shijia. It's mine now. Since you've come to participate in the freshman exchange tournament, how can you not even have this awareness? The corners of Fang Xiu's mouth rose, completely unaware that he had any problems. In fact, Fang Xiu had gone through the rules of the competition when he participated in the freshman exchange tournament. While it was forbidden to attack the Imperial Beast Master, it was permitted for the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast to kill the opponent's Imperial Beast. And there was no mention in the rules of the freshman exchange tournament that it was not allowed to parasitize someone else's Imperial Beast. Nothing is prohibited by law. Let Li Jin come. Fang Xiu lowered his voice and told Li Shijia to hurry down. He couldn't wait to see this Li Jin's Imperial Beast. Chapter 62, shocking the whole scene. The Imperial Beast that can parasitize and take over. Fang Xiu, I'll fight you. Seeing that his shadow wizard had been collected by Fang Xiu into the Imperial Beast Space, Li Shijia could no longer restrain his emotions and rushed towards Fang Xiu with his eyes wide open, reddened eyes, as if he had seen his father's murderer. Are you sure? Fang Xiu coldly glanced at Li Shijia, and with that, the alien sword saint took a step forward, his terrifying aura crushing towards Li Shijia. With a plopping sound, Li Shijia's legs went limp and he directly sat down on the grass. Referee Wang Wei also hurriedly gestured for the security guards at the scene to bring Li Shijia back to the restroom. It wasn't like there was a rule in the rules of the freshman exchange tournament that you couldn't parasitize your opponent's Imperial Beast. Only, Referee Wang Wei looked at Fang Xiu. The strength of the aliens alone was exaggerated, and I didn't realize that it was also possible to take over the opponent's Imperial Beasts through parasitism. There was also the alien Sword Saint, which had a completely different appearance from the other aliens if you looked closely. Not only does he have a much taller stance, but he can also pop his weapon out of his elbow joints. Aside from all having black exoskeletons, it was not the same kind of creature as the other aliens. Literally, could it be that Fang Xiu's alien Sword Saint, did he evolve by parasitizing other people's Imperial Beasts? If that's really the case, Fang Xiu's alien simply possesses unlimited potential. It wasn't just Referee Wang Wei who saw this. Yukai School's lounge. Wang Dalong was sitting on his chair, observing the battle, when he noticed Fang Xiu's face-hugging insect, dragging Li Shijia's shadow wizard into his royal beast space. His brain only felt a buzzing sound. Parasite. Fang Xiu's alien form that can parasitize other people's Imperial Beasts? But why? Wang Dalong's pupils were wildly seismic. Gao Han and the others felt even more grateful in their hearts. It's a good thing I chose to abstain, or else being parasitized by fellow student Fang Xiu would be too unbearable. Gao Han sucked in a breath of cool air and spat out. Damn, Is this the monster of Crane City 1? This is too perverted. Who can beat him here? If I were Li Jin, I would have just forfeited. Losing is a small matter. If the Imperial Beasts were parasitized and taken over, that would be too hard to bear. The celebration of Gao Han and the others was in stark contrast to Wang Dalong's grimy face. You guys think that Fang Xiu looks at your Imperial Beasts? Wang Dalong turned his head and lowered his voice. Although Gao Han and the others chose to abstain, they themselves were fighting Fang Xiu head on. Facing the attack of the alien sword saint, his own crocodile, the great dragon, was completely powerless to fight. In less than 2 rounds, he was stepped on by the alien sword saint. Moreover, at that time, Fang Xiu had not yet exposed the face-hugging insect. In other words, if Fang Xiu were to parasitize his imperial beast with a face-hugging insect, he would not be able to react at all. But Fang Xiu didn't do that, for one's own imperial beasts are neither of the phantom species nor of the ancient species. Damn! Wang Dalong grabbed his fist with 5 fingers and hit the chair heavily. Not only did he not have a feeling of celebration, he instead felt that his imperial beast was being underestimated. Gao Han and the others looked at each other in dismay, and the emotions that were still celebrated were lost. Yeah, what the hell is there to be happy about yourself? It was because his own imperial beast was too weak. That's why he wasn't looked at by Fang Xiu. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire Youth Side Lounge lowered to freezing point. The other side, third form lounge. Li Shijia was forcibly dragged back by the security guard, his eyes red and his bangs wet with sweat. Get off me! Get off me! As soon as the security guard let go, Li Shijia was about to run out and argue with Fang Xiu. Results. Snap. Li Jin raises his right hand and hits Li Sega's face hard. The fiery pain instantly calmed him down. Li Shijia looked at Li Jin dumbfounded. Rubbish. Li Jin lowered his voice. Why didn't you just rush up and let Fang Xiu's alien directly kill you? Although he didn't hold much hope for Li Shijia, thinking that he could defeat Fang Xiu, but then again, he had to consume Fang Xiu's strength, didn't he? This was good. Not only did it not consume Fang Xiu's strength, but instead it gave away an imperial beast to Fang Xiu. And then there's the end, where the guy is clearly washed up and wants to go Fang Xiu, only to have the alien sword saint make him sit on the ground in shock. At that time, why didn't you just charge up and force the alien sword saint to make a move? That would have probably gotten the referee to red card Hugh. Victory is also the 3rd grade. It's better now. Surprisingly, he had to face Fang Xiu, who could parasitize other people's imperial beasts, by himself. What a waste. The more he thought about it, the more angry Li Jin was. He couldn't help but raise his fist and set it hard into Li Shijia's face. Knock! Only to see Li Shijia staggering back, tripping over a chair. The entire person directly fell to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his nose, and the entire person looking at Li Jin with a horrified face. Li Jin, physical education teacher Wang Ying saw this and hurriedly walked over to say peace. Student Li Shijia also worked hard, at least forcing out Fang Xiu's bottom card, though he has a lot of aliens. Without waiting for Wang Ying to finish her sentence, she was viciously glared back by Li Jin. A lot of aliens? I didn't know there were a lot of aliens? It's not like I have that many imperial beasts. If Fang Xiu was shameless and really used a sea of men against him, how was he going to win? Because of that Gung Guangwei guy, the public opinion of the 3rd middle school has become very bad. If he could get this championship and cut with Gung Guangwei, he might be able to save some face. But now, Fang Xiu's alien was simply strong beyond reason. If this is lost, should the 3rd form be ridiculed for a whole year? This, Wang Ying also became a little difficult. Honestly, she didn't know what to do about this situation. Forget it. Li Jin shook his head. You have someone from the organizing committee. Go inform the referee. Tell him to warn Fang Xiu not to release that many imperial beasts again. Calmly, Li Jin rearranged his tactics. To him, this freshman exchange is like a game of chess. Sometimes the strength of the chess player is crucial, but there are times when victory is not on the board, but can be off the board as well. Just limit the number of imperial beasts. Then Fang Xiu's alien. It's no big deal. Go, Li Jin said in a commanding tone to Wang Ying. Yes. Wang Ying hurriedly nodded her head before turning around and leaving the restroom. When she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia, then took 3 steps forward. To think that I should use such dishonorable means. While saying that, Li Jin raised his foot and kicked it down hard towards Li Shijia's head. In a short while, Li Shijia's face was red. The security guards who saw him back couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 63, Unfair Treatment, +1. Something seems to have gone wrong with the match. Just as Zhao Di was anticipating what kind of collision would arise between Li Jin and Fang Xiu, he noticed that several men in black suits had arrived on the match field. It seems to be exchanging something with Fang Xiu. The referee Wang Wei. Could it be to punish Fang Xiu? Du Liao couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. His aliens, not only were they very impressive in terms of numbers, but the speed of the alien sword saint, and his sword skills were equally so. But Fang Xiu's final means of parasitizing the shadow sorcerer with a face-hugging worm would indeed create a controversial issue, especially this Li Jin. Not only is he known as the #1 freshman in the 3rd grade, but his mother is the vice principal of the 3rd grade and has her hands full. I just don't know if Li Jin's mother will use her connections to force a negative sentence on Fang Xiu. I don't think so. Zhao Di shook his head. The illusory beast species of imperial beasts would have had all sorts of supernatural abilities, and although the ability to parasitize is rare, it is not without precedent. It's just that it's the first time I've seen a method of parasitization like the aliens. But in any case, in the rules of the tournament, there is no limit. Even if new rules were to be introduced to prohibit the parasitic taking of another's imperial beast in a tournament, that shouldn't nullify the last game score. As for the problem Ms. Du just mentioned, Zhao Di laughed. The leaders on the side of the first middle school, they are not vegetarians either. Fang Xiu and Li Jin, both illusory beast species imperial beast masters, both representatives of various schools, both the last of the freshman squad. The victory or defeat of the two of them was related to who the champion of this year's freshman exchange tournament would be. If the third form can use tactics, can't the first form? At best, in the opinion of Zodi, it is just a temporary addition of some regulations. In fact, the real situation was similar to what Zhao Di had imagined. The organizing committee staff came to the playing field. You must be student Fang Xiu. We have just communicated unanimously. Regarding your imperial beast, we would like to propose 2 restrictions. The staff wearing a suit said with a serious face. 2 points? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, not realizing that it was still possible to add rules on a temporary basis. First, there's the issue of parasitism. For the rest of the tournament, you're not allowed to parasitize anyone else's imperial beasts anymore. Otherwise, we will simply disqualify your competition results and qualifications. Any objections? The staff member wearing a suit said to Fang Xiu with a serious face. What if I have an objection? Fang Xiu frowned. You can protest by forfeiting the race. The staff member in the suit said softly, as if it was all a matter of course. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu had a question mark on his face. What do you mean by a waiver protest? So, if you don't agree to your demands, you can't continue the game? Although I heard Chin Fan say that this Li Jin's mom is the vice principal of the 3rd middle school and knows a lot of people. But changing the rules temporarily was really out of Fang Xiu's expectation. Ming, Li Jin's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. If the facehugger was allowed to parasitize and assimilate its genes, it could breed very powerful aliens. Then there's the second requirement. Quantity. Mr. Fang Xiu, you have too many aliens. That's unfair to the competition. After our unanimous discussion, absolutely the number of aliens you have, forbidding limitations. While saying this, the staff held out 2 fingers, warning Fang Xiu that he could only use 2 imperial beasts in the end. No, just now Gung Guangwei even used 3 imperial beasts. How come when it comes to me, there are at most 2? Fang Xiu was speechless. Even if you want to limit the number, you should limit it to 3, right? If Mr. Fang Xiu has any objections to our rules. Without waiting for the staff member to finish, Fang Xiu directly interrupted with his words. Abandonment protest? Or should the grade be voided? Don't you guys think it's too shameless to do that? He'd stumbled into some backroom deals before he crossed over to this world. As a result, I didn't expect to run into it when I came to the world of all imperial beasts. That said, where are the leaders of the first school? Just let your students be bullied? Although he knew that this might have something to do with Li Jin's mother's operation, Fang Xiu still felt unhappy in his heart. Fang Xiu, continue the match. Referee Wang Wei also felt that such a restriction was not very reasonable. Parasitic is still saying something. However, the number of imperial beasts would have depended on the strength of the imperial beast master. The stronger the royal beast master, the more royal beasts he possessed. Why should Fang Xiu be restricted in such a way? You really don't want him to be the winner? But sometimes the power of the individual is just so powerless. Even he, the referee, could not interfere with the organizing committee's restrictions. And, even if we were to contact the leaders of the first school now and ask them to intervene, it would be too late. The match naturally didn't give Fang Xiu that much time. The only thing to do at the moment is to accept the rules and get on with the game. I know that in your heart you may be disconcerted, but that's the way the world works sometimes. To not have a good family of origin is to be treated unfairly. But, with your talent, Mr. Fang Xiu, I believe that one day, you will be able to say no to these unfair treatments. Referee Wang Wei relieved Fang Xiu and helped him adjust his mindset. Forget it. Fang Xiu waved his hand, telling the referee and the staff to stop talking. Let the guy named Li King come up and fight. Even if I don't use parasitism and human warfare, there's no way my aliens would lose to someone like Li Jin. Seeing that Fang Xiu didn't make any more trouble, The staff member then nodded with satisfaction before turning around and leaving the place. Soon, the result was transmitted into Du Liao's ears through the Bluetooth headset. They looked at each other in disbelief and were a little surprised at the organizing committee's decision, especially Du Liao, who was already biased in favor of Fang Xiu, and now that she had heard such a way of ruling, she also felt extremely upset in her heart. That's just bullying. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, itching to punch those staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a notice from the organizing committee that especially Fang Xiu's students' ability to control beasts is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness and equity of the competition. That's why the organizing committee has temporarily decided to limit the imperial beasts of Fang Yu's classmates. First is the ability to parasitize, disabled. Then there's the quantity. Student Fang Xiu can only send out a maximum of 2 aliens to fight. At these words, a hush came over the room. Parasitic or not, numerical superiority or not, they were all abilities of Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. It's not like it's a platter. What's so unfair about it? It even seemed to them that the organizing committee was clearly favoring Li Jin of the 3rd middle school by making such a temporary restriction. But, even if some viewers carried discontent, it still couldn't affect the outcome. Lil Kim walks out onto the playing field to a chorus of boos. Chapter 64, Li Jin's Fake Race Temptation. Who is the strongest senior in Crane City? Zhao Di said slowly as he gazed at Li Jin, who walked onto the playing field. Although he felt that the tactics of Hucheng 3rd middle school were really a bit low level, he had to admit that both Li Jin and Fang Xiu were the strongest freshmen in their respective high schools. The battle between them will determine the winner. Fang Xiu. Li Jin took 3 steps and arrived in front of Fang Xiu. The two sides looked at each other in all directions, and Fang Xiu's alien sword saint stood beside him. Release your imperial beast. Fang Xiu lowered his voice, urging Li Jin to fight quickly. Don't be so hasty. Li Jin had his hands in his pockets, not caring about the boos coming from the audience, and he was in no hurry to release his imperial beasts. Want to make a deal? Li Jin deliberately lowered his voice. Trade? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. That's right. Li Jin spread out his hands. Even if you win this freshman exchange tournament, it's only a $200,000 prize, and it's going to be split equally with the others. There's no point at all except to defend the honor of the first school. Individual then collective. I'm willing to pay you $300,000 as long as you lose this match. Well, that's almost 6 times the bonus you can share. And my terms are more than that. As long as you nod your head in agreement, I can use my connections to transfer you to our 3rd grade school. The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose, revealing a sense of confidence. It was as if they were recruiting Fang Xiu. Coupled with the fact that the audience was all booing Li Jin, there was no 4th person who could hear what they were saying to each other, except for referee Wang Wei. And referee Wang Wei deliberately turned his head away, pretending not to hear those words. Although he couldn't see this kind of behavior from Li Jin in his heart, he was in the way of the connections behind Li Jin and couldn't say anything here. Fang Xiu also didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh, for a moment, Fang Xiu surfaced an expression of interest. Are you trying to get me to fight a fake match? Don't be so blunt. Fang Xiu, I've just gotten someone to investigate your situation. Li Jin laughed. Your parents are ordinary laborers, and with the pressure of a car loan and a mortgage every month, they can't offer you much help in this matter of imperial beasts. And with your aliens, the advantage is in numbers. But likewise, the number of imperial beasts has both advantages and disadvantages, and a huge imperial beast group requires all sorts of resources. If you had the same origin as me, you might have become the most powerful imperial beast master that Crane City has ever seen. Unfortunately, with your family, once you get to sophomore and junior year, you'll be dragged down by the alien population instead. Even if 1st middle school is the key high school in Crane City, but you don't have the connections, 1st middle school's care for you will be very limited. So now, I can give you a bright future, Li Jin said with a serious face. As long as you lose this match, you can have everything. Although he had used his family's connections to get the organizing committee to temporarily restrict Fang Xiu's imperial beasts. However, when he thought of the alien sword saint's sword skills and amazing speed, Li Jin still didn't have full certainty that he could defeat Fang Xiu. And once he was defeated by Fang Xiu here, the expectations of the 3rd middle school were small. And if he messed up, his old mom would also be targeted. In order to make sure, Li Jinchoi had to ask Fang Xiu for a fake match. As long as he loses to himself, what's a mere $300,000? The deal was well worth it for Li King. Even in Li Jin's eyes, such a great temptation was simply not something a high school freshman could refuse. You've proved your talent by defeating Li Sega. An unexpected loss to me. The number 1 in the 3rd form is human. Most importantly, you've also seen the equipment used by Gung Wangwei, Li Shijia's imperial beast, right? As long as you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me, the imperial beast equipment, I can give it to you. Li Jin further draws Feng Xiu in. If he could really get Feng Xiu to transfer to the third middle school, not only could he fill Deng Guangwei's position, it could also be this and that, so that this first grade, there is no chance of turning over again. Think about yourself. Sometimes people should be selfish, Li Jin continued. It seemed to him that Feng Xiu's heart had begun to hesitate and even flutter. What a good condition. The corners of Feng Xiu's mouth rose and a smile surfaced. Compared to the 50,000 in bonuses, 300,000 would help me more with my imperial beasts, and it would even take care of the cost of my imperial beasts for the first half of the semester. It can be a big help for students like me who come from a bad family of origin. Feng Xiu nodded, indicating that what Li Jin said was realistic. Seeing this, Li Jin also revealed a satisfied smile, truly worthy of being the number one person in the first middle school. Those who know the time are the best. Yet the next moment, however, I refuse. The smile on Feng Xiu's face came to an abrupt end, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Li Jin, what did you say? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. One of my Feng Xiu's favorite things to do is to tell the guy who thinks he's nobler than me not to come and reject him. Feng Xiu had his hands in his pockets, and the alien sword saint beside him even exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, crushing towards Li Jin. Better family of origin? More resources? More connections? Don't make me laugh. If you're really capable, release your imperial beast and fight me for real. If you don't have the guts, get your ass home to your mama. Li Jin sniffed, and his entire body froze in place. Not only him, even the referee, Wang Wei, could not help but admire Feng Xiu. You know, that's $300,000. Even if you don't use it for the imperial beast, you can buy a C260L. Even if you can't see $300,000 per capita on the internet. In the real world, $300,000 really isn't something that the average family can afford to take out, especially for someone like Feng Xiu. $300,000 was definitely considered a huge sum of money, but his refusal was so overbearing. You this guy. Li Jin's face was even more green, and he clenched his hands into fists. Ever since I was a child, I have always been the center of attention in other people's eyes, whether I was going to school or attending any event. Not to mention that he himself took the initiative to open his mouth. He would have countless people coming up to him and flattering him just by sitting there. As a result, this Feng Xiu actually dared to actively reject himself. This guy, does he really think his imperial beast is invincible? Seek death. In a flash, Li Jin could no longer restrain himself and released his imperial beast. A ghastly wind pressure swept out in all directions, hardening the grass under his feet, uprooting it and sending it flying. Even the referee, Wang Wei, was forced back in his footsteps by the wave of air. Chapter 65, Li Jin's royal beast is a half-dragon? So strong. The referee, Wang Wei, raised his arm to fend off the waves of air coming at him, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he almost couldn't believe that it would be a senior's royal beast. That's... Feng Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed as he observed towards Li Jin's imperial beast. Only Li Jin's imperial beast was similarly around 3 meters tall, and was on par with his alien sword saint. And in stark contrast to the alien sword saint, Li Jin's imperial beast had a snow-white body, contrasting sharply with the alien's black exoskeleton. What makes Feng Xiu feel even more incredible is, Li Jin's imperial beast not only had solid muscles and held a steel fork in its hand, its head looked more like a dragon from the west. Half-dragon man? Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Although the third and eighth forms battled it out, the eighth form put up a good fight and couldn't force Li King off the field. So it was only until now that Li Jin's imperial beast had appeared on this tournament field for the first time. The crowd, which was still booing, became silent. It was evident that everyone, all of them, were shocked by Li Jin's half-dragon man. Even Zhao Di and Du Liao, the two hosts, blinked in disbelief. A half-dragon man? Li Jin's imperial beast is actually a half-dragon man? Hiss. And the weapon it's using in its hand. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary steel fork either. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Pay attention. The symbol on that steel fork. Zhao Di whirled around and widened his eyes as he suddenly realized that on top of the steel fork, there was a symbol of a sword crossed printed on it. That logo is, quite literally, the logo of Longquan Industries. It was rumored that the Imperial Beast equipment they created was the top of the line in China, and the deposits alone often reached 6 figures. It's more than he makes in a year. So rich. Zhao Di couldn't help but get a little red-eyed for a moment. The rarest phantom beast species, the half-dragon, plus the top-notch equipment. How is this Feng Xiu going to fight? If we were to rely on a sea of men, Feng Xiu's army of aliens, we might still have a chance. But the organizing committee's temporary rule change prohibits Feng Xiu from having more than 2 aliens. Du Liao clenched her fists, once again feeling injustice for Feng Xiu. It's amazing that this match was won by a guy like Li King. She was really a little upset. This is rich people. Zhao Di couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's talent was superior to Li Jin's, but that's how the world tends to work. Talent doesn't always lose out to effort, but it definitely loses out to resources. What's the point of being talented? The steel fork in the half-dragon's hand alone was almost enough food and drink for a family of 3. For 10 years. Ha. Looking at the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, the corners of Li Jin's mouth rose. See, Fang Hu, I am what I was before you. In Li Jin's opinion, after seeing his own imperial beasts, and the weapons they used, Fang Xiu must have felt a sense of falling. Although he was the most powerful freshman in Crane City First Middle School couldn't afford to pour so many resources into him. At the end of the day, the world is still about family. If you're really that confident in your imperial beasts, then why did you limit the number of my aliens? In the end, you still lack confidence in your bones. Fang Xiu sniffed and immediately retorted back. What a pity. If only I could parasitize Li Jin's imperial beast with a face-hugging worm. Fang Xiu thought in his heart. What did you say? Li Jin's expression, which was still arrogant, became somewhat embarrassed. After all, Fang Xiu's aliens were too numerous, and each one possessed the unreasonable setting of acid blood. Even if his half-dragons were strong, they would probably run out of stamina by the endless army of aliens. Although he had the upper hand now, being caught by Fang Xiu's pain point in one go still made Li Jin's face a little hard to bear. Finish him, Lucas. Li Jin clenched his hands into fists and instantly ordered the half-dragon. Blistering wind step. Fang Xiu was no longer polite, only to see the alien sword saint disappear on the spot, as one footprint after another continued to appear on the grass. Invisible? Li Jin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, obviously not expecting the alien sword saint to be invisible. But, facing the alien sword saint who was pressing forward at every step, Lucas didn't panic. Being a half-dragon, it possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human. Even because of the data that was copied over, this Lucas's combat experience, too, was quite rich. It slowly closed its eyes, seemingly sensing the alien sword saint's aura. In the next second, it opened its arms, and a thunderous light blossomed from it, expanding around it. A moment in time, the light of thunder released by Lucas then protected it due to a knot seal. Fang Xiu's alien sword saint manifested at this moment as it grasped the black blade with both hands and raised it above its own head before slashing down towards Lucas' head. After all, the rules have banned parasitism. It also doesn't need to give face-hugging worms a chance to parasitize. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the alien sword saint black blade collided strongly with Ruka's thunder light boundary. The latter's eyes snapped open, releasing an even more majestic current. Rumble! The thunderous roar was deafening, and Fang Xiu's alien sword saint was hardened by the force. However, the thunder light boundary protecting Lucas also dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alien sword saint flipped around in the air, landed on one knee, and skidded out 8 feet across the grass. Only a wisp of gray smoke drifted from its exoskeleton. It was evident that the electric current that Lucas had just released produced a heat of thousands of degrees. This was the fact that aliens belong to silicon-based organisms. If it was a normal carbon-based organism, the terrifying electric current alone would be enough to pierce through flesh and blood. When Li Jin saw Fang Xiu's alien sword saint being forced back, the corners of his mouth lifted once again. How about Fang Hu? Now do you understand the gap between you and me? The weapon in Lucas's hand, called the electric fork, not only possesses a very exaggerated hardness, but also strengthens Lucas's power. The move you just saw is the effect of the electric fork after it has been strengthened. You're aliens, they can't hurt my Lucas. Li Jin's smile became maniacal. Lucas stomped its feet hard and charged straight towards the alien sword saint, the electric fork flying continuously in its hand. Crackle! The electric fork rubbed out purple electricity with every swing, and its flexibility was even more like Lucas's hands and feet. Bam! Facing the oncoming guy, the alien sword saint hastily raised the black blade in his hand and intersected with Lucas's electric fork cross, and the two weapons, moreover, rubbed out a piece of sparks. But Lucas's power, however, was much greater. Pushing the alien sword saint hard, it stomped on the ground again under its feet, utilizing the resulting reaction force to catapult itself out, and swung the electric fork in its hand, continuously chopping at the alien sword saint. Chapter 66, Fang Xiu to lose? Plus one more. Fang Xiu's alien has been completely suppressed. Zhao Di nervously observed Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Whether it was his size, strength, or speed, the alien sword saint was the most powerful one among the aliens Fang Xiu had released. Yet now it was being suppressed by Li Jin's half-dragons, making it difficult to resist. If it wasn't for the organizing committee's temporary change in the rules, Fang Xiu's alien army would definitely be able to defeat Li Jin's half-dragons. Du Liyao still felt a sense of injustice in her heart. Although Li Jin's image was also good and his family still had a lot of resources, compared to him, Du Liu was still more favorable to Feng Xiu. Yeah, Zhou Di clenched her fists. If there had been that blackened army of aliens, how could Li Jin have been as relaxed as he was now? It even seemed to him that changing the rules on the fly would have been an unreasonable thing to do. Do you think that if Feng Xiu releases another alien to faint for the alien sword saint, that there is a chance to turn defeat into victory? In the heat of the moment, Du Liu had already begun to make plans for Feng Xiu. This is difficult. However, Zhao Di didn't look at the program well. He had just observed Feng was other aliens. Compared to this alien sword saint, it was simply like two aliens. Strength, speed, all far less than the alien sword saint. Even if it was allowed to faint, it would probably be easily killed by Lucas. The spectators in the audience also pinched a cold sweat for Feng Xiu. It seems that Feng Xiu can only go so far. It can't be helped. Li Jin's Imperial Beast is too strong, especially the weapon it uses. Longquan Industry. Yeah, I guess an electric fork like that. At least a few million. Really rich. Is this the gold of the young master of the third grade? There was a lot of talk in the audience. In their opinion, if Lucas didn't have an electric fork, Feng Xiu's alien sword saint might have had some chance. Mirror image split. Feng Xiu stood in place. He also saw the alien sword saint's decline. I didn't realize that the equipment's boost to the Imperial Beasts would be so great. Thinking back to the hatching process of the alien sword saint, it was a mutant born after parasitizing Mamon's werewolf. When it was just hatched, it even developed a rebellious streak. It was only after his own mental suppression that he finally became obedient. At that time, Zhang Panpan was still excitedly certain that her alien sword saint would be the strongest existence in the entire Crane City freshman. As it turned out, I didn't expect that Li Jin, who was in this third form, would be even more unreasonable. In a flash, at Feng Xiu's command, the alien sword saint split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers, jumping and slashing towards Lucas from different directions. However, the power of this mirror image doppelganger depended on the state of the main body. After a great battle, the alien sword saint also became weak, and its mirror image detachments, none of them were as swift as before. Looking at the guys rushing out from different directions, Lucas once again opened his hands and electricity stirred out from its body. Instantly, a boundary of thunder and light was opened. Rumble, accompanied by deafening thunderous sounds. The mirror image detachments of the alien sword saint were all sent flying out. Lucas even seized this break, violently flinging his tail behind him and sweeping it forward, with a terrifying force that directly sent the alien sword saint flying out. Ha. Watching the alien sword saint being completely suppressed by his own Rukas, Li Jin sneered once again. Let me tell you one more thing. Feng Hu, even though my Lucas has only been bred for a month, Lucas was not my original Imperial Beast. My very first Imperial Beast was nothing more than a regular species. Although the power is also okay, it's still too weak compared to the upper limit of the Phantom Beast species. So much for. My mother used some of her contacts to copy various data on Lucas from students in the top 10. It's what gave me this Phantom Beast species of half-dragon. As he spoke, Li Jin approached Feng Xiu, his attitude becoming more and more arrogant. That's the difference between the rich and the common man. Or rather, golly, what can you do even if you have more talent? Even if you innately possess a Phantom Beast seed Imperial Beast, what can you do? As long as I have the resources and background, I can just as easily solve the problem of not having a Phantom Beast species. My equipment, too, is better than yours. What are you comparing me to? In copying the data of the incoming Fantasy Beast species, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain a wealth of combat experience. Combined with the electric fork, it can bring its combat power to 600%. Inside the lounge of the first school, after sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, Zhang Panpan contacted Zhang Yu, the second-class teacher, and asked him to go over to take care of him, while he himself turned back. Unexpectedly, the alien sword saint that he had high hopes for was suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas. Zhang Shuren's face also turned ironic. When he was in middle school, he had heard about Li Jin. I thought that Feng Xiu could rely on his talent and defeat this Li Jin. The results were unexpected. It's amazing how sharply the combat situation can take a turn for the worse. If this goes on, I'm afraid Feng Xiu will lose. Zhang Shuren's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His heart naturally hoped that Feng Xiu would be able to defeat Feng Xiu and lead the first middle school to take the first place. But now, no matter if it was the alien sword saint's blistering wind steps or his mirror image split, all of them were restrained by Rukask. Moreover, after several exchanges, the raging electric current released by Lucas was disintegrating the alien sword saint's exoskeleton a little bit. If the fight went on like this, Feng Xiu would definitely lose. Zhang Panpan also nervously gnawed on her nails. It can't be helped. Longquan Industries' customized equipment is just too strong. Without the electric fork, Lucas would never have been able to wreak that much havoc on the heterosexual sword saint. Is this really as far as it goes? The students of Yutsai, the 8th grade, also felt despair after seeing the power of Lucas. Lucas used an electric fork that even if their parents had worked hard all their lives, they would never have been able to afford. And even if you have the money, you can't always customize it without connections. Even a genius like Fang Xiu couldn't fight against Li Jin's financial power. What capital did they, ordinary people, have to be the opponents of someone like Li Jin? What made them even more desperate was that this Li Jin was nothing more than a local snake in Crane City. In this world, there must be many people with more resources and connections than Li Jin, even if they played well in the college entrance exams and went to a good Imperial Beasts university. In the end, they would still have to work as bulls and horses for people like Li Jin. Thinking of this, Wang Dalong and the others' eyes all dimmed at once. The playing field. Fang Xiu looked at the alien sword saint, who had fallen into the wind, and Li Jin sneering, and finally sighed. Ha ha ha. Li Jin sneered even louder. Regret? Fang Xiu, if you had just accepted my conditions, you would still be able to end it decently. But now, it's too late. Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited my Imperial Beasts to 2. If you were more ruthless and directly limited it to 1, you might actually have a chance to defeat me. A trace of contempt flashed through Fang Xiu's starry eyes. If you're going to be bad, why not be bad to the end? Chapter 67, The Alien Queen. What do you mean by that? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Fang Xiu's calm and collected appearance, a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart instead, and his eyes subconsciously looked towards Lucas. His own half-dragon had customized equipment from Dragon Spring Industries, and clearly suppressed Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Where the hell does this guy get his confidence from? Humph. Scared silly by my Lucas? Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fang Xiu was just bluffing. Moreover, because Fang Xiu was the last person in the one, he couldn't directly strike at himself. Once he is eliminated, the winner is himself. Humph. Did you think that your alien could hold my half-dragon in check and then use another alien against me? It's no use. Fang Hu, Li Jin threw in his voice, leaving aside the fact that Fang Xiu had already received a yellow card. The organizing committee of this freshman exchange match was on their side, but who knows? In the face of Li Jin's gusty roar, Fang Xiu just turned around as he looked towards Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and said in a low and icy voice, "Just let you see it. Real aliens." As he spoke, a faint light flickered from Fang Xiu's side, and a blackened behemoth was instantly arrived behind Lucas. Fizzle. A low, guttural chirping sound sent chills straight through Lucas. It subconsciously turned around, only to see a big guy with curled up legs looking down at it. Alien Queen. Among all of Fang Xiu's Imperial Beasts, the most powerful existed. The posture of curling up his legs was as if he was sitting on top of a throne, and the huge fan-shaped crown of his head was creating a huge shadow that enveloped Lucas' entire body. The robust body of more than 3 meters tall was like a baby standing in front of an adult in front of this alien queen. Li Jin's 2 eyes immediately widened like the eyes of an ox, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but involuntarily draw back a breath of cool air. Not only him, but the referee Wang Wei, the host Zhao Di, Du Liu, the freshmen from the other schools, the leading teachers, and the spectators who filled the Royal Beast Stadium. Without exception, they drew a cold breath. Zhao Di and Du Liu even rubbed their eyes hard. And the crazy earthquake pupils seemed to be saying, "I didn't see it wrong, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is that thing? An imperial beast? It's too much." Not. This was bred by upperclassmen? Hiss. This is too scary. Is this the strength of the number 1 person in Crane City 1? Monster. This guy is simply a monster. Murmurs erupted from the audience. Just a moment ago, they had thought that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had been pushed to the brink of extinction by Lucas. But in the twinkling of an eye, Fang Xiu had released such a terrifying alien queen. Has this Fang Xiu not been serious all this time? Zhao Di exclaimed on the spot. Although he didn't know anything about aliens, he could see that this alien queen and alien sword saint were simply not imperial beasts of the same magnitude. It's unbelievable that our Crane City has such a demonic beast royal master. Du Liao's hands danced with excitement. Li Jin on the playing field, his mouth opened wide into an O shape, frozen on the spot, until the saliva that flowed out from the corner of his mouth dripped onto the back of his hand. He came back to his senses, and Fang Xiu's alien queen, having raised her wide palm, slammed it down towards Lucas. It's too late. Lucas, who sensed that the situation was not good, quickly opened his hands, and raging electric currents erupted from its body, once again forming a boundary of thunder and light to fend off the alien queen's attack. Results next. Rumble. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and at the same time set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The alien sword saint returned to Fang Xiu's side by virtue of his blistering wind steps, using his own body to withstand this wind pressure for him. Li Jin, on the other hand, had his feet leave the ground, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. The alien queen's palm, hard and fast, tore an opening in Ruka's thunder-like boundary. Such a violent and primal power that a half-dragon like Ruka's was shocked and dumbfounded. Boo! Only to see the alien queen slap Ruka's in the face, knocking it directly to the ground. The open lightning boundary dissipated on the spot, and the electric fork, worth millions, spun and flew out. The upper half of Lucas the half-dragon's body set right into the grass. Looking again at the alien queen's arm piercing into the lightning, a mere wisp of black smoke billowed up. The audience murmurs came to a screeching halt. The entire playing field instantly set off a dead silence. Fang Xiu stuck his hands in his pockets, still with a breezy face. It's still the alien queen, the most primitive aesthetics of violence. Fang Xiu glanced at Lucas, who had been slapped unconscious, and murmured softly, although the alien sword saint assimilated the werewolf's genes and also mutated its genes. Its alien genes, however, were the lowest level male aliens, far less violent than this alien queen. Referee, can you announce the results now? Fang Xiu whirled around, looked at referee Wang Wei, and said softly, in his opinion, Li Jin's imperial beast had already lost its ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. The whole process happened too quickly, not even 2 breaths of time before and after. It took him a moment to react. Li Jin's half-dragon human imperial beast was killed with a slap? Gollum! Wang Wei nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva before slowly announcing to the audience, the winner of this game is Huching First Middle School, Fang Xiu. Accompanied by Wang Da's great voice roaring out these words, the entire audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Fang Xiu! Fang Xiu! Fang Xiu! Immediately after that, there was a wave of shouting. Everyone was excitedly cheering Fang Xiu's name, because to them, Fang Xiu was not only the winner of this match, he proved one thing more to everyone. Even an ordinary person like Fang Xiu could defeat a rich man like Li Jin. Let's congratulate Fang Xiu for leading Crane City No. 1 middle school to take the title of this freshman exchange match. Du Liyao applauded excitedly. Crane City 1 is the champion. Crane City 1 is the champion again. Congratulations to Crane City No. 1 middle school for taking the 4 consecutive championships. Seeing this, Zhao Di stopped pretending and roared at the top of his voice. Congratulations, Fang Xiu. Zheng Panpan also brought Zhang Shuren to run onto the competition field and hugged Fang Xiu. Is it necessary to be so excited? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Panpan, who was so moved that she was close to tears. Didn't you decide from the beginning that you would definitely win the freshman exchange? What's all the fuss about? But, Fang Xiu sneaked a glance at Li Jin's half-dragon Rukas. It's a bit of a shame that it can't be used to parasitize. Chapter 68, letting you be interviewed. Why are you selling classes? Fang Xiu still recognized Li Jin's half-dragon man in his heart, but the organizing committee temporarily added rules, and he left it at that. Soon after, Fang Xiu retrieved the alien sword saint and alien queen into the imperial beast space, and then saluted the audience as requested by the staff. Li Jin dusted himself off and got up from the playing field, hands clenched into fists. When he watched everyone in the audience stand up to applaud and cheer for Fang Xiu, his heart became furious. These are honors that should have been their own. Li Jin, Wang Ying, the physical education teacher of the 3rd middle school, came to Li Jin in 3 steps, then pulled his arm in one hand. It's already over. It's not over yet. Li Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red. This Fang Xiu fellow is just an ordinary person. What makes him capable of having a royal beast like that? It must have been the first school that cheated. Yes, they must have cheated. That wasn't even a royal beast that Fang Xiu bred himself. Li Jin yelled hysterically, not caring about his image at all. Or rather, at this time, he was completely swept away and couldn't care less about the so-called image. I'm the veritable number 1 in the 3rd grade, and I have customized equipment built by Dragon Springs Industries. What does this guy Fanghua have? What makes him beat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fists and raised his arms, stating that he would definitely use all his connections to track down Fang Hu's cheating behavior. Security! Security! Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly greeted the security personnel at the competition venue and pulled Li Jin back. Phew! Only after Li Jin's voice faded away did Wang Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Then, a well-dressed young lady in a white suit dress walked quickly onto the playing field, with a cameraman right behind her. Hello fellow student Fang Xiu, I'm a reporter from the Huching TV station, Kong Xiangmei, and I want to do an exclusive interview for you. Is that okay? Seeing this, Zhang Shurun and Zhang Panpan took a few steps back. An interview with the winner of the freshman exchange is also an old tradition. Even as he was backing up, Zhang Panpan purposely patted Fang Xiu's shoulder, signaling him to perform well, no matter what. Fang Xiu represented Crane City No. 1 middle school. Hello reporter Kong. Fang Xiu nodded his head and smiled in greeting. It was his first interview, but he was at least an adult at heart and didn't have that much stage fright. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Fang Xiu for taking the title of this freshman exchange tournament. You must be feeling very excited at this moment, right? Excited is not very exciting. Fang Xiu smiled. Not very excited? It seems like Fang Hu-san was aiming for victory from the very beginning. Then, may I ask, are there any tips on how to control beasts that you can share with us? Imperial Beast Insights? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. If it's a webcomic protagonist, at this time, he should say something to pretend to be X, and show his sainthood in front of people, right? Like, not much insight, and I don't know why other people's imperial beasts are so weak, but, a flash of thought suddenly arose in Fang Xiu's heart. Well, I actually have a lot of insights regarding the imperial beasts, but it feels like it's not something that can be said in just a few words. If any of you are interested, you can follow my Douyin account, and I'll be updating my videos frequently to explain the aspects of the imperial beasts. For example, how to awaken the phantom beast species, how to mutate, and what to feed. Of course, if it's a student who wants to add my tension friend and consult the details of the imperial beasts individually, he or she can add the friend on the airplane. Fang Xiu said with a smile on his face. The so-called airplane friending is the sending of gifts on doujinshi. An airplane is about $200, and after the platform takes a cut, Fang Xiu can get half. Kong Xiangmei? Only Kong Xiangmei froze in place with a face full of questions. It wasn't the first time she had interviewed the winner of the freshman exchange tournament as a reporter from Crane City TV. Even in previous years, the most outrageous championship freshman, but only in Versailles. Oops, where is the inside law? I just casually cultivated. I did not expect to get the championship. Nice guy. Those who didn't know would have thought that Fang Xiu was selling lessons. Nope, that's selling the class, isn't it? And using their TV station to advertise themselves. Mr. Manhwa, are you? However, without waiting for Kong Xiangmei to spit, Fang Xiu directly took out his cell phone, then opened his Douyin account. Though he hadn't officially released the video yet, he flashed a follow QR code by pointing at the screen. He also changed his account ID to Fang Xiu of the board Sentinel Beast in passing, and then cleared his throat. Please recognize my account. This is my only account on the entire platform, so please click and follow. Kong Xiangmei, Zhang Panpan, Zhang Shuren, Referee Wang Wei, Host Zhou Di. It is important to realize that the interview with Kong Xiangmei was conducted as a live broadcast. Even around this Imperial Beast Stadium, there were big screens hanging right here that were playing this interview. The moment Fang Xiu took out his cell phone, the large QR code directly occupied 3/4 of the screen. The audience at the scene was first stunned. Then they hurriedly took out their cell phones to scan the code. Even the host, Du Liu, couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and scan it against the QR code. In fact, it wasn't the first time that either she or Zhou Di had hosted the commentary for a freshman exchange game, but it was the first time they'd stumbled upon a champion like Fang Xiu who was messing with QR codes. What are you doing? Zhou Di looked at Du Liu, who had taken out her cell phone, and both of her eyes instantly doubled in size. Tap to follow, Du Liu said without thinking, then tapped Douyin's recharge system and directly sent Fang Xiu an airplane, then sent his 10-cent friend QR code by private message. This line of operation, watching Zhou Di froze. You're reserved. Zhou Di couldn't help but spit it out. This is not still on the commentary stage. He absolutely want to ruthlessly spit out. You are 30 years old. Do you still want to eat Fang Xiu's tender grasses not? What are you thinking? With Fang Xiu's talent and beast royalty, sooner or later he'll be a legend coming out of Crane City No. 1 middle school. Of course we have to take advantage of the fact that we can have a crossover now and hurry up to contact our feelings, so that in the future when Fang Hua soars to greatness, I can also rub off on him, Du Liu said in a serious manner. Sis is the one who wants the old cow to eat the young grass. Sis, this is prescient. What you said seems to make sense. Zhou Di thought about it and felt that there really wasn't anything wrong with what Du Liu said, so he also sent an airplane out, then carefully tapped on Fang Xiu's Douyin avatar and sent his QR code. Chapter 69 Black River State League. Plus one more. The corners of Kong Xiangmei's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, trying hard to snatch back the topic, but as a result, Fang Xiu hardened himself and couldn't get away from Douyin for 3 sentences. Coupled with the fact that the interview time was already limited, Fang Xiu's operation was even more so that Kong Xiangmei had a black line on his face. However, Fang Xiu didn't care what Kong Xiangmei thought, and after finishing the interview, Fang Xiu was still focusing on his Douyin account, only to see the number of fans rise wildly, and in just a few minutes, it broke through 10,000 fans. Fang Xiu. Zhang Panpan led Fang Xiu in the direction of the restroom, her mouth still not forgetting to spit. What the hell are you thinking? You should thank the school and the teachers for that interview just now. Nice guy. Never mentioned the first grade the whole time. Hard to promote your doujinshi account there now. Zhang Shuren sniffed and also felt a bit embarrassed. The live broadcast of the Huqing TV station is facing the whole city, and if this is seen by the school leaders of the first middle school, they are afraid that their faces will not be able to hang on. If you don't get it right, it will have a negative impact on the first school. Brother Pan Pan, it's wrong for you to say that. There's a saying that one honor is as good as the other. If I'm famous enough, won't it be a feather in the cap of the first grade? Instead, it's all the painless mumbo-jumbo that school leaders are probably tired of hearing. And Fang Xiu put down his cell phone and his expression became serious. As long as my fame is big enough, the student council side won't dare to mess around. Zhang Pan Pan could not help but be stunned. If Fang Xiu hadn't mentioned it himself, he'd almost forgotten about the student council. Yeah, Fang Xiu had not only scrapped Ma Ming, the student council fighter, but he had also directly rejected the contract offered by Qian Feng. The other side will definitely not stop. So all of this was in Fang Hua's calculations? Freshmen who won the freshman exchange tournament tended to be overwhelmed with joy, and some would even float for a while before returning to reality. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, did not show this aspect at all, and was still able to calmly think about his future path. Though it sounds like Fang Hu's use of the interview to advertise his account is a bit unkempt, but on second thought, what's the one thing the Imperial Beast lacks the most? Resources. Douyin platform. 10,000 plays have about $15 in earnings, and gifts can also be split in half. If Fang Xiu really made the Douyin account bigger and stronger, it would not only be able to generate income and solve the problem of Imperial Beast resources, there's even the possibility of getting the favor of an e-commerce company, with all kinds of bandwagons, business orders, and a steady stream of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Pan Pan's heart could not help but admire Fang Xiu's mind. Compared to those freshman champions from previous years, Fang Xiu was the true genius. For a while, Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu a few more times in her heart. And what happened next was simpler. Li Qingqing and Chen Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. That's why the awarding session was limited to Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren. Meanwhile, Crane City First High School, Class 2 class teacher Zhang Yu's office. Because there were still students in class, he couldn't run to the Imperial Beast gym to watch the offline exchange match, so he could only take his cell phone and sneak a peek in his office. Li Guosheng, the teacher of Class 6, and Jiang Chao, the teacher of Class 3, also came over. When Chen Fan and Li Qingqing were injured, in the hearts of the three of them, they all pinched a cold sweat. It wasn't until Fang Xiu's alien queen slapped Li Jin's half-dragon man unconscious that their hanging hearts completely relaxed. Good man, Zhang Yu, you really picked up a treasure this time. The third-class teacher, Jiang Chao, could not help but spit out his words. How come such a good student wasn't assigned to his class? If Fang Xiu could come to his class, he would hate to offer him up. You can't say that. Zhang Shuren from your class, his performance is also very good. It's just that the freshman over there named Gung Guanwei is just too much. The corners of Zhang Yu's upturned mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. If it wasn't for Fang Xiu, the championship of this freshman exchange tournament might have gone to the head of the third middle school. However, this Li Jin of the third middle school is really a nobody. Li Guosheng couldn't help but lament. Although on the side of the first middle school, students could use their credits to customize their Imperial Beast equipment, but any more customization would be a small workshop's equipment. There's no comparison to a big corporation like Longquan Industries. After all, there are roughly 1,000 students in just one year group. That's almost 4,000 or 5,000 for the whole school combined. Add to that the various expenses of the school, the teachers' salaries, and you simply can't afford too expensive equipment. Imperial Beasts are originally something that requires resources. Zhang Chao couldn't help but feel emotional as well. If your family is average, you might be able to go to 985 or 211, so you don't have to come back to Crane City to be a teacher. However, this Fang Xiu's Imperial Beasts are really exaggerated, and I was taken aback when that alien queen came out. Zhang Yu, this time in the Black River State League, we might have a chance. Zhang Chao's gaze slightly condensed, and his expression became serious all of a sudden. Although Fang Xiu was not his student, Fang Xiu represented the first middle school. Most importantly, his student Zhang Shuren's grades were second only to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. Black River State League. Shuren Zhang had the opportunity to attend. Black River State League? Li Guosheng couldn't help but be stunned. What? Did you forget? Jiang Chao glanced at Li Guosheng. How could I forget? Li Guosheng also immediately glanced back. The Black River State League. That's a state exchange tournament. Daxing City, River City, Kizil City, Qing City, Ha City, Crane City, Jia City. The Imperial Beast competition that only the top high schools of each city in the Black River State are qualified to participate in. Once you get a top 3 finish, you can even take advantage of extra points in your high school grades. Just The corner of Li Guoxing's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although the first high school is Crane City's brand, and can even be said to be the strongest high school, but looking at the whole of China, the first high school of Crane City's ranking can be the end of the top 100. It has also always been one of the bottom 2 existences in the Black River State. In past years, the state tournament was also basically a walk in the park, not even making it to the group stage, especially Hasan High School, the strongest existence in the Black River State. It is said that the key class of Hasan Middle School, per capita phantom beast species, even the bottom students get 211 guaranteed. More than half the students, even, get into the Big Ten. No, Li Guoxing shook his head. The key class students of Hasan Middle School never aim for the top 10. They're aiming for the top of the top 10. Even though the top 10 are the 10 strongest universities in China, but Titus University, Mordor University, and Hargoyle Engineering University are the top 3 of the top 10. Even the key class in Hasan Middle School, there has been a rumor going around. If you get in and don't demoha, then just pick any top 10 and forget about it. Just the mere thought of the monsters in Hasan Zhong. Zhang Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 70, Imperial University calls, Crane City First High School, Student Council. What a rare occasion. President. As soon as Wu Mingjian, who was the vice president of the student union, pushed open the door of the student union's conference room, he saw that Ma Wanfeng was standing by the window, admiring the scenery outside. Since entering his senior year of high school, Ma Wanfeng has asked very little about the student council and has gone all out to sprint for his grades. Although with his royal beast results, getting into the top 10 was already a foregone conclusion. It was not as if there was no one who could compete with him for the top spot in Crane City, especially on the side of the third middle school. This year, it has poured in a lot of resources, wanting to pocket the top student of this session of the college entrance examination. Based on this and that relationship, Ma Wanfeng hadn't been over to the student council side for a long time. The big and small matters of the student union naturally fell on Wu Mingjian's shoulders. Now that he was suddenly approached by this Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian's heart was more or less apprehensive. There's a call from the Imperial Capital University side. Ma Wanfeng whirled around and swept a glance at Wu Mingjian. What? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be stunned. Imperial Capital University? Hiss. Immediately afterward, Wu Mingjian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a man's name then surfaced in his mind. Xu Xinghe, the top student of Heijiang State who came out from Huqingno, one high school that year. Also the legendary man who took the plunge and built what is now the student council. Not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjian's change in expression, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed lightly. Although Chu Xinghe had paid some attention to Crane City No. 1 middle school over the years, he had more important things to do at the Imperial Capital University, and for the most part, it was conveyed by the schoolmates who had gone out from Crane City No. 1 middle school. This one is no exception. Fang Xiu's performance in the freshman exchange tournament this time was quite good, and it's rumored that he even caught the attention of Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng explained. Fang Hua. Wu Mingjian frowned slightly. As early as the freshman mapping exam, he had noticed Fang Xiu, and had specially explained to Qian Feng that he should pull Fang Xiu into the student union. As a result, that guy made a mistake. Not only did he fail to convince Fang Xiu, but instead he made things very stagnant. I heard about Ma Ming. Ma Wanfeng continued. Although his energies, during this time, were focused on the imperial beasts, he was not ignorant of what was happening at the school. In particular, Fang Xiu and Ma Ming's fight on the playground had not only been filmed, but also spread everywhere. Although the student council's face had suffered a bit, it had to be said that Fang Xiu's imperial beasts were, indeed, formidable, especially this freshman exchange game. Fang Xiu's alien sword saint has shades of Mamon's imperial beast, combined with the fact that his alien had the ability to parasitize hosts. It allowed Ma Wanfeng to quickly understand where that alien sword saint came from, and the alien queen. With brute force alone, he defeated Li Jin's half-dragon. According to his investigation, that half-dragon man wasn't Li Jin's imperial beast, it was the imperial beast data that his mother had used her connections to copy from a genius of the top 10. But even so, he was still killed by Fang Xiu's alien queen with a single strike. You should understand that too, shouldn't you? That alien queen is much more powerful than the alien sword saint. Aside from her own terrifying power, that alien queen didn't undergo a mutation. This meant that Fang Xiu's alien queen could continue to get stronger. It's no wonder that over at Tudor University, someone called. How could such a good prospect not be absorbed into the student council? Even talents like Fang Xiu were worthy of being cultivated according to the standards of a future student council president. Although in Crane City No. 1, we can be said to be a party of greatness, controlling the promotion rate of No. 1, but in the top 10, Those of us who are here are just unruly people who have come into the city from the poor countryside. Compared to those who are really in town, our eyes are but sitting ducks. If it wasn't for Senior Chu, who integrated everyone's strength, even if we entered the top 10, we would be nothing more than a drop of water falling into the ocean. Sooner or later, you're going to have a college career and die out, Ma Wanfeng said in a serious tone. In this world, if you want to accomplish something and stand high enough on a mountain peak, it is never by personal power. Even if one person's power is strong, can it be stronger than a collective? The saying that a strong dragon does not suppress a snake is not without merit. I understand. Wu Mingjian sighed. I'll personally talk to Fang Xiu and convince him to enter the student council. No. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. I'll have that guy Qian Feng apologize to Fang Xiu. Well, that's good. Seeing Wu Mingjian show his attitude, Ma Wanfeng nodded his head in satisfaction before walking to his side, raising his hand to pat his shoulder, and finally disappeared into the student union's activity room. Only after Ma Wanfeng left did Wu Mingjian sit down as if he was relieved. Although he and Ma Wanfeng were only the difference between the head and deputy, the power they possessed was a world of difference. Sometimes Wu Mingjian felt like he, more than anything else, was one of Ma Wanfeng's little brothers, including this incident as well. Surprisingly, for Fang Xiu's sake, he directly pressured himself as the vice president. Damn Qian Feng. Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth and slapped one hand hard on the table. If it wasn't for that Qian Feng guy screwing things up, why would he have been reprimanded by Ma Wanfeng? Forget it. Although Fang Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming, which in turn affected his view of the student council. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian stood up from his chair again and left the place in 3 steps. Meanwhile, Crane City Royal Beast Gym, with Fang Xiu leading the first middle school to take the title of this freshman exchange tournament. The organizing committee was also personally presenting him with a trophy and prize money. Taking the $50,000 that had been divided into his hands, Fang Xiu's heart was also very happy. However, once he thought of the injuries that Li Qingqing and Chen Fan had sustained, he waited until the freshman exchange competition was completely over. Then he followed Zhang Panpan and headed directly to the hospital. I had thought that Li Qingqing's injury would require a month or 2 of recuperation. The result that Fang Xiu did not expect is, in this world, not only could all the people be able to imperialize the beasts, even the level of medical care was more developed than in his original world. There were even imperial beasts that specialized in healing the injured. In only half a day's time, the injury on Li Qingqing's leg had completely healed. Mr. Zhang and Fang Hua. Li Qingqing was lying on the bed in the ward. As soon as she saw Fang Xiu, she was furious. The face of the first middle school. It's kind of letting you lose all your face. Fang Hu? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing with a black line on his face. This little girl said the opposite, didn't she? If he hadn't ed over Li Jin, would first middle school have won this freshman exchange tournament? However, very soon, Fang Xiu understood why Li Qingqing had spat on himself so much, because Qingqing Li directly took out her cell phone and played out the interview video of Fang Xiu promoting his Douyin account now. Chapter 71, Extra Credit for College Entrance Exams. Li Qingqing was half recumbent on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her cell phone, looking at Fang Xiu with a contemptuous face, as if she was blaming Fang Xiu for being too unproductive. Such a good opportunity to show his sainthood in front of people. He favored to use it to promote his Douyin account. It's so humiliating. What's in this? Fang Xiu snorted coldly, then took out his own cell phone. Through this interview, Fang Xiu's Douyin account had accumulated 250,000 fans, and countless others had even taken the initiative to send him gifts just to beg for a friend spot. Fang Xiu roughly estimated that these gifts alone were almost $10,000, and it's only the first day. If you run it properly yourself, you can get rich in no time. When he said this, Fang Xiu's face was even more full of complacency. The poor man. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, really unable to understand Fang Xiu. This guy clearly has a royal beast as powerful as the alien queen, and he's not bad looking either. Why do you favor a miserly performance? Make it sound like you've never seen money before. But trolling is trolling. While being brought to the hospital, Li Qingqing didn't forget to use her cell phone and watch the final match. Li Sega goes without saying. Li Jin's half-dragon man was really out of Li Qingqing's expectation. There was also the electric fork, which Chang Li instantly recognized as a custom-made piece of equipment from Longquan Industries. Although his own family was well off, he had never customized his Imperial Beast equipment from Longquan Industries. In terms of connections, resources, Li Jin was better than himself. At that moment, she also pinched a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. As a result, he didn't expect the alien queen to kill Li Jin's half-dragon with just one strike. If we really start fighting, my little gray bird, I'm afraid it's no match for the half-dragon. Qingqing Li thought in her heart. Soon, the way she looked at Fang Xiu's eyes also changed, no longer with a hint of contempt, but rather, She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Fong Xiu. Her vermilion lips rose lightly. Thank you, Fong Hu. If you really want to thank me, you can give me money, Fong Xiu said lightly. Ching Ching Li? No, man, are you really in the money? Just kidding, who knows? Fong Xiu snorted. You have nothing to thank me for. After all, defeating Li Jin was also for my own sake. Li Qingqing didn't expect Fong Xiu to tease her like this, and she was first stunned before she smiled. It appears that you don't know anything yet. What do you mean? A trace of surprise flashed through Fong Xiu's starry eyes. Phew, did you forget? The man I'm going to take out. Li Qingqing clenched her fists as soon as she did so, and within her beautiful eyes, a murderous aura was revealed. Chu Xinghe. The name flashed through Fong Xiu's mind. He was the only one who could make Li Qingqing so angry. It was just that Fong Xiu didn't understand what this Chu Xinghe had to do with the freshman exchange tournament. Looking at Fong Xiu's puzzled expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned to look at Zhang Panpan. Teacher Zhang, didn't you talk to Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu sniffed, and with that, he also looked at Zhang Panpan. However, just as Zhang Panpan was about to open her mouth, a dull knock came from outside the hospital bed. Is it Li Qingqing's ward? This voice is Mr. Zhang Yu? Fong Xiu, who felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, subconsciously asked. Fong Xiu? Zhang Yu pushed open the door of the room and realized that not only was Fong Xiu here, Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren had also rushed over. You didn't go to the event? Zhang Yu was under the impression that after the freshman exchange tournament, there would often be some more activities, which was why he rushed to the hospital, not realizing that Fong Xiu and the others were all there. I have little interest in that kind of activity, so I declined, Fong Xiu said without thinking. Oh, like this. Zhang Yu nodded and smoothly brought the door with him before coming to Li Qingqing's bedside and asking how her condition was. Li Qingqing didn't shy away from it either, as she lifted the quilt with one hand, revealing her bandaged thighs. The doctor said it's nothing more, but it needs to be watched. If there's nothing serious, you can be discharged tomorrow, Li Qingqing said with a smile. It's good that it's fine. Zhang Yu sniffed and then let out a long sigh of relief. You came just in time. Zhang Panpan, on the other hand, looked as if she had thought of something. You'll be the one to speak about the league. League? What league? Fong Xiu instantly became interested. League ah. Zhang Yu originally just wanted to come over to see Li Qingqing. About the league, he had planned to find another time and tell Fong Xiu. I didn't expect to be asked directly, and this ward is filled with Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fong Xiu, all outstanding students of the first middle school. Okay, actually, the so-called freshman exchange tournament isn't just about exchanging which college's freshman imperial beasts are better. The main reason is to elect a representative for Crane City, and then play in the Black River State League. Black River State League? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. That's right, Zhang Yu nodded. The Black River State League, as the name suggests, is a state-level tournament. It's held every year, and the best high school in each town gets to send 4 students to battle. The rankings are decided through a group stage knockout tournament. If you can get a top 3 score, you can also make extra points on the college entrance exam. The scores were 30, 20, and 10. Zhang Yu continued. Then if the high school got the championship in all 3 leagues, wouldn't that add up to 90 points? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be taken aback. Nice guy, 90 points. It is important to realize that today's high school exams are divided into general knowledge points and imperial beast points. The general studies score is divided into math, language, and science, arts, each of which is worth 100 points, for a total of 300 points. The imperial beast score is 700 points, 1000 points total. And for the state tournament, it adds right up to 90 points. It's equivalent to getting a grade in one more general education course than anyone else. This is too much. Don't think too much. Zhang Yu raised his hand and flicked a mouthful of brain crash directly at Zhang Shuren. First place in the league. It's not like it has anything to do with us at Crane City 1. Crane City 1 can get first place? What kind of results did Huqing know? One middle school have in previous years? Fong Xiu instantly became interested and asked curiously. Previous years. Zhang Yu glanced at Fong Xiu. He couldn't even kill his way out of the group stage. Fong Hu? Can't even kill it in the group stage? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Li Qingqing's face also became subtle. Although she knew that Crane City First High School was not strong in the league, she was still a little hard to strain herself once she heard that she couldn't even kill her way out of the group stage. What about the best score ever? Fong Hu asked again. Best result? Zhang Yu thought about it for a little while. Once, it was a runner-up instead. Fong Hu? Cap runner-up and no group stage? This gap, it's too outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 72, Chuxing has passed, plus one more. Fong Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu said that Huqing no, one middle school had taken the second place once. Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. Her hands gripped the covers and her head subconsciously lowered. On the contrary, Zhang Shuren's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard that Heching No. 1 middle school had taken second place once. Although nothing was said on his lips, it was written all over his face that he really deserved to be in Crane City's first high school. It's so cool to take second place in a league with so many strong players in the Black River State. The reactions of the two are worlds apart. And as far as Fang Xiu knew, this Li Qingqing was not someone without a sense of collective honor. Conversely, she also has a sense of pride when she states that she is a student of the first high school. But the only way to behave is to hear about the results taken by the first school. Mr. Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu instantly understood. That runner-up you're talking about. It can't be Chu Xinghe, right? Ever since he had gone to Heching First High School, Fang Xiu felt that he could hear Chu Xinghe's name from time to time. That's right. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu before nodding his head. Sure enough, just as I suspected. Chu Xinghe? Is that the top scorer from the Black River State? NB? Zhang Shuren directly gave him a thumbs up. But who did he lose to? But immediately afterward, Zhang Shuren muttered. Since Chu Xinghe was able to take the top prize in Hejiang Prefecture, that meant that he was the number one person in Hejiang Prefecture, right? His imperial beasts, I'm sure, are incomparably powerful. To whom would such a being lose? It was important to realize that Chu Xinghe was in the league and didn't win the championship, which meant that he had fewer bonus points than others, and the general education classes have rolled to a head. In addition to language and composition, what with math, science, and literature, perfect scores are the foundation for them as academics. So in the case of having fewer extra points than others and still being awarded the top prize, that meant that Chu Xinghe had countered by relying on the Imperial Beast essay. And there was only one measure of the Imperial Beast text, and that was battle prowess. Chu Xinghe did not lose. Zhang Yu shook his head. Although he did not have a good opinion of Chu Xinghe in his heart either, he had to admit that Chu Xinghe was indeed a beast royalty genius. Didn't lose? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. There was no loss, so why was it the runner-up? Fang Xiu was also instantly interested. That year, Chu Xinghe was a sophomore. As the genius royal beast master of Crane City's first high school, he naturally received a lot of attention. He led his team on the group stage and came out strong as if he were a true dark horse. And in the Elite 8 elimination game, beat K2 and Blue that year out of the water. You should know that Ha San Middle School, Qing 2nd Middle School, Kizil 4th Middle School, and Jia 1st Middle School are the four major colleges in Hejiang State. Chu Xinghe being able to defeat Qing 2nd Middle School is already a feat that changed the history of Crane City. When he said this, Zhang Yu's eyes were bright with light. Instead, it's the big four colleges, Hacienda, Jiangyi, and Zizil, to be even more distinctive. Hacienda is the state capital city of Hejiang State today, and it is the best in the whole of Hejiang State, whether it is education, healthcare, or anything else. Zizur City, on the other hand, was selected as the state sink city at the beginning of the founding of the state of China due to its strongest overall strength, and as a result, for a number of reasons, Zizur City ended up falling short of the selection process before the present-day Hacienda City was forged. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and although some opportunities were lost because of the fallout, Zizil City continues to thrive on its own combination of skills. Xinjiang was originally just a small, uneventful city, but in the last century, it was discovered that the city was actually connected to an entrance to the Imperial Beast realm. The army, bigwigs from all sides, began to move into the city in droves, thus causing Xinjiang to begin to develop at a high rate, especially in the field of Imperial Beasts. Qing City, in the last few years, had even surpassed its big brother, Zizil City, and gradually had the power to arm wrestle with Ha City. Some experts have even predicted that Xinjiang is the future of Hejiang State. Zhang Yu briefly introduced the situation in Hejiang Prefecture, so you should understand how difficult it was for Chu Xinghe to defeat Xinjiang No. 2 Middle School, right? But God has not favored us. When Chu Xinghe led No. 1 Middle School and killed his way into the quarterfinals, the opponents he encountered were the heavenly pride of Ha San Middle School. Hiss! Upon hearing Ha San Zhong, Zhang Shuren sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. The strongest high school in the Black River State, HSS. I've heard that there's a key class in Ha San Middle School, called what's called the Heaven's Pride class, and every student in it, even the worst student at the bottom of the list, is a Phantom Beast Species Imperial Beast Master. Fang Hu? Hearing Zhang Shuren's words, Fang Xiu could not help but be stunned. One should know that in this freshman exchange tournament, only 4 people, him, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijia, had imperial beasts that were of the phantom beast species. One of them, Li Jin, is still a pseudo-fantasy beast species, because his imperial beasts, instead of being trained by himself, were copied at a cost. The 4 major colleges in Crane City had only barely managed to come up with 4 illusory beast breed imperial beast masters. Results: A heavenly class in Hassan Middle School with phantom species per capita? Can this be played? Wait, Mr. Zhang, you just said that Chu Xinghe took second place, but he met Hassan Zhong in the quarterfinals, so doesn't that mean? Fang Xiu reacted violently. That's right, Zhang Yu said with a loud voice. Chu Xinghe picked 4 and toppled Hassan Middle School. In a flash, Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren's eyes widened in shock at the same time. 1 against 4. Zhang Shuren's mouth opened into a large O shape. He only knew that Chu Xinghe was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. But who knows? Zhang Yu was laughing bitterly. In fact, Chu Xinghe didn't want to take on 4 and 1. It's really because the students from Hassan Middle School were too demonic, coming up to take on 3 and 1, eliminating all of Chu Xinghe's team members. Chu Xinghe was forced to take 1 on 4. Even that game, it was called an impossible miracle. Nothing but. Zhang Yu sighed. Even though Chu Xinghe beat Hassan Zhong in a 1-on-4 fight, he took half of his own life. So much so that he was not able to participate in the finals. That's why first grade stopped as runner-up and lost to Good City. That's why I said that Chu Xinghe didn't lose. Hearing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but fall silent. Although he was dissatisfied with those things in his student union, he had to admit that this Chu Xinghe was indeed a very powerful character. It's amazing that they were able to forcefully carry the first school into the final in that desperate situation. What about senior year? Fang Xiu turned his thoughts. Since Chu Xinghe was halfway to the championship in his sophomore year, what about his senior year? Did it stop at runner-up as a senior as well? In his senior year, Zhang Yu sighed. In his senior year, Chu Xinghe didn't participate in the league because he was reorganizing the student council at the time. Fang Hu? Giving up leagues that can give you extra points on high school exams in order to reorganize the student government? Chu Xinghe, what have you been through? For a while, Fang Xiu could not help but be a little interested in Chu Xinghe's past. Chapter 73, The Student Council is back. After understanding the situation of the Black River State League, Fang Xiu returned to the school with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu had a few interests in Chu Xinghe, and when he returned to the dormitory, he opened his computer and searched the internet for reports about Chu Xinghe. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ringing outside the dormitory door. Zhang Panpan? Fang Xiu muttered, then stood up from his chair and walked towards the door. In this freshman exchange tournament, his face-hugging bug parasitized Deng Guangwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts, and he was able to give birth to chest breakers in a few hours. In particular, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer is a phantom beast species of imperial beast created after the trolls in Western stories, combined with the genes of the aliens. There was no telling what kind of monster could be born. Fang Xiu didn't find it strange when Zhang Panpan paid a visit to his door, but who knew that when Fang Xiu pushed open the door, what met his eyes was an unfamiliar face. He looked up and down. The visitor was wearing a white short sleeve and dark blue jeans. His hair was a crisp short inch, his eyes were a little squinty, and his height was comparable to Fang Xiu. You're Fang Xiu's classmate, aren't you? Introduce yourself. My name is Wu Mingjin. I'm in the 3rd class of senior year, and I'm also the vice president of the student council. The corners of Wu Mingjin's mouth rose as he smiled and introduced himself to Fang Xiu, and as soon as he heard the title of vice president of the student council, Fang Xiu's starry eyes instantly became wary. I don't know what Vice President Wu is here for, Fang Xiu said rhetorically. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Qianfeng, and as the Vice President of the Student Council, I think we should give an explanation to student Fang Xiu. As he spoke, Wu Mingjin gestured. Fang Xiu followed the gesture and saw that Qianfeng was standing at the stairway, with a look of fear between his eyes. His face was even more blue and purple, and he was even limping as he walked. Fang Hu student. Qianfeng covered his swollen face with one hand and said towards Fang Xiu, last time, it was my unauthorized act. I still hope that you will be generous and don't see eye to eye with me. Sorry. After speaking, Qianfeng directly bent over, and his bangs were wet with sweat. Fang Xiu could tell at a glance that the injuries on Qianfeng's face were all new. It must have been after he got himself the champion of the freshman exchange tournament. Wu Mingjian beat Qianfeng severely. On the contrary, the fear in Qianfeng's eyes just now was not because he saw himself. Rather, it's because of Wu Mingjian. Although the matter of Qianfeng bringing Ma Ming over to find trouble for himself had made Fang Xiu very upset, the real villain was obviously this Wu Mingjian. Don't I look too smart? Fang Xiu's eyes retracted from Qianfeng before focusing on Wu Mingjian's eyes. The two sides looked at each other, but it was Wu Mingjian who froze for a moment. What does student Fang Xiu mean by that? It's literally about the signing of the contract. It's true that Qianfeng came over to me, but he wouldn't have brought someone over to me without an explanation from above, right? In the end, Qianfeng is just a pawn. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have chosen to forgive Qianfeng when they saw the scene. At least on the surface, it would also give Wu Mingjian a step to turn this matter over. But man is not like grass or wood. Can he roll when he is round and stop when he is square? Obviously it was the student council's problem. And now they're going to blame it on Qian Feng and beat him up again. And they're going to pretend nothing happened? The credit goes all to the OP. The fault is all inferior. This student government. It's awful. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't give Wu Mingjian any good face. Wu Mingjian also froze on the spot for a moment. He had also investigated about Fang Xiu, and had thought that by doing this, he could at least ease Fang Xiu's attitude towards the student council. The results were unexpected. This Fang Xiu, he really doesn't give any face at all. Qian Feng, who was on the side, was even more frightened by Fang Xiu's words, and with a plop, he knelt down in front of Fang Xiu. Senior Qian, the conflict between us has already passed. There is no need to be like this. Looking at Qian Feng, who had long since lost his previous arrogance, and instead had a few moments of pity, Fang Xiu looked at him with a bit more subtlety. There's nothing more for you here. Go do what you need to do. Wu Mingjian glanced at Qian Feng and said in a low voice. This. Qian Feng froze for a moment, looking a little overwhelmed. Don't get out yet. Only when Wu Mingjian raised his voice did he run away trembling. If Vice President Wu doesn't have anything else, I'll go back to the Imperial Beasts. Fang Xiu didn't want to get involved with the student council and said that he was about to close the door. Boo! At the critical moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand and pressed it against the door. Fang Xiu student, don't be so hasty to give an expulsion order. Besides wanting to resolve the conflict between you and Qian Feng student, there is one more thing that I want to talk to Fang Xiu student about. Wu Mingjian raised a smile on his face once again, but in his heart, he wanted to give Fang Xiu 2 punches, except for the need to bow down in front of Ma Wanfeng. When had he ever been so humble? In front of the other students, he or she had always been a first-grade superstar. Everywhere you go, you're a front-and-center presence. Only this Fang Xiu dared to give himself an expulsion order. What's even harder for him to accept is that one's face licked at the door when one has clearly been given an eviction order. If it weren't for the call from the Imperial University, why would I have to suffer such aggravation? Damn it! So angry. But no way. The other party was from the Imperial University, and when one day he advanced to the Imperial University, he would still need those seniors to take care of him. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian forced down his anger in his heart, and cheerfully pulled out a bank card from his body and waved it in front of Fang Xiu, as if to say that even for the sake of this thing, he should invite himself in. Right? What do you mean? Trying to bribe me? Fang Xiu, with money? Fang Xiu smiled. It's not what you think, student Fang Xiu. This is a little bit of our student union's intention. Wu Mingjian casually found a reason. After all, you deserve some reward for leading the first form this time and winning the freshman exchange tournament, for bringing honor to our school. How much is this mind? Fang Xiu inquired simply and roughly. It's a bit more than the prize money shared this time, Wu Mingjian said with a smile. Come in. Fang Xiu looked at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand before taking a step back and inviting Wu Mingjian in. This Fang Hu. Although it made Fang Xiu make a concession, Wu Mingjian's face became even worse. He himself, the vice president of the student council of Crane City No. 1 High School, had to rely on giving money to people to get into someone else's dormitory. If this gets out, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at for a whole year. ******ing money fronts. Wu Mingjian resented Qian Feng even more in his heart. If he hadn't screwed up the contract thing, where would he have needed to stoop so low? Chapter 74, An Invitation. Senior Fang Xiu, I know that you have a misunderstanding about our student union. Wu Mingjian came to the dormitory's living room and took a seat on the sofa, and the bank card that he had pulled out at the door was also placed on the coffee table. In reality, our student council isn't what Senior Fang Hu thinks it is. The essence of what we do is to unlock as much potential as possible in every student so that they can go to a better college in the future. Not only will we help with resource issues, but we will also instruct our students on how to better the Sentinel Beast. Wu Mingjian said gushingly, as if he was a good senior who loved his schoolmate. Fang Xiu wasn't interested in what he said. He just picked up the bank card on the table. What's the password? Wu Mingjian had a black line on his face, but still immediately squeezed out a smile. The password is 368464. There's a total of $80,000 in this card. It's considered our student council's reward for Fang Hu's classmates. You want to use $80,000 to ease my conflict with the student council? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Let's get down to business. Vice President Wu made a special visit. It shouldn't be just to send me money, right? No matter what. Fang Xiu was not a brat who had just started high school. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If we don't make it clear here, who knows what Wu Mingjian will do afterwards? What's more, he himself wanted to know just what the student council was doing to him now. Wu Mingjian hesitated slightly. His original plan was to first get closer to Fang Xiu before inviting him into the student council. But now, looking at it, this Fang Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. Truthfully, the current president, Ma Wanfeng, and I, both seniors, will be taking the college entrance exams next year and leaving No. 1 middle school. Although Qianfeng and his imperial beasts are very good, being a minister is okay. It's difficult to hold up the operation of the entire student council. On the contrary, student Feng Xiu's performance on the mapping exam screams of amazement, not to mention that this freshman exchange tournament is even more brilliant. I don't think anyone would object to saying that senior Feng Xiu is unrivaled in his first year of high school. And Wu Mingjian's eyes became serious. It's only been less than a month since the start of the school year, letting the imperial beasts complete their mutation, and also controlling the mutated imperial beasts. Even those veteran students in the second year of high school are nowhere near as good as you, Feng Hu Sr., and most importantly, the power of that alien queen. Wu Mingjian didn't mince words as he praised Feng Xiu before his words changed. So now, I sincerely hope that student Feng Xiu can join our student union. Join the student union? To Wu Mingjian's invitation, Feng Xiu didn't feel surprised in his heart. After all, his own performance at the freshman exchange was indeed not bad. Instead of continuing to make an enemy of this genius of his, it would be better to take it for himself. But, thank you Vice President Wu for your kind words, but nah, I'm used to being free, and most of my time is spent on imperial beasts, so I really don't have any thoughts of joining the student union. Feng Xiu politely declined. School brother Feng Xiu doesn't have to refuse so dryly. This matter is something you should reconsider. By the way, suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, Wu Mingjian pulled out another invitation from his pocket. This, I don't know if student Feng Xiu is interested. Wu Mingjian placed the invitation on the coffee table and pushed it forward. What is this? Feng Xiu asked while picking up the invitation that Wu Mingjian took out. There wasn't much on it, just an invitation to some painting show. I don't know if schoolmate Feng Xiu, has he ever heard of Master Che Xin? No. Feng Xiu shook his head without thinking. Who is it? He was originally a traveler and did not get all the memories of his predecessor, spending most of his time above the imperial beasts, and did not know much about the celebrities of this world. Wu Mingjian directly surfaced with an expression of speechlessness. Nice guy, himself was just being polite. I didn't think Feng Xiu could really ask that's Master Che Xin. Hiss. Wu Mingjian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and could only patiently explain to Feng Xiu. This Grandmaster Che Xin was a master of the imperial beast that had gone out from Crane City. During his high school years, his imperial beasts were unrivaled in Crane City, and he entered one of the Big Ten, Mordor University, with honors. After that, he even participated in several important imperial beast battles and became famous, successfully entering the Sunflower Imperial Beast Enterprise, with his highest position rising to vice president. It can be described as a master of the imperial beasts who has accomplished a great deal. It is only now, in retirement, that he chose to return to Crane City and organize this exhibition of paintings. Rumor has it that the intent of the exhibition was to select a student of choice and then sponsor him or her. Student Feng Xiu has extraordinary talent in the field of imperial beasts, so if he can be spotted by Master Che Xin, he will certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Listening to Wu Mingjian's explanation, Feng Xiu also gained an understanding of this painting exhibition. To put it bluntly, it's just a random excuse to invite geniuses from various schools, then pick one that makes you happy and nurture it. Only, I don't know what the criteria are for selecting people for this so-called Master Che Xin. If it were only about talent, wouldn't it be nice to just focus on the freshman exchange? In Feng Xiu's opinion, if he really only looked at talent, there was no reason why this Master Che Xin wouldn't send someone to contact him. After all, nowadays, technology is so advanced. A little bit of anything, short video platforms can be spread 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Even if Master Che Xin doesn't swipe short videos on weekdays, there's always someone around him who does, right? Well, seeing that Feng Xiu had accepted both the bank card and the invitation, Wu Mingjian then stood up from the sofa. He patted his pants. There's a time and place on it, so student Feng Xiu can just go there directly when he arrives. There will be a special treat for you. I'll just head back. There's also the matter of joining the student council. I hope that senior Feng Hu will reconsider. Knock knock. However, just as Wu Mingjian was about to turn around and leave, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who is it again? Feng Xiu put down the invitation, his sword brows slightly raised. Why did it feel like after I won the freshman exchange tournament, the house became lively all of a sudden? Feng Xiu took 3 steps to the door, and with that, he pushed the door open. The person who came was no other than Zhang Panpan. Feng Xiu. Zhang Panpan smiled and greeted Feng Xiu. Considering that the shadow wizard was a phantom beast species, after Zhang Panpan returned to school, she was more or less relieved to see how Feng Xiu's imperial beast progress was. Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian also politely greeted Zhang Panpan. Only then did Zhang Panpan notice him. You are the vice president of the student council, Wu Mingjian. Zhang Panpan frowned. Obviously he didn't have a good feeling about the people in the student council. Chapter 75, Traveling to the Alien Kingdom. Senior Fang Xiu made a big splash at the freshman exchange competition this time. As the vice president of the student council, I should pay a visit. Wu Mingjian replied with a leathery smile. After all, Fang Xiu is the future of our Huqing First Middle School. Zhang Panpan looked at Wu Mingjian. Although he didn't have a good impression of the student council, he wouldn't have a seizure in Fang Xiu's house. Alright. Zhang Panpan nodded his head for a moment. Then he stopped looking at Wu Mingjian as he turned his head to look at Fang Xiu. Old rules? Fang Xiu put away the bank card sent by Wu Mingjian, the invitation, and asked with a smile on his face while rubbing his thumb and index finger on his hand against each other. Good you Fang Xiu. The prize money from this freshman exchange tournament and the gifts received from the Douyin account. How come it's more than 100,000, right? Surprisingly, he still misses these 3 melons and 2 jujubes of mine? Zhang Panpan spat viciously. You can't say that. Brother Panpan, you also know the situation of my imperial beasts. And the weapon used by that half-dragon in this freshman exchange tournament was really a bit powerful. If it wasn't for the alien queen's power crushing the other party, I might have lost this time. Fang Xiu defended himself. So I'd like to customize a better outfit for my aliens, too. $100,000 won't take long at all. The path of the imperial beasts is just burning money like crazy. Not to mention a mere 100,000. Even if it was a million, 10 million, all thrown in, it wouldn't make much of a splash. How could Zhang Panpan not know such reasoning? It was also because of this that he felt that Fang Xiu running a Douyin account was a good way to go. Okay. Zhang Panpan didn't argue with Fang Xiu and directly transferred $500 to him. What are you doing here? Wu Mingjian came to be interested for a moment. As far as he knows, physical education teachers have the highest gold value, and during the New Year's holidays, parents of students will try to give gifts by all means. There is also a large fee to pay if you want to be instructed by a gym teacher in private time. As a result, Zhang Panpan's situation with Fang Xiu was completely reversed. This made Wu Mingjian, indeed, a little curious. The cost of visiting my Imperial Beast space is also of interest to Vice President Wu? Fang Xiu gestured with his hand. Although he didn't have much goodwill towards the student union, but why not pull the wool of the student union if he could? How much? Wu Mingjian spoke without thinking. In fact, this Wu Mingjian was originally very interested in Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space. It was only because the Imperial Beast was a very private matter, coupled with Fang Xiu's resistance to himself, that he did not open his mouth. If I had known that it could be fixed with money, why would I have worried about it? 2,000. Fang Xiu tentatively set a price. Good. Looking at Wu Mingjian's transfer of money without hesitation, Fang Xiu also froze for a moment. Dry. Be less. Then, welcome to my Imperial Beast space. The moment Fang Xiu opened his arms and activated the Imperial Beast space card, once the light engulfed towards Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian and the two of them, the hot white light made them instinctively close their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, the scene around them changed drastically. The walls, tiles, furniture and appliances all disappeared, and in their place was the entrance to a huge underground cavern. Inside, an inky wind keeps blowing out. Looking again at the high end of the cave from the ground to the top, it was at least 10 meters high. Alien. Wu Mingjian mouthed Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, then silently followed behind Fang Xiu. After passing through a long hyperbolic passage, the space inside became open. The height from the ground to the ceiling was at least 20 to 30 meters. Rows and rows of milky white eggs were as neat as an army formation. It's just that it's a bit cold and damp, and he'd been able to see the alien every now and then since he'd come in. And these aliens all worship Fang Xiu as their king. Everywhere they went, the aliens who noticed them fell to their knees. School disciple Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast space is truly remarkable. Wu Mingjian sighed. This statement is not meant as a compliment. No matter what, he's also the hall vice president and a senior veteran. During these 2 years or so in the first middle school, he had been to all the large and small Imperial Beast spaces. However, even Wu Mingjian, the vice president, was the first time he had seen such an eerie Imperial Beast space, and Fang Xiu's Imperial Beast, just walking from the entrance of the cave to the inside, he had encountered dozens of aliens along the way. Moreover, the size of these aliens, generally around 2 meters, was much weaker than an elite like the alien sword saint. Senior Fang Xiu, just how many aliens did you breed? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but ask. Just so far then, there's probably more than 300 of them. Fang Xiu made a rough estimate. Much? How much? Wu Mingjian's 2 eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. His brain only felt a buzzing sound, seriously doubting if he had heard something wrong. Nice guy. 300 or so? You're the sentinel? Or are you wholesaling here? It could also be 400. I didn't count carefully. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. Once this alien queen finds a safe spot, she transforms into a fertility machine, and at her craziest, she can lay a dozen or more eggs in an hour. With enough food, those facehuggers will continue to parasitize and grow the alien population. The male aliens, meanwhile, would act as diggers, expanding the scope of this cave. Previously, because of the lack of money, Feng Xiu's imperial beast space was only a few hundred square feet in size, causing the aliens to quickly dig to the edge and hit the air wall. The alien queen's spawning rate, too, decreased. With Feng Xiu getting the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament, he directly used that 50,000 yuan to expand the space here, expanding a few hundred square meters to tens of thousands of square meters. Male aliens, expanding this underground kingdom. The alien queen also sold out and began the birthing process. Listening to Feng Xiu's description, Wu Mingjian's mouth fell back with a cold breath. Before, he only knew that Feng Xiu's alien was exaggerated, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling. If there was a big enough space and the food source was guaranteed, then you alien, wouldn't it be thousands? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be shocked by Feng Xiu's explanation. Where is this imperial beast? This is clearly breeding a race. This guy Feng Xiu, what kind of monster is he? That's right, in theory. Feng Xiu nodded, indicating that it was, but there's a problem. Ordinary male aliens with limited fighting ability. Only those that parasitize other imperial beasts and give birth to mutants are the future of the aliens. So, the amount, it's not that exaggerated. Feng Xiu explained in a serious manner. After all, food was a major problem for him after the surge in alien numbers. But, the alien queen cannot evolve into an alien queen if the alien population does not reach a certain base. And the genetically more powerful royal facehugger can only be produced down by the alien queen. Chapter 76, Evolution, Alien Queen. Listening to Feng Xiu's serious explanation, and then taking a look at the insect eggs that could not be seen, Wu Mingjian's heart only thought of two words: tough guy. This guy Feng Xiu, he's really a tough guy. Zhang Pan, on the other hand, frowned a little as he rested his chin with one hand. Feng Xiu, your method of royalties, there is something wrong with it. Zhang Pan recognized Feng Xiu's talent very much in his heart. No matter if it was a student he had seen or heard of, the talent was not as demonic as Feng Xiu. It's not even an exaggeration to say that Feng Xiu is the seedling of the future top 10. But, it doesn't make sense to go after the number of imperial beasts. You should be able to feel it, right? The combat power of these ordinary aliens is no more powerful than Li Jin's half-dragons, or Li Shijia's shadow wizards. Even at the freshman exchange tournament, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer had used the 10,000 serpent massacre formation to take out several male xenomorphs. Li Jin's half-dragon man was even suppressing Feng Xiu's alien sword saint. If it had been a more common male alien, it might have been one at a time for the half-dragon. On the contrary, the consumption of these aliens, because of their excessive base, food-wise, can be very exaggerated. So much so that a number of the eggs, of their own accord, went dormant. Once the number of these aliens reached 4 digits, Feng Xiu would definitely be dragged down by them. More is better than less. If you can spare the alien population, you wouldn't need to be consuming a lot of resources when it comes to food. The extra portion can even be used to customize nice equipment for these elite imperial beasts like the alien sword saint. Zhang Pan said with a serious face. No matter what, he could be Feng Xiu's physical education teacher. And when he encountered problems, he naturally had to point them out for Feng Xiu to improve. Teacher Zhang has a good point. Wu Mingjian also chimed in. At first, when he was called over by Ma Wanfeng to ease the relationship between Feng Xiu and the student council, his heart was still a bit reluctant. He himself is at least the vice president. In the entire Crane City one middle school, it was almost a one-man, 10,000-man existence. As a result, he let himself come over to please Feng Xiu. It's almost humiliating. However, when he came to this imperial beast space and saw Feng Xiu's alien form, he understood everything. A person like Feng Xiu was worthy of pulling himself together. Once he went to college, he might become Chu Xinghe's help. Based on such a relationship, Wu Mingjian also unified his front with Zhang Pan. He pinched his waist with one hand. If I were you, I would clear out these aliens, leaving behind the alien sword saint, the queen, these more powerful individuals. Pour your heart and soul into these aliens. Listening to the words of Zhang Pan and Wu Mingjian, how could Feng Xiu not understand this simple truth? Just, alien doesn't belong in this world. They lacked sufficient knowledge of the aliens. Only when the alien community grows to the size of a nation, will an alien queen be born. After that, the alien queen will continue to spawn royal face-hugging bugs, not to mention the queen's mother of alien extreme lifeforms. If the alien community is to give birth to the queen mother, further expansion of alien territory will be necessary. Feng Xiu wouldn't have wanted so many aliens if it wasn't for the fact that aliens existed in this setting. Wouldn't it be better to just go the elite route? But no way. The alien queen and the alien queen are simply two different creatures. Alien queens are much more one-dimensional in their thinking and will only reproduce savagely. Only a queen can have strategic intent and be better able to maintain the stable development of the species. It is only when the queen's control extends further that she can evolve into the mother of queens. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked imploringly at the alien queen who was in labor. In this small crane city, his alien queen could definitely topple all his enemies. Even if it was the Black River State League in Zhang Yu's words, Fang Xiu had full certainty that he would go to the top. But after that, the world is big. Top 10. Mikado in the top 10. If the alien queen's evolution stops, sooner or later, one day, one's own imperial beast will not be the strongest in this world. What if I say that my alien queen can continue to evolve? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian and the two of them. What did you say? Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian's hearts were shaken, and their two eyes widened as they turned their heads to look at the alien queen. That behemoth, still evolving? Wait, Senior Fang Xiu, you want to talk about the mutation, right? Wu Mingjian reacted furiously. Fang Xiu was only in high school and hadn't been exposed to knowledge like mutation. It was assumed that he had seen Mamon's imperial beast and that was why he felt that his alien queen could be further evolved. While it's true to say that, it doesn't have anything to do with the number of aliens that are out there. Fang was senior brother. That mutation. But who knew that as soon as Wu Mingjian opened his mouth, Fang Xiu directly interrupted him. Not a mutation. Fang Xiu shook his head. Although I also really want my alien queen to complete her mutation and gain even more power. But when I say evolution, I don't mean mutation. I am referring to the fact that when the aliens, as a group, expand to a certain size, my alien queen can evolve into a higher ranking queen. Now, Wu Mingjian completely froze in place. His wide-open mouth drew a huge breath of cold air, his pupils staring at the alien queen behind him in a frantic earthquake. This huge guy just curled up on his legs and looked down at them. The giant spawner behind him, on the other hand, kept spitting out one worm egg after another. Evolution. Alien queen? This alien queen alone is outrageous enough, isn't it? A half-dragon who had slapped Li Jin unconscious with just a slap in the freshman exchange tournament. If this were to advance and evolve and turn into an alien queen, wouldn't its power be heavenly? Fang Xiu, who told you such things? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had heard of this type of evolution. No one has ever told me. Fang Xiu shook his head. This idea arose when I created the aliens. As to why that thought came to me, I don't know. But I can assure you, it's true. It's a feeling like when a person is born breathing. It's an idea that exists in the genes. Fang Xiu snubbed Zhang Panpan with a serious face. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu. The phantom beast species, the imperial beasts, would have possessed all sorts of strange and bizarre abilities. Looking at Fang Xiu's appearance again, he also didn't look like he was lying yet. So, how many aliens does it take to make your queen evolve into a queen? However, just as soon as Zhang Panpan's words fell, a hiss of pain resounded throughout the underground cavern. What the bee movement? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but spit out, his sight subconsciously searching for where the sound was coming from. A quick glance showed a troll trembling in pain. Chapter 77, The New Alien Breaks the Chest. That one is Li Shijia's imperial beast? Wu Mingjian searched for the sound and looked, only to see a blue-skinned troll, which was convulsing madly on the ground, with a whimpering and wailing sound constantly coming out of its mouth. As the freshman exchange tournament was a rather grand event in Crane City, Wu Mingjian had paid some attention to it, and with a glance, he recognized the troll, which was none other than third middle school Li Shijia's imperial beast, and a phantom species at that, parasitic, plundering someone else's imperial beast. Wu Mingjian's heart stuttered. Is it finally time to break the chest? Fang Xiu's eyes also focused on the troll. At the freshman exchange tournament, he captured a total of 4 imperial beasts. In addition to Li Shijia's trolls, there were also Gung Guangwei's 3 uprights. Because of the first captured Homo erectus and the ancient species, the aliens had broken their chests by the time they got to the hospital. After a feeding frenzy, the 3 aliens, who had assimilated the genes of the Homo erectus, also turned into adult bodies. They are not much different in appearance from a normal male xenomorph, only more massive in bone structure. Each alien was over 4 meters tall, and compared to ordinary male aliens, it was simply the difference between an adult and a child. Fang Xiu named them alien guards and put them in charge of defending the alien queen. On the contrary, Li Shijia's troll, I wonder if it's because the genes are more difficult to assimilate, has been parasitizing until now. Before it starts to show signs of wanting to break its chest, the alien sword saint quickly came to Fang Xiu's side, and with a flick of his wrist, the black blade ejected from his elbow joint and was grasped in one hand. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan also immediately released her hellfire, staring at the troll as if it was a formidable enemy. What are you doing, Teacher Zhang? Wu Mingjian raised his eyebrows for a moment and quickly reacted that Zheng Panpan was worried that Fang Xiu's imperial beast would be out of control. However, he didn't release his imperial beast, but instead took a step back and came behind Hellfire. Pust! Only blood sprayed out from the troll's chest like a dancing red butterfly. Then there was a flat, elongated head drilling out from the troll's body. It opened its mouth. Its teeth were much more enormous than ordinary aliens, especially the 2 tiger teeth in the upper jaw, which were as thick as Fang Xiu's arm. Apparently a mutation from assimilating troll genes. Saliva with corrosive properties dripped from the corners of his mouth and dissolved a crater in the ground. It also had a much wider palm, easily holding the troll's body in two and standing out. Its standing posture, also very similar to this troll. It clenched its fists, as if it felt that something was missing, and then turned around, looked at the troll corpse on the ground, and finally reached out its hand, and gripped the troll's spine, and with a forceful jerk, it hardened the troll's entire spine, and gripped it in its hand. However, this alien didn't attack its own kind like the alien Kinsei did. It stood in place, seemingly thinking for a while, before finally kneeling down on one knee towards Fang Xiu and lowering its head. Very good. Seeing this, Fang Xiu nodded with satisfaction. It looks like the power in your heart was enhanced after suppressing the alien sword saint, which is why you were able to make this alien submit to you. Zhang Panpan said as such. Fang Xiu nodded his head a bit, thinking that it was the same, then consumed his resources and released a 500-pound fat pig out. Either way, the busting of the chest was the beginning of the alien. They need to eat a lot in order for their bodies to grow to full size, and as soon as they lack food, they go into a dormant state. Ordinary aliens would be fine, but an elite like the one in front of him, the sufficiency of food still needed to be guaranteed. Hunt it down. Fang Xiu lowered his voice. Although he could create cooked meat to feed this alien, Fang Xiu still wanted to see how powerful it would be after assimilating the troll. Just in the chest-breaking state, it's close to 2 meters tall. If this enters its full body, I'm afraid it won't be as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. Fang Xiu made an estimation based on his past experience. Wu Mingjian subconsciously held his breath. Imperial beasts like the alien, not to mention having seen them, he had never even heard of them. But what Fang Xiu and the three of them didn't expect was that the alien didn't directly pounce on the domestic pig that Fang Xiu had released. It instead turned around, stretched out its wide palm, and grabbed towards the troll's head. What is it doing? Wu Mingjian asked in disbelief. Didn't you have the aliens hunt that pig? Could it be that it couldn't understand Fang Xiu's order, so it misunderstood the hunting target? If that's the case, then Fang Xiu's alien, his intelligence is a bit low. Fang Xiu silently watched, only to see this alien, ripping off the troll's head with one hand, and then using the most primitive brute force, crushing it to smithereens. Boo! All sorts of white, red liquids, like bursting watermelons, sprayed out from it, creating a sound that even made Wu Mingjian freeze. But as the alien crushed the troll's head, a faint glow, changing to red energy, swirled around its feet. Is this a snake stick? Fang Xiu muttered, his eyes moving. Li Shijia's trolls, known as shadow sorcerers, attacked by crushing the skulls of animals and summoning snake spirits with sorcery as their main means of attack. Now see, his own alien gained the power to use sorcery even after assimilating the shadow wizard. That's really nice. Fang Xiu's eyes glowed in anticipation of this alien's hunting performance. One must know that the last thing Fang Xiu's underground kingdom lacked was skulls. So many common aliens, all of which can be used to act as props for the use of sorcery, only to see the massive energy transformed into the appearance of an alien, and then opened its mouth, from which it spat out a bright red flying needle that sped out towards the house pig. What happened before this pig had time to react? No, to be precise, the family pig noticed nothing. In just a blink of an eye, this flying needle shot straight into its body and flew out from the other end, finally sticking on the ground, and where it was crossed, it dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked as if it had been melted by a strong acid. Acid blood. This alien created the alien rod with sorcery to take the corrosive effects of acidic blood and fuse it into an energy needle. Poof! In less than half a breath, the house pig fell heavily to the ground, its mouth emitting pig-killing screams. Numbing. And where the needle had gone through, it dissolved a fist-sized hollow, translucent front and back. Fang Xiu's alien was not surprised by this, as if everything was a matter of course, and walked over in 3 steps and began to feast. Wu Mingjian took this scene in, and his entire body directly drew in a breath of cold air. Fang was schoolmate's alien. It's really unique. If he remembered correctly, that sorcery was originally the ability of Li Shijia's imperial beasts, but he didn't expect it to be copied by the alien. Chapter 78, a whole year of shocking Ma Wanfeng. Since you can use sorcery, let's call you alien sorcerer from now on. Fang Xiu looked at the newly hatched alien, nodded in satisfaction, and gave it a new name. The aliens are the base. There is no need to change them. and in order to differentiate them from the normal aliens, they are simply differentiated by their abilities. Alien Sword Saint Melee Hold. Alien Sorcerer Long Range Cooperation. Looking for an opportunity to kill in one hit, especially the flying needles with the acidic blood nature could definitely reverse the situation at the critical moment. Fang Xiu looked at his Alien Sorcerer and Alien Sword Saint and couldn't wait to participate in the Black River State League. Speaking of which, the Black River State League, when will it be held? Fang Xiu calmed his excitement and asked curiously. After the midterm exams, I guess. Zhang Panpan pushed up her glasses. The first half of the first semester of high school starts at the end of August, and winter break is in late December, which is only 4 months before and after the opening mapping exams, then the freshman exchange game a month later, then midterms. By the time we get back from the Black River State League, it's basically almost time for finals. Needless to say, just the first half of the first semester of senior year is quite a tight schedule. Midterm exam? If it wasn't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, Fang Xiu had forgotten that there was still the matter of midterm exams. Yes, Zhang Panpan nodded. The midterm exam was basically not difficult. With Fang Xiu's strength, there was basically no problem in stabilizing the number 1 ranking. Do well, and if you get first in the school, you'll get a scholarship. It's still very lucrative. Zhang Panpan smiled. In a key high school like First High School, if you can get into the top 10, not only can you get a scholarship, but you can also get credits. If Fang Xiu really did well in the Black River State League, these credits alone would have allowed Fang Xiu to, last semester, undergo a mutation. So far, no one has been able to take this many credits in the first semester of their senior year. Even with the operation of the student council, those so-called geniuses were all mutated in the second half of the senior's second semester. I'll work hard. Fang Xiu nodded, stating that he would definitely shine in the Black River State League. Well, the future of first grade depends on you, Fang Hu. In this way, Fang Xiu left a large amount of food for the alien sorcerer, allowing it to grow to its full size, and then sent Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian, and the two of them, away from his imperial beast space. Alright, I should go back too. Zhang Panpan waved his hand towards Fang Xiu, allowing him to continue imperializing the beasts. Wu Mingjian also took his leave at this point. Only, after seeing Fang Xiu's alien form, Wu Mingjian didn't go back to the imperial beasts, or rest, but hurriedly ran to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest in the senior class of the first middle school, and the president of the student council, his dormitory was heck of a 500 square foot villa. A living room alone is lavishly decorated. How are things being handled? Ma Wanfeng wasn't surprised by Wu Mingjian's arrival. He invited him in and asked his cooking aunt to help make a pot of tea. Wu Mingjian's face was a little embarrassed, but he could only shake his head. Although getting along with Fang Xiu wasn't bad, at least eliminating the conflict between him and Qianfeng. Fang Xiu didn't agree about joining the student union. But, I went to his royal beast space, worried that Ma Wansheng would accuse him of not doing his job well. Wu Mingjian turned his words around and directly chatted about the imperial beast space. Oh, upon hearing these words, Ma Wanfeng's frowning brows suddenly stretched. It was important to know that the royal beast space had always been relatively private, and unless the relationship between two people was extremely good, otherwise, they would generally not invite each other into their own royal beast space. From this point of view, Fang Xiu was shaken inwardly even if he didn't directly join the student council. Tell me, Ma Wanfeng said as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wu Mingjian. This is the tea that Senior Chu sent. It tastes good. Wu Mingjian hurriedly received the tea with both hands, and despite the fact that the teacup was a bit hot, he took a stiff sip, while hiding the part that it was only possible to visit because of the money spent. Fang Xiu's aliens, there are more than 400 of them. When these words came out, Ma Wanfeng's expression instantly froze. The pupils vibrated slightly, and the expression written on his face was as if to say, "Are you kidding me? 400 aliens? Didn't Fang Xiu just start his first year of high school? He's got a background that he's investigated himself. Both parents are average workers with mortgage and car payments. There weren't any higher status relatives either. Just a very ordinary family. 400 or so imperial beasts? Are you kidding me? If insects, like the hornet type of imperial beasts, had hundreds of them, he could understand. But, Fang Xiu's alien was clearly a giant imperial beast. Each one's fighting strength was extremely strong. That's right. Wu Mingjian nodded, stating that he had definitely not misread the situation and was not joking. President, you should remember that behemoth that Fang Xiu released at the end when he was fighting Li Jin, right? Aha. Ma Wanfeng responded sharply. Honestly, the moment he saw the alien queen come out, he was taken aback as well. Compared to the other aliens, this queen's power, it's not even on the same level. With just one slap, the half-dragon was slapped into unconsciousness. Truly amazing. Only, what does this have to do with the number of aliens in Fanghu? According to Manhwa, that imperial beast is called the alien queen, and when the aliens community grows to a certain size, the alien queen will be able to advance and evolve to become the alien queen. Whether it's power, or anything else, it can be dramatically increased. Wu Mingjian said with a serious face. At first there was some disbelief in his heart when he heard this. However, Fang Xiu's talent for royalty beasts was simply too demonic, especially that alien sorcerer, who was able to take the sorcery of Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. This kind of thing really turned his perception upside down. There's still such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils quaked madly. Although he didn't convince Fang Xiu to join the student council this time, Wu Mingjian did manage to extract good information. Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng pursued without thinking. In his opinion, Fang Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. He should record his imperial beast situation and send it to Chu Xinghe and the others. Wu Mingjian smiled awkwardly. In Fang Xiu's imperial beast space, he was just shocked, totally forgot about being able to videotape this. Forget it. Ma Wanfeng waved his hand, but he didn't blame Wu Mingjian for not doing his job well. He lifted his chin and thought carefully. Fang Xiu is after all a student of our first middle school. There will be plenty of time to get in touch with him in the future. Wu Mingjian, your next task is to think of ways to get Fang Xiu to join our student union. Chapter 79, Fang Xiu's Pink Lady. The freshman exchange match came to an end, and Fang Xiu returned to campus life. Just as soon as Fang Xiu walked into the campus, he became the center of attention. Is that man Fang Xiu? Ah, it feels so handsome, even more so than on the video. Would love to get an autograph from him. For a while, all sorts of voices entered Fang Xiu's ears, but there weren't many students who really came together. Although Fang Xiu's family of origin was average, his sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, as well as his play in the freshman exchange competition made many students think that Fang Xiu came from a famous family. The light that shone like a star, on the contrary, gave people a feeling that it was difficult to approach. It feels like if this continues, I'll have to wear a hat with sunglasses in school in the future. Fang Xiu pretended to be calm on the surface, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit out. No wonder those celebrities travel with hats, masks, and sunglasses to hide their identities. This intense sighting and murmuring was really a little bit of a shy one. Fang Xiu, however, soon, a voice familiar to Fang Xiu stood out from the noisy chatter. Fang Xiu subconsciously turned around and realized that the visitor was no one else but his deskmate, Shi Zhanhong. Congratulations, you've managed to take the freshman exchange championship. It was really stressful at the time. Say, that alien queen of yours, how on earth did you breed it? It's too strong. Shi Zhanhong was dancing with excitement, and those who didn't know thought that he had won the match. Just so cultivated, Fang Xiu said lightly. This Shi Zhanhong's grades weren't outstanding, but his first impression of Fang Xiu was not bad, and he was interested in gossip. Speaking of which, do you know who Master Che Xin is? Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong walked side by side on the boulevard, heading to the classroom, having a chat on the way. Master Che Xin? That must be known. Shi Zhanhong nodded repeatedly. That's the pride of our Crane City. It is said to be one of the earliest batch of genius Imperial Beast Masters to take the Imperial Beast High School examination, and shortly after entering the university, he made a name for himself and participated in the Imperial Beast War. Then the military reform. He was discharged from the army and went to the Five Flowers Group, but it was still a smooth ride, and in a few years he was promoted to vice president. It can be said to be in existence among men. When telling about Master Che Xin, Shi Zhanhong's eyes glowed with the kind of pride that leaps off the page. I know that some people may think that a vice president of a big factory is nothing special, but for a small 18th tier city like ours, it's already a feat to come out with one such figure. Although Shi Zhanhong does not feel that there is anything wrong with Crane City, but this is after all a small frontier city in China. Education, resources are not very developed. It's also hard for people who go out from Crane City to achieve too much, especially after entering the Imperial Beast era. The Hejiang Prefecture had united with the Ji Prefecture, Liao Prefecture, and parts of the Mengdong Prefecture to create the Imperial Beast 4 Prefecture's General Bureau. In its heyday, the Imperial Beast's 4 states' general administration was more than capable of directly contending with its neighbors. Such an approach has naturally aroused the discontent of some people. In the end, a group of people came down from above and not only disbanded the Imperial Beast's General Bureau, but also overhauled the personnel arrangements in the Black River State. Since then, the entire Black River State has been in a state of disarray and has suffered a great loss of vitality. Ugh, Shi Zhanhong recounted the past while waving his fist. Otherwise, our Crane City can also break bread with those second and third tier cities in the south as well. So you see how rare and valuable it is to have someone like Master Che Xin, don't you? Surprisingly, there has been such a thing. Fang Xiu nodded. Yes, but Master Che Xin is older after all. Plus the 5 flowers infighting is powerful. and finally ended up in an early retirement. Shi Zhanhong said. His eyes couldn't help but darken a lot, obviously for what happened to Che Xin. Feel injustice. However, he quickly reacted. There was no reason why Fang Xiu would suddenly ask about such a thing. It's not like he likes to gossip as much as he does. Fang Xiu, you couldn't have gotten the invitation, right? Shi Zhanhong suddenly froze in place, both of his eyes glaring like the eyes of an ox, staring at Fang Xiu in death, and his mouth couldn't help but open wide into an O shape. Dumbstruck, Master Che Xin, so to speak, was his idol. Over the years, he hadn't missed following each other online. He investigated the painting exhibition when he learned that the other man had retired and returned to Crane City. Not only that, Shi Zhanhong tried everything to get an invitation to the painting exhibition. However, the tickets for the invitations, which were speculated by scalpers to 100,000 apiece, were unaffordable for a student like him. Moreover, even scalpers have very limited invitations in their hands, and just having money without connections doesn't work. Unexpectedly, the invitation that he had been longing for was actually obtained by Fang Xiu. $100,000. You're really rich. Shi Zhanhong spat with a very red-eyed look. In his opinion, Fang Xiu must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament to buy the invitation. No, someone else gave it to me, Fang Xiu said lightly. Ha? Sent? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but be stunned. Who sent you this? Wu Mingjian. Wu Mingjian? Isn't that the vice president of the student council? Shi Zhanhong was stunned again. What the hell? Didn't Fang Xiu beat Ma Ming violently? Even though the other party was just a student council fighter, they were at least student council members. If Fang Xiu hit him, wasn't that like hitting the student council in the face? Why would Wu Mingjian still want to give Fang Xiu an invitation? It's not the right script, is it? Yeah, what other reason could there be? Wanting to pull me in, Fang Xiu said with a light smile. He could feel Wu Mingjian's importance to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Qian Feng over to apologize at his door and give himself money. Just what Fang Hua did not expect is, the invitation to this painting exhibition would have such a high gold content. That's a really heavy gift. Pulling in? That's right. After all, your performance in the freshman exchange tournament was too amazing. I also heard that there are quite a few female fans of yours in our school, and they've even built groups and stuff. Shi Zhanhong spat out. You also know about this kind of thing? Fang Xiu raised his sword eyebrow. Although he knew that this Shi Zhanhong liked to gossip, but would it be too outrageous to even know about the female powder group? My cousin is the head of your female fans. I found out when she built the group. And, after hearing that I am your tablemate, she also wants to cooperate with me a little. Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. This matter was related to Fang Xiu after all, and he was too embarrassed to hide it. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed. It's her hopeful class that she'll steal a few pictures of you, preferably when you're sleeping, and print them out and sell them to the schoolgirls in the group. Fang Hu? Chapter 80. You've thought of a name for the baby, haven't you? But don't worry, Fang Xiu, how could I possibly do something so classless? So I righteously rejected her. Shi Zhanhong said forcefully. This is Fang Xiu, the first person in the Crane City First School. Just being at the same table with him is something you can blow off for the rest of your life. How can one steal a picture? It's not impossible. Fang Xiu's eyes moved. Shi Zhanhong, did your sister give you any word on how much to sell a photo for? Fang Xiu thought for a moment. He hadn't realized that his female fans could be so outrageous. And then there's Shi Zhanhong's sister, who's practically the head of female fans. But then again, what people make the best money? Of course it's these female fans. Celebrities online endorse just about any product and they are buying it. It doesn't matter for a moment if what I bought works or not. If I can use it myself, what matters is that I can support my brother. This she did not say. Shi Zhanhong a black line. Not buddy, what is this? It's possible to work together. Selling my photos is fine, but I want a cut. The expenses of his own imperial beasts were huge, and although he had the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament and Wu Mingjian's gift, it was only a burning issue. Now that there was this easy way to make money, Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. Are you serious? Shi Zhanhong asked incredulously. Well, you do realize that imperial beasts can cost a lot of money, right? As long as the pricing isn't too outrageous, it's not bad if you sell at a thin profit. Fang Xiu spoke his thoughts. If a photo sells for $5, that's $1,000 assuming there are 200 people in the group. And $5 doesn't impose much of a burden on a little girl in high school. In a way, it's kind of a win-win. After receiving Fang Xiu's permission, Shi Zhanhong's eyes also lit up. He sort of understood why Fang Xiu's imperial beasts were so powerful. Fang Xiu's business acumen was indeed strong. Just something like selling photos could be applied to imperial beasts. With that, Shi Zhanhong took out his cell phone and directly sent a text message to his sister Shi Yonglin. sending the points Fang Xiu said he wanted directly over. Selling photos is fine, but the pricing can't be too high, and Fang Xiu is going to take a 50% cut. Buzz. Shi Zhanhong's cell phone swirled and vibrated, and Shi Yonglin messaged back in seconds. Really? Please make sure to take a picture of old sister me first. Shi Zhanhong looked at the text message with a black line on his face. Nice guy. The proximity of the water is the first thing to go, isn't it? But no matter what, Shi Zhanhong and Shi Yonglin have always been on good terms, as good as brother and sister. In the end, he raised his cell phone and took a picture of Fang Xiu's back and sent it over. So handsome. Just the back is so handsome, truly worthy of being our Fang Xiu. Shi Zhanhong looked at the text message on his cell phone and had a black line on his face. No sis, what do you mean by our Fang Xiu? You don't think you want me to have a CP with Fang Xiu, do you? We're in a normal table relationship, please don't kowtow. What are you thinking about all day long? Don't you think that old sister and I are a good match for Manhwa? He's a talented man, I'm a beautiful woman, and besides, I'm your sister, I'm the one who's ing with you. If Manhwa and I succeed in getting together, then he'll be your brother-in-law. Crane City First High School. No, not right. The future #1 person of the Imperial Capital University as your brother-in-law. Doesn't that smell good? Say, what do you think of the names Fang Yuan Fang Zhang? In less than half a breath, Shi Yonglin sent a series of text messages over, allowing Shi Zhanhong to instantly see what it was like to have a female powder head on fire. Nice guy, obviously. We haven't even met, and you've even figured out what to call the baby. Right? And it's still a second child. What are you doing here in response to national policy? For a while, Shi Zhanhong felt that his old sister was full of sluts. But, when he put down his cell phone and looked up at Fang Xiu again, brother-in-law? If he could really be Fang Xiu's brother-in-law, did he count himself as one person's success and his whole family's ascension to heaven? What's wrong? Fang Xiu saw that Shi Zhanhong didn't follow. If we don't go, we'll be late. Coming. Shi Zhanhong quickly followed. Speaking of which, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Hu? No. Why did it feel like the whole school had become unhinged after he won the freshman exchange tournament? With that, the duo made their way to the second classroom. Without waiting for Fang Xiu to react, the classroom resounded with thunderous applause. There were even people with gift tubes setting off fireworks. For those who don't know, whose birthday is being celebrated. Not only that, even the blackboards of the classes were filled with boards celebrating Fang Xiu's victory in the freshman exchange tournament. Congratulations to Mr. Fang Xiu. If you are rich, don't forget each other. Fang Xiu, looking at one fawning-looking classmate after another, Fang Xiu took a lot of effort to return to his seat. It was only when passing by Li Qingqing's seat that Li Qingqing made a point of saying, the freshman exchange tournament. Thanks to you, if IHS doesn't win the freshman exchange, it will not be in this year's Black River State tournament. And as someone who wanted to defeat Chu Xinghe, Li Qingqing placed extra importance on this Black River State League. Li Shijia and Li Jin's phantom beast species were also not expected by Li Qingqing, plus the nasty tactics. If it wasn't for Fang Xiu, then this year's first high school would really be out of the Black River State League. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Fang Xiu smiled towards Qingqing. Rather, it's Qingqing's student who still needs to work hard. Don't worry, I won't hold you back during the Black River State League. Li Qingqing lowered her voice, although she was grateful to Fang Xiu. When facing him, Li Qingqing was still in a high-strung manner. Fang Xiu didn't care. He just returned to his seat and prepared to start today's study. However, not waiting for the teacher of the first general studies class to come over, the teacher of the second class, Zhang Yu, had already come to the door, and the classroom, which was still laughing and joking, suddenly quieted down. Zhang Yu looked at the blackboard report and didn't say much, but only swept his eyes around before settling on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, come out here. Coming. Before Fang Xiu's but was even warm, he stood up and walked towards the door. The other students, at once, cast envious looks, although he didn't know what Zhang Yu was looking for Fang Xiu for. But considering Fang Xiu's performance in this freshman exchange tournament, he thought that there must be no less benefits. In the future, the gap between them and Fang Xiu would only grow wider. At the same time, there were quite a few students who subconsciously looked at Li Qingqing after Fang Xiu left. The strongest student in Crane City Junior High School, the top-ranked genius girl in the midterm. Her radiance was now overshadowed by Fang Xiu in all aspects. Alas, both are born clear. So what is the rest? The class didn't know which student spat out a sentence. Li Qingqing violently broke the pen in her hand, and the crisp breaking sound instantly silenced the classroom. Fang Yu, Chapter 81, Principal Ren's Favor. What's wrong, Brother Yu? Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu left the classroom together. I'm not very clear on what exactly is going on. I just know that Principal Ren wants to see you, so pay attention when you're there. Zhang Yu didn't forget to remind Fang Xiu, usually with him, and Zhang Pan Pan, cheek to cheek. collect a visit fee is also even so. But don't be so big-headed in front of the principal. The principal of the first middle school, asking to see me by name? Fang Xiu then realized. No wonder today's Zhang Yu looked much more serious than usual. I didn't expect a handful of people from the first high school to take the initiative and ask to see themselves. Before Fang Xiu crossed over, he also went to high school, and at that time, his grades were not to say that he was a school god or a school bully, but he was also at the top of the list. But after 3 years of high school, he had never met the principal. Be more spirited. Don't disgrace our second class, Zhang Yu said in Fang Xiu's ear. At the thought of Fang Xiu also meeting the principal, he, the homeroom teacher, was more or less nervous. However, compared to those students who had made a big mistake and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was still more happy than good. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu to the front of the principal's office and raised his hand to gently knock twice on it. Come in. The voice that came from inside was a rather gentle one, a very different vocal line than the one heard during the mapping exam. Hello, Principal Run. Zhang Yu pushed the door and walked in, forcing himself to greet the principal and not forgetting to raise his hand to slap Fang Xiu on the shoulder. Oh, good day Principal Run. I'm Fang Xiu from year 1st class 2. Fang Xiu introduced himself while looking around and observing this office. There is a lot of space here. Not only can you place a 60-inch TV, but Principal Ren's desk is 3 meters long, looking both atmospheric and luxurious, and behind it are rows and rows of bookcases. Only, Fang Xiu didn't feel any flavor of a bookish family, only feeling that this office was only used to display the broad-mindedness. There's a cheesiness to it. As for the Principal Ren that Zhang Yu was talking about, she was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a black one-piece dress and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses as she ruffled her hair in the face of a smile. Ren Xiuyu. Fang Xiu's line of sight focused on the desk in front of Ren Xiuyue. A woman's name was engraved under an ornament with a Chinese flag. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Yu called him Principal Ren, Fang Xiu instantly realized that Ren Xiuyue was most likely the name of this principal. It was just that what puzzled Fang Xiu was that he hadn't seen this headmaster Ren during the mapping exam. Fellow student Fang Xiu is really strange. You didn't see me during the mapping exams and the freshman exchange tournament, right? Ren Xiuyue said smilingly, as if she possessed mind-reading skills. Seeing through Fang Xiu's doubts, my benefactor returned home some time ago, just in time, so all the big and small matters of the first middle school were handed over to the other principal, the one you met. This freshman exchange tournament is thanks to Mr. Fang Xiu, or else this year's laurels would have gone to the third middle school. Fang Xiu didn't expect Ren Xiuyu to take the initiative to explain all this, as well as her image looked more like a sister full of knowledge. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw her in this office, it would be hard for Fang Xiu to associate her identity with the title of the principal of the first middle school. Where are the words? I am originally a student of the first school, and it is incumbent upon my generation to fight for the honor of the first school. Fang Xiu held his head high and said with a serious face. Even Zhang Yu could not help but stare. No, is that your line? Since when do you have such a sense of collective honor? Although Zhang Yu wanted to ruthlessly spit on Fang Xiu, he swallowed the words in front of Ren Xiuyu. Very good. Ren Xiuyu sized up Fang Xiu and nodded in satisfaction. Even though this was their first meeting, she had heard quite a bit about Fang Xiu before this, especially shining in the freshman exchange game. If it's Fang Xiu, he might really shine in the Black River State League. Thinking of this, Ren Xiuyue's hand reached under the desk and pulled open the bottom drawer, then took out an invitation and a bank card from it, placed them on the desk, and pushed them forward again. The password for this card is 123,456. There's about $200,000 in there, and it's our first school's way of honoring you for this. For a good seedling like Fang Xiu, Ren Xiuyu naturally had no reason not to cultivate him. Only, Fang Xiu was different from Li Jin. The latter is the real son of the vice principal of the third form college, and although he gets a lot of resources, most of the funding is done in his personal name. If he helped Fang Xiu that way as well, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble once it was used as a pretext. As opposed to being united and helping each other, there have always been dark currents within the first high school. 200,000. As soon as he heard this figure, Fang Xiu's starry eyes also flashed with a brilliant light. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a large sum of money in all the time he had been a royal beast. In this way, not only could the size of one's xenomorph expand again, along with the next feeding problem, it was also solved. However, compared to that bank card, Fang Xiu's sight, instead, was attracted by the invitation on the table. Because that invitation gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. An exhibition of paintings by Master Chasen? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows for a moment. Then he remembered that the student council had Chu Xinghe's backing and had erupted into conflict with the physical education teachers. Nowadays, the tailspin is causing some headaches for the principals. What Wu Mingjian did in private, naturally he would not report to Ren Xiuyue. The principal, So here's the question. It was to tell Rin Xiaoyu that she had gotten the invitation and asked her to give it to someone else. Or, pretend you don't know anything about it and turn around and out the invitation? It's not like I'm some kind of Madonna, Fang Xiu murmured in his heart, then took both the invitation and the bank card in his hands. Thank you. Then, Principal Run. Looking forward to your performance in the Black River State League. Ren Xiaoyu smiled. Then as if she suddenly thought of something. By the way, midterm exams are coming up. Fang has to work harder. If he can get a good rank this time, I would like to personally sponsor a piece of equipment for student Fang. Really? Fang Xiu's starry eyes twitched. Through the freshman exchange tournament, Fang Xiu had a clear perception of the Imperial Beast equipment. If Li Jin's half-dragon didn't have that electric fork, his own alien sword saint wouldn't necessarily lose to him. You can see how much the equipment enhances the Imperial Beasts. This was especially true of Fang's alien sorcerer, which had to pass itself off as a shadow sorcerer's spine because it didn't have a staff at its disposal. If we could build a piece of equipment for it, it would be a great help for the Black River State League. 2. It's a deal. Principal Run. It's a deal. Chapter 82. If you don't abandon me, I'll be your father. After receiving Rin Xiaoyu's bank card and invitation, Fang Xiu exited the office with Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu's eyes had been focused on the invitation in Fang Xiu's hand. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shook the invitation, always feeling that there was something wrong with him since just now. Nothing, just some envy. Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of loss. It is evident that he is not lying. Envious? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Do you know how precious the invitation Principal Ren gave you is? It was an exhibition of Master Che Xian's paintings. Moreover, it's said to be a painting exhibition, but in reality, it's a desire to select an Imperial Beast Master to take as his close disciple. Not only can you get personal guidance from Master Che Xian, the resources needed for the Imperial Beasts, as well as the future equipment issues, don't worry about any of them. Most importantly, with Master Che Xian's connections, once you graduate in the future, you'll have the opportunity to enter a major factory. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more agitated he became. I can't wait for Master Che Xian to retire a decade or so earlier, so that I might be able to have a chance myself. Of course, this kind of thing was only in Zhang Yu's mind. With his own talent, even if he did get an invitation and went to the exhibition, he probably wouldn't have a chance of being selected. Fang Xiu was different. He was the #1 freshman in Heqing First High School. If it's him, he might actually have a chance of being selected. So powerful. Fang Xiu nodded. Why don't you ask Li Qingqing to come along? Although he knew that this invitation was something unexceptional, Fang Xiu also felt strange in his heart. If he himself was the first person of the freshmen, then Qingqing Li was the second person of the freshmen. Her middle school grades, moreover, are very impressive. It's reasonable to qualify for an invitation. 2. Do you think that Master Che Xian's painting exhibition is something that you can go and see just by spending money? Zhang Yu blankly looked at Fang Xiu. Although there are some kind of scalpers online, those are nothing but scams. Real invitations only circulate internally. Invitations, as the name suggests, are only available to you if I invite you. Only after hearing this explanation from Zhang Yu did Fang Xiu react. You mean it's a done deal as to who gets to go to the painting show? Principal Ren gave me an invitation because I was on the list of those invited? The child is teachable. Zhang Yu nodded. It's not the past. Information is not developed. If you want to check that student's information, you can do it with your cell phone. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shen Bing, and you, all of these famous students of Crane City know. One middle school are naturally on the list. The same goes for Li Jin, Li Shijia, Han Bing from the 3rd middle school, and Wang Dalong from Yucai. The sophomores, the juniors will also go? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows, grasping the point of Zhang Yu's words. I had thought the only people invited were upperclassmen. I didn't realize that even sophomores and juniors were invited. But that's not right. If only the people on the list were invited, what would Wu Mingjian say? Could it be that the invitation he gave was also naming himself? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly took out another one. And what is this? Zhang Yu couldn't help but stare. How did you get 2? From Wu Mingjian, Fang Xiu said lightly. So it is. The shock in Zhang Yu's eyes quickly disappeared. With Fang Xiu's qualifications, it wasn't much of a surprise for him to be pulled in by the student council. After all, some of the parents of the children in Crane City are people of honor, and it wouldn't be good to turn them away outright. So they prepared more invitations. I guess that's how it should be. No matter what, Zhang Yu was just a high school teacher. Naturally he couldn't come into contact with people in Che Xian's position, and he only partially understood about the painting exhibition. If you're interested in this matter, you can ask Qingli instead. Her family's connections, after all, are pretty strong. Seeing that everything that needed to be said had been said, Zhang Yu parted ways with Fang Xiu at the location of the stairway and went back to his office to get busy. When Fang Xiu returned to the classroom, it was just after class. Plus the next class was physical education class. There were not many people in the classroom. However, Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were both there. Say, what is it that Mr. Zhang Yu is looking for you for? Li Qingqing turned her body around and crossed her legs in a questioning tone. It was as if he was blaming Fang Xiu if he was doing something bad behind his back. Nothing much. Fang Xiu shook his head. If it were normal, he would have spat out whether Li Qingqing had taken the wrong medication. I, Fang Hu, have acted all my life. Why do I need to explain to you? However, right now, he did have something he wanted to ask Li Qingqing. Do you know about Master Che Xin's exhibition? Principal Ren gave me this. While speaking, Fang Xiu took out the invitation to the painting exhibition. The other students saw this and were jealous. An invitation to Master Che Xin's painting exhibition? So envious. Damn it, I even looked online today and the scalp tickets went up to 200,000 apiece. Really want to go. Due to Li Qingqing's aura, the other students were all shredding from a distance and no one dared to come up. Only Shi Zhanhong, who had violently remembered that Fang Xiu had talked about this matter in the morning, said Wu Mingjian gave him one. Now the principal is giving away another one. So doesn't that mean Fang Xiu now has 2 invitations? Righteous father. In a flash, Shi Zhanhong quickly rushed to Fang Xiu and bowed his head. His voice was loud and covered the entire classroom. Fang Hu? Qingqing Li? What's your business here? Still shouldn't do what you're doing? Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Shi Zhanhong. But how could Shi Zhanhong be afraid of Li Qingqing? He went out on a limb for the invitation. Righteous father, as long as you give me the invitation, I'll be willing to work for you as an ox for 3 years in high school. Li Qingqing sniffed and couldn't help but have a black line on her face. Even if Fang Xiu was a saint, he couldn't possibly give away Master Che Xin's invitation. Could he? Don't dream. Li Qingqing spat out without a trace of anger. Fang Xiu looked at Shi Zhanhong, who had taken this invitation with the intention of selling it. Who wouldn't sell it to? Fang Xiu whirled around and sat on the chair. It's not impossible. Just do you have that much money? This. Shi Zhanhong could not help but freeze. It was because of the lack of money that he would worship Fang Hua as his righteous father. Fang Xiu, are you really planning to sell? Li Qingqing was also startled by this statement. Even though Master Che Xin has retired, he is at least a 5-star Imperial Beast Master. As expected, this Li Qingqing had some knowledge of Che Xin. You're also interested? As Fang Xiu spoke, he took out both invitations. Why don't you guys bid on them? You have 2? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. She never dreamed that Fang Xiu had 2 invitations. Where did you get that? Chapter 83, Times Square. As the brightest star of Crane City Junior High School, Li Qingqing naturally wouldn't lack channels, and the second invitation in Fang Hua's hand was of little interest. Although Chen Fan's talent was a bit worse than a few of them, his family was at least considered rich, and apart from them, Fang Xiu was not familiar with the others, and seeing that Shi Zhanhong was very interested in this painting exhibition, he simply sold it to him at the low price of $100,000, with an IOU. Of course, for the rest of the time, Fang Xiu's energy was spent on the Imperial Beasts, relying on the huge amount of money given by Ren Xiuyue, and the gift money from Wu Mingjian. Fang Xiu expanded the number of aliens to 1,000. It was expected to allow the alien queen to advance and evolve. Yet nothing happened. It wasn't until the weekend 3 days later that Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong agreed to meet at Times Square in Crane City. No matter what, Fang Xiu was a traveler, and after coming to this world, he had focused on the Imperial Beasts, and had little chance to go shopping at all, rather feeling like he was unfamiliar with the world. Righteous father, upon seeing Fang Xiu, Shi Zhanhong's emotions were also very excited. I thought that I was not going to be able to participate in this painting exhibition, but I did not expect Fang Xiu to be able to get an extra invitation. It's better to call me Fang Hua. Fang Xiu spat out with a black line on his face. Although he knew that Shi Zhanhong's righteous father was just playing a stunt, there was still some shame in doing so in public. Yes, Shi Zhanhong nodded his head with a smile. However, if Master Che Xin wants to choose a disciple, it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Although he had the opportunity to come over with Fang Xiu to see the world, Shi Zhanhong didn't feel that he would be the lucky one. In his opinion, Fang Xiu's talent was the strongest. You can't say that either. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. He didn't think so. If it's really about talent, then there's no need for Che Xin to make such a mess. Wouldn't it be better to just pick people based on merit? Moreover, short videos are so advanced nowadays that the live footage of my fight with Li Jin has been repeatedly edited and posted online. Even though the influence is only limited to Crane City, it's enough to let Che Xin know about it. But he didn't contact me, which means he has his own set of selection criteria. Fang Hu analyzed. Is that so? Shi Zhanhong's eyes glowed, and with that, a fighting spirit arose. However, right at this moment, a high and cold female voice slowly floated in from behind Fang Xiu, Shi Zhanhong and the two of them. But don't get too happy. Shi Zhanhong subconsciously turned back and realized that the person standing behind them was no other than Li Qingqing, who was in the same class. Classmate Qingqing? What a coincidence! Shi Zhanhong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, not expecting to run into Li Qingqing here. But the next second, he was met with a big blank stare from Li Qingqing. It felt as if it was spitting in the face. We're all here for a painting show. It's only strange that we can't bump into each other, isn't it? Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. Li Qingqing did not look at him more than once, but instead, she quickened her pace and came to Fang Xiu's side. Now that it's nearing November and the weather is cooling down, Qingqing Li has also changed into black leggings and a punchy jacket, which looks very warm and emphasizes her long legs. With her hands in her pockets, she lightly opened her vermilion lips beside Fang Xiu. I advise you not to pay too much attention to this matter. How? Fang Xiu was momentarily interested, and Shi Zhanhong followed suit and perked up his ears. I heard from my family that this time, Master Che Xin came back without bringing a single imperial beast. Qingqing Li walked towards the imperial mansion in Times Square, then shared the information she had with Fang Xiu. Didn't bring back a single imperial beast? Why? Shi Zhanhong pursued in doubt. For imperial beast masters, imperial beasts are not only the result of their years of hard work, but also partners who fight side by side. A lot of the time, the bond between the imperial beast master and the imperial beast was stronger than the bond between human beings. I heard that it was 5 flowers that seized all of Master Che Xian's imperial beasts on the grounds that they were group property. So you guys get it, right? Instead of Master Che Xian returning to his hometown with his clothes on his back, he was forced to return to his hometown after failing in a power struggle. This time's acceptance of an apprentice might as well be for revenge. Qingqing Li analyzed. In her opinion, it was unlikely that someone like Che Xian would bow down easily. This time, with great fanfare, he released the news that he wanted to take on an apprentice in Crane City. Maybe it was to train his successor so that he could avenge himself in the future. So be careful of being used as a gun. As he spoke, Li Qingqing glanced meaningfully at Fang Xiu. There's nothing wrong with being used as a gun, right? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. According to Li Qingqing, Che Xian's enemies were most likely the executives of the 5 Flowers group. If Che Xian really wanted to take revenge or something, then he would have to send his own disciple to the 5 Flowers group first. That's one of the 3 strongest factories in China, along with Remy and Penguin. They are known as the existence of the Royal Three. Is there really nothing wrong with it? Li Qingqing glanced at Shi Zhanhong. The feeling was as if she was speechless as to how Shi Zhanhong could be so naive. But Shi Zhanhong still looks confused. What is wrong? If even Che Xian can't struggle, why should we be able to struggle? Seeing this, Fang Xiu casually stated his thoughts. If you pick an upperclassman, 3 years of high school, 4 years of college, even if you don't go to graduate school, that's 7 years. 7 years is enough time for a person to become entrenched in a field. Even now that the internet is so advanced, in case the other party is a decimator and finds out that Che Xian has such a disciple, do you think the other party will do nothing? If you take Master Che Xian's cause, you have to take his effect. Hearing Fang Xiu's explanation, Shi Zhanhong then came to a sudden realization. Qingqing Li also felt a light in her eyes. Her own family had strong connections, and much of the intelligence and analysis she had heard from her family. Even before she came out, her family reminded her that she didn't need to be too concerned about it. But Fang Xiu's family are just very ordinary laborers, and the car loan and mortgage are not paid off. Even if he was gifted in the sentinel beasts, surely no one could explain this kind of thing to him. This meant that Fang Xiu had thought the whole thing through instantly after he had reminded him. This guy's ability to cite one thing for another is stronger than he thought. I thought that this Fanghua fellow only knew about imperial beasts, but now he's not that kind of nerd. Li Qingqing thought in her heart, and when she looked at the side of Fang Xiu's face again, she couldn't help but feel that his starry eyes were radiating light. What's wrong? Fang Xiu subconsciously asked when he sensed Li Qingqing's line of sight. It's nothing. Li Qingqing's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she hurriedly turned her head to look the other way, stammering, no, I mean, that, if you weren't chosen as a disciple by Che Xian, you don't have to. Too lost. Chapter 84, Lu Yuanhui of the 3rd Middle School. Oh, you are concerned about me? Fang Xiu snickered, only to be met with one big blank stare from Li Qingqing. The hell would care about you? Don't be a stinker, Li Qingqing said while puffing up and speeding up her steps. Looking at Li Qingqing's back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile. Although Li Qingqing had been a heavenly daughter in the eyes of others since junior high school, possessing all sorts of halos, in the end, she was nothing more than a high school student. The mind is simply too good to guess. Let's go too. Fang Xiu said towards Shi Zhanhong. But just as Fang Xiu quickened his pace, another familiar voice came from his side. Who do I think it is? If it isn't Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu sniffed and turned his head to look. The visitor was no other than the number 1 senior in the 3rd grade, Li Jin. After the freshman exchange match, the 3rd middle school cut a fiery deal with Gung Guangwei and expelled him from the 3rd middle school on the grounds that he was of low character. Although this Gung Guangwei deserved his crime, Li Jin's methods were not as honorable as they should have been. This kind of double standard was detestable in Fang Xiu's heart. Li Jin's side there is another. Taller than Li Jin is also half a head taller. Strong body, eyebrows with a trace of Ying Qi. You are Fang Xiu. My name is Lu Yuanhui, senior in the 3rd middle school. Lu Yuanhui lowered his voice and took the initiative to introduce himself to Fang Xiu. Li Jin's face was smiling badly, having expected Fang Xiu to be startled by Lu Yuanhui's words. But who knew? Fang Xiu's expression remained unperturbed, just like during the freshman exchange tournament. Cut! Li Jin smacked his tongue. What Grandmaster Che Xin sees is not just the ability to control beasts. Rather, it's a combination of talent, family situation, and origin, all of which are also measured. If you're trying to hug Master Che Xin's thighs, I advise you to stop dreaming. Li Jin snorted coldly and ruthlessly mocked Fang Xiu's origin. If I remember correctly, you're half dragon man. It's a copy of someone else's imperial beast data, isn't it? Can that be considered having talent? Fang Xiu cocked his head. If you didn't have someone else's data, I'm afraid that at your level, you wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Oh, just lie to others. It would be a shame to lie even to yourself. Fang Xiu did not show any weakness and directly disliked Li Jin. Except that lies don't hurt, the truth is the quicksword. As Fang Xiu's words fell, Li Jin's expression became hideous. At the critical moment, it was Lu Yuanhui who stopped him with a hand. Ha ha ha. Fang Xiu student right. Lu Yuanhui smiled. It seems that you are confident in your talent, but there's one thing you might not be too aware of. This exhibition of paintings isn't just for senior citizens, sophomores, juniors, the same opportunity to become Master Che Xin's close disciple. You are not special. Although he didn't know who this Lu Yuanhui was, from the situation of the two of them, he thought that this Lu Yuanhui hadn't hugged the Li Jin family's thighs much. You can't speak to me yourself, so you're starting to let the dog bite? Fang Xiu directly ignored Lu Yuanhui and directly spat at Li Jin. This sudden scene gave Shi Zhanhong a fright, and he hurriedly pulled up Fang Xiu's arm. His imperial beasts were indeed great in his senior year, but it wasn't to the extent that they could call the shots with senior. In case they really fought here, they were going to be at a big disadvantage. Fang Xiu, let's hurry and go in. Shi Zhanhong's cold sweat came down anxiously. Very good. Lu Yuanhui smiled grimly, his footsteps stepping forward, his somewhat reddened eyes causing Shi Zhanhong's heart to grow a little hairy. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, was completely unafraid. His face-hugging insect could already parasitize other people's imperial beasts. Although he didn't know what Lu Yuanhui's imperial beast was, it would be an opportunity for himself if he fought. Enough. Li Jin gritted his teeth, although his heart was also furious. But this was Times Square. Not only was there a lot of foot traffic, but there was also surveillance everywhere. Most importantly, they were here for the painting exhibition, not to fight with Fang Xiu. Despite his heart's displeasure, Li Jin tried his best to restrain himself. Fang Xiu, don't be complacent. One of these days, there's going to be a reckoning between us. Let's go. After saying that, Li Jin directly turned around and walked towards the imperial mansion. Before Lu Yuanhui left, he didn't forget to give Fang Xiu a hard glare, only to be glared back by Fang Xiu. Phew. Shi Zhanhong covered his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Scared me to death. Li Qingqing, who had originally left, also turned back when she saw that Fang Xiu did not follow her. What's wrong? Looking at Shi Zhanhong's cold sweat, Li Qingqing tilted her head and asked suspiciously. Ran into Li Jin. Fang Xiu said lightly. It's not just Li Jin. You really don't know who that person is? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, exclaimed with a surprised look on his face. That's Lu Yuanhui, one of the 4 guardians of the 3rd form. Not only is he a genius with a phantom beast species, but his battle power can be described as terrifying. It's a good thing he didn't take a shot at you. Even now, Shi Zhanhong felt his heart thumping. Lu Yuanhui? What's the situation? Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. It could be seen how loud this Lu Yuanhui's name was. Is it very powerful? Fang Xiu frowned slightly. That's even with the skits in macro. Qingqing Li had been to her own imperial beast space and had seen the alien kingdom. It turned out to be the same expression. Is the gap between senior year and freshman year really big? It can't be said to be very impressive. Li Qingqing sighed. If we wait until we are in our senior year of high school, the kind of goods like Lu Yuanhui is not even worth mentioning. But, after all, he led the race for 2 years to our. No, Li Qingqing shook her head slightly. Even your alien queen is still a bit of a gap compared to the strongest among the seniors. I know, you're going to have to say that you beat sophomore Maman before, but the school year had just started at that time, and Maman hadn't been baptized as a sophomore yet, and was a late freshman at best. There is a gulf, so to speak, between him and Lu Yuanhui, so don't get into conflict with the seniors, you hear me? With your current power, it's not enough. Worried that Fang Xiu might not hear his words, Li Qingqing directly stood on her tiptoes and shouted in Fang Xiu's ear, but the next second, her cheeks reddened once again and she turned around in a hurry. Ahem. After some light coughing tactics, Li Qingqing leisurely added, anyway, we're here to participate in the painting exhibition, not to do battle with the third middle school. Good. Fang Xiu said 3 good things in a single breath, but what he was thinking in his heart was a different matter. Senior year. If Lu Yuanhui was considered very powerful, then what level was Wu Mingjian, who was also a senior? At Chapter 85, the strongest high school student in Surigakudo, Crane City Times Square, Empire Tower, 59th floor. Fang Xiu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Times Square. This was the first time since he came to this world that he was in such a high position to overlook the city. Although Crane City was only a small city in the 18th line of this world, but with the imperial beasts pulling under the technological tree, the infrastructure of this world had completely surpassed that of his previous world. Looking from this height, half of Crane City was in full view, making Fang Xiu unable to help but reach out and grab towards the front. What are you doing? Qingqing Li walked back from a short distance away with an extra cup of coke in her hand. The exhibition of paintings, this time, took up the entire flat floor, and the security personnel had a post every 10 meters or so to maintain order in the place. However, it was said that they had come to participate in the painting exhibition, but most of the people were running towards Master Che Xian's conditions for accepting disciples, and there were not many people who were willing to spend time at all appreciating the paintings here. Instead, they were gathering in 2s and 3s, discussing what kind of methods Che Xian would use to conduct the examination. And Shi Zhanhong was even simpler and rougher. He came back with Li Qingqing with a big lobster in his hand, looking at Fang Xiu in a daze. Is this seafood? Looking at the individual head, Fang Xiu only felt that the lobster in Shi Zhanhong's hand looked like a Boston lobster from his previous life. He just didn't know if there was such a place as Boston in this world, so he wasn't sure where this lobster came from. But one thing he's sure of, this Shi Zhanhong didn't seem to be here to participate in the painting exhibition, more like running to a buffet. His mouth has not stopped since just now. What sirloin steak, black truffle, French foie gras, plus the lobster that he got back now, basically all the higher ingredients. Compared to the other students who came to the exhibition, Shi Zhanhong's bravado was an anomaly. It should be. Whatever. Shi Zhanhong shrugged indifferently, and then he felt his eyes light up. Don't move, Fang Xiu. This angle of yours, it feels a bit handsome. As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong directly took out his cell phone and helped Fang Xiu take a picture. In particular, Fang Xiu raised his hand as if he was trying to hold the entire Crane City in his hands, adding to a domineering aura. After taking the photo with satisfaction, Shi Zhanhong sent it directly to his sister. After some negotiation, Shi Zhanhong also got a 10% bonus from the photo business. This also gives you a chance to pay off the invitations early. Fang Xiu, you really shouldn't have brought this guy here. A trace of contempt flashed across Li Qingqing's pair of beautiful eyes. Qingqing student, words can't be said like that. You are all the pride of Crane City. If you're seen by Master Che Xian, although there's a chance that you'll be targeted by the Five Flowers group, you'll at least have a chance to level the playing field. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I not be chosen? I'm not. Of course I have to eat more. Shi Zhanhong replied in a serious manner, swallowing a whole lobster into his stomach in 3 or 2 strokes. Worthy of being a rich man's painting exhibition. The stuff is really delicious. Just as Shi Zhanhong was getting his fill, 2 high school students approached the 3 of them. Finally, I found you. Fang Xiu sniffed and looked towards the comers, realizing that one of them was none other than Wu Mingjian, who had sent him the invitation. His costume was obviously elaborate and had a very small gesture to it. Only, when he was side by side with the person next to him, Wu Mingjian intentionally gave up half a body position. It is evident how he treats another person. Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed as he sized up the other party. He only saw that this person was not close to Wu Mingjian's height, and was wearing a white Zhongshan suit, much like the protagonist inside the novels Fang Xiu had read in his previous life. Hello, Mr. Fang Hu. My name is Ma Wanfeng. I'm the president of the first high school student council, and I'm also the strongest high school student in Crane City at the moment, Ma Wanfeng said lightly. And these words were like a time bomb that immediately detonated the entire painting exhibition. A number of people cast glances and stopped discussing the speculation about the painting show. The hot debates all started with the theme of Ma Wanfeng. That guy is Ma Wanfeng? the strongest high school student in Crane City? It does look, indeed, instrumental. Why is he here? Even without Master Che Xian's funding, with his grades he can still get into God's capital university. Damn it, why should the seniors be allowed to come? Ma Wanfeng, I heard that in his 3 years in junior high school, he never got second place in exams. He was always number one, and in the first middle school's mapping exam, it even took him only 4 minutes to pass. In the freshman exchange tournament, he thwarted the 4 great protectors of the 3rd middle school with just his own strength. He's a true beast sentinel genius. It's just a pity that Ma Wanfeng's luck wasn't too good. In the Black River State League, just after killing the top 8, he bumped into Ha Sunjong. If he had a little bit more luck, he might have been able to break through to the top 4. Wait, did he just say Feng Xiu? That newcomer who's all the rage in first form? Seems like it, and I've been following Feng Xiu's fighting voice. It's really him, my husband, Feng Xiu. Husband? Sister, be reserved. Then, in that case, wouldn't the strongest current member and the strongest newcomer of the first form be competing on the same stage? Various voices came from all directions, and from the beginning of the heated discussion about Ma Wanfeng, it gradually spread to Feng Xiu here as well. It even triggered some screams from the female students. Only, according to the gossip they had, Master Che Xian, this time, only wanted to take in one student. This made the relationship between Ma Wanfeng and Feng Xiu a direct competitor. Ma Wanfeng didn't care about these murmurs, and only lowered his head and laughed slightly and softly. It seems that you and I, the two of us, have become the center of attention of this painting exhibition. Li Qingqing threw the coke in her hand to Shi Zhanhong and stood in front of Feng Xiu with her hands clasped to her chest. So, are you here to use your student council president status to force Feng Xiu not to compete with you? Senior Ma really has a big rack. Li Qingqing was considered taller among the girls, but in front of Feng Xiu, Ma Wanfeng and these boys, she was still half a head shorter. It was a moment's work, and all one could do was look up at the other side. Ma Wanfeng couldn't help but be stunned, but he didn't expect Li Qingqing to come out and speak for Feng Xiu. In fact, even Feng Xiu hadn't expected it. Even at this time, Feng Xiu was still immersed in the title of the strongest high school student. Although I understand why people would call Ma Wanfeng the strongest high school student in Crane City, it still feels so middle-aged. No, how did this dude say that with a calm face? Feng Xiu secretly spat in his heart. Ma Wanfeng then guffawed. You're Li Qingqing's student, aren't you? The strongest female Imperial Beastmaster in senior year. That's really nice. But there's one thing you misunderstand. I'm not here to persuade Feng Yusen not to compete with me. On the contrary, whether Master Che Xian chooses me or Mr. Feng Xiu, both are the pride of our first middle school. Chapter 86, Tactics of the Student Council. Ma Wanfeng said gently, as if the matter of Master Che Xian accepting a disciple was not attractive to him. Although Master Che Xian is indeed powerful, Senior Chu has also enlisted quite a few connections and resources through his efforts over the years. The corners of Wu Mingjian's mouth rose as a smug smile surfaced. These words were not just words from him. Nowadays, Chu Xinghe was as powerful as ever in the Imperial Capital University. As long as they, the rising stars, firmly held onto Chu Xinghe's thigh, sooner or later they would be able to soar one day. Even if there was no favor from Master Chaishan, it didn't matter. It's Chu Xinghe again. Li Qingqing clearly had a strong resistance to this name as she glared at Wu Mingjian. If the student council has offended Qingqing's student in any way before, I, the president, am willing to apologize for it. Ma Wanfeng was not annoyed when he heard Li Qingqing's words. Feng Xiu, Li Qingqing, you're both the best of the upperclassmen. You're bound to achieve something in the future. There is a truth that I want you to understand. In this world, there is no eternal right or wrong, nor is there an eternal enemy, there are only interests. Especially in this age of universal imperial beasts. Connections, resources, these are the things that will allow the imperial beast master to go far. So I was hoping that you guys would join the student council. Wouldn't it be better if we all helped each other? Ma Wanfeng said in a sincere tone. These words caused even Shi Zhanhong to be a little heartbroken. If Ma Wanfeng had invited himself, he definitely wouldn't have refused. We appreciate Senior Ma's good intentions, but forget about joining the student union. We're not interested. Li Qingqing blocked in front of Feng Xiu, like a human boundary, preventing Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from approaching Feng Xiu. Shi Zhanhong was also taken aback by Li Qingqing's reaction. Is that what student Feng Xiu thinks as well? Ma Wanfeng didn't care about Li Qingqing. Instead, he directly confirmed to Feng Xiu. Is Qingqing Li's point of view also Feng was? Hey! Li Qingqing glanced back at Feng Xiu with a look of fear that his heart would be moved. Well, I'm just here to participate in the painting exhibition. I didn't really think about anything else. Feng Xiu shook his head slightly and didn't give Ma Wanfeng a clear answer. However, in Ma Wanfeng's opinion, not giving a reply to something like joining the student council was a reply of sorts. Since Fang Xiu-san has no interest in the student council, then I won't force myself. But we're all students in the first grade. At least, as a senior, it's only right for me to help my junior. Let's just tell you the information I've investigated. Intelligence? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, and the students who had gathered nearby also pricked up their ears. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the way of Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, they would have wanted to get together. That's right, Ma Wanfeng nodded. It is rumored that the scroll that Master Che Xin brought back is a product of the Five Flowers group. It can be used to test the qualifications of the Imperial Beast Master. It's generally used to dig up Imperial Beast Masters who are highly qualified but don't have the chance to show it. So now, this painting exhibition, it's not just us geniuses that have a chance to be seen by Master Che Xin. After all, we geniuses, sometimes we just have better resources than others. As he uttered these words, Ma Wanfeng swept a glance at Li Qingqing intentionally or unintentionally, as if it was reminding Li Qingqing that those halos or achievements of hers were more of the advantages of her family of origin and did not mean that she was a true genius. So now, with this painting show, there's a chance that not a single person will be chosen. Sure, Zhanhong couldn't help but be stunned, although he didn't think he would be chosen, so he relaxed his mind and started eating. But when he heard Ma Wanfeng say that, he was still not shocked, and immediately felt that the things in his hand didn't smell good anymore. To know, this exhibition has attracted all the best of the best in Crane City. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shen Bing, Fang Xiu, and Li Qingqing of No. 1 Middle School, Yucai's Wang Dalong, Lu Yuanhui, Li Jin, Li Shijia, etc. From the third form, all stars in his eyes. As a result, when it comes to Ma Wanfeng, there may not be a single person selected. Even that comment struck the students who wanted to eavesdrop on the information. A lot of people were immediately discouraged. Don't listen to him, Li Qingqing then suddenly shouted. In her opinion, Ma Wanfeng said that he was providing information, but in reality, he was trying to hit others. This will not only reduce the competition, but even promote a wave of student government, getting students who were already wavering to join his student government. After all, as a key high school in Crane City, many of the people who came to this painting exhibition were students of the first high school. There was no shortage of them. Some of them, who were seen by the student body but failed to be absorbed into the warren. What other people think I don't know, but I have heard from my family that the truly powerful force is the heart of the Imperial Beastmaster. This is where we humans have the advantage of being able to control the Imperial Beasts. As a result, Ma Senpai, however, let out such words at this time. It's not supposed to be to blow the minds of the other students, is it? After all, the mind is affected, and the test in a while is likely to shake the mind. Students who would have had a chance to be selected by Master Che Xin would also have lost their chance because of their afflicted mindset. And, it seems to me that even the way Ma Senpai came out was deliberate, Li Qingqing said in a conspiratorial manner. What kind of person introduces themselves by saying they're the strongest high school student in Crane City at a volume they're afraid people won't hear? Originally, I thought it was Ma Wanfeng's pretentiousness. Now that I think about it, maybe that was a means of attracting attention too. First, in a nice way, put out information, to strike out at others. On the flip side, Ma Wanfeng could be considered quite high on this selection yet. Qingqing students' thoughts are really refreshing. Ma Wanfeng sniffed and was not annoyed, but only smiled amiably. After all, everyone thinks differently, and it's not unusual to have disagreements. Just as Ma Wanfeng and Li Qingqing were gazing at each other, the crowd in the distance suddenly became tumultuous. It seems like Master Che Xin is here. This painting exhibition is about to officially begin. Wu Mingjian reminded in a low voice beside Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng nodded. Then, we'll go ahead. After saying that, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian walked side by side, in the direction of the crowd commotion, leaving Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong behind. That Li Qingqing is still a bit tricky. Wu Mingjian waited until he was far away and couldn't help but spit. It would have all had some effect already. Chapter 87, The Beast Refining the Heart. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. In his heart, he quite felt some pity. If not for Li Qingqing killing halfway, Ma Wanfeng's attack of words was enough to shake the hearts of many students. Ma Wanfeng didn't care too much about it, striding towards the location of the crowd commotion. Seeing this, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong quickly followed them and ran into Zhang Shuren and Shen Fan, who had come in pairs. On their way, a few people exchanged a few pleasantries before picking up their pace, and as the many guests watched, a tall woman walked slowly, surrounded by the crowd. The other guests retreated to the sides as if it were a tidal wave. Fang Xiu's pair of starry eyes focused over, only to see that the visitor was wearing a bright red gown, with a head of shiny black hair, which emphasized a noble temperament. However, in Fang Xiu's opinion, this person looked to be in his 30s. Master Che Xin, so young? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows and spat out in light color. this person is not Master Che Xin. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, hummed softly, what a big stance, obviously inviting all of Crane City's outstanding students to this painting exhibition, yet he refuses to even show his face. And who is this man? She is Master Che Xin's daughter, Che Yu, Li Qingqing said casually. Che Yu did not exchange pleasantries with the people who came up to her. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tinged with a bit of coldness. She just swept a glance at the crowd and walked to a curtain. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to this exhibition. After saying that, Che Yu deliberately paused for a moment so that the guests at the scene could offer their applause. Although many of the people who came to the painting exhibition were the top students of various colleges and universities, there were also some people from the upper class who attended the event. My father's entire life can be said to have been dedicated to the imperial beast, but unfortunately, his old man's requirements for students are extremely high, and even after so many years have passed, no suitable candidate has been found. Now that I am honorably retired and idle, I have moved to find a successor to pass on my life's work. That's why I personally drew this imperial beast refining heart diagram. I'm sure you schoolchildren have heard your gym teachers talk about imperial beasts. It's the beasts that are imperial, and it's the heart that is refined. Che Yuki gave a colorful speech, catching the eyes of the crowd. We humans don't have sharp teeth, sharp claws, so much so that our ancestors had to hide in dark caves when faced with ferocious predators. It was only through intelligence and the use of tools that they eventually grew to become the higher creatures of this continent. However, 100 years ago, the imperial beast realm suddenly appeared in our world. Humanity is in a precarious position. In the end, it was our forefathers who found a way to defeat the imperial beasts with the imperial beasts. The era of the national imperial beasts has also begun since then. And what kind of power do we rely on to drive these imperial beasts to fight for us humans? It's the power of the mind. It only takes a strong mind to suppress those imperial beasts and make them work for us humans. So now, my father's test is also simple. This is a picture of the imperial beasts refining the heart that can map out the power of the mind. If there is a youngster under the age of 20 who is able to fight against the power of this painting and pass its test, my father is willing to take him as a disciple and train him to the top 10 with all his might. Not only that, the resources you need for your 4 years of college, my father is willing to bear it all. As Che Yu's words fell, the entire room became in an uproar. Top 10? As long as you pass the test, you can enter the top 10? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, since the method of assessment is the imperial beast refining heart diagram, there shouldn't be only one quota, right? I don't know, but I'm ready. No matter what, I'm going to become Master Che Xin's disciple. For a while, the teenage girls under the stage, one by one, rubbed their fists and had a surging mood. Even Shi Zhanhong, who originally did not hold any expectations, had the thought of wanting to give it a try with all his might. But immediately afterward, Che Yuki raised his volume, drowning out all sound. This imperial beast refining heart diagram contains a trace of my father's mind power. When viewing this painting, it is inevitable that you will receive some impact. I also hope that all of you young heroes will not try to show off your courage. Then, unveil it. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Che Yu retreated to the side, and the staff followed her request, pulling down the curtain that covered the imperial beast refining heart diagram. Only a 5-meter-long scroll was displayed in front of the crowd. This, Fang Xiu only took one glance and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was hand-painted by Master Qi Xin? Why does it feel like elementary school graffiti? One black, one white, and the various colors seemed extremely incongruous. But the next, great painting, only to see a 2-meter-tall strong man pass by Fang Xiu and loudly shouted, "This painting is really wonderful. The use of all kinds of colors is just right, especially the colorful black in the painting. It's the eye-catching stroke. I thought that Master Che Xin was only a genius of the imperial beasts, but I didn't realize that his painting skills were also exquisite. Truly a model for my generation." Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing froze at the same time, but before they had time to spit, another muffled voice came from another direction. In my opinion, even if this painting is compared with Van Gogh and Picasso, it is not inferior at all. It looks abstract, but it contains a profound meaning. In a flash, the other students also nodded their heads, saying that what the two seniors said was too right. More and more people, even, are involved in this praise. Some even recited poetry on the spot. Ahem. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Che Yu couldn't help but clear his throat and interrupt the crowd's boasting. Ladies and gentlemen, my father has made a special treatment to prevent this painting from hurting anyone. You can only see what's inside the scroll if you get within 2 meters of it. Any young heroes who want to try their hand at it, please come forward a few steps. As Che Yu's words fell, the people who had just bragged about their paintings, one by one, their faces turned red with embarrassment and they retreated into the crowd. Ha ha ha, kissing ass on the hoof. Suddenly, a teenager stood out from the crowd as he laughed loudly and mocked the person who had just touted him before striding towards the scroll. It's Li Jin. Shi Zhanhong subconsciously recited the other party's name when he saw this. Immediately after that, the other man hesitated a little before walking up decisively. Then a third, then a fourth. Li Shijia, 3rd middle school. Yutsai Wang Dalong, Shui Yiquan, 8th grade. Each one, the best of the best from each college. Hiss. Shi Zhanhong's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He wanted to walk over, but after seeing these geniuses in the mouths of the crowd, he ended up looking away. Chapter 88, The Heart's Desire. Fang Xiu had thought that there would be a large group of people swarming up to surround this imperial beast refining heart diagram, but as time passed by, there were only Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Shui Yiquan, and Lu Yuanhui standing there. More people are choosing to wait and see. Come to think of it, it's not like this trial counts for rankings or front and back order, and the scroll is only 5 meters in total, so you also have to stay within 2 meters in order to see what's on it. With such harsh conditions, naturally not too many people can stand. It's just that, would it be too childish to conduct a test through a scroll? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Although he had heard that it was a painting exhibition, he had thought that the exhibition was just a name, and that the real content of the test would be to see how everyone's imperial beasts were. What happened to just going over to look at the paintings? However, as soon as Fang Xiu's words fell, Li Jin flew backwards from his spot. This sudden scene frightened many students. These people dodged and allowed Li Jin to draw a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the floor. His face was extremely pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Holy, playing so big? Shi Zhanhong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he burst out an expletive. This Li Jin is the number 1 freshman in the 3rd grade, and it just flew out? What the hell did this guy see? What Fang Xiu didn't expect was that after such an accident, Che Yu's expression didn't change in any way, and he just asked someone to send Li Jin back. This Li Jin, after all, is a false genius. Li Qingqing snorted coldly. False genius? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but stare. Don't you know? His imperial beasts are data that his mom used her connections to copy from someone else. In the end it's just standing on someone else's shoulders. It's not considered to be his own skill, and venturing to participate in the imperial beast's heart-refining diagram will naturally end up like this. Li Qingqing said lightly, and there was even a hint of pleasure in her brows. Who let this Li Jin flaunt his power on the basis of his family lineage? Only, with such a mess, Shi Zhanhong was even more afraid to go up. Even he noticed that the faces of Li Shijia and the others weren't looking too good either. Fang Xiu, you just said that it would be too much of a child's play to test it through a scroll, right? The corners of Li Qingqing's mouth rose as she put on a showy expression. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded gently. Do you know, then, that the heart is in the right place? Li Qingqing didn't give Fang Xiu a chance to respond and spoke on her own. In everyone's heart, there is a devil ape. If the devil ape cannot be subdued, it will make a fuss in the heavenly palace. If the heavenly palace is not defended, the mind will be damaged, resulting in an explosive and manic temperament. And our imperial beasts, precisely, can sense these, and thus also become violent and maniacal in nature, and finally become vicious and violent beasts, fighting all day long for strength and courage, until they are completely out of control. If you don't want to be revolted by these imperial beasts, you have to subdue the demonic apes that are causing havoc in the heavenly palace, thus reaching the realm of a heart as clear as a mirror. Hardly, it's probably a spiritual power, Li Qingqing said smugly. These words, I don't think you came up with them yourself, right? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief. Though they had not yet crossed paths, they were at least in the same class. This Li Qingqing's general studies class was indeed impressive, but not to the point of Zen enlightenment. This eloquent explanation of the imperial beast refining heart diagram was afraid that it wasn't something that her family had purposely explained to her, and then he came here to learn from himself. Even as Li Qingqing finished saying this, Shui Yiquan from the 8th middle school couldn't bear it and fell to the ground with a plop. Li Shijia followed suit and dropped to one knee, his expression twisting up in pain. But even then, Li Sega didn't quit and was still struggling. On the contrary, it was Wang Dalong who let out a long breath and retreated from the sizable range of 2 meters. I give up. But just when everyone thought that Wang Dalong had passed the test, he spat out 3 words towards Che Yu. Che Yuki nodded slightly. It's not unwise to retreat in a hurry. Maybe you're not living up to my father's expectations now, but one day, you'll be on the right path. Although Wang Dalong had failed in his enlightenment, Che Yu had given him a not-so-low rating. Many thanks to Senior Che Yue. Wang Dalong clasped his hands together. By the time he walked back to the crowd, he happened to run into Fang Xiu and the others. What did you see? Li Qingqing asked curiously. The reason she didn't go straight to the stage was that she was watching and wanted to hear what the other students had to say. This, Wang Dalong laughed awkwardly, then looked at Fang Xiu. I saw student Fang Xiu. Feng Hu? Feng Xiu's head was full of questions. No, isn't this the Imperial Beast's refining heart diagram? Why is it me who sees the content? I'm an Imperial Beast? Shame to say it. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and explained what he had seen while viewing the scroll. At a glance, he only felt that the scenery around him was rapidly changing. By the time he came back to himself, he was already standing on the stage of the freshman exchange, and the opponent he faced was Feng Xiu, and his alien queen. The harder he fought himself, the more desperate his heart became. It even felt like Feng Xiu and his alien queen were getting bigger and bigger. It was as if he had cast the Dharma heaven and earth. The 40-meter-tall Feng Xiu was as if it was a huge mountain that he could not cross in his lifetime. Listening to Wang Dalong's description, the corner of Li Qingqing's mouth couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. It seems that the psychological shadow you caused him is not small. This, Feng Xiu smacked his lips. I won't take this pot. Soon, Li Shijia was also defeated in front of the scroll, and only moved away from it after being assisted by security personnel. Many of the students from the third middle school came up and asked Li Shijia what he had seen. Although Feng Xiu and the others did not get along with Li Shijia, they also pricked up their ears. Only, Li Shijia didn't say anything more and only shook his head slightly. Actually, his picture, in turn, is Li Kim. No, a world without Li Jin. To be exact, if it wasn't for Li Jin, the Imperial second generation, himself and his own shadow sorcerer would definitely be the first of the three. Not only do you get great resources, but the future is bright. Even on the college entrance exam, he himself had gotten into Mordor University with excellent grades, became a true son of heaven. However, his world quickly crumbled as Li Jin, with his half-dragons, forced his way in and took everything that should have been his. Damn! Even though he was already far away from the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, Li Shijia was still gnashing his teeth. The thing that made him feel most powerless was that he hated Li Jin, the second-generation imperialist. But not a word of complaint can be said. Once you tell others what you saw, once this matter got out, he himself would be suppressed by Li Jin. Can't say. Aha! The more Li Shijia thought about it, the more angry he became, and he roared hysterically, grasping his fist with 5 fingers and slamming it hard into the floor. This sudden scene scared even more people. Chapter 89. We, Feng Hu, are here. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Big Brother Wang, and Lu Yuanhui are all considered relatively famous students. Seeing their successive failures, and even directly carried away by the security guards with a stretcher, many of the students who were eager to try were all afraid, looking at the scrolls and not daring to go forward. Go! Li Qingqing swept around the reactions of the others and directly greeted Feng Xiu as he went up together. Feng Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. It was just that when he walked over with Li Qingqing, he noticed that Shi Zhanhong was actually standing still and indifferent. Don't you want to try? Feng Xiu asked softly. This, Shi Zhanhong laughed awkwardly, then shook his head. He had originally planned to try, but after seeing what happened to Li Shijia, he completely lost his courage. In the end, their own ranking in the class is not up and down, the future good way out, but also just on an ordinary 211. Want to do Che Xin Master's disciples, is still far from it. If you hurt yourself, you'll fall behind in your Imperial Beast progress again. One's family is not particularly distinguished, and midterms are just around the corner, so why gamble? After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shi Zhanhong decided to cheer for Feng Xiu off the field. Good. Feng Xiu nodded his head a bit before he turned around and walked onto the stage. After Zhang Shuren and Shen Fan exchanged glances, they decisively followed suit as well. Then, there was a burst of heated discussion coming from the crowd. Hey, I'm not mistaken, the ones that just went up, they're Feng Xiu and the others, right? The configuration of the freshman exchange tournament. That's right, it's them, the strongest group of freshmen in Crane City 1. It feels like they're so handsome. For a while, many people invested in envy and jealousy. Kiyoshi is here. What was even more unexpected was that when Li Qingqing walked onto the stage, Che Yu took the initiative to greet her. Hello Auntie Che. Li Qingqing responded politely. Cheer up oh Kiyoshi. Although it was just simple pleasantries, it was not difficult to see the relationship between the two, and it even provoked the envy of many people. Let's go too. Seeing this, Ma Wanfeng simply took it in stride as well. This, Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be stunned. It's not like this trial is prioritized, so it's find a way for Feng Xiu and the others to finish and then go over there yourself, preferring this time of year to be on the same stage as these senior students. You're afraid? Ma Wanfeng could see the entanglement in Wu Mingjian's heart and turned around with a light laugh. What do I have to be afraid of? Wu Mingjian whirled around and snorted coldly, so he followed suit. Over the years, he himself had been overwhelmed by Ma Wanfeng. If he could get guidance from Master Che Xin, he might be able to surpass Ma Wanfeng on the college entrance exam. This is certainly an opportunity for myself. although my high school career is coming to an end. If I can take the top spot in the Crane City College entrance examination, I will naturally be favored by Senior Chu as well. Wu Mingjian thought in his heart, and his eyes became sharp. Ma Wanfeng, you can't be number one forever. And the two of them, as the president and vice president of the student council of the first middle school, had long been a well-known existence. There were even quite a few people who even called them the dual heavenly supreme beings of Crane City 1. As the two of them walked onto the stage, the chatter became more intense. It's Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian. They're here too? Obviously they are already senior elites, but they still came to grab opportunities from us. Is this appropriate? But why this time of year? Even though the scroll is more than 5 meters long, it's more or less crowded with 6 people on stage together, isn't it? Fang Xiu and the others don't even seem to have joined the student union. Maybe they're trying to suppress the new students? No one in the crowd knew who passed out such a sentence, and the other students, upon hearing it, felt that there was some truth in it. After all, the student council had been eradicating dissenters, and geniuses who didn't join the student council would be ostracized by them. Fang Xiu, as the genius in the senior class, was naturally the focus of their attention. What was even more unexpected was that after Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage, he even came directly to Zhang Shuren's side and gave him a look. Senior Ma. Zhang Shuren had also heard of Ma Wanfeng, so he could only take a few steps back to the side to make room. However, anyone could see that Ma Wanfeng was not making things difficult for Zhang Shuren. He let Zhang Shuren go to the side just to stand beside Fang Xiu. An invisible pressure approached Fang Xiu. Senior Ma even intentionally stood beside Fang Xiu. It feels like there's so much pressure. Yeah, if Senior Ma was standing next to me, I don't think I'd have the courage to keep watching. It feels as if Fang Xiu hasn't been affected by anything. On the stage, Fang Xiu didn't care about the changes around him. He was fully focused towards the scroll and only felt the scenery around him changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of a grassland. And the wind here, the earth here, all gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. This is my Imperial Beast space? Fang Xiu fled his eyebrows and quickly recognized this place. Immediately after that, the earth crumbled, and the dirt under Fang Xiu's feet rose even higher upwards. The sudden change of events made Fang Xiu unprepared. His feet slipped, and his entire body slumped to the ground, rising higher and higher with the dirt. I don't know how long it took for the place to stabilize. What's the situation? That's a mind asterisk 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 asterisk? Fang Xiu recalled Li Qingqing's words, then stood up from the grass and patted the dirt on his body. After looking around, Fang Xiu noticed that the earth that had risen was not only under his feet, but there were also various squares of land that had risen together. Forms a quadrangle. Hissing. In the next second, an eerie and low voice came from behind Fang Xiu. This voice. Fang Xiu's eyes twitched, vaguely sensing something bad. He hurriedly turned around, only to see his alien sword saint, standing on the other side of the four-sided platform. This alien sword saint held a black blade in his hand, and his entire body exuded a stern killing aura. Is this what's inside me? Fang Hua muttered. According to Li Qingqing, this scroll would infinitely expand the violent side within the Imperial Beast Master's heart, thus affecting his Imperial Beast. But he didn't enter the Imperial Beast space himself. That was why Fang Xiu felt that it was possible that he had entered the inner world. What this scroll is showing itself is most likely your deepest fears. So it is. Fang Xiu felt a sudden realization. As long as my mind is like still water, I can make this immediate illusion disappear. Only Fang Xiu slowly took a deep breath and relaxed his mind. However, the alien sword saint standing across from him, gripped his black blade tightly and took a step towards him. The murderous aura that emanated from it also became even more intense. Hissing. Even. Fang Xiu felt that he was able to read the message that the other party was conveying from this hissing strange sound. How can a mere human think to be the king of the aliens? Chapter 90, Waste, Waste, Waste. This is. Chen Fan stared at the scroll. The more he looked at it, the more fascinated he became. And in a trance, he returned to Crane City No. 1 Middle School. He sat in the first row of the classroom as the homeroom teacher, Li Guosheng, picked up a list of names from the podium. The grades for this midterm are in, and some of the students deserve praise, but others, well, they're just a mess. In today's age all people can defend the beasts, and all walks of life cannot be separated from the beasts. When you step into society in the future, without a powerful imperial beast by your side, how will you gain a foothold and excel? How do you live up to your parents? I won't bother to tell you anything more than that. If you don't take the imperial beasts seriously and want to continue to desert them, then so be it. Here are the school-wide rankings for this exam. First place, Fang Xiu. Second place, Li Qingqing. When he said this, Li Guosheng purposely paused, his eyes cold and merciless as he ruthlessly glanced at Chen Fan below. Look at the others in the second class, who are consistently in the top 2 in the school every time they take a test, and then look at someone among you. Saying that, Li Guosheng continued to read. Chen Fan's face was a little red and hot. In terms of family background, he was not a star better than Manhwa, but the difference in talent was like a cloud of mud. Phew, it's okay, even if I can't compare to Fang Xiao and Li Qingqing, I can still stabilize the top 10 in the school. It's not like I don't have a chance to enter the top 10 in the future. Chen Fan began to relieve himself, but what he never expected was, as Li Guosheng finished reading out the top 10 rankings, Chen Fan actually realized that he was not among them. Without me? Both of his eyes instantly glared like the eyes of an ox, staring incredulously at the list in Li Guosheng's hand. Without pausing, Li continued to read aloud. There was also no Chen Fan's name in the 11 to 20 rankings, then 21 to 30, 31 to 40, even the top 50, the top 60. Chen Fan's name didn't even appear. His expression also gradually became surprised, puzzled, and finally horrified from the initial doubt. It's not possible. He had been studying hard to learn about the imperial beasts, and his family had hired the best gym teacher to give him extra lessons. It even costs up to $8,000 for a single session. How could he or she not even get into the top 60? Also, there are a limited number of spots that can get into the Big Ten each year. If you can't even get into the top 60 in this first grade, what chance do you have of getting into the top 10? The more he thought about it, the more Chen Fan felt despair in his heart. Yet even more desperate is, he's not in the top 70, top 80, top 100, not only the top 10 in the country, but 985, 211, all of which he has no business with. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be. Chen Fan violently stood up from the chair. The whole person only felt a heavenly rotation. He would have wanted to question Li Guosheng, why the first 100 did not have his name, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt uncomfortable in his throat, had difficulty breathing, and everything in front of him became blurry. Then his legs went limp and his entire body fell straight forward. Poof! Chen Fan's eyes went black and he fell straight onto the stage. Zhang Shuren, who was standing beside him, also gradually lost his support and backed away from the scroll. He breathed heavily, his bangs long damp with sweat. Two more people couldn't resist the impact of the scroll and declared defeat. The students on stage saw this and became more apprehensive. Even students like Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan couldn't support themselves, so what right did they have to participate in the trial? Meanwhile, Wu Mingjian's spiritual world. He is trying hard to catch up with Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng, as long as I pass this trial, I'll be able to become Master Che Xian's disciple. High school, I will never lose to you. When we get to the imperial capital university, I'll be Senior Chu's right-hand man. Wu Mingjian let out his 3 years of high school pent-up frustration in a brainwave. However, in the face of his outburst, Ma Wanfeng did not say a word and just walked ahead silently. Hey, you guys, are you even listening to me? Wu Mingjian gradually accelerated his pace, wanting to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, wanting to stand in front of him and shout at him. But the more he accelerated his pace, the wider the gap between him and Ma Wanfeng became. It felt as if it would never catch up. Damn! Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth. In his 3 years of high school, he had defeated countless rivals and countless strong enemies to get to this point today. Could it be that Ma Wanfeng is really a mountain he can't cross? Vice President Wu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a young boy's voice entered Wu Mingjian's ears. Can't you see? Wu Mingjian wanted to shout out that he was chasing after Ma Wanfeng and was about to overtake him. But when he turned his head, he realized that Fang Xiao was walking idly from behind him. Vice President Wu, your speed is a bit slow. Fang Xiao's hand was still leisurely holding an apple and said flirtatiously while taking a nibble. I'll take my leave, Vice President Wu. Even so, Fang Xiao didn't stop for much longer, just exchanging a few slight pleasantries with Wu Mingjian before continuing forward. Hey, you guy! Wu Mingjian became shocked and angry for a moment, itching to yank Fang Xiao back, but when he reached out, he realized that Fang Xiao had become out of reach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach Fang Xiao. Even running wildly all the way made him sweaty. The heart thumped and the whole thing became dry-mouthed. His body eventually reached its limit and his speed slowed down little by little. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, had caught up with Ma Wanfeng without him realizing it, and was neck and neck with him. Not only was he unable to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, but he was also easily caught up by Fang Xiao. The later, damn it! Wu Mingjian clenched his teeth, having trouble accepting this fact in his heart. But immediately afterward, there was another voice, coming from beside him. Waste! The visitor was no one else but Senior Li Qingqing, who hurriedly passed by Wu Mingjian's side and left a cold sentence. Who are you calling a waste? Wu Mingjian froze for a moment and hastily retorted back, only to realize that Li Qingqing didn't stop either, leaving himself far behind. That sentence of waste, too, seemed like a magical sound, constantly echoing around him. Waste, waste, waste. Under the mental high pressure, Wu Mingjian could no longer withstand it. and with the whole person covering his ears, he turned around and fled in the other direction. I'm not a loser. I'm not a loser. Wu Mingjian, am not a waste. By the time Wu Mingjian returned to his senses, he had already moved away from the scroll. A look of wretchedness was even more visible to countless people. Only, in the way of Wu Mingjian's influence, these people were only pretending to be calm. In the end, it was Wu Mingjian who was ashamed and fled the place in droves. On the stage, only Li Qingqing, Fang Xiu, and Ma Wanfeng remained. Chapter 91, 1 in a million talents can't do it? Even Senior Wu failed? No way. Senior Wu is the second person in our Huchengno 1 middle school. With his grades, even if he doesn't go through the quota, he can still get into the top 10. This kind of talent isn't enough? This imperial beast refining heart diagram is also too exaggerated. As Wu Mingjian walked off the stage, various murmurs reached his ears. Although no one had accused Wu Mingjian, these perfectly normal discussions had become harsh at this point. Wu Mingjian's eyes glowed red, biting his lips to death, and without realizing it, he even bit out a smear of blood. Not only did he fail to defeat Ma Wanfeng, he was also surpassed by juniors like Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. Unprecedented frustration grew in Wu Mingjian's heart. Damn! Wu Mingjian cursed in his heart. Even as he retreated back into the crowd, his heart was extremely unhappy. And after Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, and Wu Mingjian stepped down one after another, there were some empty spots on the stage. A few of the students exchanged slight glances and eventually worked up the courage to walk up. However, in front of Che Xian's imperial beast refining heart diagram, these students didn't even last 3 or 4 breaths. Students with slightly poorer psychological quality even fainted on the spot. Rao Cheyue couldn't help but frown and ordered the security personnel to carry these passed-out students away. Time passes. Phew. Qingqing let out a long breath and walked down from the stage. And compared to the reactions of those from Wu Mingjian, Li Qingqing could be said to be calm and relaxed. Even her eyes were much brighter. It's truly worthy of being Master Che Xian's imperial beast refining heart diagram. After a few epiphanies, my state of mind is, indeed, much clearer. Li Qingqing moved her muscles and a pair of bright beautiful eyes also focused on Che Yu. Such a scene, moreover, caused many of the students in the arena to be shocked in their hearts, thinking that Li Qingqing had really succeeded. Middle school has an unmistakable aura. After going to high school, although he was suppressed by the surging Fang Xiu, but at least he was the second person in the first middle school of Crane City. Now that he was fortunate enough to pass the test of the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he was even more envious. Even more, the corners of Li Qingqing's mouth soon rose, surfacing with a complacent and smug look. But who knows? When faced with the excited Li Qingqing, Che Yu let out a sigh. Qingqing, you are able to face the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram head-on and stabilize your mind. In terms of talent and qualifications, you are indeed 1 in a million. In time, you're bound to get into a top university. It's just a shame. It's still a little short of what my father wants. Che Yuki shook his head helplessly. She and Li Qingqing's aunt had been high school classmates and attended the same school in college, and were very close friends. In terms of selfishness, she was happy to see Li Qingqing pass her own father's test. Unfortunately, however, the requirements were set by Che Xian himself, and even she, the daughter, was powerless to interfere. Hearing these words, the many students present were all secretly surprised, their pupils slightly vibrating. Rao Cheyu had said that in terms of talent and qualification, Li Qingqing was already 1 in a million. As a result, even such a talent couldn't meet Master Che Xian's requirements? How horrible a disciple does he want? 1 in 100,000? 1 in a million? Does such a person really exist in Crane City? That's really a pity. Li Qingqing slightly smacked her lips, and in her heart, she was glad that she didn't show too much excitement. Otherwise, she would really be disgraced. For a time, the entire scene was completely quiet, and no student dared to try it again so easily. While Li Qingqing walked back to the crowd, Shi Zhanhong hurriedly came up and asked her what she had seen in front of the scroll. Just for this question, Li Qingqing didn't answer it. Instead, she stared at Fang Xiu with her full attention. Lean on you. Her eyes went back and forth on Fang Xiu, Ma Wanfeng and the two of them. On one side was his classmate, and on the other side was the student council president he wanted to take out. Li Qingqing naturally favored Fang Xiu. The atmosphere of the scene, too, had become tense without realizing it. Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng, the number 1 senior and junior in the first high school respectively. The duo walked onto the stage at almost the same time and held on for dear life. Invisible, as if in a contest. Only, Fang Xiu didn't care about the outside. About Ma Wanfeng. In a trance, he came to the 4-sided platform, and the alien sword saint he had cultivated was even walking fast towards him with a sword. A stern killing aura enveloped himself. Could this be my demon? Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. and simply used the method he used in the Imperial Beast Space to walk towards the alien Sword Saint, wanting to overwhelm the past in terms of aura, once again. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that this time, the alien Sword Saint didn't stop killing like last time. It was still striding, and the black blade in its hand was soon raised above its head. The distance between the two continues to shorten. By the time Fang Xiu returned to his senses, the alien Sword Saint had already stood in front of him, his sharp black blade slashing down. Phew! A sound of breaking wind echoed in Fang Xiu's ears, and the incomparably real sense of oppression caused Fang Xiu to make an evasive maneuver at the last moment. He stomped his feet hard and tumbled out with inertia. Boo! The alien Sword Saint's black blade slashed into the earth, extending a deep, bottomless crack. Holy, for real? Fang Xiu blinked his eyes, incredulously looking at the crack that the alien Sword Saint had destroyed. If he had been a step slower, he might have been cut off at the waist by this alien Sword Saint. Go to hell! Seeing that the alien Sword Saint missed with one strike, he whirled around and slashed at Fang Xiu 3 more times. The blade flashed with a cold light, a mighty gust of wind, forcing Fang Xiu to dodge repeatedly, showing his woeful appearance. Alien Queen. Fang Xiu rolled again, avoiding the alien Sword Saint's attack as he let out a low cry, wanting to release the alien Queen to meet the battle, but his order was delayed. The alien Sword Saint countered by seizing this break, violently flinging up his tail and viciously lashing at Fang Xiu's body. When it was too late, Fang Xiu crossed his arms and placed them in front of his chest before barely resisting this strike, but his body still flew out 8 feet backwards like a kite with broken strings. Boo! Fang Xiu fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times in a row before stopping. He breathed heavily, only to feel his arms tingle and ache. Isn't this the spirit world? Why does it hurt so much? Fang Xiu couldn't help but spit out his words, and seeing that the alien Sword Saint wouldn't stop, he could only turn around and run. However, the words that Li Qingqing had said also surfaced in Fang Xiu's mind. The heart is in the right place. Big trouble in the palace of heaven. Fang Xiu adjusted his breathing and began to hypnotize himself, trying to calm himself down. My words and my deeds are as clear as a mirror, and what I do is righteous. I have acted in my life. Why should I have to explain myself to you? However, Fang Xiu's self-hypnosis did not receive any response. His alien Sword Saint was still fuming and chasing after him. It doesn't seem to be working. Chapter 92 I, Fang Hu, am the king of the aliens. Fang Xiu tried to regulate his mindset according to Li Qingqing's set of theories, but the result was not useful. The alien Sword Saint still raised his sword and slashed at him. Unconsciously, Fang Xiu was even forced to the edge of the 4-square formation by the alien Sword Saint. It's not over, is it? Fang Xiu turned back violently. If it weren't for yourself, could the aliens have survived in this world? He himself is the one who created the aliens. It would be fine if it was in the real world. The physical functions of humans were no match at all for silicon-based creatures like aliens. But this is your own spiritual world. In my dreams, I can still let you bully me? Fang Xiu raised his fists as he bellowed explosively. There was no place to hide anyway, so he might as well explode with this alien Sword Saint. Even if Che Xin was more eager to take on a disciple, it wouldn't be so bad that he'd mess up a person's life, would it? At worst, it's just a matter of flying out like Li Jin. It's better than being here endlessly. Holding the idea of exploding with the alien Sword Saint, Fang Xiu stomped his feet hard and charged straight towards the alien Sword Saint, lifting his fist to aim at its chest and smashing it with all his might. It seemed that he hadn't expected Fang Xiu to dare to counterattack back, and the alien Sword Saint didn't even react for a moment. Boo! With a loud bang exploding in Fang Xiu's ears, his alien Sword Saint flew out on the spot. Ha! Now! It was Fang Xiu who was dumbfounded in turn, as he watched the alien Sword Saint draw a parabola in the air and fall heavily to the ground. His own fists in turn not hurting much, he glanced incredulously at his hand. So, in my spirit world, it's possible to not have to follow the rules of the real world? I can take on an alien on my own? Fang Xiu's eyes were glowing, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose, compared to the party's woes. At this time Fang Xiu only felt a kind of playing a horror game, being chased up and down by the monsters and ghosts inside. Almost when he felt desperate, he suddenly realized that the other party's head had an extra reddish thing. Blood stain. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile evilly, then stepped away and took the initiative to walk towards the alien Sword Saint. Come to think of it, one's physical qualities here were indeed quite a bit more powerful than in the real world. Otherwise, one would not have been able to dodge the alien Sword Saint's slashes over and over again just by rolling. Die! The alien Sword Saint reared back with a carp, its mouthpiece hissing and hissing as it issued a death threat towards Fang Xiu. But in the next second, Fang Xiu flashed directly in front of it. His 5 fingers once again clenched his fist, and threw a vicious punch at the alien Sword Saint's chin. Rising Dragon Fist. This punch was not weak, and hard enough to send the alien Sword Saint flying 3 meters high. When it started to fall, Fang Xiu directly jumped up, clasped his hands together, and viciously whacked down on the alien sword saint's abdomen. Boo! Accompanied by a loud sound. The alien sword saint's body was directly set into the ground, the cracks in all directions resembling a black spider's web. What makes Fang Xiu feel even more incredible is, the alien sword saint from a moment ago was a behemoth several meters tall, but in the blink of an eye, this alien sword saint's head had become much smaller. No, it's not that the alien Kensei is getting smaller, but, rather, I'm getting bigger. Fang Xiu muttered to himself. He felt that ever since he had created the heart of resistance, his body was constantly surging with power. It's not just as simple as your own power getting stronger. Even the movements of the alien sword saint could be seen clearly by himself. It felt as if the movie had been slowed down by a factor of 0.5. Pust. In an instant, the alien sword saint lay on the ground, spitting out his own acidic blood at Fang Xiu, then rose up with vigor, waving the black blade in his hand and sweeping it across at Fang Xiu. When it was too late, looking at the acidic blood flying over, Fang Xiu only felt that his starry eyes, which had never been brighter, not only could he see the acidic blood's flight trajectory clearly, but his body also acted without realizing it. He dodged acid blood's attack with a sidestep and grabbed at the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand, and Fang Xiu's size was slowly increasing without him realizing it. By the time he came back to his senses, he had already overshadowed the alien sword saint, only to see Fang Xiu grabbing the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand and grabbing towards his bone joint with the other. It was important to realize that this bone joint attached to the black blade was what made the alien sword saint most distinctive compared to other aliens. Do you really think that because I named you Sword Saint, you are Sword Saint? Playing with knives in front of me. You kid is still 100 years too early. Looking at the brightly shining blood bar on the alien sword saint's head, Fang Xiu's roar was like that of a wild beast as he fired both his hands at the same time, his features becoming hideous. The sudden scene even made the alien sword saint fight a cold war. Click, click. Cracks traveled up and down the alien sword saint's arm, and finally, in a crisp clicking sound, Fang Xiu broke the alien sword saint's black blade hard, and with a backhanded grab, he directly took it into his hand. Watch this is the real sword art. Fang Xiu once again burst out. Although he hadn't practiced any sword arts, in his previous life, he had played quite a few games related to sword arts. For example, there's a game called DNF, who in his heyday used to beat the highest difficulty group books at the time without the selfless sword chi for a bit. Phantom Sword Dance. Fang Xiu held his sword in one hand and slashed towards the alien sword saint. As if he was swinging the sword extremely fast, a sword art residue appeared in the air. At first glance, it seemed as if there were dozens of swords and knives, chopping at the alien sword saint at the same time. The alien sword saint wanted to defend, but he couldn't hold the sharpness of the black blade, and even more so, he couldn't distinguish between this reality and reality. For a moment, acidic blood splattered in all directions, but what made the alien sword saint feel even more fearful was that in the face of the acidic blood that he had splashed over, Fang Xiu did not choose to avoid it. Rather, even more frantically, he swung the black knife in his hand, slashing away along with the acidic blood. That feeling was as if there was an invisible boundary around Fang Xiu, able to cut off everything that approached him. Such a subtle sword technique made even the alien sword saint's heart shake. Is this guy really human? No. Hissing. He's not human. He is the true king of the aliens. It was at this moment that the alien sword saint truly realized the gap in strength between himself and Fang Xiu. That powerful force, that exquisite sword skill. It was as if he was not in the same dimension as himself. Truly unbeatable. However, even though this alien sword saint was hacked to pieces by the black blade in Fang Xiu's hand, it didn't have the slightest bit of resentment in its heart. On the contrary, at this moment, the alien sword saint was completely immersed in it, marveling at Fang Xiu's power. He is the true king of the aliens. Break me. Fang Xiu slashed out the last side of the phantom sword dance, and the lustrous sword chi streaked towards the front, breaking into two wherever it went. The whole world, too, began to fall from the sky. Chapter 93, Li Qingqing. Are you protecting your husband? The world collapsed? Fang Xiu felt the incomparably real earthquake and looked around. Only the sky continued to crack and the rising ground began to fall at a rapid rate. The scenery around them changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that the collapsing sky didn't become pitch black. Instead it was extremely white, and there were even lights and patterns. Is this ceiling? In the blink of an eye, the azure sky disappeared completely and was replaced by a white ceiling. Fang Xiu subconsciously lowered his head, only to see a 5-meter-long scroll, hanging on the wall. Imperial Mansion. A painting show? I'm back? Fang Xiu quickly came back to his senses, but felt puzzled. Then am I considered to have passed, or not? Next, a crack suddenly appeared on the scroll in front of him. Fang Xiu gazed up and raised his sword brows, but he saw that the crack was becoming more and more obvious and longer. Jab. with a clear tearing sound. The entire scroll suddenly split down the center and fell towards the floor. This sudden scene was even more so as it called out to all the students on the stage. What's the situation? The scroll is broken? This shouldn't be. Can someone explain what's going on now? It's not like we're going to lose money, is it? Hot voices continued to be heard, and many students even took a step back from the scene. And as soon as he heard the word payout, Fang Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. So much for not passing the trial. You have to pay for it? There is no need for all the young heroes to be alarmed. It is normal for the scroll to be destroyed. Seeing that the scene was becoming a bit chaotic, Che-yu hurriedly stood up to explain. As I said before, this scroll is a masterpiece drawn by my father using special means, and it can have a certain impact on those who view it. But comparatively, if one's mind power is extremely strong, he or she can in turn cause an impact on this scroll. Now that the scroll has been destroyed, it means that the candidate that my father was looking forward to in his heart has appeared, Che-yuki said with a harmonious face. She grew up not being able to meet Che Xian's requirements and ended up relying on her family's resources to get into a top 10. Every time she saw Che Xian's worried face over the years, her heart felt anxious. Even after watching Li Qingqing, Wu Mingjian and the others stepped down one after another, the light of hope in her heart became dim. I thought I would get nothing out of this one, but I didn't. The emperor is not responsible for the hard work. This Crane City had finally given birth to a talented young man. Only, when Che-yu looked up, Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng were all standing on the stage, and the trial process of this imperial beast refining heart diagram was completely invisible to outsiders. Whether it was Fang Xiu who had passed the trial or Ma Wanfeng who had passed the trial made Che-yu unable to confirm for a moment. Suddenly, as if Ma Wanfeng had sensed the atmosphere, the corners of his mouth rose as he extended his right hand towards Fang Xiu. It's so true that the number one upperclassman is standing with me until the end. Fang Xiu looked at Ma Wanfeng's hand and then looked at Che-yu. Seeing that she didn't say anything, then he shook Ma Wanfeng's hand. So, what's going on now? The last thing I remember was me. However, without waiting for Fang Xiu to finish his sentence, Ma Wanfeng had already walked past him, and purposely raised his volume a few points. Since the destruction of the scroll was caused by the impact of our minds, it means that the two of us, all of us, meet Master Che Xian's requirements. I wonder if Master Che Xian, would you mind taking the two of us all in as disciples? Ma Wanfeng said in a pleasant manner. It was only in the ears of the students on the stage that the generosity shown by Ma Wanfeng was clearly giving Fang Xiu a step up. The implication was that Fang Xiu was also considered a genius among the freshmen of Hachingno One Middle School. If Master Che Xian could take him along as a disciple, he would not regret it. Truly worthy of being the strongest high school student in our Crane City, not only is he powerful, but he also has a big heart. I, Wu Zongjian, am convinced. Senior Ma is right. Senior Fang Xiu is also a genius among 10,000 now. So let's take them together. But would that not be too good? After all, Master Che Xian said that he would only accept one this time, and although Fang Xiu's talent is excellent, the person who just broke that scroll must still be Senior Ma, right? Indeed, Fang Xiu should just be picking up the pieces. If he had been a little later, he might not have been able to hold on. If that's the case, then we shouldn't take Fang Xiu as a disciple, right? If you hold on long enough, you'll be able to whittle away. Then it's better if I go up just now too, since Senior Ma Wanfeng is there anyway. Despite Ma Wanfeng's extremely generous behavior, there were still some people under the stage who were unconvinced and felt that Fang Xiu had only picked up a big leak. You guys, don't lick hard there just because Ma Wanfeng is the student council president. Okay, what makes it certain that it was Ma Wanfeng who broke the imperial beast refining heart diagram? And I said Fang Hu did it. Seeing that the students of the first middle school took Fang Xiu over to step on one, Li Qingqing was also extremely unhappy. She clenched her hands into fists, and shouted at the crowd for a while. But this Li Qingqing, although her aura was strong and she had a friendship with Che-Yue, but with the atmosphere of the scene adding to it, there were still quite a few rebuttals. That's not right, Senior Ma is a senior. His state of mind must be much stronger than Senior Fang Xiu. Qingqing's schoolmate, you don't think you like Fang Xiu, do you? Indeed. I remember that you were in the same class and participated in the freshman exchange tournament together, so it's normal to have mutual feelings for each other. Yo, so that's kind of a husband protector? Unconsciously, even more people joked about the relationship between Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu. So, when Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage just now, why were you guys indifferent? Just as the sound of the scene was becoming chaotic and Che-Yu was ready to stop everyone, Fang Xiu, who was standing on the stage, suddenly raised his volume. In a flash, countless pairs of eyes looked toward him. Honestly speaking, Fang Xiu didn't have much expectation for this trial. He just happened to get the invitation and came over to take a look. Some people felt that he was inferior to Ma Wanfeng, and he didn't care in his heart. After all, The mouth is on someone else and they can say whatever they want. But these guys? They preferred to use rumor mongering to make fun of Chingchingli. That means something completely different. In the end, you are not afraid of the impact the scroll will have on you. Afraid of embarrassment. Or you feel that this opportunity does not belong to you in the first place, so you do not dare to try. Now you're regretting it again. Thinking that if you watch the scroll with Ma Wanfeng and hold on a little longer, you'll have a chance to become Master Che Xin's disciple? It's fine to lie to others with this kind of talk. It's no fun to lie to yourself. The guy who doesn't even have the courage to try this doesn't deserve to participate in this trial at all. Chapter 94, bringing Feng Xiu here. Feng Hu. Li Qingqing blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, although she was not used to seeing the others licking Ma Wanfeng's performance, so she stood out and questioned it, but she did not expect Feng Hu to help himself out in turn. Moreover, the way Feng Xiu had overpowered the group also made Li Qingqing feel more or less handsome. This is Feng Hua? She cocked her head, a sudden sense of wonder and disbelief in her heart. The Feng Xiu she remembered was completely a person who regarded money as his life and found excuses to amass wealth whenever he moved. If he didn't know that this guy had taken all his money to the imperial beasts, he himself would have thought that Feng Xiu was that kind of gambling dog. But now when he looked at Feng Xiu again, his starry eyes were resolute and his bottom was full of energy, as if he was a true beast-robbing powerhouse. Even his sword-browed, starry-eyed, fresh and handsome features looked somewhat heroic at this moment. Since all of you young heroes are disputing this trial, let my father decide. Let him designate the person himself. If my father agrees to accept 2 disciples, we, the Che family, will support them wholeheartedly. While saying that, Che Yu took out her cell phone and dialed Che Xin's number in front of everyone. Seeing this, Feng Xiu just shrugged indifferently. Ma Wanfeng's brows furrowed slightly as he recalled the scene he had just seen in the scroll, and a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart instead. The bias has gotten to this point. Brother Ma. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian hurriedly came up. Failing to pass the trial of the imperial beast refining heart diagram, Wu Mingjian knew that there was no possibility of him surpassing Ma Wanfeng in high school. He put away his worried eyebrows and stretched his smile, once again reverting back to the state of looking up to Ma Wanfeng. The other students also quieted down and listened carefully to the voice coming from Che Yue's cell phone. Although Master Che Xin is old, he is still energetic about new things. Even his cell phone ringtone is a new song by Zhou Luanjie. It took about 10 seconds or so before the call managed to connect. In order not to be unfair, Che Yuki simply pressed the speakerphone and pulled the volume up to maximum. And in fact, although Master Che Xin did not attend this event, he was not ignorant of the situation in the Imperial Mansion. Bring Feng Hu to me. I thought that Master Che Xin would have a correct ruling on this matter, but what everyone didn't expect was that the voice that came from the speaker was only this cold sentence. Apparently, the person Master Che Xin had in mind was Feng Xiu. Ma Wanfeng's face instantly turned much paler. Master Chixin. He spoke subconsciously, as if trying to fight a little more, but he didn't wait for him to get the words out. The other end of the cell phone just hung up. All that floated out of the speaker was a cold beeping busy tone. Even Feng Xiu hadn't expected this outcome. Although he didn't feel much for Ma Wanfeng, he did know his senior year grades. The title of the strongest high school student in Crane City is well deserved. Thought it was possible that this Che Xin would take 2 disciples. Chuki's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. Although she didn't take a stance, in her heart she also favored Ma Wanfeng's side. After all, he was a senior and had 2 more years of experience with imperial beasts than Feng Xiu. Even the mutations, I don't know how many times they have been carried out. And he was also the president of the student council of Crane City No. 1 high school, so he could be said to have a bright future. However, even though Master Che Xin had given the results, Che Yu still smiled at Ma Wanfeng. No matter what, this Ma Wanfeng was also the current strongest high school student in Crane City. With his grades, he'll have no problem getting into God's capital university. Even if he didn't become Master Che Xin's disciple this time, he should be enlisted. It will come in handy someday in the future. Ma's talent is undoubtedly a 1 in a million genius. Even without my father's guidance, it's bound to be something. And please, this student, don't take it too personally. Finally, I would like to present Ma with $100,000 in my personal name. As he spoke, Che Yu directly took out a check and hastily wrote a number on it before handing it to Ma Wanfeng. This gift is purely my appreciation of your talent. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also seek help from our Che family. Although Che Xin was not going to accept Ma Wanfeng as his disciple, for this kind of extremely talented young hero, Che Yu naturally would not take the initiative to make enemies. Crane City was not big in the first place, and those who were able to go out from this city had to suffer more than the geniuses from the larger cities. Help if you can. $100,000 wasn't much money to her anyway. You could even say it's a show of hands. With similar gifts, she had no idea how many teenage heroes she had invested in. It's just that most of them end up obliterating the public. Many thanks. Ma Wanfeng looked at Che Yu and glanced at Feng Xiu who was standing on the stage, then took the check in his hand. Although he didn't forget to thank Che Yuki, his mindset had changed. The president of his own Hall of Fame student council, the strongest high school student in Crane City, Chu Xing his favorite junior. It turned out to be a loss of face at this painting exhibition. It would be good to get the word out. And it's only 100,000 in the district. One's month's worth of imperial beasts was more than that small. What's the difference between saying it's a gift and sending out a beggar? Let's go. Ma Wanfeng forced his heart to suppress his displeasure, put the check into his pocket, turned around and left the place. Wu Mingjian followed with great strides, but in his heart, he had an indescribable dark feeling. Good for you, Ma Wanfeng. I didn't think you guys would have a day. Of course, Wu Mingjian only thought about it in his heart and did not show it. The other students were dumbfounded. Did I just read it right? Chairman Ma was rejected by Master Che Xin? What the hell is going on here? Wasn't Senior Ma Wanfeng the one who just broke the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram? Could it be that it's Feng Xiu? How can a senior have a stronger mind than a senior? Maybe it's because Feng Xiu is younger? It's not impossible. Must Feng Xiu still has 2 years left? Another top 10 if properly cultivated. Yes, that must be it. It's not that Senior Ma Wanfeng's talent isn't as good as Feng Xiu's. It's just that he suffers from age. That's right. Didn't you guys see? Even after being rejected by Master Che Xin, Che Yu still gifted a sum of resources. What does that mean? It means that the Che family still wants to pull in our Senior Ma. For a while, the students were talking, looking for all kinds of compensation for Ma Wanfeng. It was Feng Xiu, on the contrary, who was still immersed in an inexplicable feeling. Is it true that Master Che Xin watched the whole thing live? Or can he sense what's happening in the scroll? Mr. Feng Yu. Without realizing it, Che Yu had already walked up to Feng Xiu, and with a smile on her face, she extended an invitation to Feng Xiu. Please also come with me. I'm taking you to my father now. Chapter 95, Going to the Che family, plus one more. Feng Xiu he really succeeded. Shi Zhanhong looked at Feng Xiu incredulously, although he knew that Feng Xiu was a rare genius, and when he accompanied him, he also had a premonition that Feng Xiu would be able to pass Grandmaster Che Xin's test, but when it all came true, he was still taken aback. It felt as if you were joking about what you would do with the $5 million you won, only to turn around and realize that you had really won $5 million. Congratulations, fellow student Feng Xiu. Zhang Shuren clasped his hands and congratulated Feng Xiu for successfully being accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin. It would be a lie if I didn't envy it, but at this time there was only envy. He himself failed to pass the trial of the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, so naturally, he couldn't blame anyone else. What's more, this matter of Feng Xiu becoming Master Che Xin's disciple was also a good thing for him. They were all students of Huqing No. 1 middle school, and in the future, they were going to participate in the Black River State League together. And the stronger Feng Xiu was, the more their rankings would be able to take a step forward. It was so tense just now. Congratulations, Feng Xiu. Chen Fan also expressed his congratulations, although he had looked for trouble with Feng Xiu when he first started school, but after a few times of contact, he also admired Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu was also not a calculating person, and the relationship between the two of them became a lot closer. Congratulations. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest. Her expression was bland, not worried or happy. But in her heart there was more or less a hint of jealousy. From the beginning of the school year until now, her own aura had been in a state of being suppressed by Feng Xiu, not to mention that Li Qingqing felt more and more that the gap between herself and Feng Xiu was getting wider and wider. No, I've worked my ass off. I can't let Feng Xiu completely throw me off. Li Qingqing secretly vowed in her heart that she would have to work even harder after she went back this time. Thanks a lot. Feng Xiu didn't say anything more. After all, Che Xin only had to beg to see one of himself. Even if Che Yu had some friendship with Li Qingqing, it was impossible for her to bring an extra person with her. Under Che Yu's leadership, Feng Xiu had to bid farewell to Li Qingqing and the others for the time being and left the painting exhibition. The other students kept their gazes focused on Feng Xiu, never able to move away. Still so envious. Yes, Feng Xiu was already a genius in Huqing No. 1 middle school, and now that he's been accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin, I'm afraid that in the future, there will only be a widening gap between him and us. And Li Qingqing is on good terms with him. Damn it, why did it have to be Feng Xiu? I also want to become Master Che Xin's disciple. Various murmurs continuously floated from behind Feng Hua, and in their tone, they all contained the envy and jealousy of Feng Hua. You can see what kind of status this Master Che Xin has in the hearts of these students. He waited for Feng Xiu to enter the elevator with Che Yue before he asked curiously, but why only take one? Isn't Li Qingqing's talent also good? And it seems to be an old acquaintance with MS. Che, as far as I can remember, Qingqing Li's family has strong connections and their wealth is not small. Since she and Yuki knew each other, she should be well aware of this. Wouldn't it be better to take them as disciples together? Her aunt and I are hairdressers, so as far as selfishness is concerned, I naturally very much hope that she can be instructed by her family father. Yu lightly opened her vermilion lips and explained, "It's just a pity that my father's decision is beyond my control. It feels like Fang's reactions are always a bit flat." Yu sized up Fang Xiu. Although he was a senior student, he was half a head taller than himself. His appearance was sword-browed and starry-eyed, refreshingly handsome. Both the front face and the side face were very heroic and unblemished. It instantly made her feel a lot more good. Only, from the time he passed the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram until now, Fang Xiu's expression hadn't changed much. Not even the rhythm of Fang Xiu's breathing was disorganized. It was evident that this expression was not a deliberate disguise on his part. Rather, it's heartfelt and plain as day. This determination made Yu not a little surprised. If it had been any other student, he or she might have been dancing with excitement. Happy, both for my own trials and going forward. I don't know much about anything other than Imperial Beasts, so I don't know what the concept of this matter of becoming a disciple of Master Xin is. Fang Xiu smiled. Although he had traveled to this world, he hadn't inherited the memories of his predecessor and was still in a state of figuring out the situation of this world. It was only through other people's mouths that they knew that this guy named Xin was very powerful and was a master of the Imperial Beast, and his own alien form is not a product of this world. Although in the mouths of Zhang Yu, Zhang Pan, the teachers, it was a rather powerful species of phantom beasts, and every time they went to their own Imperial Beast space, they would be startled by the development of the aliens. But this Xin, it seemed to be a person who had seen the world. There was no telling how his own alien form would be judged in his eyes. Granted, one believes that alien has a high ceiling, but what if Cheshin's philosophy is very different from one's own? And would he be annoyed with himself for obsessing over the alien? And, listening to Li Qingqing said that after this Xin retired, the royal beasts were all detained in the Magic City by the Five Flowers Group on the grounds of group property. If the Imperial Beast is so, what about his property? Will there be problems as well? The bottom line is, just how much help can this Cheshin provide to his future? Based on these realities, Fang Xiu's excitement of passing the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram test subsided quite a bit. Of course, these questions, Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't say them in front of Xin's daughter. So it is. Yuki lightly nodded her forehead and didn't say anything more. After leaving the Imperial Mansion, her driver had parked the car at the entrance. Although Fang Xiu did not know much about cars, he also recognized that the car used by Yu, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The interior inside was still flashing with ambient lights, and the back seat was quite comfortable to sit in. The full support from Chuki's mouth should only be for an Imperial Beast. I really wonder what kind of expression Xin would have if he saw the number of aliens I have. Fang Xiu thought in his heart, then took out his cell phone, opened the Douyin account, and turned on a beauty face in the process. "Sister Che, do you mind if I take a video?" Fang Xiu asked with a smile on his face. "Of course I don't mind." Yuki smiled and shook his head, then even moved closer to Fang Xiu's side, entering the same video frame as him. Fang Xiu's nose twitched slightly, only to feel a faint floral scent hit his face, followed by the residual warmth of Yu's arm. "Hi everyone, I'm Fang Hu. Just now, I passed the trial of Master Xin's Imperial Beast refining heart diagram. It's in the car right now, going with Sister Che to pay her respects to Master Xin. I'm really happy." Fang Xiu revealed a bright smile and took a video of about a minute, and when he pressed stop, his expression returned to its previous coldness. Yue couldn't help but be stunned at this maneuver. "What are you doing?" "Oh, run the account. By the way, does Sister Che know a dealer or something? I can help with live banding." Yuki? Chapter 96, What the hell is a master and disciple contract? Plus 2 more. Your Douyin account seems to be doing pretty well. Yu didn't expect Fang Xiu to pull himself together to make a short video, but only after a closer look did he realize that Fang Xiu had 150,000 followers. Although it was naturally not comparable to those so-called big anchors, accumulating so many fans in a small city like Crane City was already an impressive achievement. Sloppy. Fang Xiu put his cell phone away. Although he had 150,000 followers, there were no e-commerce companies to contact him, and even if there were, they were all kinds of strange products that Fang Xiu found unreliable. Except for the clips of the freshman exchange match, the subsequent daily videos had little clicks, and even except for the big explosion at the beginning, the daily gift income at the back was only a few tens of dollars. Once he thought of Yu's identity, Fang Xiu did hope that she could introduce a few reliable e-commerce companies. "I haven't really had much contact with people in this area." Yuki laughed. Although she admired Fang Xiu's brains, She really hadn't dabbled much in the short video platforms that had only sprung up in the last few years. The next thing was relatively simple. Chaeyu and Fong Xiu had a chat in the car, and the car quickly drove away from the city. Long before he retired, Chae Xian bought a mountain in Crane City and built a villa halfway up the mountain. Even Fong Xiu could feel the bravado. If he didn't have Chaeyu to lead him, he probably would have gotten himself lost in not much time. It was only after about half an hour that Fong Xiu walked to the entrance of the villa's study. Chaeyu put her finger against her mouth, signaling Fong Xiu to be quiet before she knocked twice gently on the door of the room. "Come in." A boy's voice came from inside. Chaeyu whirled around and pushed the door open, signaling Fong Xiu to just go in. Many thanks to Sister Chae. Before walking in, Fong Xiu didn't forget to be polite. But when Fong Xiu was in the middle of the study, the corner of his mouth could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Nice guy. This study was almost as big as his own 2 dormitories, with all kinds of celebrity paintings and calligraphy, antique artifacts, and simply a wide array of them. Not to mention this life. Even in his last life, Fong Xiu had never seen such a luxurious study. "You are Fong Xiu, right?" The man's voice echoed in the study. Fong Xiu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with half-white hair, sitting in an electric wheelchair, wearing a light blue shirt on his upper body, with a blanket covering his legs. Although he looked to be only in his 40s, his demeanor was tired, and the sagging bags under his eyes looked as if he hadn't had a good night's rest in a long time. "Well, good day, Master Chae Xian," Fong Xiu said politely. Chae nodded slightly, glancing around in passing, then fiddled with the buttons on his motorized wheelchair and moved toward a desk to the side. "Come over here." Fong Xiu sniffed and took 3 steps to the desk. "Take a look." Chae Xian tapped the pile of papers on top with his finger, then said, "Fong Hu?" For a while, it was Fong Xiu who was confused instead. "What the hell? Aren't you going to take on an apprentice? How do you show me the file?" "Master Chae Xian, this is?" Fong Xiu raised his sword brows and smoothly took the document in his hand. "Here's our mentor-apprentice contract with some of the things I want from you." "Fong Hu? Good lord, what is this world coming to? When the student government invites you to join, you have to sign your own contract. Now Chae Xian is going to take on an apprentice and sign his own contract as well. You're addicted to signing contracts, aren't you? What if I don't want to sign?" Fong Xiu asked Chae Xian rhetorically. Although it was in black and white, and his own mind was an adult, he didn't feel for a second that he could mess with a person of Chae Xian's caliber when it came to contracts. After all, you don't have a law degree, so how can you do reading comprehension line by line? These words also stunned Chae Xian. With his own reputation, he didn't know how many people would want to seek him out to worship him, not to mention signing the contract. I'm afraid the other party wouldn't even frown if they were asked to go to the Mountain of Knives. This Fong Xiu, in turn, rejected it. "Reason? What if you screw me over?" Fong Hua said without thinking. "I'm just a high school student. How can I see the twists and turns inside the contract?" Chae, when Fong Xiu refused to sign, he thought of the worst-case scenario, which was nothing more than Fong Xiu having other contracts in place. Although Crane City was a small city, it didn't mean that there were no geniuses. There have been a number of shortcuts in the past. Chu Xinghe, for example, had always made him feel pity. If only he could have taken Chu Xinghe as a disciple back then. But what Chae Xian never expected was Fong Xiu's reason. But he was afraid that he would pit him? It's funny, isn't it? He's a Thai high school kid. What's he got to pit himself against? He himself again personally drew the Imperial Beast Refining Heart Map, and also widely distributed invitation letters, and made a fanfare in the Crane City to accept disciples for selection. All this, coming to a head, just to fool a high school kid into signing a bullying agreement? Do I have nothing better to do? You're paranoid of being victimized? Chae Xian looked at Fong Xiu with a black face. That's not true. It's just that I almost let the student council pit me before, Fong Xiu said lightly, incidentally flipping through the clauses on the contract a few times. Instead of an apprenticeship contract, Fong Xiu felt that it was more like a labor contract. Student council? Chae Xian sneered. Those kids just like to pull some tricks. Don't worry, there's no pit in this contract, and if you don't believe me, you can find a firm to consult with as well. Also, if you sign this contract, I can offer you a chance at a mutation. Alteration? Fong Xiu's starry eyes twitched. It would be a lie to say that you're not interested in mutations. Early on, after hearing about the mutation from Zhang Panpan, he had moved this thought. It's just a shame that it takes credits to help students mutate in the first school. Even though he had won the freshman exchange and earned extra credit, it still wasn't enough. Unless he or she could kill the top 4 in the Black River State, he or she would have to wait until next semester at the earliest to make the mutation. As a result, I didn't expect that this Jishin would be able to provide a direct mutation. That's right, Chae Xian nodded and said in a serious tone. Although normally, Imperial Beast Masters can't come into contact with mutations until their second year of high school. Since you were able to pass my Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, it means that the power of your mind is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if the mutation were to take place now, nothing would go wrong. Sort of a meet and greet gift from me to you. Even though Che Xin was now a royal beast master, with his status, reputation, and all-crushing Feng Xiu, in reality, he was nothing more than a walk in the park, and Feng Xiu was a rising star. Facing this latecomer, Che Xin instead acted very politely. Also, can you tell me what you saw when you were confronted with the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram? Although Che Xin could sense who had broken his Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he was after all not the roundworm in Feng Xiu's stomach, so naturally he couldn't see what was happening in his spiritual world. Chapter 97 Magic City University? Feng Xiu's maneuver made Che Xin feel a bit speechless in his heart. Why would he want to pit him against a little kid when he was a royal beast master? But no matter what, Che Xin was not a small-minded person after all, and after calming his emotions, he looked at Feng Xiu from another angle. You can't do harm to someone, but you can't prevent them from doing it. Although Feng Xiu's thinking is a bit odd, this kind of vigilance will be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. What's more, if you want to accomplish that, the talent of the Imperial Beasts alone is far from enough. Che Xin thought in his heart, and Feng Hua's evaluation was a few points higher. If you really can't trust it, you can also take a few pictures and send them to someone you trust. Let him confirm it for you. Now there's no problem, is there? Che Xin backed off and let Feng Xiu find someone random to verify it. Truly worthy of being Master Che Xin. Feng Xiu was waiting for these words. Naturally he would not push back. He took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the contract, then sent them to Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan respectively. Both of these people had given themselves help in the Imperial Beasts, and both of them were their teachers, so if they both felt that there was nothing wrong, then there really wasn't anything wrong. However, these two naturally didn't reply to Feng Xiu in seconds, and even if they did see the message, they would at least have to study it for a while. Feng Xiu simply took advantage of the waiting gap to state the sight he saw from the royal beast refining heart diagram. You've encountered situations before where the Imperial Beasts were not under your control? Che Xin instantly grasped the point. Although he couldn't see the image that Feng Xiu was seeing, as the person who had drawn this Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he knew the principles of it very well. The diagram of the refining of the heart is directly in front of the horror of the human heart. It's kind of a mind asterisk 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 asterisk. Aha! Feng Xiu answered. Interesting. Che Xin smiled. He didn't pay much attention to Feng Xiu, but after learning that he had passed his Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he also investigated Feng Xiu's identity background. Both parents are from ordinary working families. The Imperial Beast is a phantom species of Imperial Beast called the Alien. Not only are they extremely powerful individually, but they also have a numerical advantage. In a place like Crane City, this type of Imperial Beast was indeed rare. What surprised Che Xin even more was that Feng Xiu's alien had the ability to parasitize. This gives the alien infinite growth possibilities. It's probably because your Imperial Beasts gave birth to more powerful aliens when they parasitized and evolved, and that's why they became disgruntled with you as an Imperial Beast Master. Though I don't know what method you used to suppress that alien, the incident planted a seed deep within you. You're afraid that more powerful aliens will appear later and you won't be able to control them. Am I right? Chaishan breaks it down a bit. Perhaps. Feng Xiu neither admitted nor denied it. Before viewing the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, it was true that he hadn't paid much attention to this issue, but on second thought also, the alien, in the end, cannot be considered a creature bred by himself, but rather, he has materialized this alien through his life experiences in his last life. At that time, my own self lacked sufficient knowledge of the Imperial Beasts and only thought of the strong potential of the aliens. No, the potential of the alien can be described as nothing short of terrifying. As long as they keep reproducing and parasitizing on, their numbers can grow indefinitely. If it really came to a number in terms of countries, or even in terms of planets, would one really be able to suppress such a large army of aliens? Perhaps the question is the seed within yourself. I just hadn't thought deeply about it before. To put it another way, since I passed that what's-his-name Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, it means that my what's-his-name mind power has become powerful. This won't be a problem in the future, will it? Feng Xiu thought for a moment and inquired with a serious face. Although he hadn't decided whether or not to sign this apprentice acceptance contract, but if he had questions, he naturally had to ask them in a hurry. Not necessarily. Che Xin shook his head slightly. The Imperial Beast refining heart diagram is only for the terror in your heart at the moment. People grow and, as they do, encounter all sorts of new problems. These are problems that have the potential to be solved easily, or they can distract you from them until they create greater horror. But you don't have to be discouraged by that. We are not as powerful as the Imperial beasts, but we have intelligence and heart. These are our strengths and the key to our human ability to keep the beasts at bay. This kind of problem, in Che Xin's eyes, could not be considered a problem. Who hasn't had problems in all walks of life? Is it possible to be afraid of a problem that hasn't arisen and choose to give up? That's true. Fang Xiu nodded in agreement. As long as we, Fang Hu, keep getting stronger, we will be able to suppress the treasonous hearts of these aliens. As long as I am the strongest alien king, I don't have to worry about my subjects rebelling, Fang Xiu said in a serious manner, but immediately afterward, he felt that his words were a bit middle-aged. Ahem. He cleared his throat and simply changed the subject to Chaishin. So the rumors are true? Your Imperial beast, retrieved by the Five Flowers group? Even the Fang Xiu felt that Li Qingqing had no reason to lie to him. This matter, he couldn't figure out how. The Imperial beast, doesn't it take place from freshman year of high school? Before entering the Five Flowers group, Master Che Xin already had Imperial beasts, right? Why would it still be treated as group property? Is this kind of thing reasonable? My Imperial beasts, they're not going to become the property of a certain group as well, are they? However, Fang Xiu was not motivated by gossip, but more by a desire to understand how this world worked. If someone else can hit the aliens, then they really need to be on their guard. These things are not for you, a high school student, to pry into, Che Xin said without thinking. It was only the first time they met each other, so naturally, Che Xin had no reason to tell his past to the other party. However, when it really comes down to it, I can tell you, there is a fundamental difference between what can be told and what must be told. One more question. Will you interfere with my choice of volunteers? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it is an honor to be a disciple of Master Che Xin. One should be grateful and treat the other person like a father. But Fang Xiu was not such a person. In his opinion, between himself and Che Xin, it should be a two-way street. There's no need to go low yourself. What's more, with the previous experience of the student union, Fang Xiu was more or less sensitive to the matter of volunteering. I naturally want you to go to Mordor University if you can. Mordor University? Why? Fang Xiu subconsciously pursued the question. Because Mordor University is my alma mater, and the professors there are all my old friends. So if you go to Mordor University, there are many relationships that I can help you with, Che Xin said bluntly. But there was something else on his mind. The headquarters of the Five Flowers Group, also in Mordor. Chapter 98 National Level Beast Master. Buzz off. Fang Xiu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and found that it was an incoming call from Zhang Yu. So he looked at the phone and then looked at Che Xin. Take it. Che Xin stopped the topic of Magic City University and let Fang Xiu deal with the contract first. The moment Fang Xiu pressed the answer button, Zhang Yu's loud voice came from the phone. Fang Xiu, where are you? What's going on with that contract? Is there a problem with the contract? Fang Xiu looked at Che Xin. Although this was Che Xin's villa, Fang Xiu had nothing to be ashamed of. No. Zhang Yu denied it repeatedly. It was just a bit of a shock to see that the name of the party was Master Che Xin. Fang Xiu, you couldn't have been chosen by Master Che Xin to be his disciple, could you? Aha. Fang Xiu answered, then explained the situation. I'm at Master Che Xin's house right now, and he's asking me to sign some kind of apprentice contract. I don't know much about it, so I thought I'd ask you. There's no pitfalls in this contract, right? You've got a bargain, haven't you? This is how many people are begging for the opportunity. But also pit? I see you like a pit. And, you talk a little quieter. Don't let people hear. Zhang Yu also did not forget to kindly remind Fang Xiu. After all, it was in someone's villa, and the walls had ears. In case if this was heard by Master Che Xin and he regretted it and didn't accept Fang Xiu as his disciple, wouldn't that be a big loss? However, what Zhang Yu never dreamed of is, it's fine, brother Yu, Master Che Xin is right next to me. He can hear it, and he's also the one who asked me to find someone to confirm it. Fang Xiu said lightly, as if this was a trivial matter that couldn't be more normal. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone was petrified on the spot. No, what the hell is going on now? Fang Xiu answered the phone in front of Master Che Xin, and questioning if there is a pitfall in Master Chixin's contract? Is Fang Xiu usually this brave? It seems so brave. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and when he thought about it, Fang Xiu's character was just like this, bent on imperial beasts and making money. But no matter what, after learning that Master Che Xin could hear his words, Zhang Yu still forced down the excitement in his heart. Fang Xiu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master Che Xin is an officially certified Imperial Beast Master, ranked second only to Mega. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Xiu figured it out. Master Che Xin's Master is not the honorific title that other people use for him. Instead, it's an officially certified title. similar to national-level actors, national-level chefs, etc. The full title, on the other hand, is National-Level Sentinel Master, and above the first-level Royal Beast Master, there is the Extraordinary Royal Beast Master, or Extra Large for short. That powerful. Fang Xiu looked at Che Xin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and was more or less surprised in his heart. That's for sure. Looking at the whole of Crane City, in terms of defending beasts, there's no one who can compare to Master Che Xin. You must take advantage of this opportunity when you can. Fang Hu, to say that he didn't envy Fang Xiu, that would naturally be a lie. At this time, Zhang Yu could not wait to directly visit the door and accompany Fang Xiu to sign the contract. Later, when you go back to school, you can have bragging rights for yourself, but that kind of thing is just a thought. To run into someone's house with a thick skin, this kind of thing Zhang Yu still couldn't do. Even without waiting for Zhang Yu to finish his sentence, Fang Xiu's cell phone vibrated once again. It was Zhang Pan who called. Brother Yu, talk to you later. Fang Xiu hung up Zhang Yu's call and turned to pick up Zhang Pan's call. You passed Master Che Xin's test? Zhang Pan's tone was equally excited. Although he had long known that Fang Xiu's talent for beast royalty was extremely high, and that sooner or later he would be able to walk out of this Crane City, he had never dreamed that Fang Xiu would actually pass Grandmaster Che Xin's test and become the other party's disciple. Yes, Brother Pan, so have you finished reading what I sent you? Fang Xiu said softly. Zhang Wu says it's fine, but double insurance is always a good idea. Ah, right, Zhang Pan responded. I've read all the terms and conditions of the contract, and basically there's nothing wrong with it. It's all very normal requirements, even if the employer nowadays would sign a similar contract. Just two things. When Fang Xiu heard this, he frowned. Is there really a pit? This seems to be a trial contract that is valid for 3 months, and if you fail to achieve the grades required by Master Che Xin, the other party can unilaterally break the contract. This is the first point. Fang Xiu, don't think that with a contract, you're really Master Che Xin's disciple. For the next 3 months, you must be serious about your imperial beasts and work hard on them to gain Master Che Xin's recognition. You have to know that your parents are just ordinary people. They can't provide any resources to you when it comes to imperial beasts. So Master Che Xin sighed. Fang Hu? Zhang Pan's long speech, listening to Fang Xiu's face with a question mark. Good guy. I thought Zhang Pan was worried about being pitted, but it turned out to be the fear that he couldn't meet Master Che Xin's requirements for accepting disciples and was abandoned by the other party? Whose side are you on, anyway? Even Fang Xiu vaguely felt that the corners of Master Che Xin's mouth were on the verge of being suppressed. What about the second point? Fang Xiu hurriedly interrupted Zhang Pan's words. If we let Zhang Pan talk on, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish in half an hour. Oh, the second point. Can you ask for Master Che Xin's autograph for me? I'm a fan of his. I've especially liked Master Che Xin since I was a kid. Snap. Fang Xiu hung up the phone violently. Let's not talk about the first one, which is no longer toward you. The second one has nothing to do with the contract, does it? What the hell is asking for an autograph? Ha. Che Xin sniffed, the corners of his mouth completely suppressed. Laugh if you want to. Fang Xiu whirled around and then re-picked up the contract. It wasn't until this time that he could see that the contract was a trial apprenticeship contract, valid for 3 months. If Party B fails to meet Party A's performance requirements, Party A may unilaterally break the contract and terminate the master-apprentice relationship. Your gym teacher, on the other hand, is quite interesting. There's nothing wrong with the signature. It's you, Fang Hu. Dare to sign this contract? Che Xin's smile came to a screeching halt and his expression turned serious. The disciple I'm looking for isn't here to play some master-disciple house game. What I'm going to cultivate is a true imperial beast master. A strong man who can truly stand on top of this world. This contract, it's both an opportunity and a challenge. If you don't meet my requirements, then, in less than 3 months, we'll go our separate ways. You, not the one I'm looking for. Che Xin's eyes were incomparably deep, scrutinizing Fang Xiu's starry eyes. Fang Xiu grabbed the corner of the contract, not expecting things to come to this, but, Fang Xiu, had never been one to back down. So, Fang Xiu, throwing his voice, asked, what challenge? Chapter 99, The Sky is Not Born. The beasts are as long as the night. Midterm exams, final exams, all of them to get first place. Che Xin gazed into Fang Xiu's starry eyes and slowly said, it's that simple? Fang Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He was the first place in the mapping exam, and this world emphasized on the imperial beasts and light on general knowledge. All the knowledge points, much easier than his last life. In this case, stabilizing first place is not much of a challenge at all. Either that or Che Xin is underestimating himself. Either, or he has other demands. Black River State League. The truth was also the same as what Fang Xiu thought. Che Xin naturally wouldn't make such a simple request, so he raised his voice. You have to be in the Black River State League and achieve a ranking. Once he heard about the Black River State League, Fang Xiu then felt reasonable. Yes, the difficulty of the Crane City 1 exam is too easy. It's only challenging when you switch to the Black River State League, and to be able to claim a place, that's a top 8 start? What ranking? Fang Xiu pursued. Che Xin didn't answer, just slowly raised one finger and smiled without saying a word. First place? Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, although he had only crossed over a short time ago and was unclear about a lot of the common sense of this world. But something about the Black River State League had been explained by his homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu. The strongest colleges in every city in the Black River State can participate, but because of the different education, resource levels, the only schools that are really qualified to compete for the title are actually Hacienda City, Kikikikikikiki, Xincheng, Jiacheng. Colleges and universities in other areas are more like the green leaves that set off the red flowers. Of course, even so, being able to exchange imperial beasts with the students of these truly top schools was a good thing with no harm done, but it is limited to this. A few years ago the genius scholar Chu Xinghe also only led the Crane City First Middle School, got the runner-up result, and neither before him, nor after him, had Crane City no one ever achieved such a good result again. It hasn't even gotten to the Final Four in the last couple years. Now when Che Xin opened his mouth, he was asking Fang Xiu to take the title of the Black River State League, which was undoubtedly hellishly difficult. You're scared? Che Xin smiled. Let me remind you of one more thing. If you don't achieve the grades I require, it's not just as simple as terminating your contract, but as Party B, you'll have to pay a compensation. Triple compensation. It's worth noting that the issue regarding compensation was written into the contract from the beginning by Che Xin. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan also both noticed this clause, and the reason why they felt it was fine was because they both thought that Che Xian's grade requirement was nothing more than to allow Fang Xiu to achieve grades in Huqing No. 1 middle school. As the number 1 senior, this is naturally not a difficult task for Fang Xiu. If they could have imagined that Che Xian would be so crazy as to directly ask Fang Xiu to achieve the first place in the Black River State League, they would have said nothing to let Fang Xiu this contract. I don't think your two teachers, realize this, so you can call them again and get their opinion. Of course, Grandmaster Shazan's words changed. Your talent is indeed good, so I don't intend to make things difficult for you. If both of your teachers feel that this apprenticeship contract is not acceptable, I can accept it and am willing to gift you $500,000 in cash, sort of funding your path to the Imperial Beast. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can also seek help from Chevalier. With that said, Che Xian's hands then rested on his lap, leaving the choice to Fang Xiu. Things had developed to this point, and had completely gone out of Fang Xiu's expectations. Signing it could potentially expose you to triple damages. In the end, not only did they become Che Xian's disciples, but they might end up in debt. If you don't sign it, you just walk away with $500,000 and get to make friends with the Carr family. There will be a way back if something does go wrong in the future. An extremely sensible person would probably choose the latter. Fang Xiu glanced down at the cell phone in his hand. In fact, at this time, Che Xian was also nervous. As early as a long time ago, he had the intention of taking on disciples, but the so-called geniuses he encountered were all nothing more than that. The only person who had caught his eye was Chu Xinghe back then, but at that time, he had business to attend to, a missed opportunity by mistake. Nowadays, Fang Xiu was the only one who interested him, but interest alone is not enough. What one is looking for is a true genius. Not only do you need to have the talent to control the beasts, but you also need to have the mentality of a strong man. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of each other's time. If I were to call MS Zhang Yu, or MS Zhang Panpan, they must think that unless I'm crazy, I'm not going to sign this contract. The Black River State League is as strong as a cloud, especially in Hasan Middle School, where it's rumored that every single one of the key classes there is a phantom beast species Imperial Beast Master. Since the founding of Crane City 1, it's even more so that it's never won a championship. It's a mission impossible. As Fang Xiu spoke, he slammed the cell phone he was holding in his hand, heavily slapping it on the table. You're thinking the same thing, aren't you, Master Che Xin? Think I'm going to give up on signing this intake contract and walk away with $500,000? Only to see Fang Xiu grabbed a pen from the desk, then flipped the contract to the last page, cleanly wrote down his name, and incidentally, even the time on it was also written clearly. Not only that, Fang Xiu even pushed this contract in front of Che Xin. The feeling was as if to say, I've signed it, now it's your turn. The reason Crane City hasn't gotten first place in the Black River State League yet is because I'm not in high school yet, Fang Xiu said in a loud voice. Che Xin sniffed, and his entire body spiraled to a standstill. Although when Fang Xiu was silent, His mind imagined countless possibilities, and even prepared for Fang Xiu to directly take the money and leave. But what he never expected was, Fang Xiu not only signed his name on this contract, he was even more vocal. HSC1 didn't win the HJ State League, not because HSS was too strong, but, he, Fang Xiu, is not yet in high school. Ha 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 ha. In a flash, Master Che Xin couldn't help but burst out laughing, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. You're a funny little kid. First, you questioned whether my apprenticeship contract was a pitfall, and you specifically asked 2 teachers to confirm it for you. You could say it was pretty careful. As a result, after learning of the triple damages, he signed his name instead. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Xiu. Che Xin ran his hand over the tears, and his eyes hardened at this moment as he gripped the pen tightly in his other hand. Just so you're clear, if you don't win the Black River State League, I can make you make triple compensation. Sign it, Fang Xiu said in a serious manner. Chapter 100 Betting Agreement. Goal, Black River State League Champion. Yes, Che Xin grabbed a pen and signed his name on the contract. There were 2 copies of the contract. One was locked in a drawer by Che Xin, and the other was given directly to Fang Xiu for his own safekeeping. However, you can rest assured that before the Black River State League comes, I will fully support your Imperial Beasts, so that you can take your alien to the next level. Che Xin thought for a moment and told Fang Xiu to relax. One is not the kind of person who would deliberately victimize someone for the sake of compensation. That's natural. So, when will the mutation start? After signing the contract, Fang Xiu's entire body felt much more relaxed and urged Che Xin instead. What a sexual rush. Che Xin couldn't help but spit it out. It's not that it's urgent. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. In a few days, it will be the midterm exams. After midterms, it's the Black River State Tournament. How can I lose myself when there's still a week left to brace myself? Che Xin smiled just slightly at his words. It will take some time to start the machine, and you consumed quite a bit of physical strength when you were comprehending the Imperial Beast Alchemy heart diagram. So let Che take you to eat something first. Saying that, Che Xin pressed the button on the motorized wheelchair. It wasn't long before Che Yuki pushed his way in. You first take Fang Xiu to eat something. Mutation is a physical job. Upon hearing the word mutation, Che Yu instantly understood what was going on. In the face of the challenge of the car salary, Fang Xiu did not directly take $500,000 in cash and walk away, but bravely signed the contract of accepting the apprentice. Come with me. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't refuse this. He waved his hand to Che Xin and paid his respects for the time being, then took 3 steps to Che Yu's side and asked curiously, for such a big villa, there's no arrangement for a housekeeper or anything? Although he hadn't lived in such a large house, this villa had 6 floors, and even coming over to the study side was by elevator. Obviously not something the family can just clean up. The butler is there. Che Yu smiled. But since you are my father's probationary disciple, it is only right that I receive you personally. The implication is that ordinary guests can indeed be received by the housekeeper, but as an honored guest, it is natural not to work perfunctorily. Trial disciples can be okay. Fang Xiu slightly smacked his lips. Che Xion's study was on the 3rd floor, while the cafeteria was on the 1st floor, plus the villa itself was large enough to require a bit of a walk. Fang Xiu's cell phone had been vibrating non-stop since a while ago, and at this moment's effort, he also swept 2 eyes of Tencent. It was full of text messages from Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Zhang Panpan also didn't forget to remind Fang Xiu not to forget to get an autograph for him. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, is concerned about the contract. Brother Panpan, since you are a true fan of Master Che Xian, how much do you think is a reasonable price for such an autograph? It's done, and now I'm about to go to dinner. Master Che Xian said he'd help my Imperial Beasts mutate a bit. Fang Xiu sent messages back to the 2 of them separately. As a result, the next second, Zhang Yu called directly. Congratulations, Fang Xiu, to be able to become Master Che Xian's disciple. Don't forget me when you get rich in the future. If you're rich and famous, don't forget each other. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yu's tone was even more agitated than Fang Xiu's. After all, through Fang Xiu, he was also considered to have hitched a ride on the human network of Master Che Xian. In the future, teacher selection, promotion and so on, as long as there is this layer of relationship, he basically will not have any more obstacles. With a bit of luck, one might be able to become a vice principal or something before one was 45. And this, all through the light of Fang Xiu. That contract is only a trial intake. It's only valid for 3 months. It's still early to see if you can become Master Che Xian's official disciple or not. Fang Xiu's tone was much flatter than Zhang Yu's. Regarding this part, Zhang Yu naturally noticed it. What's so difficult about it? With your current grades, when you look at the entire Hechingno 1 middle school, there's simply no one who can compare to you. Not even Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren. Now that we have the full support of Master Che Xin, there are even fewer surprises. That score against the bet is nothing to worry about at all. The result was the same as Fang Xiu's guess. This Zhang Yu also felt that the grade requirements, just their own grades in high school exams. Brother Yu, this is where you're wrong. The other Master Che Xin isn't worried about my grades in the first middle school at all. That is? Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but stare. Not high school grades? What else could it be? Is Master Che Xin going to give Fang Xiu a small taste of his own medicine? Black River State League. Fang Xiu said seriously. Master Che Xin said that if I can't win the Black River State League, he will not only terminate the apprentice contract, but also demand triple compensation. Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. He even somewhat doubted if there was something wrong with his cell phone, and that was why he misheard it. Black River State League Championship? Seriously? That's the state tournament. You think it's a freshman exchange game? And the Black River State League is a team tournament, not an individual tournament. Even if Fang Xiu had gotten guidance and funding from Master Che Xin, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan could not get guidance and funding from each other. On top of that, they haven't won a Black River State League title since Crane City 1 was founded. To bet against Fang Xiu with such a score, isn't that bullying? You shouldn't have signed it, right? The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In his opinion, this was simply an impossible betting agreement. Of course, it's good that you didn't sign. Zhang Yu let out a long sigh of relief, but in his heart, he also felt strange. What level of Hucheng First High School? Che Xin Master should have a number in mind. Why open such a difficult betting agreement? Signed. Zhang Yu was stunned again. However, Fang Xiu didn't mention this matter to Zhang Yu just to scare him. So yeah, you, see if you can get me a little more resources at school. If I win the Black River State League Championship and become Master Che Xion's official disciple, you'll have a light on your face, won't you? And the credit is on you. It's you, leading the students of Crane City No. 1 high school to win the Black River State League Championship. How dignified is it to say that? Head coach Zhang Yu, Fang Hua whirled around and began to flounder. That's right. The reason why he guided Zhang Yu to make the call was in exchange for more resources, to firmly bind himself to Zhang Yu, and even first middle school. Although Che Xion's family was large and wealthy, but after all, he was not yet an official disciple, so he thought that he would not throw his weight around. Zhang Yu could be different. He was his homeroom teacher, so it was really an honor and a loss. Interests bound is what makes a good ally. And Che Yu, who had brought Fang Xiu to the cafeteria, had heard the entire conversation between Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu. This little kid, it seems like a real sure thing to take the Black River State League title. Che Yu couldn't help but think back to her own high school, when she had also participated in the Black River State League as the representative of the first middle school, and, as a result, had only gotten a top 8 finish. Father, will your expectations of Fang will be too high? Chapter 101, Zhang Yu's efforts, plus one more. Zhang Yu put down his cell phone and went straight to Grade Director Wang Kai's office. Brother Wang. Zhang Yu clasped his hands and his tone was also very respectful. Did you take the wrong medicine? Wang Kai put down the work in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Although he is the grade director, but a few years older than Zhang Yu, private relationship is quite good. Usually jokingly call himself Old Wang. Suddenly being referred to as Brother Wang, in turn, made Wang Kai a bit uncomfortable. No, happy, Zhang Yu said while pulling over a chair and sitting in front of Wang Kai's table. The Black River State League will start soon. Yeah, next week is the midterm exam, and after that, it's time to go to the Black River State League. Wang Kai, as the grade level director, still knew more about these things. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing are both your students, right? At that time, you and Zhang Panpan will lead the team over there. From what he understands, the Black River State Tournament will be held in Gator City this year, and it's only a little more reliable for the two teachers to lead the team together. Just make it to the top 8 this year. Wang Kai relieved up Zhang Yu, telling him that he did not need to have too much pressure, and that the leaders above were well aware of the level of Crane City. Fang Xiu's alien was undoubtedly very powerful, but Li Qingqing and their imperial beasts were weaker in terms of combat. So, the Elite 8 is a win. What if I say that our goal this year is the championship? Zhang Yu broke off and squeezed out a sentence. It wasn't that he had a timid character. It was that such words were incomprehensible even to him. Crane City is just a small city in the 18th line, with resources, education, all backward and a small population. Even those powerful parents in Crane City had long ago sent their children to Hassan Middle School through various connections. Not even the leadership of the school board has any illusions about the Black River State League. Results. How dare Zhang Yu say their goal is the championship? Nobody. A few dishes. Drinking like this? Wang Kai looked at Zhang Yu with a contemptuous face. Is that something a human being could say? Rolling. You're the one who drank. I'm serious. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and his expression turned serious with it. Seriously, Brother Wang, don't say you don't believe this, even I don't believe it myself. Although we always say that the first high school is a key high school, is the best school in Crane City, every year there can be dozens of students, stable examination of the top 10. Every time I tell others, I am a teacher in the first high school, my heart is proud, but we all know in our hearts that all these honors, all this capital to brag about, are only in Crane City. Once we look at the entire country of China, where can our first middle school rank? I'm afraid it doesn't even rank in the top 100 colleges and universities in the country. In the past league, we couldn't even say that we would definitely make it to the Elite 8, and no one but Crane City would expect anything from our first school. Even we, ourselves, didn't believe we could win the championship once. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more excited he became, and he even became choked up at the back. Zhang Yu, Wang Kai was taken aback. You, what's wrong? Is it because of Fang Hu? In Wang Kai's perception, Zhang Yu was also not a brat who had just become a teacher. He also had expectations for the league when he first joined the school, thinking that one day he would be able to lead his students on the podium. But many times, not all dreams come true. The gap between the first school and the other schools is there. What can they do? That's right. Zhang Yu heaved his head. You've seen Fang Xiu's talent, haven't you? In recent years, aside from Chu Xinghe, there is no one who can compare to Fang Xiu anymore. And that year's Chu Xinghe, if he hadn't been a little less lucky, he might have really had a chance to take the title of the Black River State League. So, Wang Kai interrupted Zhang Yu's words. Chu Xinghe is indeed a rare genius, and the same goes for Fang Xiu. But you're not unaware that the year after that blowout at Hassan Middle School, the school underwent a reform. Today's Hassan Middle School is a monster of a school, to say the least. Even if Fang Xiu could match the Chu Xinghe of that year, it would be a pipe dream for him to win the championship. On a personal emotional level, how could he, the head of the grade, not want his school to make a name for itself? It's just that being a human being should keep your feet on the ground. It's not like that. Zhang Yu violently stood up from his chair. Fang Xiu, he, was accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin. That's Che Xin, a national-level imperial beast master. With his guidance, Fang Xiu might actually have a chance. As soon as these words came out, Wang Kai directly froze on the spot, his two eyes staring like bronze bells. His mouth also involuntarily opened wide into an O shape, a look of unbelievable, incredulous look staring at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu quietly waited for Wang Kai to digest this information. It was only after a long time that Wang Kai felt his mouth dry and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you telling the truth? Fang Xiu has really been accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin? Aha! Zhang Yu nodded his head vigorously. Fang Xiu is, right now, at Master Che Xin's house. Master Che Xin also said that he would help Fang Xiu undergo a mutation to enhance the power of the alien. That's why I said we have a chance this year. Although Fang Xiu's sophomore and junior year of high school, he could still participate in the Black River State League. But in Zhang Yu's heart, such things as opportunities do not come every time. If he couldn't get the championship at the Black River State League, then Fang Xiu would lose Che Xin as the Imperial Beast Master. It may seem like there's still a sophomore year and a junior year, but the one time you have the best chances right now. This was also the reason why Zhang Yu ran to Wang Kai as soon as he put down his cell phone. As the head of the grade, he naturally knew more leaders than himself. The head of the second class. I remember in years past, our school would also assist with resources at the Black River State Tournament so that the students could play better. However, because since Chu Xinghe, one middle school has not been able to produce any more results, the budget has been cut year after year, and nowadays, there are not many resources left. Brother Wang, I'm not asking for anything else. I'm only asking for first middle school to give Fang Xiu some resources, Zhang Yu said in a loud voice. Spell it out for Fang Hu. Wang Kai stayed where he was for a long time. Black River State League Championship. This kind of thing, he didn't even dare to think about it. Even if Zhang Yu moved out of Che Xin, he still doesn't think Fang Hu can get a title shot. But, does it have to be the winner? A runner-up, or a Final Four, would be a great result. Moreover, someone who could be favored by Master Che Xin must be a genius among geniuses. Good. Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Zhang Yu, leave this matter to me. Our first high school has been suppressed for so many years. It's time to take a place in the Black River State League. Watching Wang Kai finally state his position, Zhang Yu's heart let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu also filled his stomach at Che Xin's house. He stood up from his seat. Sister Che, I'm ready. Chapter 102, The Phantom Species Hypothesis. After having dinner at Che Xin's house, Fang Xiu followed Che Yu to the 6th floor of the villa. The decor is very different from the other flat floors, with ceilings, walls, and floors, all completely white and divided into zones. All kinds of fitness equipment are available, as well as the ring for boxing, sandbags, just like a martial arts dojo design. And just in the northwest corner of the room lay a huge black ball with a metallic luster, and a black line extending out from the back of the black ball to nowhere. Che Xian didn't have any nonsense, and directly brought Feng Xiu, Che Yu and the two of them to this black ball, Imperial Beast card. Che Xian didn't explain too much as he pressed his 5 fingers onto the black ball and told Feng Xiu to take out his Imperial Beast space card. A blue light emerged from under the palm of Che Xian's hand, followed by a click sound. A socket popped out from the side of the black ball. Although the style of the machine was different, but looking at this black ball, Feng Xiu could not help but think of the time when the mapping exam was held. The first middle school also took a similar machine and carried it to the playground. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu skillfully placed the Imperial Beast space card into the socket. The blue light on Che Xian's hand then became even more dazzling, devouring towards Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu immediately closed his eyes so as not to be stung by this light that hurt his eyes. Only after about 5 or 6 breaths did Feng Xiu feel the light subside and reopened his eyes. Feng Xiu looked around and realized that the scene that met his eyes was none other than his own Imperial Beast space. Isn't it about helping yourself to mutate? What are you doing in my beast space? Che Xian glanced at Feng Xiu's changing expression. You must think it's strange, right? Why did you come running to your Imperial Beast space if you weren't going to help your aliens with their mutations? Feng Xiu didn't say anything, just nodded. With modern Imperial Beast technology, it is not possible to make Imperial Beasts of a pack mutate at the same time. Even if they are identical Imperial Beasts, they must be separated from the mutations to be able to do so. Your aliens, on the other hand, are numerous, and some individuals have more specialized abilities. That's why it's better to take a look before deciding to mutate that Imperial Beast. Che Xian explained the conditions of the mutation for Feng Xiu. Of course it's the Alien Queen. Feng Xiu, on the other hand, said without hesitation, Alien Queen, being the strongest monolith among the aliens, deserves to be picked first. That's not something you can say. Che Xian directly poured cold water on Feng Xiu, then pushed the lever of the electric wheelchair and set off towards the underground kingdom of the aliens. Seeing this, Che Yu hurriedly followed. After all, with the aliens' living habits, there was naturally no concept of decoration, and the ground in the caves they dug could only be described as relatively flat. A person would have no problem walking on it, but a wheelchair is a different story. Worried that Che Xian's wheelchair might trip over a rock, Che Yu followed carefully. As the three of them continued to go deeper and deeper, the guard aliens also appeared one after another, as well as the inner space of this underground cave. It made Che Yu feel even more insignificant to the human race. Feng Xiu, didn't your teacher instruct you on how to control beasts? Che Yu couldn't help but ask. Since a while ago, she'd been paying attention to the number of guard aliens, one after another, almost 24 of which they'd left behind. Such a large number of Imperial beasts would undoubtedly exacerbate the consumption of resources. If there is a group, official funding is fine. Feng Xiu didn't even have an income from his job. Just the resources spent on feeding these aliens would be enough to drag down the Imperial Beast Master. How could a gym teacher not know such a simple truth? Or is it because Feng Xiu came from an average background? He was ostracized by the physical education teacher. Well, Feng Xiu laughed. Zhang Yu and Zhang Pan had both raised the issue in this regard. It was just him who insisted. However, just as Feng Xiu was about to open his mouth to explain, Che Xian inserted himself into the conversation between the two. Although the first middle school is not as good as those areas with developed educational resources, most of the teachers there are dedicated, and every year they manage to send new blood to the Imperial Beast University. Feng Xiu naturally had his reasons for not discarding these relatively weak aliens. Maybe, alien queens, it takes a herd of a certain size to advance and evolve. Che Xian voiced his suspicions. So that's how it is. Che Yu suddenly became enlightened. It wasn't that no one had warned Feng Xiu, but the number of aliens was an important part of the evolution of progression. Feng Xiu's starry eyes even flashed with a hint of surprise. Zhang Yu or Zhang Pan, they couldn't quite understand why they were allowing the aliens to multiply. For a time, that time was unknown to myself. As a result, he didn't expect that this Che Xian would have guessed the alien queen's advancement conditions just through the guarding aliens along the way. Is this the gold content of a national-level master Imperial Beast? Or had Che Xian ever encountered an Imperial Beast similar to the alien? Do other people's Imperial Beasts also have such characteristics? Feng Xiu pursued. This world is big. Che Xian glanced back at Feng Xiu. It's even so big that humans are ignorant of the Sentinel Beast. At all. It's like a phantom species. In the 1990s, some scientists suggested that the phantom species were fantasy creatures fantasized by the Sentinel. It's like supernatural abilities, superpowers that very few people awaken. Extraordinary function? Feng Xiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. feeling that this word was really both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. There are still supernormal capabilities in this world? Of course not. That was just limited by the conditions of the time and being deceived by some so-called masters. Because of the limited knowledge of the phantom beast species at the time, some felt that it was a gift from God to mankind. But as the times continue to progress, it has been discovered that even phantom beast breeds, as long as they can decipher the data, they can materialize in the imperial beast space, and even those who don't have phantom beast breeds can get them. When he heard this, Feng Xiu's mind couldn't help but conjure up Li Jin's name. However, as humans continue to explore the imperial beast realm, there are also people who claim to have seen phantom beast species in the realm. There were even pictures brought back. With such ironclad evidence before them, it has led some scholars to develop bold hypotheses. The phantom beast species has never been a fantastic creature in the mind of the imperial beast master. It's very likely that a long time ago, the phantom beast species lived in this land. Just that I don't know what caused all of these phantom beast species to disappear. Just like the ancient dinosaurs. But, after all, these phantom beast species are creatures that have lived with our ancestors. So their likenesses, their habits, are etched into our genes. So the appearance of the phantom beast species is actually the revival of ancient memories within humans. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. As for why the species of phantom beasts created by humans are similar to the creatures of the imperial beast realm, it will be up to your generation, your next generation, and the next generation, to uncover the truth. Chapter 103, The Realm of the Imperial Beasts and the Truth of the Universal Imperial Beasts. Surprisingly, there is still such a thing. It was only then that Feng Xiu felt the gap between a master like Che Xian and his class teacher Zhang Yu. Knowledge points like this were never mentioned by Zhang Yu, and even when he went online to search for them, all he got was 404, access prohibited. However, Feng Xiu turned around and felt that this kind of thing should have nothing to do with his own alien form. Not to mention the so-called Imperial Beast world, his own alien didn't even belong to this world. Master Che Xian, there is one more thing I want to ask. Feng Xiu walked beside Che Xian. Because the road surface of the underground cavern had some potholes, the journey that could originally be completed in 5 minutes. Because of Che Xian's wheelchair, it took double the time. You want to ask about the Imperial Beast realm, right? An amiable smile surfaced on Che Xian's face. Aha! Feng Xiu nodded repeatedly. It wasn't the first time he had heard about the Imperial Beast realm. It was just that whenever he tried to find out about it, the other party would either stammer and say that he couldn't tell, or he would change the subject and keep his mouth shut. It made Feng Xiu feel very mysterious. What exactly is the Imperial Beast realm? No one is actually sure. I didn't know about the existence of the Imperial Beast world until after I went to college, either. Ahem. Just as Che Xian spoke about the Imperial Beast realm, Che Yu on the side deliberately coughed as if to remind Che Xian. In order for the Imperial Beast Masters to grow up without stress, even the elders of the family, the teachers, would not bother to disclose information about the Imperial Beast Master realm at the high school level. Because even if these high school students knew about the existence of the Imperial Beast world, it wouldn't change anything, so it would be better to let them have an easier time in high school. Che Moon agrees with this philosophy. There was no benefit to Feng Hu in knowing the Imperial Beast realm too early. It doesn't matter. Che Xian shook his head slightly. With Feng Xiu's talent, sooner or later he'll have to understand. It wouldn't be a bad thing to know what you're going to face in the future a little earlier. After Che Xian glanced at Che Yu, he continued to narrate. It was only that he was a royal beast master, not a professional scholar, and he only knew that the entrance to the royal beast realm led underground. In theory, the Imperial Beast world should be an underground world, but again, it was as if it wasn't at their feet, because back at the end of the last century, the Soviet Union had organized excavations, and even made the world's largest drill, which went all the way down more than 12,000 meters, and is still the deepest borehole to this day. However, it did not open the passage between the present world and the Imperial Beast world, but it wouldn't be right to say that the realm of the Imperial Beasts was a different world. This was because whenever the Imperial Beast realm opened its entrance, the ground would react. Earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. Suffice it to say that the realm of the Imperial Beasts is at least not a mere otherworldly space, and the entrances to the Imperial Beast realm are spread throughout the blue planet. We currently have about 31 open entrances to the Imperial Beast realm. Humans can also currently only travel to the Imperial Beast realm through the entrance. At first, when this discovery was made, scientists were ecstatic and organized excavations. Results: not only are there plants, new energy sources and other resources in this Imperial Beast realm that are not found on the surface, all kinds of creatures exist in there, too. They have a certain level of intelligence and know that we humans are intruders, so they have been killing humans who try to enter the Imperial Beast realm. Even worse, the rules of that world. It seems, are different from ours, and human heat weapons will lose their original power in it. Only the most primal power can fight those imperial beasts. Listening to Che Xian's narration, Fang Xiu was also greatly shocked in his heart. I didn't realize that such a world existed beneath my feet. But we humans, how can we be a match for those terrible creatures? Not to mention the fact that we humans are being killed and defeated. There are even quite a few creatures that are trying to leave the imperial beast realm and want to counterattack our human world. Hearing this, Fang Xiu's heart shook. According to Che Xian's statement, humans' thermal weapons can't hurt these creatures at all. So if they are allowed to run out, then the human world won't be devastated? And then what happened? Later, in order to stop these creatures, some countries did not hesitate to invest in large-scale weapons. Che Xian's eyes became resolute. Those weapons, as deadly as they are, can wreak havoc on the human world. Naturally, it will not be used if it is not absolutely necessary. It is not even an exaggeration to say that these weapons are the last trump cards of mankind. I thought I could use these weapons to break the link between the human world and the imperial beast world. But who knows? Even if those entrances were destroyed, after a while, the entrances to the imperial beast realm would reappear. What was even more frightening was that the creatures seemed endless, and no matter what methods were used, they could not be broken off. Even some small, backward countries have been destroyed as a result. In the end, it was a scholar who stepped forward and argued that if mankind wanted to defeat these creatures, there was only one way to do it. Imperial beast. Only an imperial beast can kill an imperial beast. Based on this theory, human beings began to try to capture imperial beasts, analyze them, create imperial beast spaces, and then open source the methods of imperial beasts to mobilize all human beings to join in imperial beasts. Che Xian's tone became agitated. Although he was only in his 50s this year, and had only heard about the emergence of the imperial beast realm, the war, but in his youth, he was one of the first imperial beast masters to benefit from open source. There had also been a visit to the imperial beast world to suppress those terrifying creatures that wanted to counterattack the human world. And during that time, countless comrades, countless imperial beasts sacrificed their lives for the human race, using blood, in exchange for the stability of the human world. So this is the truth? The original intent of the universal beast royalty was to guard the human world. Fang Xiu's expression also became serious. When he came across, he wondered why the imperial beasts were able to be integrated into every family. Why is it that every student has access to imperial beasts as soon as they get to high school? Why did the original 9 years of compulsory education become 9 years of compulsory general education and 3 years of compulsory imperial beast education? After all, according to his experience in his previous life, something like a royal beast should be a symbol of class. Now that he had heard Che Xian recount the bitter history of this imperial beast world, Fang Xiu truly understood the reason why the universal imperial beasts, why they could be promoted in this world. Because only in this way could a steady stream of top imperial beastmasters be born from the human world. And these top imperial beastmasters, in turn, would work hard to guard this world, giving the humans enough time to nurture the next generation. Live and let live. Mankind lives on. However, even though there was a result of pressure from the imperial beast world, the scholar who advocated for open source, so that all the people could embark on the path of the imperial beasts, was truly an extraordinary fellow. Please ask. For a moment, even Fang Xiu's heart gained an extra point of respect. That person who promoted the universal beast control, what is his name? Chapter 104, The Choice, The Queen and the Witch, +1. Fu Xiaoduan. As Chaishan spoke the man's name, they arrived at the alien maternity ward. After the aliens had opened up the area several times, the space became huge, and the rows of white eggs were neatly formed into white squares. The alien queen remained with her legs curled up as if she were sitting on top of a throne, constantly laying new eggs. Such a scale made even Shuki's heart skip a beat. Is this really something a senior could do? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, and no matter how much others talked about it, she wouldn't have believed that it would be a high school student's imperial beast space. Moreover, Che Yu also investigated Fang Xiu's background. His parents were ordinary people, and apart from the freshman benefits given by the first middle school, and the prize money from the freshman exchange competition, Fang Xiu would have no other resources. The fact that such a situation could still cultivate aliens of such an exaggerated scale was truly mind-boggling and unbelievable to Che Yu. It's spectacular. Even Che Xian, a national-level imperial beast master, had a few moments of amazement in his heart. How do I start? Fang Xiu couldn't wait for the mutation to begin in his heart, and his target was none other than this alien queen. Alien queen? Che Xian watched the alien queen. In size, the alien queen is almost 3 times the size of a normal alien, and the fan-shaped crown on her head is even more impressive. Without a doubt, this alien queen was definitely the strongest unit in Fang Xiu's imperial beast space. If you let your alien queen undergo a mutation, There's nothing to worry about even if you meet those college geniuses. But, Che Xin suddenly intensified his tone. Fang Xiu raised his sword brows. Since there was a but, it meant that Che Xin didn't want to choose the alien queen for himself. Not only was Fang Xiu puzzled, but Che Yu, who was standing behind Che Xin, also revealed a puzzled look. Why? No matter how you look at it, this alien queen is Fang Xiu's strongest imperial beast, right? Since there is only one chance for mutation, is it better to choose the strongest imperial beast to improve your performance in the Black River State League? Che Xin sniffed, first glancing at Che Yu. What I just said, have you forgotten? Che Moon said with an embarrassed look on her face. Whether it was the general studies class or the imperial beasts, he himself was considered to be one of the best, and from middle school to high school, and then from high school to college, his grades had always been at the top of the list. But Che Xion's tone is often icy and cold, so that she, as a daughter, is more or less not a taste. Your alien queen, it can still advance and evolve, right? Che Xion simply conversed directly with Fang Xiu. Aha! Fang Xiu nodded his head. Since the opportunity for advanced evolution exists, it would be best to reserve the opportunity for mutation for the advanced evolved alien queen, Che Xion said in a serious tone. After advancing, the alien queen's body strength could be strengthened twice, and the amount of energy that could be withstood at that time was also greater. It was like what some martial arts novels said, the more times you forged your body, the more strengthened your body would be after the breakthrough. But there are risks. Che Xion twisted his head and glanced at the alien queen. If you give up on this mutation opportunity, there's a chance that the gap between you and those geniuses won't be shortened, which will result in your performance in the Black River State League becoming worse. At that time, not only will I dissolve the master-disciple relationship, but I will also require you to pay triple compensation. Fang Xiu, you choose. Che Xian did not interfere with Fang Xiu's decision, but only made the pros and cons clear, and finally gave the choice to Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu insisted on mutating the alien queen, then he wouldn't say anything more and directly activate the mutation. Another choice. Fang Xiu didn't have much contact time with Che Xian, but felt that this old man was not bad. Whenever he encountered a problem, he made the pros and cons, the gains and losses clear, and then took the important decisiveness into his own hands. Fang Xiu didn't answer directly, but instead looked up at his alien queen. The advantage of choosing the alien queen was that she could instantly increase her battle power and shorten the gap between herself and those geniuses in Hassan. The downside is that it erases the alien queen's cap. On the contrary, by retaining the alien queen's chance of mutation, when it advanced and evolved into an alien queen, one could obtain a more powerful imperial beast. Likewise, it also meant that one had to challenge someone else's strongest imperial beast with the second strongest imperial beast of the mutation. If it was a competition in Crane City, Fang Xiu would still be confident and take the title. But, that's the Black River State League. It's Yu Zheng, who still doesn't look good for the state tournament after Zhang Panpan knows enough about his alien form. The total population of the Black River State is enough for 130 million. The strength of a powerful imperial beast that could come out of such a population base could be imagined. Fang Xiu, if I were you, I would pick the alien queen. Seeing this, Che Yu couldn't help but voice her opinion. Mikados are supposed to be bred in stages, and a Mikado bred in high school might be out of the picture by the time you get to college and start over. Alright, when Zhang Yu saw that Fang Xiu was unwilling to give up his choice of face-hugging insects, he had no choice but to hand Fang Xiu a few Imperial Beast cards. This is your enrollment resource. Take it. Why don't you focus on the present and raise your instant battle power so that you can achieve better results in the Black River State League. In the tone of a man who had been there, Che Yuki persuaded Fang Xiu. She had played in the Black River State League and knew how brutal it could be. The Imperial Beasts, which were the second strongest of the delusional mutations, went to fight those monsters hard. Unless Fang Xiu he is crazy. Cheeto. But what Che Yu did not expect was that her kindness was met with her father's rebuke. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Your shallow experience with Imperial Beasts is not worth mentioning at all. Hearing her own father evaluate herself like this, Che Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Father, one never slacks off in the matter of Imperial Beasts. She thought she hadn't disgraced the Che family, but Che Xian was always like this, and would rarely recognize her knowledge of the Imperial Beasts. Fang Xiu also didn't expect the atmosphere to become strange. I've made up my mind. To ease the embarrassment, Fang Xiu whirled around. Alien wizard. As Fang Xiu's words fell, a black shadow quickly flashed over from the distance. It possessed a rather lanky figure, close to 3 meters tall, its entire body wrapped in a black exoskeleton, clutching a milky white vertebrae in its hand, translucent mucus dripping from the corner of its mouth to the ground from time to time. My choice for this mutation is it, the alien wizard, Fang Hua said in a loud voice. Fang Xiu. Seeing this, Che Yue had wanted to persuade him. Very well. but Cheshin's clean voice interrupted her again. Since you made a choice, don't regret it, Xin said as he pressed the button on the motorized wheelchair. A faint light flashed, and the three of them, one beast, also returned to the flat floor of the villa. Then, Xin activated the black ball, which was originally only 1.5 meters, rapidly expanding until it formed a 2-meter high container that sucked Feng Shou's alien sorcerer. On the spot, in